Oh, hello.
Potter star Daniel Radcliffe slams J.K. Rowling again over her stance on women's rights. Does he have a point, or is it the ultimate case of biting the hand that fed him his millions? Donald Trump sets out his vision for a second term in a major cover story interview with Time magazine. Critics say it's chilling. Supporters say they've got a dangerous new variant of Trump derangement syndrome. So which is right? Does shooting a dog show political toughness, or is it just political suicide? And there's a new trans-inclusive LGBTQ 1A2SL plus flag. We'll break that all down as a public service. Well, joining me to debate all this is the Piers Back commentator Brandon Tatum of the Officer Tatum YouTube channel, Blair White, host of the Blair White Project podcast, and in the studio, uncensored contributor Esther Krakow, and the sometime comedian James Barr, very famous sometime comedian after last week's... Give me a second, I forgot to swap the saves.
I am the #1 Israel-Palestine correspondent in the UK.
Yeah, I think you've always had that reputation here as a sharp political commentator.
Please read my book.
Anyway, it's good to have you all. Let's start then with the NHS, the National Health Service here in this country, leading the way, many Americans think, in perhaps re-establishing some basic biological facts in the gender wars. And of course, obviously also going further and banning puberty blockers, which America has yet to do. So let me ask you, first of all, James, the NHS is to declare sex a biological reality as part of its new constitution. The guidance will mean that trans men should not be housed on single-sex male wards. Transgender people whose gender identity differs from their biological sex may be provided single rooms where appropriate. Patients will have the right to request a person of the same biological sex delivers any intimate care. Phrases like chest feeding will be banned, and so on. All with the backdrop of Daniel Radcliffe saying that J.K. Rowling, who's been campaigning for all this, is disgusting and awful, and he wishes, presumably, he'd never taken her grubby millions.
Computers.
What do you think
so
of this?
handy.
To me, this is not only a victory for common sense, but it's also going to help trans people in the long run. Because a lot of these debates, I think, have been very damaging to the transgender attempt to get to proper fairness and equality, because it has made transgender people the subject of mockery. And I think that's been very damaging. So that's where I sit with this. Where do you sit?
I think that's a confusing take, to be honest. I'm not entirely sure I understand that. I probably need you to unpack it another time. I think it's bullshit. I mean, you know how difficult it was for your mum to get a bed in hospital. You told that story recently, and it was devastating. And they're now saying they're going to separate people. They're going to check what's going on underneath their clothing. Like, this is just insane. They don't have enough resources as it is. It's a completely under-resourced institution, and the people that work for it are amazing, but they need more support, as do trans people, and to vilify trans people is just disgusting.
You've literally said nothing there. That was a giant nothing burger.
Thank you.
It said where appropriate, which means if the resources are there, then they can have their own rooms. At the end of the day, there's no reason for a trans woman to be on a maternity ward. And I hate to break it to you, but you're not a woman. You have no idea how it feels to have your legs open, being in that intimate environment, trying to give birth. There is no space for someone who identifies as something else other than their gender to be
Why would a trans woman be giving birth on a maternity ward?
You tell me, because apparently they can do that.
That's a crazy thing
apparently
to
they
ask.
can do that.
That's a crazy thing to suggest.
Here's the reality.
Let me bring in Blair.
We're coming to a point, and speaking as a trans woman on the panel here, we're getting to a point in society where we have to start to cope with the fact that there have been a lot of excesses with the trans movement. It's done a lot of things incorrectly. It has put people off. It's hurt women. It's hurt children. And I think recalibrating is the only way to get to a point where things are actually, we don't have to worry about women in prisons and in hospital situations. These are things that we've solved long ago. And for whatever reason, it's bubbling back up because of politics. But at the end of the day, when it comes to prisons specifically, biological men should not be in women's prisons. We have enough incidents here in the U.S. of women getting pregnant, getting raped, because at the end of the day, in a lot of states in the U.S., you don't even have to have reassignment surgery to be in a women's prison. It's just on your say so.
Well, you know, Blair, in Scotland.
And I think Piers is absolutely correct when he says that not only does this damage women and children, it's also come and it's rebounded and it's damaged trans people. And it's made people look at the community like, what in the world is going on?
Yeah, and on that point about the prisons, I mean, the Scottish National Party, which is the ruling party in Scotland, the leader's just resigned, closely following on the heels of the previous leader. And it all goes back, actually, to when the previous leader, Nicola Sturgeon, insisted on putting a male rapist into a female prison. And at that point, most Scottish people rose up and went, this is completely insane. Why would you put somebody who's in a male prison, having committed crimes of rape as a biological male, into a women's prison where he can attack other women? I mean, it was mind-bogglingly insane.
It is insane, and it's because the fear of being called transphobic, even the state fears it, which is really scary.
Well,
and at the end of the day, it's like...
But let me ask Jane, you come in, week out, and you talk for trans people, and you tell them how they should all be thinking about this.
No, that's
You've
not
literally, well, hang on, you've just literally heard a trans woman, identifying as a trans woman, explain to you why you're wrong. Are you going to now tell her, as a gay man, are you now going to tell her how she should be feeling?
I just wanted to pick up on the point you said where, you know, people in politics are afraid to be transphobic. That is absolutely not the case in this country, where our Prime Minister will happily make transphobic jokes and get away with it.
Well, it's shifting now. It's shifting now, but we're leaving an era where it was absolutely, you know, a thing that was happening where you couldn't speak against the movement. You couldn't be seen as on the wrong side of history. Now it's shifting because people are becoming aware of these excesses that we're talking about.
But is that okay
and there's this
for a
weird
Prime Minister to make those kind of jokes?
There is no room.
I don't
there
really
should
care
be
about jokes.
There should be no room.
And the idea that jokes...
And by the way, just to be clear, the joke the Prime Minister made was in reference to the fact that the Labour leader is incapable of saying what a woman is, right? And believes that 99% of women don't have a penis. Okay. Let's not get into the graphic.
And if we want to get very literal and slightly personal, that sort of thing affects me exactly 0%. But men, trans women, and biological males being in women's prisons is actually going on a realistic level going to affect me more because it makes me look like these people. So if I had to choose between which one I want to stop happening, I really don't care about jokes. And because I'm a normal person, I care more about women's safety.
And again, I come to you, James. I will come to you, Officer Tatum. You're waiting very patiently, but James, again, week in, week out, you are enraged by all this. You think it's terrible that trans people should be able to do all these things. They should be able to compete against biological women at sport. They should be able to put in women's prisons. They should be able to do the blah blah blah.
I've never spoken on women's prisons, actually.
So you don't think they should be?
That's a misquote.
So
I think.
Well, hang on, just to be clear. Hang on. Okay. Hang on. You put me up.
Yeah.
So let me give you the chance to clarify. Do you think trans people should be put into women's prisons?
I think that they should be safe.
Yes,
as should all prisoners.
Hang on, what's the question?
That's my answer, Piers. I'm not going to get dragged into it. I'm not getting dragged into it.
You dragged yourself into it.
Understand the
you denied ever saying it.
But I'm not
asking. Hang on.
As has been pointed out, I'm not a trans woman.
Hang on.
I'm not a trans man.
Oh, now you're backing off because
no, I have always said that. I have always said that. But so often I'm thrown into this panel without a trans person being here, and I have to be the. So thank God you're here.
Let me just talk about it. Let me just hang on 1 second, everyone. Hang on 1 second. I just want to ask Joe, because you did pick me up on this. You stopped me to pick me up on it. So you've made it an issue. Just for the record.
You said that I made a comment on it.
Just for the record, should trans women be allowed to be put into women's prisons? Yes or no?
Honestly, I have no understanding on the issue, and I don't want to make a comment.
Fantastic.
But I won't be told that I have an opinion.
And yet you think that trans women athletes should be allowed to compete against biological women?
Yes, I do think that, yeah.
And you see no inconsistency in these positions?
I don't really know, because I haven't made a comment on the prison.
All right, let me bring it up as a
Because he's scared to be...
I'm not scared.
He's scared to
Honestly,
be shamed.
I
the
think...
same thing that Blair said. Let me talk. The same thing that Blair was saying, that people are afraid to be called transphobic and all this stuff. And so are you.
I'm not
You
afraid.
won't be honest and tell the truth about the fact that it's absolutely mind-blowingly ridiculous to think that a man with a penis that's impersonating a woman or think he's a woman can be in a women's prison. That's insane.
But this is
you
where the disagreement
seem to think it's no disagreement, brother. The man has a penis, and
It's a
he's
woman.
in a cell with a woman.
She's a woman. If she,
With a penis.
No.
A woman with a penis.
I believe a trans woman
This
is
is
a
a
woman.
problem with society. This is a problem with society.
Don't all talk over each other.
Let me finish.
Yeah, let him
this
finish.
is the problem with society. We need to be logical, reasonable, and operate in facts.
And
It is a
respectful.
man that identify as a woman. It's not a woman. It's very simple. Why can't we get that correct?
Well, why can't we ask? Let's ask Blair.
I don't know how
Blair,
things...
as the only trans person on this panel, what do you feel about what Officer Tatum just said there?
Yep.
I 100% agree, and I don't know exactly what goes on overseas in prisons. I'm an American, but what I do know here is just about once a month, there's some kind of story about a female inmate in a federal prison.
Clearly, you're not here
becoming pregnant,
enough.
being raped, because at the end of the day, these are biological males with the capability to impregnate women, to rape women, and the idea that trans safety should always trump women's safety, I just don't understand that. And the other problem with people like this is they never offer any solutions. So for me, there are such things as LGBT wards in certain prisons in America, and for me, that's a very easy solution to this problem. Put trans people in LGBT wards, that makes the trans person safe, and it also keeps women safe.
Yeah, I completely agree with that solution. I think my issue with this conversation is that it feels like a smokescreen for transphobia, and a lot of the time people do hide behind it. But a lot of people do.
I don't think anybody here is transphobic.
There are a lot of women, biological women, as you would say, in women's prison that are also raping women, and no one is talking about that. No one's discussing that. Everyone just talks about the 1% of trans people that live in this country that probably aren't going to prison.
All right, let me bring it. Let me bring it.
And it isn't.
As you made clear, James, you're not prepared to pass comment on this, and we know why. Because you don't want to say what is actually the obvious reality, which is it's insane. Because you fear that you will be accused of being transphobic, which is, of course, very ironic. Because that is the word that is used about all of us whenever we try and stand up for women's rights.
I do understand why you're saying that, but by coming on here and supporting trans people in the way I do, I'm constantly called
I support trans people
by your fans.
But you know what? There's
is that
such
not
a
also
thing.
scary? It's very brave
as
of
I
me
said
to
to you
have this opinion.
as I said to you, and as I've been consistent in print and
You've
on
ignored
air,
what I said.
I have always defended trans people's rights to fairness and equality. I do want to bring back Esther just on this one point about Daniel Radcliffe, who told The Atlantic, one of the big media organisations in America. It makes me really sad, ultimately, because I do look at the person that I met, the times that we met, the books that she wrote, and the world that she created, and all of that, to me, is so deeply empathetic. This is after he's attacked J.K. Rowling again for her stance on defending women's rights. These Harry Potter stars are a bunch of deluded, ill-informed, spoiled brats.
Yeah.
The truth is, this whole debate now in this country has come full square behind J.K. Rowling, who has never been transphobic. By the way, I don't even like J.K. Rowling. She's abused me for years, right, on Twitter. Called me all sorts of terrible names. She once said it was absolutely delicious to see me be told to fuck off on American TV. So I have no truck with her whatsoever. However, on this she has been brave and correct. And now the woke worm has turned and come round to J.K. Rowling. And Esther, people like Daniel Radcliffe, spoiled little brats who don't know what they're talking about. They've caused more damage than she has ever done.
I find the lack of self-awareness actually quite baffling. So just removing J.K. Rowling from this, if they suddenly don't like her as a person, fine. But she's speaking on behalf of women that are scared of having their spaces removed. She was a victim of domestic violence, and she's saying it is detrimental to women to remove their safe spaces. It is detrimental to women to tell them that they must compete with biological men who somehow feel entitled to their spaces. How can they not see past that? It's more than just the fact that J.K. Rowling gave them a career and gave them a wonderful start and all of that. Think of the women that she's speaking on behalf of. So you're willing to put all of those women's lives at risk to be able to virtue signal to all 10 trans people.
And by the way, if they're that outraged by how evil J.K. Rowling is, hand back all the money you've made from J.K. Rowling. Every dollar of the tens of millions you've all raked in because you were very, very happy to make money from her, and now you want to trash her in public. It's the worst kind of disloyalty. Just want to ask you, James, because you are
very interesting.
Sorry, Blair,
I think it's really interesting. I think it's interesting how J.K. Rowling has become this figurehead for, as obviously her detractors would say, transphobia or hatred or whatever. And I think it's really indicative of the fact that the trans community has become so radioactive and such a repellent to common sense and reason that the person who made Dumbledore gay retroactively, that made Hermione Granger black retroactively, it takes a lot to get that person to be like, but you know what, the trans people are doing a bit much here. No, I think that should show everyone it's time to recalibrate and get some common sense.
Yes.
And it's not a bad thing. Separate but not equal is not always a bad thing.
Yeah,
I don't feel victimized in any way that I'm not in every single woman's space, or I have my own space, I do my own thing, and that's how trans people should be.
God, it's so refreshing to hear a trans person publicly say this, because a lot of trans people I know are too scared to get involved in this. They don't want to have a fuss. They don't want to have all this stuff. Yeah. They don't want to be mocked. It'll be laughed at, ridiculed because of trans activists or allies who think they're being allies to the trans community and actually having the complete opposite effect. I want to ask you, Joe, because you're the only person who identifies as gay on this panel. I think that's right.
Right, are you about to come out?
Not yet. I've always found you a very handsome and attractive young man.
I nearly said you too, but I had to stop myself because I don't lie.
Now, there's a new pride flag. I tried to read out all the initials that go with pride these days. I can't keep up with it. More and more people seem to get added to it. But it's a weird picture of this pride flag. Let's take a look. It looks like the old test card on television,
showing your age.
When everything froze.
It looks like
James, what about your hair? It's a psychedelic vomit mess, isn't it? What is it?
It's ugly.
I love that it's got an umbrella, like representation for the rain in this country. Honestly, I don't really get it. I don't understand why we need to keep changing it. But what I do understand
why
is that
do they keep changing it?
But it's fine. That's the point with the flag. We can change it. We're not stuck in our ways like straight people. We're not going to get upset by the England flag being redesigned. Well, it can if it wants to. It's changed a lot over the years.
Yeah, the Labrador.
And people continue to... Say again, Blair?
There shouldn't even be. There shouldn't even be.
Change it, but should we?
Well,
Sometimes.
But why not? I mean, we didn't invent the rainbow. God invented the rainbow. We use that as a symbol to let people know.
Yeah, well, actually, you raised a good point there.
We don't need to do that. I think if you're an American, you're all encompassed under the American flag. We're all Americans, whether you're gay, straight, blind, you can see, crippled. It doesn't matter. We're all Americans, and we should be accepting of one another. We don't have to like one another. We don't have to like what each other does, but we should be accepting. And that's the way that normal people believe. It's the trans and the LGBTQ AARP.
So wait, are you saying that when you go past a Ford factory and they've got a big Ford flag outside or a Chrysler flag, or are you not allowed those flags because those flags don't represent the
you're
company?
You're saying that.
Well, you're saying that I can't have a pride flag because
you actually cleared
the
it up.
American flag does the job. So does that mean all flags are banned?
No. What you're saying is that the LGBTQ is a business. Is that
no,
what
I'm
you're
not.
saying?
I'm using
guys are
a crazy
representing an
analogy to
agenda.
try and understand what you're saying about how
There we go. My bad.
as a gay man is not allowed because I'm also British.
It never ends,
I turned the
brother.
decibels up. I
Why
forgot.
Why does it matter to you? It's only you that can. Look, I know you guys are all really jealous that you don't have a flag, and so I know you're triggered. I know that you're triggered by. I finally designed you a flag with your face on it that you can proudly wave wherever you want. And guys,
I forgot how to change.
You can't even describe what the flag means.
How do I swap to the gun? The shotgun? I forgot.
I'm all right.
I've got a straight flag for you. There you go.
There we go.
Oh no.
There we go.
There you go. Do you feel like you're part of it now? Do you feel happy?
Here's what I feel is the reason they keep changing the pride flag is the definition of what it is to be LGBT has now been increased to so many ludicrous numbers of digits, numbers.
Dude, this game has a lot of cool
nobody knows
guns.
what it means.
To be honest.
It has lost all meaning.
Nobody does.
It used to be just lesbian and gay.
Does.
We get it. Okay, well, I'm happy. Be proud. I'm proud of you, right? I'm proud of anyone who wants to come out as gay. But here's the thing. We are about to end.
It's actually a terrible fucking.
Yeah, I can't wait.
A whole month of shouting about being gay.
Tent.
Why?
I don't want to use the tent. I want to use the lay down, but I already placed it down on the other one.
Tells you
I should go get it.
every
Probably.
day of the year.
Every day.
Proud and proud. Why do you need a whole special month? And where's my month?
You don't need a straight
Oh,
man.
I carry a hell of a lot more than that.
You know
I'm
why?
now the most marginalised member of community.
You know why?
Yeah.
Because the rest of the year is always straight. Every day is straight. We live in a
Any-
society that is straight.
Are you serious?
It's a
That's not
straight
even
jacket
Good, that's
around
When was the
That's
us.
how
last
you were
time
born.
anybody spoke up?
That's how
for
you were born.
middle-aged-
Well, this should be in your inventory then, because when I logged in, it was like, oh, a beaver dropped a tree on your tent, and it's back in the inventory.
Straight
Oh,
white
good.
guys
Do
like
we
me.
need you? Because you're the patriarchy, Piers.
We
Stop
are.
this stupid
No, we're not.
argument.
We are.
This
We
stupid
are actually the
argument.
minority now. We're the minority group. in
Right.
this
Well,
country.
I'm finally.
Let me
finally.
move on. Let me move on. I want to start with you, if I may, Officer Tatum, on this. Is celebrity
Oh,
Trump derangement
yeah.
syndrome back?
Yeah, they
Kamala
changed
Harris,
some of the
Joe
maps, right?
Biden
So-
on Howard Stern, Kamala Harris and Drew Barrymore.
Some
which
stuff
is
was
one of the most revolting things I
moved.
think I've
Like
ever
my tent
watched
was
on
gone
cable
too.
television
I
in
think
the
it was like standing
history
over
of
here somewhere.
television. Let's take a look at Kamala Harris, Vice President of the United
And you
States,
watch
on Drew
yourself.
Barrymore's show.
That says a lot.
I've been thinking that we really all need a tremendous hug in the world right now.
Yeah.
But in our country, we need you to be Mamala of the country.
That's so cringe.
Let me bring it over to Tatum. Have you ever felt more nauseous watching television?
It's right there. I
in
couldn't
the
resist.
Marmalade moment?
I know I scared everyone else off, but
No, I mean, these people are absolutely ridiculous. I want to say another word, but I'm trying to be a good
I think I got it.
But you know, this woman, they're all fake. They're all fake. Kamala Harris is now the first black vice president when
Okay,
she was.
I gotta go get the other
you
team, man. This isn't
elected
this isn't
into the
working for me.
Senate. She was the first Indian senator. I mean, these people are absolutely ridiculous. What does Mamala mean? Is that gonna help with inflation? Is that gonna help bring down prices of groceries? None of that matters. Are they gonna secure the border? None of what she's doing on the couch with this other lady, Barrymore. I mean, they got a big old couch. Why are they sitting right in front of each other? These people are absolutely ridiculous and virtue signaling.
Well, it's not
It
Marmala's
literally-
fault.
it's-
She
it's
didn't
my-
ask to be called that, right? She just said that her stepchildren call her that, and then Drew was
Well,
like,
it's two ignorant folks just saying rubbish. None of that really matters to the American people. I don't know why they even having a conversation about it.
What I found
It was
fascinating though is you
embarrassing. It's
only see
embarrassing.
on
And
American.
honestly-
Did you hear that from me? Maybe.
in American
I like literally went on a rant about that like yesterday.
Any year with Trump.
That is the exact
You would
reason why
never
people do
see
it.
this in reference to Trump or Melania.
It's because when you're fighting amongst each other, oh look at trans person, and they lose their minds over it. Like when you're fighting amongst each other, you're not looking at the people that are taking all your money.
president's wife or any of that.
We don't see
They are all the devils, right? The
Yeah.
only people that you can.
Yeah, 100%. Like what? 10 years ago, what was the big thing? Occupy Wall Street. When's the last time you heard about that shit? They're playing you for fools, and it's succeeding. The general you. Okay, where'd I park? My waypoint.
Talk this way about, and it was interesting to me because Howard Stern is one of the people I most admire in world media, and he's one of the greatest interviewers in history, and I love the guy. But I was actually quite surprised about just how softball he was with Joe Biden last week. Take a look.
You know, the reason I was so excited to talk to you is because I wanted to understand the tragedy in your life and how you dealt with it, and you're the kind of leader I love because we're lucky to have you in the Oval Office.
Oh my God,
Serving
bro.
as the
Howard
father of the
Stern fell
country
off so
because
hard,
you're a
bro.
good
Holy
father to
shit.
the family that you are. I know you'll be a good father to the country, and I want to thank you for surviving a calming influence, an organized administration post-COVID, getting that vaccine out. I remember what the world was like at that
Wait,
point.
what the fuck do you mean getting that vaccine out? That was a fucking Trump thing, bro. Yo, what a fucking retard, dude.
Getting NATO.
Why do they always do this, bro? Like, if Biden has problems, oh, these are policies that Trump did. But if the policies that Trump did don't give you problems, all of a sudden they're your policies? Get the fuck out of here, you fucking... Oh my god, I hate this shit so much, bro. I have a longer brain than 4 years.
Getting us to feel
A longer
comfortable
memory, sorry.
standing up to Putin, the incredible large
God damn it.
growth in
This
the
really pisses me
jobs,
off.
unemployment rate down. I'll give you your greatest hits. The lowest uninsured rate in history. 4 out of 5 Americans are covered for less than $10 a month. Knocking off a few ISIS leaders, cutting the emissions in half.
It's usually a good spot
to environmentalists.
I mean, hide the ATV.
But it went on and on. Blair, I mean, I was surprised that Howard went quite so far in the sycophancy route with Biden. Were you?
It's not surprising at all. There's this really sick thing that happens in American media where if you are a celebrity or a host or an interview, you have to absolutely worship to the point of insanity any Democrat politician on the show, and every
but I didn't bring the
the
drilling rifles. I only have like 5 shots now.
To anyone is literally Hitler, and this is something I've observed my whole life. George Bush was literally Hitler. John McCain was literally Hitler. Mitt Romney, and now Trump. And now they want you to believe that actually no, this is really literally Hitler this time with Trump, but. It's the same thing with the Kamala thing. And
It's true.
Is particularly sad to me.
That's true.
It was spoken very plainly by the Biden administration that she was literally.
Well, he can't take too much credit for it because most of the right wing hated it.
Really right? Hurtful towards black women and minorities in this country who want to believe that they
American politics are so fucking weird, dude.
Than be handpicked out.
I swear, you could put the right and the left against each other, just regardless of what if the left says A, then the right has to say B. If the right says C, then the left has to say D. It's so fucking weird, dude. Like, I'm so sick of the tribalism, bro.
So, I've never understood the love for Miss Kamala.
Well, it just looks so partisan. I mean, I spoke to Charlemagne the God in New York recently, and he's gone completely off the Biden administration because he thinks Kamala's been so useless for African Americans and done absolutely nothing to improve their lives. Yeah, I think that's why he's getting a lot more vote now in polls from African
Or they just don't vote at all and then complain.
Let me ask you, there's also a Time interview with Trump. They had 2 long interviews with him, done a big cover story in which he lays
My thoughts
out
always, if you don't vote, you should shut the fuck up because you ain't got no fucking.
It's gone down.
You've done no dog in this fight.
Amongst many things, he
should have voted.
The military to sort out the southern border. National Guard, if necessary, migrant detention.
The Ukraine thing, yeah.
Suggests a 60% plus
Ukraine,
tariff
Israel.
on Chinese imports. Says that Israel, they should be changing their public relations. It's fared very badly. Says abortion is a states' rights issue. Talking about access to abortion pills, we'll have an opinion on that. I'm not going to explain. I'm not going to say it. I have pretty strong views, but he won't say them. He would absolutely consider pardoning January 6th defendants. Even those who've obviously been
I'm sucking.
sent to prison. NATO, Europeans need to pay their share, and so on. So a lot there.
I'm sucking
of
hard.
Very Trumpian stuff. What's your take on this Time interview?
I think he said a lot of things that would resonate with people that have basically been left with no other option than to vote for Trump. I think the Democrats' reaction to Trump baffles.
I mean, it's everything, I think.
He is their fault. Everything that he is their fault. Because if you offered people an alternative, Trump wouldn't even be someone who is taken seriously. He's not, clothed in glory. But one thing that does concern me about Trump that I think we need to look under the hood a little bit is who's going to be in his administration. Because being a politician isn't just about
I'm pretty sure I missed
convincing people
everything.
to vote for you. It's also about being a leader and being able to bring people under your
Holy
roof
shit.
and actually get them to work together. To
Okay,
have a
don't judge
cohesive
me.
administration. He's
I haven't played this in a
alienated
while.
a lot of people that have been consistently by his side for years. And that's the thing that concerns me. I think a lot of the things that he says is quite common sense, leaving abortion to the states, securing the southern border, all of these things that the Biden administration could just say they want to do, but will not do it because they've been effectively hijacked by lunatics that I genuinely believe hate America.
Okay, well, James, you are our resident political expert in America after last week. So your take on Trump derangement syndrome, we're probably about to hear an example of it, but your view of his manifesto if he gets re-elected?
Honestly, I think it's terrifying. That interview is scary in many ways. I think the thing that stood out for me the most was the stuff about tracking pregnant women and allowing states with anti-abortion bans to track women's pregnancies. And it's
Put it all in the
surprising
stash.
for someone that said you can grab women by the pussy
Please.
to now want to track women's literal pussies. But I do think that's a bit of a problem, and I think it's very scary. And I agree with Esther.
I just want to point out, you can probably hear it, but the guy who's talking has pink hair.
It's surprising that he wants to just rule the world and doesn't care about what other people think.
Do you know what's interesting about the whole abortion thing? Because Trump has briefed that his personal
Something tells me that will not come as a shock to you guys.
15-week term limit would be about where most Americans would sit in terms of
Which is
abortion
where most
law.
Europeans sit as well.
Well, it's fascinating. Actually, there are quite a few
ridiculous,
European countries with much more strict abortion laws than that. There are places in Europe like Poland and Malta and others where it is illegal completely to have an abortion.
I know, right?
And so this
Who'da
idea
thunk?
that the United States is a complete outlier, actually by throwing it back to the States, it starts to resemble much more what Europe is like. You know, where you have the UK, which is a real outlier in terms of lax law, many would argue, 24-week term limit. You have countries like Germany and France, which are around the kind of 10, 12-week thing. So it always strikes when I go to America, and it can become such a heated debate, the abortion debate. I do wonder whether most Americans understand that Europe is not dissimilar. It's not.
Why are they landing so far away?
Anyway, let's move on to, well, I'll tell you one thing I do want to mention, if I could, with Officer Tatum. This South Dakota Republican, Governor Kristi Noem, who is tipped to be Donald Trump's running mate, but has boasted in a book that she's just brought up that she shot and killed a puppy called Cricket, a 14-month-old wire-haired pointer, because she said that Pooch's aggressive personality made her untrainable as a hunting dog. Now, I know a lot of Americans, you love your pets, you particularly love your dogs. I don't think anyone could possibly run.
Surprise,
behind
motherfucker!
someone brazenly boasting of murdering a little dog called Cricket. Do you?
Well, let me say this. I think that
Invalid target? What the fuck?
Because America do
Why?
love dogs. I mean, I remember back when Michael Vick was in a dog killing ring and he went to prison for it, and they hated him more than people that kill other people. So America don't accept it. You know, I don't know if in that culture of hunting and
I just noticed I got like 76K on this character. What the fuck am I saving up for?
About it if it wasn't culturally normal, but I do think it gives her a black eye. You know, I don't know the details enough to care. But I do think that she's not going to be a viable candidate if you have killed a dog in the United States of America. I want to go back to the point, Pierce, just 1 second, about the Democrats. You know, Howard Stern completely lied about Joe Biden.
Dude, I swear.
Joe Biden
shouldn't
shouldn't
that show up automatically?
Our economy is going downhill. We're in all kind of wars. We've given hundreds.
Yeah,
of billions
yeah, I
of
knew
dollars
this.
to Ukraine with no
It's
receipts.
in the
We
options,
don't know how
bro.
they're spending the money. I mean, all of these things. And Donald Trump has been the president before. So if they think he's going to be the dictator in chief, he's going to be Hitler all over again. He's had an opportunity to do that, and he never did that. He boasted one of the best economies in United States history. He did so much for black people, gave more money to HBCUs. I mean, you go down a list of. That's why he's polling better than Joe Biden. Joe Biden has got the face of the country. He can use as much money as he can to put his name out there.
Yeah,
Kamala Harris is the black woman. Ketanji Brown. All these woke things that he's done. Why do you think his ratings are so low? Why do you think Kamala Harris is the worst vice president?
It is
in history?
amazing that despite all that, his support is cratering with African Americans, and African Americans are gravitating to Trump. But that's because actually African Americans may not want to be patronized and actually do want to be judged on their merit and do want presidents to be judged on their merit. And they feel like the Biden-Harris administration has not improved their lives. In fact, the opposite. I mean, Blair, final point on Trump.
And if I could just add, since we're giving Trump his flowers, he also made animal cruelty a federal felony, which I was shocked it wasn't before he did that. So you're absolutely correct. The idea that Kristi Noem has any chance of, working with Trump, I don't see that happening.
I don't think it's
okay, but he also did a lot of bad things as well, guys. You're forgetting the Muslim ban.
Name one.
You're forgetting the.
Name
I
one.
just named one.
Wait,
The
hold on,
Muslim ban.
no. Muslim
the
ban.
COVID-19
No, the Muslim ban.
failures.
Let's talk about the Muslim ban.
I don't need to.
What did he
You
do
a
to
second
ban
ago.
Muslims?
Whatever. I'm
What
not
did he
Considering
do
the amount of
to
money
ban
they're spending there, it
Muslims?
doesn't surprise me.
You're
You
making
can't
it
say
up.
stuff
You
in
have no
that
idea what you're
background
talking
that you're
about.
not
because you're
American.
giving flowers, which is fine, but there needs to be someone else
Muslim
saying,
ban.
well, hold on a
Explain
second,
the
he also
Muslim
did
ban.
this. He did also.
Explain the Muslim ban.
Well, he
You have no
banned
idea what you're
people
talking
from
about.
certain countries, just did a
No,
blanket
he didn't.
ban. Yes, he did.
He did not. Under Barack Obama's administration, they had certain countries that were a threat, which Barack Obama put into place.
Okay, so
Donald
what
Trump
about-
only enacted what Barack Obama did.
What about-
You're making
by
it
the
up.
way,
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Fact check, entirely correct. Barack
Splitting families
Obama,
at the
hang on.
border.
Barack Obama identifies 7 Muslim countries that he thought were a threat to America. It was those 7 that Trump, after a massive terror attack, decided there should be a temporary hold on people coming in from the 7 countries that Obama, his predecessor, had identified as a threat to America. So important to get these
Well
things in
done
the right
for reading
context.
Wikipedia.
This is the
And it's up to the
Trumpwood
left.
dipping your
I
pen
read
into
it.
American
I can
politics.
read. I can read more out if you'd like me to.
Go on, man.
No, read more out. Come on, give me another one. You don't know what you're talking about.
No,
It's like wrestling.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you there, Bless. Men were talking over you.
January 6th?
I said that it's also, in my opinion, up to
Bro,
the left.
why did they? And he's got such a smug fucking face on his. Oh my god, bro. Oh, I despise these people. My protest is great. BLM, all the people murdered, the billions of dollars of damage. That's fine because that I like. But January 6th, oh, that is super not cool, guys. Because I don't like those guys. Oh my god, I fucking despise people so much, dude. I despise people, dude. We can't have nice things because we can't fucking live with each other, bro.
To explain why these countries that just so happens to be, you know, a political threat, a terrorist threat, bipartisanly decided that happen to be Muslim. I mean, I would like to hear an explanation.
88 felony charges right now.
That's another thing, man. You're indicting, right? I feel like is very little evidence considering all that's coming out about it. You're indicting your opponent who is beating you in the polls. That is dictator as fuck, bro. Like, I don't know, Mussolini would be fucking proud, dude. Like,
because you're charged don't mean you're guilty.
Impeached twice.
That's just the first guy that popped up,
right? Making Europe less safe. I mean, there was a lot of things that weren't
in my mind.
Listen, hold on. Talking about the entire world is in flames right now, and he was the only one to bring peace to the Middle East. That decision alone should seal anyone, any Americans. Say,
come on down, boys. Look at all these ducks.
There were some things he
food.
Can you name one?
Well, some of the things you said were.
Can you name one?
Okay.
Name one that's
if he brought peace to the Middle East, that's wonderful.
Thank you very much for your contribution to our political
it's
debate
more than
in America.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, they definitely can be bullshit. I'm not saying they are. We'll find that out, I suppose. But the timing is very suspect. let's start with that. Considering Biden did all of the same things. Like the whole, the documents. Oh, you mean like the ones that were also found on Biden's, where was it? It wasn't in his bathroom, but the garage?
It was great to see him back out yesterday at the Macmillan Cancer Center. And I was really struck by one thing, and it's this.
At the wall.
He went upstairs, so he did the normal stuff to start with. He arrived in his Bentley with Queen Camilla. But look at his hand placement with all these patients. And I noticed this in the moving footage in particular, and then you see the stills. He normally shakes everyone's hand with his right hand in a very formal, stiff way. Yesterday, with fellow cancer sufferers, they were all sitting in these chairs having chemotherapy. He ended all their conversations by taking their hand with his left hand in a much more intimate, personal way. And as one of them said afterwards, I really felt that he was connecting with us because he knows exactly what we're going through. Emotionally, physically, psychologically. I watched that and I thought, wow, I remember the pictures of Charles when the Queen was shaking his hand on the train station when he was a kid. The Queen was very formal in the way she interacted with him. He took that.
I know, right? Dude, if they would find a smoking gun, we'd all know about it like 5 minutes later. Like, fuck off.
His former, ex-wife who sadly died, she led the way in this kind of much more tactile, touchy-feely interaction with
I didn't notice.
the family, and people used to draw a big distinction. And I think after yesterday, that our king, I think through this awful time he's having,
I didn't notice that at all.
developed an empathy and connection.
I was too focused on actually hitting stuff.
I've never seen before, and that was just great to see. So look, we haven't got time to debate it. I'm not sure there's much to debate, other than to say it's great to see him back, and it's great to see a king who really can connect now with people. 3 million people in Britain have cancer. And they now have a monarch who absolutely knows what they're going through because he's going through it himself. So good to see you back, Your Majesty, and great to see our regal panel in all their splendor. Thank you all very much for a very lively debate today. I appreciate it.
All right, what else we got? Oh, the Iran-Israel attack. I'm not gonna lie, I actually like Uncensored just for all the screeching. Just for that alone.
Well, welcome to a special Piers Morgan uncensored debate about the ongoing situation with Iran and Israel, and of course, what's still going on in Gaza. Passions are running high on both sides, so I've brought people from both sides together today to have a free and frank and fearless conversation about exactly what is going on right now. So I've been joined by the comedian and podcaster Dave Smith. First time we've met in public, in person. Great to see you, Dave.
Very nice to meet you.
The conservative commentator Deborah Lee. Great to see you. The Palestinian-American activist Nadine Kizwani. Good to see you.
Piers is a monarchist, though. Like, I don't how do I put it? Or a royalist, I guess you would say. I'm not surprised that it would say such a thing. I agree with you. That's a really dumb takeaway, right? But he's a royalist, you know. So I don't know. He's like giving them how do you call that? You know, like oh, he's making up shit for why it would be like really good. I think I only got two.
Back, Nadine, and joining us remotely from Los Angeles is Elika Lebon, who's an Iranian, British, American activist and lawyer, and it's the front page of the New York Post today after a very powerful video that you put on social media, which has really captured people's attention, in which you lambast people for only now waking up to what has been going on in Iran. So welcome to all of you. Dave, let me start with you. A lot of stuff has been going on in the last few days. And at the
Let's try out the modern rifles on these.
That Israel attacked a consulate.
I got my little .22, right?
Syria, killing some military leaders from Iran. And Iran, having signaled it would do this, responded with tremendous force, but also uniquely, directly at Israel from Iran, which we haven't seen before. Some people think this was just theatre, that they warned people deliberately so that this would just be something that would be for maybe for the domestic audience at home. Others think it actually signals a real escalation. I'm
going to go to the other place though now,
because we might be teetering if we're not careful.
If I look on the map, it's going to be very purple.
War in the region.
Oh yeah.
What's your take on that?
Well, okay, there's no question that there is a threat of a wider war in the region, and that's been true long before these missiles went off. That's really been true since October 7th. You have a lot of dynamics with Houthis, Hezbollah, and of course Iran. This was clearly theater. I mean, they gave 72 hours warning.
Oh, hey. I did hit that one
similar
on
to
the
after
start.
Trump assassinated Soleimani, and they sent that missile at the American base. Didn't kill anybody. Did not seem
60
like they were
meters,
trying
yo,
to.
with a shotgun.
Iran has even come out and said after
That's
this,
fucking
we're
good,
done.
bro.
We responded. They felt, I think they needed to save face to their own domestic population.
I don't think I know the
One
guy.
of the best things that Donald Trump ever did in his presidency
I'm gonna be honest.
was after that response from Iran, he said, fine, you can have the last word. We took out the person we wanted to take out. We didn't lose any of our people. Biden clearly has signaled that he doesn't want Israel to respond to this. Israel would be insane to respond to Iran, as they've claimed they're going to do.
Why would they be insane?
Because they won, bro. Like, it was such a good fucking optic win. Why would you escalate that further? Like, you literally killed the people you wanted to kill, and you got essentially nothing in return. Because you showed that you literally got... You took out 99% of the missiles, so you showed, like, oh, we can fucking kill somebody on the other side, and they can't do shit about it. Like, it's a fucking... You had a massive win. So, escalating that again is fucking retarded.
At this point,
That's probably exactly what he's gonna say.
Israel has lost much of the world over this war, and they'd basically be waving the finger at the U.S. To do this. They'd be risking a wider war. Joe Biden has signaled that they'd have to go at it alone, that he's not going to back them up on any offensive attack against Iran. Every pro-Israeli person that I've ever met has always talked about the peril of Israel, that we're this tiny little country surrounded by all of these hostile nations, and there's so much anti-Semitism.
So you watch Dave Smith and me? I'm very honored.
In the world. If that's the
For different reasons, I know.
Why would you intentionally try to make this a broader regional war?
Okay, Deborah, why?
I think that it's extremely important for a sovereign country to defend themselves. 300 ballistic missiles, if that was sent to any other country, the United States, where I'm a resident and I'm a citizen, only a citizen of the United States, if we received 300 ballistic missiles overnight, even if it took 10 hours, 3 days to get here, that country would cease to exist. And it's only a question of sovereignty when it comes to Israel, which in and of itself is an anti-Israel
Who the fuck is this chick?
Oh, why should Israel be able to defend themselves? I do not want a bigger war. I do not want it to get bigger. I don't want more people dying. I want this war to come to an end as fast as possible. Okay. But I think that this can't be the norm, that, oh, you can just send ballistic missiles at Israel, hundreds.
Who the fuck is this dumbass?
And nothing happens. You can just get away with it. I think deterrence is the most powerful tool we have in the Middle East, and that terror groups only listen to force. They don't listen to peaceful negotiations.
Some would argue that the ultimate deterrent here was that...
Wait, we're talking about Iran, right? What? Who the fuck is this chick? What the fuck is this chick saying? I'm confused. Why would you even say that, right? Because here's the thing, like I said, what I just said is perfectly accurate. You don't have to escalate the situations anymore. You fucking won, right? Escalating the situation is in your detriment, not your best interest. And then the chick is like, no, bomb them! Bomb, 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 bomb! Like, what the fuck are you saying, dummy?
Iran fired off 300 missiles and absolutely nothing, apart from one or two apparently, landed anywhere near Israel. One little girl was badly injured, which is appalling. But in terms of what they were trying to do, perhaps, with these missiles and what actually happened, it was a failure. So wasn't it proof that actually, unlike October the 7th, Israel's defenses held up very well? And wasn't it also extremely pertinent to this that you had Jordan racing to help them, you had Saudi Arabia racing to help them, you had the UK, you had France and other countries. I mean, there was a big coalition immediately helping Israel to repel these missiles. Isn't that in itself a pretty clear deterrent that you can try?
I want it.
I mean, I think it was great to see the countries come together in defense of Israel.
Oh, I could use the Glock.
No,
that doesn't have. There's no way that has ones.
Thank God for the Iron Dome. It is amazing technology. It protected millions of lives. If this did not exist, these rockets could have fallen. They don't know if it's falling on an Arab family, a Jewish family, a Druze family. They just want to kill people. And thank God that Israel was able to defend themselves.
What do you think Israel should do?
I mean, right now, I think they need to do something. I'm not a military advisor, but I think something along the lines that says, you cannot mess with us. We are a sovereign country. You can't send 300 ballistic missiles.
So what does that look like, though?
And get away. I think that would either be a threat of force or... I think threatening is rightfully so right now. That would be the first step, saying, hey, you do this again, or we're going to weaponize, we're going to get ready to come for you. You don't touch us. We will destroy you. We will blow your regime off the map. And
can I just add, I mean, if we're talking about the principle of a sovereign country, is Iran a sovereign country? Is Syria a sovereign country? Because Israel bombs Syria every couple months with impunity.
Okay, that in and of itself is not true, but Israel,
that's a fact. Israel bombs Syria whenever they feel like it.
Of terrorism, they support it.
So they're not a.
They support Hamas. They support
no
Hezbollah.
evidence. No evidence has been
that they supported October 7th.
That has nothing to do with their sovereignty.
Listen, it is a separate
attack, and that this is
okay, but you brought up the issue of a sovereign country,
yes.
And then as soon as I ask the question, we're pivoting to other things. First of all, our CIA has said that they believe the Iranians were shocked on October 7th. So there's no evidence has been provided that they were in on this.
Israel. It's the Islamic regime and the Islamic Republic that does not. Well, that's part of it, but the Islamic Republic has made life a living hell for Iranians. For many years, Iranian Jews lived there. There was a growing
I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, nobody's arguing.
People don't support
I'm not arguing that Iran is not a repressive government. That's not my argument. But you're making the case that there's the argument is a sovereign country. And so
it's not that hard, though. This chick is really dumb.
So that's why Israel is in defense of this. I'm just saying, is Syria a sovereign country? Because as you noted, Pierce, that's where this started.
Well,
let me bring in Nadine here. We've had some fiery debates before about what's happening in Gaza. But on this, do you have any defense?
Like, if you can't... Honestly, if you can't see how the whole Iran thing was a... Why is that? Was a massive, massive win for Israel. And why they shouldn't then attack and throw that win, attack again and throw that win away. You can't have a conversation with someone like that. Like, it's a non-starter from the get-go.
In terms of what Iran did?
I mean, I agree with your framing. I think that the ultimate message of deterrence was sent by Iran. It was ultimately their embassy, their sovereignty that was attacked at first. They
I'm so
actually
lazy.
had
Holy
two
shit.
people
I
that
didn't
were
even realize it
killed
was
by
that close.
these, missiles that Israel sent, and they didn't kill anyone. You know, just as the Yemeni people who have been seizing these ships are sending a message that, you know, let in humanitarian aid and we'll let these ships pass through. It's not about killing people. It's
Why should Israel just accept people firing rockets at them?
Well, why should anyone accept Israel firing rockets?
Well, we'll come to that part of the debate in a minute, but why should Israel ever accept people firing rockets at them? Whether it's the Houthis, whether it's Hezbollah, whether it's Hamas, whether it's Iran, why should they just in principle? They are, I mean, you put it right there, they are a tiny country surrounded
and
by,
they also immediately, but that's it, we're not doing anymore, guys. Why? Where's my...
behind his desk. And it was quite a powerful thing he did. Performative, but powerful.
Apparently
he said, watch, and he put his hand on Saudi Arabia, he put his hand on Iran, his hand on Egypt. He went round all the big countries bordering Israel, and then he took his thumb and he went, watch. And he put his little thumb where Israel was, surrounded by these huge handprint countries. People in Israel feel pretty vulnerable because of that. And they feel vulnerable because they're constantly being attacked. Now, I will come to the other part of that, which is how they responded to October the 7th. I will do that with you. But just on this alone, if a country like Iran decides to fire 300 missiles at you, what are you supposed to do as a country?
I mean, the Israelis are clearly trying to bring in the U.S. to a broader regional war. This is what their MO was from the beginning.
That wasn't the question I asked you.
I think that's what they were trying to do, though.
No, I'm asking you, what should Israel do in response to what happened to them? What's the correct response for any country if you're hit with 300 missiles?
To be fair, their military production is pretty high, no?
Growing tired, angry, and frustrated with the countless deaths that we're seeing happening in Gaza. Tens and tens of thousands of people, so many children. People are starving to death. People are freezing to death.
Been trying to stop it with sanctions for like all years.
But that had nothing to do with why Iran launched 300 missiles at Israel. It was nothing to do with what happened in Gaza, except that Israel would say they attacked the consulate in Syria as
smart too, right? Because what else are you gonna use? I mean, missiles are a pretty good deterrent. You ain't gonna match the Navy, right? You ain't gonna match the military. You're not gonna match the Air Force. All you can do is hope to have enough missiles that you can like overwhelm and take a couple of things out. Because America, let's be honest, America is not used to losing, right? So if you start losing, that war's gonna end quick. I've never used this. This was really underwhelming.
People they believed were collaborating with Hamas over October the 7th.
So it does have to do with it.
It does, but that wasn't the main focus. Was a revenge attack for what happened at the consulate.
You know, I think
it wasn't about actually what's going on in Gaza.
You know, I don't think that there is really anything left to debate here, aside from the fact that there is a genocide going on. It's been going on for 6 months. Israel is a rogue state, just as Nazi Germany, just as apartheid South Africa was, and it needs to be reined in.
Just be honest. You want us to take it. You want us to all die.
Basically, yeah.
That's the honest answer that you're avoiding here. If you can't say it is wrong for a country to send 300 ballistic missiles to innocent civilians, I could say that they're
Can you say it was wrong for Israel to put Gaza under blockade for the better part of the last 2 decades, for them to murder 40,000 people, for them to murder 15,000 children?
Okay, your numbers are coming from Hamas.
What about 1948, 750,000
by Hamas. Why is it not on Hamas to free the Palestinian people?
All right, let me bring in Elika, who's trying to get in here. Elika, you are the only actual Iranian amongst us. You were born there. So what is your response to what you've heard so far?
Well, I'm really frustrated with the complete distortion of the narrative. Like you're talking about these strikes in Syria. First of all, not being on an Iranian embassy. So let's just get our facts straight. It was on a military base that was next to the embassy. Why is the military base there? Why is the Islamic Republic making Syria vulnerable to these attacks? You want to talk about bombs
fuck's
on
sake,
Syria?
suck at aiming, bro. Jesus.
Who's doing that? It's the Islamic Republic by using other countries as a base, so it makes Syrian people vulnerable to that. So let's not just act like there's strikes on there for no reason. Second of all, you talk about civilians or people were actually killed in that strike, which targeted senior IRGC leaders who were meeting with Hezbollah. Meeting with Hezbollah to do what exactly?
Yeah, but I don't have that unlocked.
Happening for the past 6 months, much less the past 4 decades, which is that we have seen October 7th, okay, which was an act of war. Let's be clear. Let's dispel this narrative that there's no evidence that the Islamic Republic supported that. It's been reported over and again. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal.
It was asserted in the Wall Street Journal.
Republic, no, let me finish. I'm not done. What do you think that the Islamic Republic is training, sponsoring, funding its proxies for? What do you think they are funding?
Bro, what the hell is that rich shit?
In Israel?
What's in Israel? Or is in the handguard, I guess.
In Lebanon, and all of that to strike Israel.
Is that like paracord?
On October 7th, every single day since October 7th, firing rockets into Israel.
I know, right?
Then, when there is a strike on IRGC leaders planning a meeting with Hezbollah to further attack Israel, you want to turn around and say, oh, people were killed. Guess who was killed? The people that were killed are the people when the Islamic Republic struck Israeli embassies in different countries, actual civilians, okay? Not military senior personnel. And guess who else would have been killed if it wasn't for the Iron Dome?
You know what?
200 rockets, you're talking about hundreds and thousands of deaths. So you're relying on the fact that there was an Iron Dome to protect the fact, like, oh, well, nothing really happened. A lot happened, and a lot would have happened if Israel didn't have to invest so much into protecting its civilians. And you can't rely on that as a defense. And not only that, let's go back to talk about when you talk about
I actually got one.
On Soleimani, and you say, oh, well, nothing really happened. They just did a small retaliatory whatever. That's not the case. They actually, let's talk about Flight 752, when they shot down a plane.
Wait for my bullets.
Going to Ukraine, killing many, many, many innocent people on that plane, because you know what the Islamic Republic does? It takes it out on its own people. That's what they do, and that's what they're doing right now. They're cracking down on Iranian women in the streets to show that they're the big bad wolf, because they know that they don't want any smoke with Israel, but they want to remind you who they are. And guess who they're taking it out on the Iranian
I'm just here to shoot stuff.
This is where we draw the line. We draw the line at this vocal support for the Islamic Republic being framed as the victim in this story that they have been orchestrating for decades.
Where did it drop me off? What is this nonsense?
Regional stability for decades. You want to talk about the Houthis that are fighting for freedom? How dare you? How dare you not acknowledge what the Houthis are doing in Yemen? Do you listen to Yemenis and their voices and what they have to say? They are being terrorized. They are being starved. They are being killed. A young Arabic woman is on death row right now in Yemen for criticizing the Houthis. Are you speaking about their rights when you talk about Yemeni people fighting for freedom in the Red Sea? How are you going to call freedom takers freedom fighters?
Okay, well, that's a
good
good
monk. Yeah.
Let me just jump in.
You ever see my video on that?
Very interesting points there. Dave, you were bristling at some of it though. What?
Well,
I literally had a video on that, dude. Like from fucking years ago, dude. From when that was like legit, like just happened.
Talk about things. Let's have one standard. If our concern is over what's been happening to the people,
I was even more angry back then. Believe it or not.
Do you know what's been happening to the people of Yemen over the last 8 years? It's been the #1 humanitarian crisis in the world in the war that Saudi Arabia launched on them with full backing from the United States of America. Both Obama and Trump through every day of his administration. We were refueling their fighter jets, okay? We were very implicated in that war. So, okay, if you care about horrible things happening to the people of Yemen, then you better be criticizing Saudi Arabia and the United States of America. This war just ended over in the last year. The 8 years previous to that were devastating.
That's a whataboutism.
No, it's not what about. No. Whataboutism is what. No. Okay, hold on. I'm not finished. No. You said you weren't finished. No, you said you weren't finished before. I'm not finished now. Whataboutism is a word that people yell when you call them out on their hypocrisy. I'm saying let's have one standard.
I can explain to you why it's a whataboutism.
Whataboutism. What are we, teenagers? What does this word even mean? I'm putting this into historical context.
So that you understand, okay? A whataboutism deflects from the issue that was presented. The issue that I presented to you, okay, it's a logical fallacy. What I presented to you was the fact that the Yemeni people do not support the Houthis. And you brought up, well, what about the fact that they don't support this and this. I didn't bring
That's
that
so
into
intellectual.
By the way, I didn't. No,
Let
be
me
clear.
finish.
Hold on. Let's just be clear here. No, let me explain so you understand.
Let me
I'm
finish.
not saying
Let
that
me
that's.
finish my sentence.
Oh my god, dude, I hate it when they do that. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Yemeni people have been vocal. If
It's a
you don't
conversation.
listen to their voices,
Okay.
you don't listen to their voices because the radical and extremist voices are the ones that are propped up, okay, by the algorithm, by the media, and the people on the ground that are telling you they don't support the Houthis.
Okay.
All the Yemeni people I know support.
I wonder if I can shoot that down.
Certainly, I don't know exactly. I'm open to the idea that there are a lot of people in Yemen who do not support the Houthis. I'm not defending the way the Houthis treat their people. I'm not defending the way the Iranian government treats their people.
Bro, it's like saying like, oh, look at the people in Gaza, they have nothing to do with this. And then you look at the people in Gaza and they're like spitting on corpses and like beating them with sticks. Like, oh, okay, gotcha.
What I'm saying is that if we're going to not be hypocrites here and we're criticizing them because we're concerned about how the people of Yemen are treated, where is this criticism for the much bigger disaster that's been caused in that country over the last 8 years? And if you want to talk in terms of how the people feel,
it's just,
it is as close to unanimous as you're going to get across the Muslim world that they are opposed to what Israel is doing to Gaza.
And
the idea that they wouldn't want the Houthis standing up to the Israelis.
Okay, hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. On what Iran has done here, it's actually achieved what many think was almost impossible, is it's made people gravitate back to Israel. Right? It has brought people together with Israel because they thought, well, actually, look at this. 300 rockets launched from Iran, clearly presenting a massive threat to the people of Israel, right at the moment when you're right. Global support for Israel was beginning to fade away pretty quickly. Well, I would argue that what Iran has done here is a very self-defeating thing. If the desire was to try and continue to isolate Israel for what it's been doing in Gaza, that this is the worst thing that Iran could have done.
Listen, there might be something to that, and I'm not saying that this necessarily was a great strategic decision, but I don't think you're right about that. I mean, look, when you say that united people or pushed back toward Israel, I think what you're thinking about is the fact that all of these countries that you just pointed out all helped Israel defend themselves. But the truth is that it's not actually that shocking that Jordan and Saudi Arabia and look, the Sunni Gulf states, or Jordan's not a Gulf state, but these Sunni states here, they're American sock puppets. We buy them off for billions and billions of dollars and prop them up.
They do, but what the wider world sees, Dave, they just see Israel coming under attack from Iran, and they see two major Arab countries, Jordan and Saudi Arabia, racing to support their defense at a time when much of the Arab world is in rage about what has been happening in Gaza in terms of how Israel has executed its attack on Hamas in response to October the 7th. So, you know, I would agree with you. There's no doubt that support for Israel had been dissipating fast. But when I saw the reaction to what happened here, I was struck by two major Arab countries going, well, we know this is unpopular, what's happening in Gaza, but this is something we're going to support Israel.
But I think you might be conflating the actions of governments with popularity amongst the people. I mean, I'm open to evidence on this, but I do not see any real realignment happening here. Look, Israel has, by the way they've been conducting this war and the brutality of it, they have been alienating more of the world than I've ever seen them alienate in my lifetime, to the point where 50% of Democratic voters believe this is a genocide. This is a major problem for Joe Biden's re-election campaign, and this is just however you feel about the issue.
There's no doubt.
There's no doubt that they have turned much of the world away from them, and I'm just not seeing any evidence that because some rockets that got shot down changed that.
Democrats were so pro-Israel before October 7th.
Well, yeah, but that's also a part of an argument. Let me ask you though, Deborah.
Much more so.
The scenes that we've been seeing in America in the last 48 hours, these concerted protests on major bridges around America, right through New York and Washington and so on. We've been seeing people in Michigan chanting "Death to America," you know, pro-Hamas slogans being chanted and so on. What do you make of this?
I think it's absolutely hurting. One, I think it's just obviously disgusting to harm regular, everyday civilians. The people that are on the bridge just trying to get to work, to the airport, their kids to doctor's appointments. They have nothing to do with the war that's going on in the Middle East. They have no way to affect it. You're not going to change their
Remember,
life
I'm
by
Belgian.
making them miss a flight
and
or
excuse
anything
it's
like
German.
that. And I think it's really hurting their cause that they're inconveniencing people. We've seen this for months. The Christmas tree lighting, the Thanksgiving Day parade, anything that would bring joy to Americans, it seems like they want to protest to disrupt it, and that's not going to make Americans more favorable. And personally, I live in Manhattan. I've heard many of I've seen many of the protests, and I've heard them chanting, "We want another intifada." Even claiming things like that, that's not getting anybody to support you. That is not helping you separate yourselves from people you accuse of committing a genocide, which is a lie in and of itself. I think that it's really harming their cause, and Americans, at least the people in New York, are very fed up with this. Stop making our lives inconvenient. You have a freedom to protest. You don't have a freedom to block traffic and ruin people's lives that are just trying to get on with their day.
Okay, Nadine, you've been on a lot of these protests. Hang on one sec, Alec, I'll come to you. But Nadine, you've been on these protests, including yesterday. When I hear people chanting death to America in the heart of America, that sends a shudder down my spine. I'm not even American. And we're seeing similar things happening in the United Kingdom. I believe passionately in peaceful protest, no doubt about that at all. But when I see what's been going on with sections, and they're sections, it's not the whole protest crowds, it's unnerving to see this kind of hatred for America from people living here.
Well, I'd just like to start off by saying that the protests have still been peaceful. You know, phrases and actions that have been taken at the protests haven't actually been violent. They haven't harmed anyone, and I don't think we should focus.
What do you think about people chanting death to America, as they did in one video clip I saw?
I think that that's just a phrase.
Oh, lol. Yeah, see, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Well, no, the whole crowd began joining in.
It's not the first time that's happened.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
So this guy said it, and then the whole crowd began chanting it. What would you condemn that?
I'm here to talk about the entire.
Hang on, you're here to answer my questions. Actually, would you condemn what they were chanting, "Death to America"?
I think we should condemn Palestinians actually being killed.
Okay.
I think that.
So no. Question I'm asking you. So I will ask you.
So no.
But on the question I asked you, would you condemn people in America chanting "Death to America"? What do you say?
I don't condemn how people choose to express their rage verbally. I don't condemn that, because at the end of the day, the reason they're saying that is because the U.S. is sending the tax dollars and the weapons that are actually creating death
do you support them chanting "Death to America"?
I don't chant that myself, so I don't know why you're trying to trap me in this type of
I'm asking you to condemn it. You don't want to. So I'm asking, do you therefore, should I assume you support them chanting?
Those aren't the chants that I would personally do myself.
You must either hang on. Sorry. I just want an opinion on this. You must surely either condemn it or support it.
No, you don't need to.
You're neutral
it's
and
not
death
a
to America.
binary
That's
thing.
terrifying.
How would anyone do you think, if they went to Gaza and chanted "Death to Palestine" with Hamas terrorists nearby?
I don't understand these hypotheticals. There's actual
because they're very lucky. They're very lucky to be
doing.
There's
a context that you're removing.
I'm going to explain the context. They are doing this in a country where they're very fortunate, where freedom of speech is not just tolerated but encouraged.
Exactly.
If you tried to do "Death to Palestine" as a chant with a crowd in the middle of Gaza with Hamas people nearby, I suspect you would be killed pretty quickly.
Are you saying that people who chant "Death to America" should be killed in the U.S., or should they be able to express their freedom of speech?
I'm saying
First Amendment right.
Well, I don't think saying "Death to America" is a free speech.
It is freedom of speech, but it's listen, Pierce. Well,
Alec, I'll come to you 1 second.
I'll be very quick with this, but I'm just going to say I hate to jump over to the other side of this issue now, but I've just seen this so many times on your show. When you have someone who I agree with, by the way, I'm totally against this war by Israel. I think they should just stop it. I think the treatment
by Israel, by Hamas.
Okay. Anyway,
facts matter.
Yeah, the fact is Israel's doing this to Gaza right now, and that's what I'm just.
I was literally trying.
Yeah, she's actually there as well. It's not like someone from the nation, from the.
All right, let me finish his point.
From the region.
Happened. I'm saying right now. Okay, right now is Anyway, right now Israel is fighting this war. I think their treatment of the Palestinians since before the state of Israel has been totally inexcusable. But I see this on your show all the time, where you'll be asking someone who I agree with, like you broadly on this topic, do you condemn this? And everybody's always running away from it. And I think it just makes their argument so much weaker.
I completely agree with you.
Absolutely. Stop chanting "Death to America." Stop blocking streets. Stop referring to Hamas as freedom fighters. You are doing such a disservice to the people you're trying to advocate for.
I totally agree.
Sometimes I'm like, these
people always think,
they couldn't be doing a better job.
Always then, with respect to you, but you always say things
like, you're
trying to trap me. No, I'm not. I'm just literally asking you to condemn something that any normal, rational, humane person would instinctively just condemn.
It is freedom of speech. I mean, in America, you have the right to say whatever you want. But it's a stupid thing to say. It's a wrong thing to say. You can condemn October 7th. You can condemn Hamas. You can condemn these excesses and still say, I think what Israel's doing to the Palestinian people is wrong and they ought to stop it.
I'm happy to condemn plenty of things on both sides of this. Let me bring in Elika. You've been trying to get in here.
That's what it's called. I'm not.
First of all, when we talk about freedom of speech in this country, per the Constitution, we know that there's not absolute freedom of speech, okay? There are 9 discrete pockets of exceptions to freedom of speech, one of them being
Was this my 9 then?
violence, okay? So let's not act like it's just willy-nilly that you can go out there and say death to America.
Oh, it was.
Incitement of violence is a very specific instance. This does not cover this here. This is faux intellectualism. You're using your legal background to try to trample people's First Amendment freedom of speech rights. It's a waste of time.
You've been speaking, and I have something to say about this. When you say death to America, okay, it is with blithe insensitivity about the fact that we are living in a nation of immigrants. Do you understand that? We are living in a nation of immigrants where people come here to escape terrorism.
Would it make you all happy for me to distance myself from slogans like that? I'm happy to do that.
Yes. Well, okay, Annika, hang on.
I'm happy to distance myself from slogans like death to America.
Yes.
But I think it's important to understand that the context of condemning Palestinian resistance, condemning the people in Gaza, paves the way for this genocide to be carried out. And that's exactly what we saw happening.
You need to let me finish your point, my sentence, okay? Because you're not letting me sentence. I don't want to be
but that was a
interrupted.
significant concession there by Nadine. That if we wanted her to distance herself, she will, and she has. So, okay, I accept that.
When you talk about death to America, you are talking about death to a democratic nation.
Okay, we moved on from this point. I don't understand why we're still talking about
No, you cannot keep interrupting me. You cannot keep interrupting me.
That's how it goes, sadly.
You're talking about death to a nation that is designed to protect a nation of immigrants with the rights and the privileges afforded to them from the Constitution, who have escaped countries that were killed for exercising those rights to free speech, okay? This is not a perfect
I'm not
system.
sure this chick that's talking is British, though. I mean, she sounds British, but she might actually be naturalized, right? Let's see. Yeah, the first thing I see is an Instagram. That's never a good sign. Yeah, she's Jewish American, apparently.
Get me wrong, this is not a perfect system, but it's a system that we are working on. It is a system that I've worked in the criminal justice system for this exact reason, okay, to improve this system that I've been working on for the past 12 years. But at no point am I going to turn around and say death to a nation that is the only place that we have for this type of progress, for this type of protection of minority communities.
I disagree with still British if you're naturalized. Okay? You could have very strong feelings about the country you live in.
And when it fails, we take to the streets. When it failed for Rodney King,
country that adopted you,
to the streets, and the DOJ got involved and we made it happen. What would happen if you took to the streets in Iran to protest the lynchings that they're doing, the medieval style lynchings that they're doing every day? You would be killed. So you do not have the nerve to say death to America. This is not a sum-zero game. You absolutely can support the people of Palestine. You absolutely can stand up for their rights, their right to statehood, their right to freedom, their right to sovereignty.
Yeah, right?
As I do.
Because I can be... I'll always be born in Belgium, right? But let's say if I move to America and I join America, so to speak, right, as culturally and nationally, then I'm no longer Belgian, right? I come from Belgium, but I'm American, right? Because I want to be American. But here's the thing, right? Here's my... The wannabe is very important, you know?
Not have the right to cross those lines and corrode our democratic society that protects us.
Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, let's just finally end with just moving just to Gaza, because obviously it's been slightly put to one side while we've been having this this ongoing thing with Iran.
I wish you would automatically...
Israel's position has been very clear on this from the start. They want to eliminate Hamas. Hamas is dedicated to getting rid of Israel. We know that because after October the 7th, their spokesman went on television and brazenly said, if we can do it again and again and again, we will. That represents a clear, public, existential threat to Israel and to everyone
You can
living.
be anything you want to be.
How does Israel get rid of Hamas, who want to eliminate them, in any different way to the way they're doing it, albeit with the catastrophic death toll, with the appalling humanitarian crisis and everything. When you have a terrorist organization embedded amongst a civilian population, with all the tunneling that's now been found and so on, is there any other way they could do this? So if you accept that they have a justification in getting rid of a terror group that wants to destroy them, is there a different way to do this?
Well, the short answer is no. I don't think there is. I think, look, you have to understand what creates the environment where you have this type of death cult like Hamas, these terrorists. And look, this is not, again, this is stuff that the CIA talks about.
Yeah, of course.
It was General McChrystal, right?
Bro, that's how Israel got big. We were watching a debate last night, right? What you say in public and what you do behind the scenes is definitely not the same thing, right? If there's one thing that Israel can bank on, it's that a lot of their Arab neighbors are gonna hate them and gonna do everything possible to get rid of them, which gives them excuses to take land. How do you think Israel got so much land in the first place, right? You basically gave it to them by trying to attack him, and then they took it from you because they were hoping he would attack them, in a sense. It makes a lot of sense, to be honest. I'm not too learned on the topic, clearly, so I don't want to stake my ground, but that does make a lot of sense, and it seems like it kind of tracks.
Okay, you just complained about interrupting, right? So anyway, it was General McChrystal.
No, my page froze.
All right. Sorry. I apologize.
That was friendly fire. It was friendly fire.
Well, look, General McChrystal, this was not like an anti-war dove, right? This was the guy who was running the war in Afghanistan, a serious general. He was the one who coined the term insurgent math, right? What's 10 minus 2? 20. Because when you kill two of the insurgents, they all had brothers, they had fathers, they had friends, and they all join up. And so what Israel is doing here is guaranteeing that there will be more Hamas or Hamas-like groups. Look, here's the truth, okay? Israel, and this has been widely reported in the Times of Israel, in Haaretz, in the New York Times, all over the place, in the Jerusalem Post, Benjamin Netanyahu embarked on a strategy of propping up Hamas. It was a very cynical strategy.
Again, I don't know enough about it.
I don't think that's even disputable.
I mean,
why? But the most important thing is the
because he wanted to split the
take a strong position either way.
Groups.
And why?
Palestinian Authority and Hamas, because he felt that it would be better for Israel's security.
No, listen.
Well, that's really what he was thinking.
He said in his own words, so that we never have to give them a state.
Right.
He propped up Hamas.
I don't think Netanyahu is ever one of the two-state solutions.
No,
I don't think actually for the last 10 years he's even shown any desire to have peace.
But I just want to say this is where the Israeli justification completely falls apart. Because they're saying, well, look, we got this terrorist group, Hamas, they're hiding in these tunnels, and sure, it is awful that we got to kill all these babies in order to get them, but we just have to do it. But when you know that you actually propped up this group so that those babies would never get their freedom to begin with, then I'm sorry, you lose that excuse.
Okay, Deborah, I think it's quite a powerful argument. I do. I think Netanyahu, at the end of all this, he's got to go, right? Because what's clear from Israelis is that they support what he's doing with the war, but they don't support him for what happened on October the 7th. They think he should be held accountable. They want him out.
Yeah, I think just addressing your argument that the framework of everything matters, Israel's not just going in and killing babies. Hamas hides among civilians, makes it even harder, and Israel's an obligation.
What about the where's daddy?
Hang on, I'll come to the end of it.
To get their hostages back. Excuse me? Watch yourself. Israel needs to get their hostages back.
I'm sorry, what? Wait, what did we miss?
Everything matters. Israel's not just going in and killing babies. Hamas hides among civilians, makes it even harder, and Israel's an obligation.
What about the where's daddy?
Hang on, I'll come to the end of it.
To get their hostages back. Excuse me? Watch yourself. Israel needs to...
What are we missing? What are we missing? Oh, that's Andrea Leah. The other one is someone else. I looked up the wrong person. My bad.
Get their hostages back. They have 180 plus, a little bit less now, who are still sitting there. And it's crazy that we have Americans there and Joe Biden's doing nothing. But as far as Bibi Netanyahu goes, I think there's two different sides here. There are people who are pro-Israel who want to see him step down, and there are people who are pro-Palestine who want to see him step down. The pro-Israel side, for me, If it was my children that were being held hostage for over 6 months, nobody could stop me from going in there and getting them back. You know, I don't have children, so I think it's a little easier to say that now, given the circumstances, but I just cannot imagine what these families
But do you think Israel should finish the job?
Absolutely. I think Israel should do anything.
Even if that means attacking Rafah, where there are 1.5 million people, many of whom are refugees.
Listen, I get your point, and I do have children, so I can, you know, put myself in that situation. If I had children who were being held hostage or children who were killed on October 7th, I'm sure I would just want to kill everybody. All I'm asking people to do is just also put themselves in the other shoe. Those people in Gaza, they also
did I miss
have
again?
children,
It literally did this, and then I saw the fucking impact right behind it.
I think Dave made, which is completely right, but I think Dave made a good point about the ideology that you can kill as many Hamas terrorists as you like, but you won't kill the ideology. In fact, what you might be doing, has been a big fear of mine in the last few months, is what Israel may be doing in its desire to get rid of Hamas with all the collateral damage of all the innocent civilians, particularly children, because of the makeup of Gaza being 50% children, that actually what they're going to do is fuel the ideology which drove Hamas in the first place.
Well, exactly, and who's killing and starving the hostages?
Hang on, Elika.
It's Israel that's killing its own hostages. It's Israel that's starving its own hostages, and even the World Central Kitchen workers that, you know, the world was rightly outraged about. But where's that outrage when it comes to 40,000 Palestinians? And I think ultimately, as long as there is oppression, there will be resistance to it. And I said this on your show before. In order to truly kill Palestinian resistance, they're going to have to kill every single person in Gaza.
So how does
that's what they're doing.
How does this end?
You know, and I also wanted to mention something just generally about what was spoken before. You know, the Where's Daddy AI program, where they literally follow people from Hamas until they get home and then bomb them with their families inside of their home. So the idea that, you know, Hamas is using human shields is absolutely ridiculous, and I need to refute that. And
there's no doubt that Hamas has built tunnels around hospitals, around
daycare centers,
children's centers, schools, and so on. There's no doubt they've done that. They don't even make a pretense of it. So
it's been a while. I can't hit shit no more, man. I'm starting to get embarrassed.
When it comes to killing people who are around their families, Hamas showed absolutely zero care at all in who they indiscriminately, brutally murdered.
Many of those people were brutally murdered by the Israeli army itself. The missiles that caused the
that's not true.
October 7th.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
Listen, the truth is there were people who were killed in crossfire, but that's still on Hamas. I mean, you still can't take the blame off of them. The truth is that Hamas does not mind Palestinians dying. What Hamas was trying to provoke, this is what terrorism always is, right? Osama bin Laden hit us on 9/11. He said this in his own words. It's not because he thought that would take down the United States of America. He wanted to lure us into a war in Afghanistan like he did to the Soviets to bankrupt us. And what does Hamas want in this case? They want Israel to do what they know Israel was going to do.
Well, actually, this is where I think, look, I don't have all the hard evidence for this, but it seems to me what might be very likely that's going on here is that Iran's tentacles are behind a lot of this, that they helped Hamas do what they did in terms of arming them and giving them money and so on, and that they wanted something that would draw Israel into what they would see as a massive over-response. And the same with the rocket firing into Israel, is they're trying to goad Israel and potentially the United States into what they would see as an over-response, which might play into their hand.
Well, maybe you're right. I haven't seen evidence to say that that's...
And I'll come to you for the final word, well, let Dave finish his point.
Okay, listen, I haven't seen evidence to suggest that. It wouldn't shatter my worldview if I did, but if that's the case, what's the answer then, right? It's like, what do we do to fight Osama bin Laden? You don't get bogged down in a 20-year regime change war. Fight them with special operations, just like Israel always did before Netanyahu. They never treated the terrorism problem as a military problem. It was always assassination campaigns, special ops. You don't just recklessly kill innocent people in this way, because then you turn global opinion against yourself and hand them the win.
I think you make a good point. Elika, let's come to you, because you are front page of a New York Post today. Your rhetoric about this has really resonated with people. Let me give the final word to you.
And I think this is the thing that I struggle with, is just there's always such a distortion of the narrative that it's really frustrating and hard to correct. Look, all of us here should be on the same page.
British Iranian attorney.
We should all be in alignment in these things. We don't need to be in opposition. You know, we all agree that Netanyahu isn't going to be in favor of a two-state solution. We all agree that we need statehood and sovereignty for both of these nations. We all agree that we want peace between Israel, Palestine, and Iran. Some of these things are really inappropriately phased. When you say things like, you know, when you kill Palestinians, you're just creating a new generation of terrorists. This is extremely racist. Would you ever say that about American kids that were orphaned? Would you say, oh, these will probably grow up to be terrorists?
Yes.
That is the bigotry of low expectations. Let's talk about what it really is. Let's talk about what is always omitted from the conversation, which is that you have a group of empowered fundamentalists and terrorists who take child soldiers and they say, look what happened to you. You know, your suffering, your oppression, that was caused by this. And the only way to resolve that is for you to become a martyr. It's just like any child trafficking ring. That is at the core of what creates this fundamentalist extremist ideology, you know? And so, yes, of course, you can say that anyone who's oppressed is going to resist, but this is not resistance. Going into a different country and slaughtering 1,200 innocent civilians by no stretch is resistance. And so if you want to talk about, you know, what's going to happen to this next generation of extremely traumatized kids in Gaza, I think we can all acknowledge that. Just all of the tragedies that we've witnessed, the answer is that
who's a good boy?
Let's guide them out of these extremist fundamentalist trafficking
Well, when they
rings
try
that
to
turns them
protest,
into
they're
this.
mowed down. When they try to protest, they're mowed down. When they go on hunger strike, nobody cares. Every single avenue, diplomatic or otherwise, political, social, that Palestinians have taken in order to achieve our freedom have either been ignored, people have become imprisoned for it. So what option is left for Palestinian people other than resisting?
Do you know what? I think I said this to you before, Nadine, but I remember. I've got to wrap it up, Erica. Here's what I would say.
Just really quickly, Piers.
No, we've run out of time. We've run out of time, but here's what I would say. I just think that I remember it's a different situation.
It really is.
In some ways, there are lots of parallels. The Northern Ireland wars, which went on for many decades,
That's super.
everyone thought
That's
was
adorable.
Unsolvable, intractable, because you had
That'll
two
make her day.
completely different sets of ideologies, and they did eventually get to peace, and they got there by having leaders who actually came with.
You can get a
desire
Labrador
for
as well
peace.
that'll go get your
And
catch.
At the moment, I don't see that with anyone in the
With
Hamas
birds, I think,
leadership.
only.
I don't see it with anyone in the Netanyahu government. And what you need to have completely fresh leadership on both sides that actually has a genuine desire to forge peace. And I hope and pray that the one thing that comes out of this is that you get the right leaders with the right mentality, because Northern Ireland now is a pretty peaceful place to be. And it was a place where when I grew up, they were bombing British mainland left, right and centre. And I never thought that would be possible in my lifetime. But it was. So thank you. Listen, good to see you, Nadine. Good to see you, Deborah. Good to see you, Dave. Good to see you, Elika. I really appreciate the debate.
I know it's not a good hunting shot,
but
but it's a good kill shot.
Thank you so much.
Oh shit, more Jink Uger. He's always hilarious.
Israel again found itself under attack. Iran fired more than 300 drones and missiles in a revenge attack for Israel's bombing of an Iranian diplomatic compound in Syria. After decades aspiring through proxies, assassinations, and subterfuge to...
I just want to quickly do something. We're good.
Titans of the Middle East are now on the brink of full warfare. The region and the world is suddenly a much more dangerous and precarious place. Israel says it will respond. How and when it does could be the difference between stability and a full regional war.
We appreciate the...
I dare you to find me a better sound that makes your dick hard. Let's be honest. God.
US standing alongside Israel, as well as the support of Britain, France, and many other countries. We have determined a clear principle. Whoever harms us, we will harm them.
I took some flack over the weekend for immediately urging Israel to show restraint. In fact, one of the people
The M1 guaranteeing, bro, when you're like when
will be on my panel
when the
debating
clip
exactly
ejects.
that point in a moment. Many people have argued that Israel is the only country on earth that's expected to endure this kind of attack and respond with restraint, with caution. And my response is to say that's exactly the point. The whole reason Israel is such a vital ally to the West is because it's supposed to be the adult in the room, a Western-facing, democratic, socially liberal
life.
in a neighborhood of trigger-happy fanatics. If you don't want the United States to be dragged into another Middle Eastern bloodbath, you should agree that this is the time for its key ally in the region to prove its commitment to peace.
It's my first time here, guys.
Iran is already a big loser here.
Fuck's sake.
Yes, many Israelis would have died if this attack had been successful.
I got a little
but it
turnaround.
It was an abject failure. 99% of the drones and missiles were swatted from the sky. Western and Middle Eastern allies, including Jordan and Saudi Arabia, have rallied behind Israel. After months of eroding their trust and patience with an increasingly brutal assault on Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu has reclaimed at least a little reputation for security, which was dealt a terrible permanent blow by October the 7th. But for once I agree with President Biden, Israel needs to take the win, because it was a win. These missiles did not land and cause damage. The Middle East is simmering to the boil. Hundreds of people are dying in Gaza every day as Israeli hostages remain captives of Hamas. It's time to turn the temperature down, not pour fuel onto the fire.
It makes a lot of sense, though. You ever see the Dr. Disrespect clips where he's like, oh, he's like talking to somebody else, but there's nobody else. There's just an enemy standing behind the door or something, and he's like talking to somebody else, and then he goes like, oh yeah, no, my in-game sound doesn't work, and then you can hear the guy like, oh, and he starts running out the door and then gets blasted. You can like literally, the guy instantly makes noise and starts coming at him, dude. It's so fucking funny.
In a few minutes, I'll be debating this with the Young Turks founder, Cenk Uygur, former Congressman Joe Walsh, and Israeli journalist Emily Schrader. But first, I'm joined by the exiled Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. Crown Prince, it's great to have you back on Uncensored. First of all, if I may get your reaction to the attack by Iran directly on Israel soil.
Well, you know, these are signs of a regime that is becoming more and more desperate and vulnerable. At the same time, it's launching an attack against Israel. It has been launching an attack at home on Iranian women and trying to, again, exercise its repression at home. This is going to be an ongoing problem, and I think ultimately the world needs to realize that the root cause of many problems we see in the area, and not just this one instance, but in general, is the regime's nature and behavior. It has not only affected Iranians or Israelis, it has also affected Syrians, Iraqis, Lebanese, and other immediate neighbors in the region.
Iran has operated through proxies for a number of years, obviously. This is the first time they've directly attacked Israel in this manner. How significant is this escalation?
Oh, he totally saw me.
A lot of it is perhaps mostly for home consumption, to say we've done something.
I got
One
it.
thing that was really rendering it even more of a mockery is that despite launching so many missiles and drones,
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea where to shoot it.
So was it really an exercise for purposes of domestic consumption, or was it actually the intent to escalate? I think this time Khamenei took a huge gamble, assuming that probably there will be a lot of pressure to keep the Israelis from retaliating. But then again, I think we should look beyond the tit-for-tat arguments. I think the world needs to now really scratch their head and say, look, diplomacy has failed. Our expectation of behavior change from this regime over decades is pointless. The time has come to look for an ultimate solution to the problem. If we indeed want to avoid escalation, you have to put an end to this regime, which is the ask of the Iranian people in the first place. But the world needs to seriously consider that the only solution and alternative is regime change in Iran.
But how does the world affect regime change in Iran?
Well, two things. Number one is to actually increase even more pressure on the regime economically.
If I'm lucky, it bleeds out.
Sanctions. I think it is time that the G7 and the European countries join the US in putting the IRGC on the terror list. This will further put pressure on the regime to target the regime's officials individually on their personal assets, to expel their diplomats or elements associated with the regime that roam freely in European and American cities. And actually implement further oil sanctions, which, by the way, were not properly implemented, which simply gave the regime more money, which, of course, it spent on its proxies.
It is bleeding, though. 2550 was 5075 just now.
And what have you. That's on the external factor aspect. Parallel to this needs to be a policy of maximum support. That means support for the Iranian people in their struggle against this regime. And that could come in many forms. I think the most important one is to make sure that Iranians remain connected to the world, and therefore internet access is key. I've mentioned that many times before. Elon Musk with Starlink have done their part.
There it is.
I think we need more of that happening. There are means of perhaps
see how terrible the shot was, considering
some of the
no organs.
current limitations of the inability for Iranians to, let's say, send money back home, because as you know, under the current sanctions, it's impossible to transfer money. We are only limited to some digital currency. That could be at least an exception to the rule to make it easier for us to support families at home, especially our working force, if they want to go on strike, not to remain completely impoverished and unable to actually do that. And there are many other elements. I know there are too many details to discuss in one short interview, but there are many ways to equal the playing field for the Iranians, and that could be a dual element of pressure from in the interior of the country as well as external pressure. This could be a recipe that could lead to a successful transition.
Obviously, a lot of speculation about what Israel's response will be to this unprecedented missile strike. Do you think it would be a smart strategy for Israel to launch an attack directly into Iran, as some of the more right-wing members of the cabinet apparently want to do?
You know, I cannot speculate as to what would be the decision internally at the level of cabinet and what's been decided. And I know there's a lot of back and forth between different countries that are consulting with the Israeli government. But I can tell you one thing. At the end of the day, I think that Bibi Netanyahu, Mohammed bin Salman, and many others in the region know that we cannot only remain focused on, again, what can happen or not, and whether or not this could escalate beyond.
Mythical.
I think everybody in the region understands that so long as the regime and its nature is constantly creating havoc towards more extremism, more radicalism, more instability, more threats, we cannot contemplate any solution other than dealing only with the status quo. We need to start strategically thinking beyond the status quo. These are the kind of discussions I had recently, at least last year when I was in Israel, visiting that country. And what I've been talking about with foreign countries in Europe and the United States, whether legislators or in government, there has to be ultimately a fundamental shift in overall policy as they deal with the Islamic regime in Iran. And that would mean that rather than staying only focused on how to respond or what's proportional response and what are the collateral elements, because we know people are suffering. We know Iranians are suffering, Israelis are suffering, Palestinians are suffering, but all because of this regime. So the only remedy ultimately, while we are looking at the immediate response, is a general shift in policy. That is the only way we can get out of this mess.
I'm pretty sure that happened a lot, by the way, Chatty. Back in those days, I'm not surprised to hear any of that.
What could rectify what the regime from its beginning has derailed.
Like World War I, I'm sure it's full of that shit, no?
What is your message to President Biden? Because
like maybe not like telling it to their face, but you know. Oh yeah, we'll send someone. Those guys are fucked.
What has happened in terms of appeasement, when you're releasing money to this regime, it only emboldens it to do even more of what it's done.
Yeah, that's what I mean,
wonder if this had not happened about a year ago, as a continuation of attempt of reaching another nuclear deal with the Iranians or paying ransoms for release of their hostages, whether or not
that
factor did not directly contribute to the Hamas attack against Israel. These are the kind of questions that needs to be really answered, and I haven't had any response to this question heard here in Washington. It's not too late. I mean, look at it. The Abraham Accords was going on in a very positive way. The regime very astutely tried to sabotage it, and again, cleverly using its proxies, because it every time wants to take credit for it without being accountable for it. This is the time to finally keep the regime accountable. And I don't think that the policy of appeasement works. It only emboldens the regime, and the consequences is more suffering.
I would like to find the mythical, though.
There needs to be now strong leadership. We need the same kind of leadership that we saw between Roosevelt and Churchill.
I always have this, man. When I shoot at like 300, 400 meters away, I can never find where the fuck I'm.
Margaret Thatcher had.
God damn it.
Put an end to the Soviet communist system in Russia. Today, we need the same kind of strong leadership emanating from the free Western world in support of democracy and freedom and human rights in a country that could be the pivotal element in changing everything that this regime has done to divert us from that rail. And I think Iran is going to be the most important strategic partner to key countries in the area, Israel, Saudi Arabia, and others, to bring about that change. And we need to work with one another. And I hope that world leaders will finally decide to consider this issue very seriously. And I stand ready to present to them our viewpoints on behalf of my compatriots of how they can best find a solution that is win-win, which is in the interest of the Iranian people, but also in their own interest, whether it's national security or even down the line economic interest.
Crown Prince Pahlavi, really good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time.
Thanks for having me again, Piers.
Well, I'll go down to my panel to debate this. Cenk Uygur, Joe Walsh, and Emily Schrader. Let me start with you, Joe.
Oh, that's just that one?
Giving me a bit of hammer on X, formerly Twitter, yesterday, because I tweeted in reaction to what had happened. I wanted Israel to...
No. Okay, hey, yo, we did hit the fucking...
And I feared that Netanyahu wouldn't do that. Now, just to clarify what I meant, I didn't mean there should be no response. I just wanted that response not to be just going all guns blazing.
Barely doing 75 out of 100.
Iran, because I genuinely fear that might accelerate this into a much more catastrophic situation. But you feel very strongly, don't you? I can tell that
R.I.P.
you believe.
Yeah, that's what happened with the Legendary, right? On the Matter game. Like, it just gave me the guns I started with. I didn't have the proper gun. Or the proper ammo,
really good to be with you, and I apologize if, in my Twitter response to you, if I got personal. I apologize. I didn't mean it. My beef wasn't with what you said, that Israel should show restraint, because I actually agree with that. My beef was the timing of that tweet and so many others. Israel was under attack. The the alarms were going off in Jerusalem. Missiles were raining down on Israel. And it just didn't seem, Pierce, like that was the proper time, while Israel is being attacked, to come out and say Israel needs to show restraint. I agree with the sentiment of what you said. I just didn't think it was the proper time until we knew, Pierce, how many of those missiles might have gotten through and or killed Israelis.
Right, fair enough. Let me go to Cenk. Cenk, it's very complex situation.
This guy always has like this fucking dumbass look on his face, dude. Like I can't.
At the same time,
I can't.
The situation in Gaza.
Look at
Cenk,
this.
when you see what Iran did to Israel, what do you think Israel's response should be?
Their response should be nothing. They should leave well enough alone. Joe Biden, with a rare victory here in being right about the situation, de-escalate right now. Israel obviously started this. And by that, I don't
still
mean
out somewhere,
get into, oh my God, they're proxies and the Hamas, but then the occupation, and we can go all the way back to 1948. What I mean specifically
there it is.
They attack Iran basically on its home soil by attacking the consulate, killing their top general, etc. It was an act of provocation. It was meant to get Iran to retaliate. Netanyahu has been dying for a war.
324-meter shot. Not bad.
Definitely.
It was a terrible shot, but
Iran
not bad.
No choice but to respond, and they responded in a way that basically showed their hand, which was,
I shot it in the dick. I'm so sorry.
They gave 72-hour notice. It took the drones several hours to get there. If Iran wanted to do damage inside Israel, it would not have done this type of attack at all. This
How do I see that?
Basically saying, look, we have to appease our domestic audience here and tell them, oh, we were tough and
Trophy organ skull,
but
whatever that means.
We're going to get no casualties. So we had a tit for tat. We should leave it alone right now. If Israel goes back and hits Iran again, then there's going to be no end to this. Then Iran is going to have to respond, and this time it's going to be real. And people are going to die in Israel. It's a terrible, disastrous idea. They should definitely stop right now.
Okay, Emily Schrader, I can see you, well, I would say not entirely
Below trophy? What? Trophy type linked, trophy organ skull.
think the entire premise of asking Israel to exercise restraint rather than deterrence is a fundamental part of the problem here. I mean, as the Crown Prince mentioned, the Islamic Republic has been doing this for many, many years. It's a fundamental premise of the regime since 1979. They have been sworn to Israel's destruction. They have been sworn to America's destruction. This is a fundamental value of the Islamic Republic.
Like if only I had a vital organ, I would have had a much higher.
Cenk is saying right now, because the majority of the Iranian people, both inside and outside of Iran, disagree with him. In fact, there are thousands and thousands of Iranians who wish that Israel will assist the people of Iran in bringing down this regime. We are not going to see a better future in the Middle East for the Arab Muslims, for the Iranians, or for the Israelis in the Middle East until there is regime change in Iran. And to say that Israel started this is preposterous. It's not Israel that has a countdown to the destruction of Israel in the center of their largest city. That's Iran. It's Iran who has made hating Israel a fundamental premise of the regime, an obsessive hatred, an obsessive irrational hatred that they have taken money from the people of Iran and poured hundreds of millions of dollars into terrorist proxy organizations on the borders of Israel in order to ultimately destruct and destroy the state of Israel. I also want to add one more thing about the consulate that's important to note, that it was not, in fact, a consulate. It was an annex of the consulate. And even if it was a consulate under international law, it is permissible to strike when it's being used as a military headquarters to plan and conduct terrorist operations. Israel is in a state of war. We're in a state of war with a proxy of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Hamas, and that is what that commander who was killed in that strike was doing there. So this is a legitimate target, even though Israel hasn't officially claimed responsibility.
Okay, I'm going to bring Joe in a moment. I just want to check. You were laughing at one stage there. What were you laughing at?
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of absurd things were said there. Like any mention of the Crown Prince. I mean, the guy's the son of a former dictator of Iran. He has zero credibility with the Iranian people. Look, the Iranian regime is
absolutely
a
false.
Disaster.
He is the most he is the most popular figure of any Iranians. Are you Iranian? Ask the Iranians yourself. It's very, very clear.
Oh, please,
While there are some people who don't support him, the vast majority of them do support the Shah.
Is she just going to talk over me? Because we can keep doing this all day long. Let me answer the question. So, first of all, the idea that they want their dictator back is hilarious. Second of all, but the thing that I laughed out loud at is she's like, oh, the Iranian people want Israel to bomb them. Do they? Do they? That's the most preposterous thing I have ever heard in my life.
I said the Iranian people want... It's actually not. There are multiple polls that show that. I personally think it's crazy.
Multiple polls that show that they want to be bombed by Israel?
There have been that they support Israeli strikes. That they support Israeli strikes on regime IRGC and regime sites exclusively. On IRGC sites. Yes, the majority of the Iranian people support regime change. The majority of the Iranian people support regime change. I find it disgraceful that you are laughing at the suffering of 80 million people who live under an Islamist dictatorship.
No.
There are women who are being dragged away by the morality police. As the Crown Prince mentioned, there is a second front of this war, and it is against the Iranian people internally. Is that funny to you?
Let me get
Is it funny to you that women are being kidnapped by the regime?
Of the time? Is she just going to talk 90%
Jake,
of the time?
why don't you respond to that?
Right.
Is that funny to you?
Let me just respond real quick.
Do you find it funny that women, that Iranians are being oppressed
on a
daily basis by this
whatever.
regime?
Oh my God, bro, this guy is so fucking...
All right, so listen, the Iranian regime is terrible. I don't want Muslim fundamentalists in charge of Iran, and the people of Iran don't want Muslim fundamentalists in charge of Iran. So saying that they're against the regime is obvious. That's not the point. The question is, what are you going to do about it? If you said, hey, there's an internal revolution, and they're disgusted by the way that the Iranian regime is treating women or its own citizens and not giving them freedom,
I did not bring a 3 or
but if you claim that they want Israel to bomb Iran in order to effectuate regime change, you sound, it's not even, you don't even sound like a lunatic. You sound like you're a comic or something. You're trying to make a joke. That's why I'm laughing. No, the Iranian people do not want to be bombed.
Let me bring in Joe. Let me bring in Joe.
But furthermore...
All right, let me bring in Joe. Joe's been waiting very patiently. Joe, here's my question for you about this. Yeah. I'm not a conspiracy theorist by nature, but let me just put an idea out there about what may be really going on here. It doesn't seem to me to be a coincidence that October the 7th happened when it did, or that Iran chooses this moment to attack Israel directly, and that it may all be linked to the Abraham Accords, to the normalization of relations between Israel and many of the Middle Eastern countries, to the fact that Saudi Arabia was on the verge of joining that normalization of relations with Israel. And that for Iran, this is the ultimate nightmare. And that through their proxy tentacles in Gaza and Hamas, they facilitated what happened on October the 7th to cause and maybe deliberately provoke Israel into what they would see as an overreaction, which would then lose global support. And it may be that what they've done with this missile strike directly into Israel is part of the same process, deliberately goading Israel into potentially overreacting, which may ultimately play into Iran's hands.
Pierce, I think you are spot on, my friend. Look, it's silly to engage in who started this first. Let's not do that. We all three of us agree that Iran's ruling regime is an evil regime. The Iranian people deserve to live in freedom. Pierce, you're exactly right. Look, the answer is the only way we get to peace in this region is when Israel can partner with the moderate Arab countries and isolate Iran, isolate Iran's proxies and all the other Islamists, not Muslims, Islamists who want to destroy Israel. Pierce, which is why I agree with Cenk on what Israel should do to what happened over the weekend. Do nothing. Ignore Iran. Finish the job in Gaza. Work with the moderate Arab world to rebuild Gaza and completely ignore Iran. Isolate Iran. That's the only way we're going to get to peace.
Emily, I mean, do you agree with that? Do you not see the danger, Emily, that if Israel does now launch a massive counterstrike into Iran, that it could actually be doing exactly what Iran wants it to do?
Of course, that's a distinct possibility. I think there are a lot of options on the table when it comes to any kind of response. I know there's already been some discussion this morning about a cyber attack. There are a number of different options that have been put forward to the cabinet, and it remains to be seen what they will do about it. I don't know if a military option is the best option for a regime change in Iran. I've advocated for many years now that I think that the Western governments have an obligation and a duty to assist the people of Iran. What the Crown Prince was mentioning about maximum support is incredibly important. The people of Iran want this regime to fall, and I do believe that there is a way to do it peacefully, but it does require a lot of effort on the part of the West, and it does require enforcement of sanctions, not just putting on the books, enforcement of sanctions, adding additional sanctions, choking this regime out until they fall, and also empowering the people. We had multiple uprisings that have been quashed violently by the Islamic Republic. The people are ready. We need to support them, and we haven't seen that from the Western world. We haven't seen that from Europe with their failure to designate the IRGC. We haven't seen that with the enforcement of sanctions. We haven't seen that with a very, very weak Iran policy from the Biden administration. That is something that allows this regime to continue, not to mention, of course, releasing billions of dollars in assets that is then going to terrorist organizations.
Yeah, it worked so well for Russia, right? Or North Korea.
Arab Muslims in the region. So really, Israel and the Arab world are on the same page, as you mentioned about the.
It's like if the government doesn't give a fuck about the quality of life for their people, then it doesn't really matter, right?
Seeking to destroy, they are an anti-peace entity. And so I think that the democratic Western world needs to push back against that, and they need to empower the people of Iran, increase the pressure on the regime, increase support for the people, and see if that can get us to where we need to go with this regime falling.
Okay, Cenk, I mean, I was struck by the fact that immediately racing to the defense of Israel when these missiles were fired were the British, but also Jordan, Saudi Arabia. You know, it was fascinating to watch the geopolitics play out here. How significant do you think that was?
Yeah, so there's a lot going on there. First of all, when the UK and the US help Israel knock down the drones and the missiles, I'm totally in favor of that. I
obliterated this thing, by the way. I should have point 300 at
it. I don't want any.
The bullet's bigger than the fucking ammo. It's not entirely accurate,
that's
but
what I care about the most. and so we want to avoid war. Saudi Arabia has always hated Iran. That's not surprising.
No
Look,
shit.
Israel actually could unite a lot of the Arab countries, moderate or otherwise. Saudi Arabia, of course, is not moderate. They're also fundamentalist.
Pretty good shot, no?
Muslims. They're also dictators, etc. But you could rally all those folks as long as you end the occupation. But if you're going to continue the occupation for another 75 years, 75 days, etc., you're never going to rally any of those Arab countries. Yeah, you might get a deal with a dictator or two because they have economic interests on your side, but you're not ever going to get the people on your side. And by the way, in this conversation, we're actually finally getting to somewhere productive. Look, there's plenty of disagreement I have with Emily on the money and the sanctions, etc. But overall, think about it, guys. If you bomb Iran, do you think that makes regime change more likely or less likely? Obviously, it makes it less likely because it allows the regime to rally the Iranian people.
It depends on what kind of strike.
Can I just finish?
It depends on what kind. If you're targeting an IRGC site, if you're targeting a nuclear site, you can't make a blanket statement like that. That's massively overbroad. There is a strategic military option.
There is no people on Earth. There are no people on Earth that say, oh, it's okay to bomb our country as long as you bomb military or nuclear facilities or anything like that. No, of course they're going to think Israel bombed us. You have to bomb them back.
85%
and it's going to rally them around the regime. I can't understand why you can't see that. It's so look, guys.
It's not
I don't
me
know.
Saying it's thousands of Iranians.
It's not.
Let me bring in Joe. Let me bring in Joe. He's been waiting patiently.
Let's clarify. Okay. Okay. So Emily says bombing Iran is going to get the Iranian people on Israel's side. I say no. What do you?
Well, no. To be fair, no. Wait a minute. To be fair, what she said was it depends. It depends what targets Israel targeted in that eventuality.
No, it does not depend.
If it was purely military targets, nuclear targets, and so on. Has she not got a point, though, Cenk?
Where the Iranian. Piers, are you saying that the Iranian people would be like, oh, you targeted us, but in the best possible intentions? We're so happy Israel bombed us.
No, what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I think Emily has a point. There would clearly be a different response, I would imagine, from a lot of Iranian people if they, the civilians, were not targeted. I mean, there's a qualitative difference between military targets and civilian targets, isn't there?
Barely, because look, it's all about rhetoric. You think the Iranian regime is going to tell their local population, hey guys, don't sweat it. It was just a military site. No, they're going to rile people up. I think it's deeply counterproductive. It helps the mullahs. It helps the Grand Ayatollah. If you bomb Iran in any way, shape, or form, do you think that if America was bombed, you'd be like,
yeah,
oh no, it's okay, they hit a military target, so we're now in favor of the country who bombed us? There's a 0% chance of that.
All right, let me bring in Joe now. Let me bring in Joe. We must let Joe have a say. Joe.
No, and I'll be brief, Pierce. Thanks. I just think what happened this weekend, and I say this as someone who is off the charts pro-Israel, what happened this weekend presents an opportunity for Israel. And I think turning the other cheek right now and ignoring Iran right now is a huge signal of strength. I really do. There are people around the world who hate Israel, who are just waiting for Israel to bomb and attack Iran. Don't give them that. Isolate Iran, ignore them, and focus on what you need to focus on, Israel.
Okay, Emily.
Here is that if Israel doesn't respond, the problem here is that
Probably
if Israel
missed.
doesn't respond in some capacity, maybe it's a cyber attack, maybe it's some other method that we haven't thought of yet, I don't know. But if Israel does nothing, this also is not the right response because doing nothing emboldens the regime. We need to deter the regime, not just Israel, but the entire Western world. This is a disgusting Islamist human rights violating regime that is persecuting its own people.
Yeah, but Emily, isn't it also the case, Emily?
Maybe it can be done through sanctions.
But you talk about
Maybe
Emily, let me challenge
but
you.
that's not up to Israel alone.
Okay, Emily, here's my question for you. Is it not a deterrence that Iran fires off all these missiles, including ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and so on, and none of them landed? I mean, barely nothing worked. It was all neutralized by not just Israel's Iron Dome, but also by its other countries and their defenses in the region. But it was a complete failure operationally. Now, it may well be that Iran intended it not to be that successful, hence the warnings that they gave to the Americans, to the Saudis, and so on. It may be it was all performative in that sense. But the reality is, Israel's defenses, unlike on October the 7th, they stood up magnificently well. Is that not in itself a pretty unnerving deterrent to enemies who want to try and do this thing? Is that you can try, but you won't succeed?
Well, I think there's no question it was a spectacular failure on the part of the Islamic Republic, with 99% of their projectiles being shot down by a coalition of countries. However, when it comes to deterrence, the Islamic Republic knows full well that they can fire 10 times the amount as they themselves have promised to do and overwhelm the missile defense system. So that isn't really an accurate response. And I also want to add that what the Islamic regime did in this instance by launching this, by escalating the conflict, is actually a sign of weakness of the regime itself. I mean, they have rallied around bashing Israel as a tool to, try to get people to their side and to show that they are under attack for many, many years. This is a tactic that they did even with the Iran-Iraq war. They were wildly unpopular, and so they started a war. That being said, you can see that in the timidness of their strike and the fact that Hezbollah, which is an arm of the Islamic Republic in Lebanon, didn't go full out on Israel, although they also fired rockets, that they are not prepared. And that could be for a number of different reasons. But I don't think that they're looking for a full-out war with Israel right now. Despite that, they did escalate the situation. And I think that Israel has an obligation to deter them and to respond strongly and ensure that this type of thing does not respond again, or does not occur again, I'm sorry.
All right. I'll come to Cenk in a moment, but Joe, you don't agree with that?
No, Emily, look, I agree that Iran is vastly weakened after this weekend. But man, you bomb them, you go after
within
that
25
regime
meters. Jesus Christ.
You will do nothing but embolden them. They are weakened. So keep them on this path. Show your strength. Look at them and look the other way and do what you need to do. They're weak. Continue to isolate them.
This only works if you have the coalition of other countries, if you have the West involved, if you have countries that are willing to enforce sanctions, that are willing to designate the IRGC. No, they don't. It's been years, and Europe has refused to designate the IRGC. They're not enforcing sanctions. The Biden administration is weaker than ever. They're releasing billions in frozen assets over and over and over again. Appeasement doesn't work. Every time we appease this regime, executions go up, nuclear proliferation goes up, funding for terrorism goes up.
Let me bring in Cenk. Let me bring in Cenk here. Cenk, you're shaking your head there. Do you not agree with the principle? The Crown Prince said the same thing, that appeasing Iran in any way has turned out to be a completely pointless exercise.
Yeah, that's 100% wrong. We had Iran completely contained under Obama. We did a great deal. We took
some of it is
no nuclear program. Then that idiot Trump came along.
I don't like spiders.
By the idiot Netanyahu and said, "Oh, let's get out of the deal so they can start doing uranium enrichment again." That was such a terrible
in that
idea.
sense, yeah.
And now
Iran
it is
true.
More emboldened and more dangerous because of that right-wing mentality of always go maximalist. You think like that people don't know that Israel will try to obliterate Iran if they have a war? Everybody knows that, okay? Everybody knows that Israel has nukes. Everyone knows that Netanyahu is a warmonger and will do vicious things. It's not like we can't see Gaza. No, but you're not going to help the people of Israel, let alone America, which I want to come back to, if you start this giant war in the Middle East. Here's what the people, the government of Israel, I don't think understands at this point. They're in great danger of losing the American people for the first time in my life. The left wing can't stand what they've done in Gaza, but I got news for you. A ton of the right wing can't stand it either. And here's what we're all unified about. We don't want to go into another disastrous war in the Middle East. MAGA doesn't want that. Progressives don't want that. The only people who want that.
Coming to you.
No, it's not. Israel wants the war. America doesn't want the war. No, Emily.
Why do I keep whistling, dude?
The little Satan is Israel, and the big Satan is the United States. This is their ideology.
I'm not going to let you keep talking over me.
They are not motivated by reason. They're motivated by extremism. You are missing the point.
We can talk over each other all day long.
You can keep saying no, it doesn't change the reality.
Okay, here's the reality. America doesn't want to go to war. If any government official, whether it's Biden or Trump, if anybody brings us to war, they will pay a massive political price. And by the way, so will Israel. If Israel drags us into this war, I guarantee you they lose American support. Whether you like it or you don't, and the polling indicates this, you're this close to losing the entire right wing, let alone the entire left wing. We're sick.
Focused. Don't lose where I shot it this time.
And now you want to start a giant war in the Middle East and have us fight for it? Here's how many troops should go into a war in the Middle East. Zero. America doesn't need to fight this war.
You're arguing about politics and popularity. That's not the issue here.
If Israel wants to start a war with Iran, good luck to you, okay? America should have nothing to do with it. Nothing. I'm sick of Israel.
I kind of hate it when I have to agree with Jink Uger.
People and then say, America pay for it. America fight for it. Zero kids should go and $0 should go.
If the goal, and I think all three of us can agree to this, if the goal is to defeat Iran's
I can't imagine, yeah. Well, I can't imagine, which is why, you know what I mean.
And if you respond militarily right now in a big way against this regime, that will not defeat them. Emily, I'm with you on your end game, but we have to be smart. And it would be terribly short-sighted right now if Israel
That's kind of
responded
random.
in kind.
This is one of the rules I shot way before.
We can isolate
Yo, what?
that up.
That's crazy.
Any sort of military response would backfire on Israel right now.
Okay, I totally forgot where I shot the moose now, or the whatever it was.
I don't agree with that. I fundamentally don't agree with that. But
It's around here somewhere.
I actually want to address something else, which is that you're saying America doesn't want a war. I agree with you. What you're arguing about here is a popularity contest. You're arguing about elections. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the future and the safety of the United States. I'm talking about the future and the safety of the Western
It's around here somewhere, no?
The safety of the state of Israel. And the reality is that we're dealing with a regime that is not logical. They are concerned by extremist ideology that they're trying to promote all around the world. It is not logical. That is why appeasement hasn't worked. And it's not going to work. And we've been trying to do this for 45 years now.
It's not the initial shot, though.
So try something different. We need to have a smarter, a better approach in order to bring down this regime. And you saying, oh, we should do X
no
because
organs.
of popularity, that's not the question. America and the West and Israel need to do what they need to do in order to protect themselves, even if sometimes it's unpopular. Now, are we at that point today with Iran? I don't know. That's not a decision that I'm making. But for you,
Yeah, 100%.
it doesn't matter.
But that's like I've said that before, right? I don't like what you're doing because I don't agree with what you're saying. But I'll do the same fucking thing because I agree with what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, I explained that terribly, but yeah.
You want to lose American elections and then lose all money to Israel? Go have at it, Hoss. But that's not going to help Israel at all, okay? So stop going in a counterproductive
Where's my dog?
Direction. All of this warmongering is totally counterproductive. It hurts Israeli citizens. Obviously, Iranian civilians would be hurt. But America, I don't understand how Israel's our ally. All they ever do is drag us into wars.
Does it was camels? That's so crazy, dude. Camels in Australia. The fuck?
Unless we attack Iran is insane.
I have no idea.
America's perfectly. The front lines of a war they started. Front lines of a war they started. I don't see how this has anything to do with American interests.
Have you not
Iran
heard,
America,
the Ayatollah
Iran's
speak
not
about the
attacked
United
America.
States?
Does it? What the fuck?
Yeah, I know what they say.
I had no
You
idea.
say that they're not rational. That's actually not true. If they were irrational and they were religious zealots and all that, so they're actually greedy and corrupt. That's the thing that drives them. And they want to keep their lives and they want to keep their money. And so that's why they gave us 72-hour notice before
And
they
they want to
attacked. If they
export
were irrational
their
zealots,
Islamist
they would have
extremism all over the world, as they have stated and as they are doing.
I can't go on with people that constantly talk over me. All right, if they were zealots, they would have done what Netanyahu did. Attack blindly and with rage and just kill everything in sight. You want to talk about zealots? Look at the Israeli settlers. The fundamentalists of Muslims.
I don't even see where the fucking dog is, dude.
That shot
getting
down a
all
plane
of us
of their
killed.
own citizens. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
by accident, because they're
What are you
clowns.
talking about? Do
And
you
by the
know
way- by the way,
nothing about
Emily-
Iran? Do you know
Please.
nothing about how the Islamic Republic
Okay.
works? You seem to think
Okay,
that the
listen,
Iranian
we're gonna
people
leave
are
it there.
perfectly
Well-
fine with their regime.
Emily,
Let me give the last word to Joe.
Yeah, and Emily, let me slap Cenk with this one because you and I are on the same side of this one. Israel, I tweeted this over the weekend, Cenk, and I believe it. An attack on Israel is an attack on America. Plain and simple. Israel is our...
No, it's not.
Cenk, hold on. Let me finish, my brother. Israel is our best friend on this planet. They are our closest ally. If Israel was hit by any country in that
Imagine the
region,
British
like
right now.
over the weekend,
Bruh.
America would be there to defend it.
Are we a joke to you?
Israel, since they are our best friend. And Cenk, America will always be pro-Israel, period.
There you go.
Well,
But
the
we have
polling
to fight
indicates
this
it's not
fight
pro-Israel right
smartly.
now.
Oh,
Okay.
yes, we
I don't know why.
I mean,
like,
I
what,
do.
they're better
I
friend
would
than
say on
Canada?
Yeah, I'm actually surprised as well. Usually he's just like
I do
unhinged
think Jake made
rants and
Jake
yelling.
made a powerful point earlier, which is true, which is the polling has never been.
Bro,
as
the dog like
negative as this
freaks out
towards
sometimes.
Israel
I'm
in
not sure it's.
America
I'm pretty
in
sure it's
modern times.
leading
So
me
there is
astray
no
right now.
doubt that there is a,
Even though it says
certainly
strike and
amongst
pray.
younger people in America, there is a growing sense of unease about this special relationship, and that is undeniable from the polls. So anyway, we've got to leave it there. A fascinating debate. Thank you all very much indeed. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Chris.
See if we can't find more interesting stuff. Yeah, but it would like was going the complete opposite way of where the blood was. So I was like, what?
The general view in the West is that
No
Iran's
idea.
attack on Israel was an abject failure. Whether or not it was a genuine attempt to wound the Israeli state or just a billion-dollar fireworks display, it didn't work. 99% of the drones and missiles were shot down by Israel's allies and its Iron Dome. Israel looks tough again. Iran looks weak. And after months of rebukes from its allies
Stop
over the
bleeding.
Gaza
Maybe that's why
war,
it freaked
Israel's
out.
powerful friends have again made their allegiance clear. So what did Iran have to gain? Well, first things first, the Iranian regime is loathed by its own people. Enemies mean survival. It had to be seen to respond to the Israeli attack on its consulate in Syria. And to those who glibly say Iran has the right to defend itself and America would respond with force, which rock have you been living under? Iran has been poking the hornet's nest through proxies for years. Hezbollah attacks Israel from Lebanon in the north, the Houthis in Yemen.
Maybe?
Attacked vessels in the Red Sea more than 60 times in the last 6 months alone. Hamas began its diabolical war in Gaza by invading Israel with Iran's funding and full-throated support. Fundamentally, Iran doesn't believe Israel has a right to exist. It wants to encircle the country with paramilitary groups and ultimately dominate the region. But like all pariah states, it profits from chaos. Unlike all dictatorships, its people suffer the most. So what should the Western world do about it? Is this a moment for appeasement or power? Could the attack throw Netanyahu a lifeline? And how will the changing political winds impact the war on Gaza, where millions now face a famine?
Link me.
In a moment, we'll debate those big questions with Mustafa.
Oh, actually, I
Barghouti,
guess it's on Steam.
Fleur Hassan Nahum, and Francesca Fiorentini. But first, with a view from Tehran, Professor Mohammad Marandi joins me, who was previously an advisor to Iran's nuclear negotiations team. Well, Professor
It's on my
Marandi,
wish
thank you
list.
very much indeed for,
So I have seen it. Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Obviously, I've outlined there my view about this situation.
Yeah, that's not a good sign anymore.
Much of it, if not all of it. But what is the view from Tehran about what's happened here?
Yes, I think it's pretty fair to say I disagree with all of it. The view from Tehran is quite clear. You know quite well, I know quite well, your viewers know quite well that the Israeli regime is carrying out genocide. And this stems from an ethno-supremacist ideology. It stems from apartheid. And this is unacceptable. And the people who lived on that land, they have been expelled. The people in Gaza, they live in a concentration camp, now a death camp. And the West has brought about this situation.
Yeah, I don't know.
Whatever crimes that they've committed against Jews and Gypsies and Slavs, they have to pay for it themselves. They can't take it out on the Palestinian people. So the Iranians, along with almost everyone else in the world, except for some people in your part of the world, believe that the apartheid regime has to come to an end. And by coming to an end, it means that all people of that land have to be able to live as equal human beings. I know that sounds very crazy, but ethno-supremacism isn't a good thing.
My mouse is going outside of the fucking screen.
But the position of the Iranian regime is that Israel shouldn't exist, right?
Well, the position of the British regime is that Israel as an apartheid state should continue to exist. The position of the American regime is that Israel is...
If you could, look, that wasn't the question I asked you, but is the position of Iran's regime...
I'm answering.
That is, yeah, but
yeah.
What is the answer to that question?
I'm getting there. The position of the American regime is that apartheid should continue. Iran's position on South Africa had the same gap. There was the same gap back then when the British and the Americans supported apartheid in South Africa and racial supremacism in the South African region, Zimbabwe today, and so on. Back then, Iran was supporting...
Well, they've been trying to fuck with Iran for like decades now, right?
Iran supported the ANC. Back then, Iran supported the military wing of the ANC and Nelson Mandela.
But we're not talking about South Africa. I'm talking about what is Iran's regime's current position in relation to Israel.
Exactly.
The Iranians believe that Israel does not have moral legitimacy as an apartheid regime. And the only way that it can gain legitimacy is that if apartheid is cast aside, if ethno-supremacism is cast aside, if racial and religious discrimination in the sense that Muslims and Christians are lesser human beings and they don't have any right to the land that they've been on for hundreds of years, that should be set aside. People who have been expelled have the right of return. It's not very complicated. It's not, as you say, rocket science.
Well, it may not be complicated to you, but what looks complicated to us is that what Iran has been doing in the last few years, if not decades, has been supporting via proxy groups like the Houthis in Yemen, Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, funding and helping to train them to commit acts of war against Israel, firing endless rockets, and as we saw on October the 7th, committing an act of heinous terrorism. So it's not quite as simple as you're trying to picture this, is it? Iran has had a vested interest in supporting terror against Israel for a very long time.
No, I think the regimes that have a vested interest in supporting terrorism are the ones who are giving the Israeli regime the weapons to carry out genocide. And the genocide began long before October the 7th. And the Gaza Strip was a concentration camp long before October the 7th. You know as well as I that October the 7th didn't occur in a vacuum. And the terrorism has been carried out regularly by the Israeli regime on the Palestinians of the Gaza Strip for decades. It regularly bombed them and killed them. And it's not just the Gaza Strip. I think roughly 400 Palestinians have been murdered in the West Bank over the past 6 months. These are regular occurrences, but it doesn't register in the West because, again, the Israelis are European. It's a European colony. They have priorities over the brown people of the land. But it is a fact that Palestinian children, according to the statements made by senior Israeli officials, Palestinian women, according to members of the Knesset, they are lesser people. If you look at the South African complaint, they clearly point out the views of these people and the starvation siege and the intention to starve the people of Gaza, women and children. That is because they look at them as inferior people. This is not about two armies. This is about a subjugated people trying to stand up for their rights. If you were in Germany,
and how would you? Let me ask you, Professor. How would you categorize what happened on October the 7th? Was that a terrorist attack?
No, it was a retaliation of a people who were imprisoned and who were starved and who were regularly battered, and people who were imprisoned
So you think, just to be clear, you think that the slaughter of 1,200 people, the raping, the maiming, the incinerating, the mass murder that went on that day by a group whose own spokesman, the Hamas spokesman, said days after that, on television, on camera, that Hamas was wedded to committing the same act again and again and again, as often as it could, which actually is the purest personification of the genocide that you're talking about. You don't condemn that?
You're being dishonest. There is no evidence.
No, I'm not.
There's no evidence of rape, and I ask your viewers to
absolute
look
nonsense.
Yes, it's absolute nonsense that there's systematic rape, and if you are being dishonest intentionally, you are helping the Israeli regime continue its genocide by justifying it through dishonesty. So that's up to you to decide. There's no evidence of systematic rape, and just like the beheadings,
there has been clear reported evidence of rape and sexual abuse against Israeli women. Clear, demonstrable evidence.
I refer you and your audience to the good work carried out by people at the Gray Zone, at the Electronic Intifada, based in the United States. Many of them are people of they're excellent reporters, and you should invite them on your show to talk about these allegations.
I refer to you to insert obvious propaganda. Oh, yeah. I referred you to the Electric Intifada. Yeah, I can trust that. Okay, yeah, that sounds very trustworthy. Thanks. Jesus.
Allegations.
Oh.
I've talked to top reporters who've covered this.
Well,
but
I'm
interested that you only. I'm also interested that you only. I'm also interested, Professor, that you only want to deny that there was rape. You don't want to deny the incineration, or the beheadings, or the mass murder of Holocaust survivors, the kidnapping of several hundred people, including babies. Do you condemn any of that, or do you think all of that is justified?
Look, Pierce, you're trying to play with words, and that's fine, as long as you're not trying to you're playing because there is no evidence of beheadings. You're just taking the
bro, I fucking who's trying to behead somebody with a fucking hoe, bro.
No, there was demonstrable, proven evidence.
I've seen the video, dude.
Provable evidence.
I know, right? Yeah, it's the whole I like what my side's doing, not what your side's doing. It's disgusting.
In real time, that they proudly broadcast to the world. They didn't try and
Professor.
hide this. I'm just curious why you, who is so incensed by what you see as
Tribalism?
genocide, why you would not be equally incensed by genocidal behavior from Hamas that day.
No, you're not being honest, and that's where did they broadcast this footage of beheadings, the Hamas, to the world? Can you put it right now where you have a
I didn't
crew
say
right
they
now.
broadcast the beheadings. There was evidence found of people who'd been beheaded. That was not broadcast, but what was broadcast was the one. I didn't say there was footage of the beheading. I said there was evidence found that people had been beheaded, right? But I would also say to you that what was broadcast by Hamas of Hamas slaughtering people and kidnapping people, I'm proudly boasting about it. Something you seem to be smirking about. I'm just curious what you feel.
I'm smirking at you.
Why?
Because you are clearly being dishonest. If there were people, innocent people, anywhere, whether in Palestine or elsewhere, who were killed by a soldier, by anyone, that is, of course, unacceptable. But then these claims
okay, so if it's a civilian that did it, no problem. Holy shit, man. This guy's qualification just buried himself. He just buried himself with the qualification. Listen to what he says.
whether in Palestine or elsewhere, who were killed by a soldier, whether in Palestine or elsewhere, who were killed by a soldier, by
fucking scumbag, low-life human being, dude. Well, it was the civilians, right? Oh, that makes it so much fucking better. So what you're saying is the civilians are also terrorists then. Gotcha. Ridiculous, dude.
Anyone, that is of course unacceptable. But
This is a professor, man. Holy fuck, man.
Rape
how did these people get their fucking PhDs and shit, dude?
Dishonest claims.
This is just, oh my god, man. Like,
done hard work to prove that there is no
thinking for yourself is such a fucking mythological skill these days.
Propaganda to justify the beginning of this Holocaust in Gaza. And those who continue to make these
you see, you talk about me being dishonest, Professor. You talk about me being dishonest, but what you've just said is an absolutely shocking example of dishonesty. Hamas didn't even try to hide what they did. They made no secret of their delight, their joy, their pride in what they were doing. Some of them rang family members back in Gaza to boast about what they'd just done, to old women, to children. And I'm just curious why you can't find yourself able to condemn this.
In the day and age, Pierre.
Yeah, dude.
Day and age when everyone has cameras.
Oh, fuck, I'm out of rolling papers.
There are cameras all over the place. Show us the evidence. Show us the evidence. Especially in Israel, which is a society which has cameras all over the place.
Yeah.
You don't have footage of any beheadings.
That's true. And the numbers also, like, is very clear.
I wonder why.
Well, there were bodies found who had been beheaded. That is a fact.
So, okay, show them these bodies that have been beheaded. Show them on your show. Show those pictures.
Oh my god, they actually do attack me. Holy shit, he actually death punched me. What?
Killed that day?
Yo.
I think roughly 1,100, between 1,100 and 1,000.
Where you going, bitch?
Many of them were soldiers.
So you accept there was a mass slaughter. Does that constitute genocide to you? Is that an attempt at genocide?
No, it's like you saying that the French resistance, which was operating against the Nazis,
punch me again.
And they go and carry out an operation, and during that operation, some children are sadly killed. So you say, oh, so the whole French resistance is illegitimate, and the Nazis' occupation is legitimate. That's nonsense. If, as I said very clearly, wherever an innocent person is killed, that I condemn, everyone condemns, and I wish you would condemn, because a genocide is taking place. And you are putting forward claims without the justification to make them, without the evidence to make them. I would refer you again to those websites,
what's up?
Reporters and journalists who've proven that the claims were inaccurate, to say the least, and dishonest, most probably.
Let me turn to, well, we agree about this, so
might have
blown our own minds up, but let me turn to the missile strikes that Iran launched against Israel, 300 of them. It was spectacularly unsuccessful. I mean, it caused barely any damage. Again, you're smirking, you can explain why, but it was a spectacular failure, wasn't it?
The guy's face is like
just a load of showboating and throwing fireworks in the air with actually no result whatsoever, other than they hurt one little girl.
Of course I'm smirking. It's funny the way in which you always frame things where the other and the non-Westerner is incompetent and incapable, and your fantastic Israeli allies are on top of their game. No, in fact, it was a major defeat for the Israelis and for the Americans. And why? Because the Iranians from the very beginning, well, let me tell you. First of all, the Israeli regime carried out an airstrike on an Iranian embassy. The whole world condemned it. Forget the West, forget the UK and the US. You are marginalized. You supported it because at the UN Security Council, your regime, the American regime, and the French regime, they prevented the condemnation of the bombing of the Iranian embassy. So the world rallied behind Iran. And Iran said, we're going to retaliate. But what did Iran do? Iran played it very smart. They played 10 days of mind games with the Israeli regime. And then they declared that they're going to carry out the attack. So the Israelis and the Americans and everyone mobilized everything they had, and the Iranians sent hundreds of dirt cheap drones, a few $1,000s each, to fly, and it took 3 hours for them to get there. And then your Israeli allies spent, according to their own estimates, $1.35 billion to down drones that didn't cost probably $2 million for Iran. The Iranians did not use any of their new technology. It was all old technology, so the Israelis gained nothing, but the Iranians gained a huge amount of information about the capabilities of the Americans and the Israelis. And I must say that most of the things were done by the Americans, not the Israelis or the British or the French. And then the Iranians sent a series of old missiles that they had in stock for a long time, none of it with the latest technology. And then again, the Americans and the Israelis attacked them with very expensive missile defense systems and use all their capabilities, giving the Iranians huge amounts of information. Again, a couple of $1 million. No one is going to buy those old missiles. And then Iran fired a handful alongside these missiles, a handful of serious missiles that were targeted at two bases. The two most heavily defended military sites in the world, an air base in the south and an intelligence gathering base, I think, in the north. And both of them received direct hits. So the Israelis they showed their hand. They spent a lot of money at a time when these missiles there's a huge shortage of them because of Ukraine. And the Iranians gave no information about their capabilities. Even those missiles that struck.
I've got to say that's one of the more entertaining explanations for such an abject failure that I've heard.
Should I smirk again?
And let me take you back. Let me take you back to what Israel said they committed the bombing in Damascus for, was because they discovered that the building was diplomatic in name only and being used as an Iranian military and intelligence base, hence the presence of all these generals, two of whom were killed, along with all the others there. So if it was being used as a military base, and they were training Hezbollah, which is what they believed they were doing, then it was a legitimate target, wasn't it?
Well, of course, since you support the Israeli narrative and you are a friend of the people who are carrying out this Holocaust, this ongoing Holocaust, and you don't care about the people
I don't support any narrative. I'm just asking you whether if it was being used as a military base, was it a legitimate target if they're training Hezbollah?
Or is it genocide and that's a Holocaust? I mean, I know they technically mean the same thing, but these guys throwing terms around it. It's kind of funny.
To truth by
actually, I don't at all. I've been very critical of Israel, but I don't believe. Whenever I interview people who can't find it in themselves to actually say what Hamas did on October the 7th, I always find it slightly incredulous then, whatever else they say, because we all saw what happened with our own eyes.
People are not intimidated by you. That's the problem. You can intimidate some of your own people, but you can't.
That's probably why I wasn't doing too much.
I want to get to the. I want to find out. I'm just fascinated. Okay, let me ask you this.
No,
okay, Professor, I'm not trying to be timid.
That is a diplomatic.
No, you don't ask the questions.
Just like the
I ask the questions.
No, I'm answering your question. That was a diplomatic building. You know quite well that the Israelis had no right to touch it. They committed a crime, and the Iranian retaliation was an act of self-defense. And your own foreign minister humiliated himself on Sky News, which is an outlet that is sympathetic to the regime, when he said, well, if one of our diplomatic buildings were struck, how would the response be? So don't be silly. The Israeli regime, they're always lying, just like the Al-Shifa hospital. They're full of underground tunnels. Where were the tunnels? And then at the beginning, when they struck the Al-Hilli hospital and killed hundreds of people, they said, no, it was the resistance, and the Western intelligence agency
I'll have to check a look.
The same thing, and then we saw them hit
listen,
hospital
I suppose.
hospital after hospital after hospital. So you put your faith in the narrative of these child killers who bomb hospitals and destroy the very basis of humanity, the very basic needs for.
And this guy puts his faith in the other guy's side, child killers. Like, what's the difference?
Professor, here's the irony: is that all the attention that was falling actually on Israel's war on Hamas in Gaza, and whether it was a massive overreach and whether too many civilians were being killed, and when we saw the aid workers killed, obviously enraged people as well. It was all heading the way that Iran would have liked, which is that it was general global outrage that was fermenting about what was going on there. Now, the narrative has changed, hasn't it? Because what we saw were countries like Jordan racing to help Israel defend itself against Iran's missiles, the ones that you've tried to dismiss but were actual missiles. And how does that help Iran's narrative that Israel are the bad people in the region when you have major Arab countries like Jordan and Saudi offering airspace and so on? How does that help your cause to try and isolate Israel? All you did was achieve the complete opposite.
I really want to smoke cigarettes. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom soon,
all, the people of Jordan
so I can go downstairs to grab the rolling papers. They're downstairs.
The Palestinians to be
Might as well throw a pizza in the oven or something.
They're not dumb. The government of Jordan does not represent the people. You know this, and I know that. But more importantly,
well, the government of Iran doesn't represent the Iranian people, does it?
If you want, Chatty, give me an interesting one that you think I should watch from that Dave Smith guy, and I'll watch it.
The
after
Iranians,
I wouldn't say that at all.
I would say that the Iranians, when they carried out the strike, and by the way, just as well, I'll say that at the end. When the Iranians carried out the strike, they punished the Israeli regime and they humiliated the Israeli regime. But nothing is going to distract world public opinion from the Holocaust in Gaza. Don't think that the Israelis can do that. No one can do that. The Holocaust continues as we speak today. When the president of Brazil and other world leaders say what the Israeli regime is doing today to the people of Gaza is just like what the Nazis were doing in Germany, no one is going to forget because the Iranians retaliated.
Okay, let me ask you this. It's been reported. Well, no, I want to ask you something. It's been reported today that Israel is preparing to do a retaliatory strike against Iran in some capacity. We don't know how yet. And it's been said, not least by you, that if war spreads, have no doubt all American bases in the Persian Gulf region will be destroyed, and those countries that host American bases will be guilty by association. All those gas and oil installations will be destroyed by drones and missiles. I mean, that's sort of strong rhetoric, but the reality is that if Israel does strike Iran, it has a far more sophisticated and powerful military capacity. And if America was to defend it against any further retaliation of the kind that you're describing, then Iran would get wiped away, wouldn't it? I mean, you can't possibly compete with the combined military firepower of countries like Israel and America. Why would you pretend otherwise?
That's your wishful thinking. The Israeli regime is vulnerable and weak, and it has shown itself to be incapable of taking a dot on the map. They haven't been able to take Gaza after 6 months of genocide. They haven't been able to take even northern Gaza after 6 months of genocide. They have to withdraw at least 100 to 200,000 people from northern Israel because they cannot stand up to Hezbollah. They cannot push Hezbollah back. They cannot defeat them. So you think the Israeli regime is going to defeat Iran? Why is it that the Americans are concerned about any Israeli attack? Because they know exactly what will happen. Next time round, Iran won't be firing those old drones to gather intelligence and to empty the Israeli and the American missiles. Next time, the Iranians will be sending thousands of missiles and drones that are top-notch, and the Israelis
Bro, look how big the dollar is compared to the fucking
severely.
shit.
The reason why the Americans don't want this is because they know that the balance of power has shifted. Pierce, let me give you a word of advice. Your media outlets, regardless of whether Russia or Ukraine is good or bad, that is another issue. Your media outlets in the West have been misleading the people for 2 years now, saying Ukraine is winning, Ukraine is winning. Suddenly, everyone is saying Ukraine is falling apart. Dishonest narratives and reporting dishonestly to your own people ultimately hurt the people of England and Europe and the United States. And your endless wars based upon this nonsense and this misinformation lead to huge waves of refugees. And then the people of Europe feel overwhelmed by these refugees that you yourself brought upon yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would return the favor here by saying to you, I think you should wake up to the reality of what your regime is doing. Because it's pretty clear, I think, to anyone who has looked at the situation in its totality, that what Iran has been doing is a direct response to the normalization of relations with Israel, with a number of countries in the Middle East that annoys Iran intensely because they don't recognize Israel as a state. So what Iran has been doing is funding and fueling terror groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis.
I'm wondering how close I can get without it seeing me.
Attack Israel, because what they want to do, particularly with October the 7th,
I'm gonna put this bush in between me and
is
it.
to dismantle and destabilize any more normalization of Arab countries with Israel, particularly Saudi Arabia, who are on the verge of doing it, which is why I think the utterly self-defeating firing of all these missiles the other day actually had the complete opposite effect. Jordan raced to defend Israel, and Saudi offered airspace and also helped defend them as well. And when that happens, it isolates Iran, not Israel. Anyway, we're going to leave it there. Professor Miranda,
let me respond to that. Let me respond to that. Actually, it's the opposite. When the West continues to support the atrocities carried out by the Israelis, when the West openly supports an ethno-supremacist regime, and when the West supports genocide, the public across the region is turning not only against the Israeli regime, but against the West. A few families who are ruling over countries are not public opinion. And ultimately, by pursuing this, they are creating a rage that they cannot stop in future. And just one final point on a personal note. I experienced what the West does to the non-Western world. When your governments were supporting Saddam Hussein, when your governments were arming him in the 1980s, before you turned against him, your governments gave him chemical weapons. I survived two of those chemical weapons attacks. I survived both mustard gas, and I survived nerve agents that were provided by Western government to Saddam Hussein. And many people did not survive. The intentions of Western regimes are not benign.
How close can I get, bro?
Your governments have done nothing but ruin and destruction for our part of the world and for much of the rest of the world. And now, because of the mess that you've created across the board, you're now ruining the lives of your own people.
Okay, well, just for the record, I was the editor of the Daily Mirror, which led the UK media campaign against the Iraq.
Let's ignore the fact that the road was hovering over the ground.
So I know what you're saying. I'm just saying that I did that, and so your assessment of what I think about what has happened
I know what you were
historically
doing.
here may be slightly flawed.
I was at the anti-war protests in London at that time, actually. So I know what you did.
Right, but you were probably carrying a Daily Mirror banner because I know it's a complicated situation. Professor Morandi, I appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I'm now joined by the current Deputy Mayor for Jerusalem and Special Envoy for the Foreign Ministry for Israel, Fleur Hassan Nahum, the founder and leader of the Palestinian National Initiative, Mustafa Bugatti, and for a US perspective, the commentator and podcast host, Francesca Fiorentini. Okay, well, that was a lively debate there I had. Fleur Hassan Nahum, what is your response to what you've just been listening to?
I mean, I think if there's something more embarrassing than what happened on Saturday night, we just saw it now with this spokesman for the Iranian regime. He takes all of the anti-Semitic and all of the anti-Israel tropes and he puts it all in one sentence with absolutely no truth and depth to it whatsoever, with the fact that ignoring the fact, talking about subjugation in his country. If a woman has 2 strands of hairs showing, they arrest her and they beat her up in custody. They have been subjugating the Kurds for God knows how long. And all in all, what we are seeing here is a civilizational war between Iran that wants to bring back the world 500 years, that really doesn't believe in any of the liberal values that we all hold dear, against the free world. And what's really interesting is that Iran, up until Saturday night, did not show their hand. They were always working through proxies. They were working through Hamas, Hezbollah. They've taken and ruined Syria. They're working through the Houthis. They've been attacking American assets and British assets through the Houthis. They've taken over parts of Iraq. But this is the first time that they've actually shown their hand. And I think that they came out really badly from what happened on Saturday night. So I do agree with you, Piers, on that.
Well, let me bring in Mustafa Barghouti. I mean, I found it curious the way that he tried to
That was nice.
claim this was some great victory for Iran and that they had deliberately fired very cheap missiles and that they never expected them to work, etc., etc. None of that seemed very plausible to me. It seemed much more plausible that they fired off 300 missiles
That'll do it.
that got taken down not just by Israel's Iron Dome, but also by some neighboring Arab countries. And what it did do was massively distract world attention from the ongoing Israel-Hamas war, which I would not think is a good thing for you or for what you're trying to get the world to pay attention to.
Well, who started this terrible situation? It's Netanyahu. No, wait. It's Netanyahu who tried to distract the attention from the massacres he's committing in Gaza and the genocide that has taken the lives of 41,000 Palestinian mostly
I've got
civilians.
multiple blood panels. Shit.
70% of them
there's
are
one.
civilians, women and children. 15,000 children slaughtered by Netanyahu. And more than 10,000 women. You speak about women's rights.
Oof.
You don't care about the fact that Netanyahu killed 10,000 women, Palestinian women. And Netanyahu provoked Iran to have a retaliation. So that, shut up, please, and let me finish. Shut up. No, you are.
Shut up to a woman. That's a very
if you interrupt me,
comment,
I will
Mr.
not
Bagruti.
talk. You shut up and let me finish.
You're being very misogynistic.
No,
Very
you can't have the right to speak and not allow me to speak. Can you shut up? And because these are figures that are confirmed by the United Nations.
Shut up is a
and
very
you cannot
rude,
tolerate hearing the truth
to a woman.
and reality. Shut up shut
opinion,
your mouth up and let me finish, please. I did not interrupt you.
Very
if you interrupt me, I will not speak.
This is kind of funny, to be honest.
You have to be fair and run the show properly. Do you want to do that, or shall I leave your show?
Don't lie. Don't lie about numbers. Please
No,
don't lie about numbers.
I don't want you to leave the show.
Dr. Bagruti told me to shut up, I would.
Hang on,
So
if we all talk
can you
over
let
each
him
other,
finish?
nobody can hear anything.
Jesus Christ.
Let me please, can everyone
allow
just
this
please?
lady to keep interrupting me.
No, but I would say for the record,
Can I finish my response?
I don't think repeatedly shouting "shut
No,
up"
let
at
me
a woman
finish
is
my
particularly
talk. Let me
edifying
finish
either.
my
So,
talk.
okay, you may finish your point. Yes.
Okay, but it's not because she's a woman. It's because she's interrupting me. Can you ask them not to interrupt me? My condition to participate in your show is that I will not be interrupted and I will be treated in a civilized manner. Will you provide that, or I will leave your show? It's up to you.
I will treat you in a civilized manner, but I think what she was doing,
Then
and
no
maybe I can ask you
interruption.
this.
You are the
Okay,
one
but she
who
was-
is
she
Mr.
was-
Pierce. You are the one who's running
Yes.
the show. You are the one who's
understand.
running the show. You are
I
biased
understand.
to Israel.
What-
You know
What?
that. You are pro-Israeli.
I
We
understand.
know that. I don't care about
I'm
this.
not-
I am
I'm not
ready to
pro
answer
anybody.
any of your questions, but don't let
Mr.
your
Barghouti.
guests. Don't let your guests
Mr.
interrupt
Barghouti,
me.
as you know, I have given
can
a
I answer
platform
I wanna know who this guy is,
to
man.
more pro-Palestinian guests than any other show in the world, right? So I don't.
No, but
I
you
haven't
are
taken
not
a
giving me
side
the
here.
platform
I don't
now.
take sides.
You are allowing this
No.
lady. You are allowing.
No, I've just
you are
told you. You
allowing
can
this
finish your
lady
point.
To interrupt me. She should not interrupt
No,
me.
I've asked her not to.
Well, then
You
let
can
me
finish
finish.
your point.
This situation was initiated. This situation was initiated.
Palestinian,
Netanyahu wanted to provoke Iran. He wants to prolong this war as long as he
council
can,
member.
so that he can continue this slaughter of the Palestinian people. He knows very well that the first day of the end of this war, the last day of this war, will be the first day of the end of his political career. He knows he will go to jail because of 4 cases of corruption against him. He knows he will be investigated for the fact that he failed on the 7th of October, and now he's failing in this war. And this man wants to drag the whole Middle East into a terrible fight. He wants to provoke Iran so that exactly what happened will happen, which is to provoke the United States to go into a war with Iran, like United States was provoked to go into a war with Iraq. That is the reality. And so this whole situation was provoked by an unacceptable attack on a diplomatic mission. Even in wars, countries don't attack diplomatic missions of others. And in this case, Israel violated that law He provoked also the war by attacking and killing 7 international aid workers, and he continues the genocide against Palestinians. The figures are correct because that's what the United Nations say. 41,000 Palestinians killed, including 7,000 under the rubble, including 15,000 children, including 10,000 women at least, and there are 76,000 other Palestinians injured. Israel is conducting 3 war crimes at the same time. The war crime of genocide, the war crime of ethnic cleansing, and the war crime of collective punishment. And that's why you have about 700,000 people now starving in the north, including 350,000 children. That is the reality. You spoke about terrorism. Who is the terrorist here? Is it the people who are struggling to get their freedom from the longest occupation in modern history? The people who are trying to get out of the system of apartheid? Or is it those who are oppressing them? Let me tell you, the same European mind, the same mind that allowed the horrible Holocaust against Jewish people,
I don't know,
is the same mind that is allowing now a Holocaust against Palestinian people. And these people don't care about Jews, don't care about Palestinians, don't care about Arabs. They only care about their interest, about their economic gains, and about a continuation of a settler colonial project that is subjecting Palestinians to oppression and subjecting the whole region into a very dangerous path. That is the reality.
Okay, I gave you a long time to speak there. Let me bring in Francesca. You were nodding to a lot of what you were just hearing there from Mustafa Barghouti. Do you broadly agree with him?
I do, and if Mr. Barghouti ever told me to shut up Dr. Barghouti, I would shut up because I've greatly admired his work over these many years. Look, I'm coming at this as an American. I'm coming at this as someone who pays taxes far too much. If you ask me,
I did ask you for it.
I'm not a billionaire. I pay next to nothing. And my tax money went to funding what I believe is a genocide and what 57% of Biden voters say is a genocide. That just came out, whether you like it or not. And I also come at this as a mom. All right, I have an 18-month-old daughter, and there are 10,000 women in Gaza who were killed, and 6,000 of them were mothers. There are 19,000 orphans in Gaza right now, and 60,000 pregnant women who are giving birth in abject conditions, who are struggling to eat, to feed themselves, to feed their unborn children, and mothers who are struggling to even nurse because you need so many calories when you're a nursing mom, right? And they are starving. So that's where I'm coming at this from. Why? I'm asking President Biden, why are we continuing to fund this? And thankfully, in response to the Iranian attack, right, which whether or not you believe it was performative or real, whatever it was, Biden has actually, for the first time, hallelujah, argued for some amount of restraint, saying we're not going to go there in an offensive against Iran, depending on what Israel does. Now, that's fine, but also, I'm going to just point out, we're still funding them with billions of dollars of weapons. None of that money, none of that aid has been cut off, as up in arms and upset as some Israeli officials are. And final point, it's very funny to be lectured about... Yeah. It's funny to be lectured about human rights.
Go on, finish your point. Sorry.
Final point. It's funny to be lectured about human rights. Oh, Iran doesn't have human rights. Look, I'm no fan of the Iranian regime. I don't come on here to stump for the Iranian regime. I don't stump for the American regime.
Oh, no. Yeah, I said, like, if you have anything that you feel like I should watch, like, let me know.
Which has basically controlled its population and occupies an entire people in order to not make them citizens, in order to deny them fundamental human rights by design, that they are then lecturing other countries about what they do to their own people. Give me a break. We all see through this.
Okay, here's what I would say to you.
Okay, I'm gonna pause because I need to go to the bathroom and I need to stick something in the oven because I'm fucking starving. And I want to roll cigarettes, so I need to get my rolling papers too. I'll be back. Okay. 8 minutes till pizza.
What do you feel about 1-year-old Kafir Bibas, who is currently in a dungeon, who was kidnapped by Hamas terrorists? A 1-year-old. How do you feel about that as a mom? A 1-year-old little baby, ginger baby called
that is
Kafir
terrible.
Bibas.
That is
terrible.
1-year-old.
Do you think, would you want your government to go and save your baby? Would you want your government to go and save your baby? Just a question. I'm a mom
tell
also.
the Israeli
would
government,
you want
tell
your government to
Netanyahu
save
to get
your
on
baby?
that. Maybe
Would
a
you want your
ceasefire
government
would be
to
a
save
good
your
way
baby?
to start doing
okay.
that.
So
Yeah.
yes, so 2 years ago, 2 days ago, Hamas rejected another deal for a ceasefire, a very generous deal for a ceasefire, so we can bring back our babies like your 18-month-old baby. What do you say to that? A ceasefire. They rejected a ceasefire 2
I'm
days
sure you're
ago.
right.
You don't know your
Yes,
facts. I don't know who you are. I don't know what gives you credibility to come on this show, but I'm asking you as a mother.
Pierce, can I ask
2
a
days
question?
ago, we could have already seen a ceasefire, and Hamas said no. They have a 1-year-old baby and his 3-year-old brother.
Oh my god, like Piers Morgan is just sitting there raking in the money, bro. This is great for my ratings.
Okay, let me, okay. Hang on a second. All right, don't all talk at once.
As a mother, how
I
do
hear
you
you.
feel about Hamas rejecting the peace,
Okay.
the peace
Pierce,
deal
let me
in
take
order
this
to
up,
stop
please.
the war?
Let me please take up the conversation. I want to ask Francesca this question. Is that I completely agree that the plight of innocent Palestinians is horrific. The death toll of innocent Palestinian women and children in particular has appalled everybody. However, I also understand that after October the 7th, Israel felt a visceral national desire to go after the people that perpetrated that horrific terror attack. And my question for you would be, going back to October the 7th, what should Israel have done? Given that the people who perpetrated this, Hamas, do embed themselves amongst the civilians in the way that we now know through the tunnel system and everything else based around hospitals and schools and so on. Given that that's how they exist in Gaza, given they perpetrated this heinous terror attack, what should Israel have done?
So here's what I would have liked my government to have done. You know, if my government is one of the most advanced militaries in the world, if it has a map of every man, woman, and child in an area that they actually control, the airspace, the land, the sea to, I would expect them to know exactly where the so-called terrorists are. But that's not actually what Israel has been doing. Israel has been using an AI technology that deliberately targets suspected militants, but they're only suspected, meaning they were on a group chat with a it's unfounded. Israeli journalists have covered this, and they target them when? As soon as they enter where? Their homes, where their families are, where it will maximize the amount of civilian casualties. So what I can tell you, what I would want my government to do, and what the United States government has asked Israel to do, although of course with a little whimper, please, right, is to be precise, to take a step back, to not just collectively punish the people of Gaza for the crimes of a select small few, many of whom were not even born when Hamas came into power. How can you call this also a war, Piers? Let's stop calling this a war. A war is when two equal sides actually fight. There's battle lines, there's this and that. I see IDF soldiers parading around with women's lingerie in the homes that they have raided, mocking them, mocking the trinkets, the items, the loved things that the Palestinian people will never be able to hold ever again. That is not a war. This is a genocide. This is a mockery of what should be a so-called war.
Well, I certainly think Hamas knew exactly what they were doing when they did what they did on October the 7th, and they knew the scale of response would be what it was. I think Hamas has
what
shown
are we going to do? But what are we
willful,
doing?
Well, hang on. I just want to say, I think Hamas has shown a willful and wanton disregard for the lives of Palestinian people. You can argue that Israel has too.
What about the IDF?
But you cannot argue, well, I said you can argue that Israel has too, but you can certainly, I think, it's pretty clear and obvious that Hamas knew what the reaction was going to be and didn't care. Let me bring back Fleur Hassan Nahum. I mean, it seems to me that Israeli people, they support at the moment Netanyahu and his war cabinet in their mission to eradicate Hamas. All the polls show that, but they don't support Netanyahu himself. It seems to me the only way we're ever going to get peace in this region now is that Netanyahu will have to go, along with the more right-wing members of the cabinet, some of whose rhetoric has been absolutely genocidal. I think they have to go. I think that Hamas has to go. And we need clear leadership which can actually forge peace of the kind that we eventually got in Northern Ireland after many decades of terrorism and struggles.
Well, here's the thing, Piers. Everybody wants to blame Netanyahu and this government for something that we've been dealing with for 100 years. We've had a lot of attempts at trying to make peace.
Pretty terrible human being.
It started in the
Let's be honest.
1930s when the Peel Commission.
I'm feeling a bit. Oh yeah, I know how that feels.
15%, 20% of what we have today, and the Palestinian leadership at the time said no. In 1947, the UN wanted to split the country in a Palestinian state and an Israeli state. The Palestinians said no. We had all of the Oslo process. We had a very, very generous offer by Ehud Barak in 2001, another one by Ehud Olmert in 2019.
Have I been here? I guess I have.
At every single juncture where the Palestinian leadership could have done the right thing for their people and create a state to give people the potential to have good neighborly relationships
Israel-Palestine
with
right now.
Israel, to be an incredible superpower, they've always opted for destruction and war and terrorism rather than peace. Everybody in Israel wants peace. We send our children to war. I'm a mother of 4. I have 2 children in the army. Nobody wants to send their kids to harm's way. But everything Israel does and everything it's ever done has been defensive. We want to live in peace. And you know what the proof of that is? That every single Arab country that has wanted peace with Israel has got peace with Israel. We have peace with Egypt. We have peace with Jordan. We've had peace with the UAE. We have peace with Bahrain, Morocco, Sudan, and please God, very soon with Saudi Arabia. And why do these countries want peace with Israel? Because they understand that the region is split into 2. The countries that want peace and prosperity and the countries that want destruction and death, run by Iran. And the problem with the Palestinian leadership is that they've always fallen pawns to that game. Do you think the Iranians care about the Palestinians? They just know that it plays well on the Muslim streets. They don't care. They want sheer control of the regions. They want America out of the region, and they want a new world order. And unfortunately, the Palestinians have been plagued with bad leaders who have always opted for themselves, for a kleptocratic regime or a genocidal regime. Mr. Baghouti works for a regime that pays pensions to terrorists,
back 2 minutes.
that teaches
As we
children
gotta pick it up.
in their
No, I won't let it
educational
play.
system.
I'm listening to it. I'll be back. Okay.
To hate Israel, and one day all the Jews will go in the sea. This is part of their education authority. And Mr. Baghuti knows better than anybody that Hamas killed his own people in 2006 when Israel left.
Okay, let me bring
Hamas,
in. Okay.
Gaza is not occupied.
Okay, let me.
Gaza is
okay.
not occupied. Israel left in 2005 and killed Mr. Baghuti's friends and colleagues for being in power
but it's also,
up until that time.
Okay.
But you're not going to hear Mr. Baghouti criticizing Hamas, even though Hamas hates him more than they hate me.
Okay, well, let me give the final word to Mustafa Baghouti.
You know it is. You know it is. You know it is.
Well, listen.
Let him speak.
Don't interrupt me, please. Let me answer. I did not interrupt you. The presentation that was made as if Israel is a very peaceful country.
You hear that in every debate. It's like a staple. Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you.
Israel was.
Excuse me. Let me finish. I let you finish.
Don't interrupt me. I told you.
Who started the war?
Israel was established by committing 52 massacres in 1948. Avi Schlein, a very and highly respected Israeli academic and historian working at Oxford University, did a thorough research in which he could not find a single evidence that Israel accepted the partition plan in 1946. But they claim they did, which is a big lie. And in my opinion, you asked Mr. Pierce,
recorded.
What should Israel have done? I tell you what should Israel have done. Israel should have declared that it will end its illegal occupation of Palestinian land, which has lasted now for 76 years of ethnic cleansing and 56 years of illegal military occupation. Israel should have declared that it is ready to end the system of apartheid so that we can have peace. We can have peace only through two ways. Either Israel would end its occupation of Palestinian land, remove its illegal settlers who are attacking us, terrorist settlers everywhere, remove them from the occupied territories, allow Palestinians to have a state of their own without occupation, without control, without hegemony, without apartheid, or let's live together in one democratic state with equal rights. Where you do not impose on us a law that says that the right of self-determination is for Jewish people only. When you interrupt me psychologically, you are trying to impose your occupation on me. Even occupying my right to speak. This is what you are trying to do, and it is unacceptable.
Yeah,
and I don't
plus everyone hates each other there.
So. Again, but you deserve more than shut up, actually. So please let me finish.
You want to kill me?
In my opinion, this way of presenting Israel as if it's a country of peace is incorrect. The reality, it's a country of war. You have dragged your people into one crime after the other. And you claim lies, continue to say lies about decapitation of children, about rape of women. You claim that Hamas is oppressing me without allowing me to say that this is not true. By which law you are doing that? And let me tell you, you say that I am against killing any child, Palestinian, Israeli, or any child anywhere. But you claim that 30 Israeli children were killed on the 7th of October. Tell me 10 names. No names were published.
Do you believe in a two-state solution?
It was not
proven. Do you believe in a two-state solution,
only according to CNN and Western media,
do you believe in a two-state
the youngest person who was killed on the 17th, that was one young person who was only 14 years old that was killed on the 7th of October. And you claim 30 were killed. Give me their names. And I'm telling you, killing 30 children does not justify even killing 15,000 children. The blood of these children is on your hands and on your brain and on your conscience. And the world will not allow this to continue.
Like, this is actually...
At the end of the day,
these two people are the perfect example of why that region is always gonna be a giant fucking miss.
I believe,
we'll take 5 names.
Mr. Baghouti, I believe in Palestinian self-determination. I'm asking you
When
a
you
question.
interrupt
I
me,
want a debate. I want a dialogue
when you
with
interrupt
you.
me,
I
you
want a
show
dialogue
weakness,
with you.
not
I want
strength.
a dialogue. I'm asking you a question.
You want a dialogue,
I
so
believe
let
in
me
Palestinian
finish.
self-determination.
How
Do
can
you
I have
believe in
dialogue
Jewish
when you keep
self-determination?
interrupting me?
I'm asking you a question.
Do
Answer
you
my question.
agree? Do you accept to end occupation? Do you accept to end
I
occupation
believe in
and
the
allow us to
Palestinian
live together
self-determination.
in one democratic
I
state
believe in
with
finding
equal
a resolution.
rights, where
believe
I
in
can
finding
be
a
running,
resolution with equal
I can be running to be your prime minister, for instance, in a democracy? Would you accept that?
We have Arab,
Would you accept
Arab
that
members
I
of
have the same
Knesset.
right
We
like
have
you
Arab
do?
members of
You
Knesset.
don't. Because
We
you
have
say
Arab
that
members of
Palestine
Knesset.
is
Mr.
for Jewish
Barghouti,
people
you know very
only,
well we have Arab
and
members
that
of
is
Knesset.
Jewish
We have
supremacy.
Arab judges.
That is the
we have
kind
Arab
of...
doctors. We have Arab
Okay.
members of Knesset.
Please let
You are
me
lying.
finish.
You're confusing people. You
Can
don't
you
believe
please
Israel
be
has
silent
any
and
rights
let me finish?
in
Pierce,
our
I have to say the
ancestral
last word,
homeland.
please.
You don't
Okay,
believe
listen,
we have
there's no point
any
talking over
rights.
each other because
You
then we
don't
can hear
believe
cannot
we
even
have any
tolerate-
rights in our ancestral homeland.
please.
That's your problem, and that's how you lie to your
You
people.
cannot
You tell
stop
them
me
one
from
day
talking,
we will leave.
madam.
But let me tell you something. We're never leaving. So the only way
You shut
forward
up
is
and
to
let me
find
finish.
a peaceful resolution. The only way forward is to
Right,
find
let-
a peaceful resolution because we're not leaving.
All right, Mustafa Barghouti, just
Mr.
finish,
Morgan,
just
can
finish
I
the point
can
you
I
were
just
making.
finish my sentence, please?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, what you have just seen is a very good example of the Israeli behavior. An supremacist approach where they cannot even want to allow us to express our opinion. It's an oppressive approach where this lady cannot even tolerate to hear my opinion.
It's really
I'm
crazy.
asking for equality.
Because you're lying.
I'm asking for respect of human rights.
How much
for
everyone hates
everybody.
each other there, dude.
I'm asking, and you are not only lying, you are a criminal. You are a participant in a war crime against Palestinian people. And because you feel guilty deep down, or maybe you don't feel guilty because you
I
are
have
used
no
to
guilt.
committing crimes
I'm
against
very
Palestinians,
proud
it's up
of
to
my
you.
country
But
that
I'm
has
telling
built a
you,
wonderful
you and
country,
your government
even though
and your
every
regime
10
will
years
not
there's been a
suppress
war
our
against
right
us.
not only to struggle for our freedom, but also to say freely what we believe in. Your approach is a
Bro, I'm
reflection
100% sure
of
something
the
was walking
behavior
there.
of an occupier who cannot tolerate
Okay,
the truth
I have to.
because the truth is
I have
painful.
to leave it there.
You will
And
not
the
have
truth
your
you have
freedom
been
until
part
you
of
accept.
I have to leave it there.
Until
We've
you
run out of time.
accept that we're not going.
We've run out of
you will
time.
not have
I have to
your
leave it
freedom
there. I want to
until
thank.
you accept
I want to
it.
thank all three of you. I want to thank all three of you very much. And
Not gonna hit that thing with my
all the
Glock.
problems to keep
It's a little
talking.
far away.
However difficult it may seem, and however fractious it gets, I believe in the power of discourse. And I will keep having everyone on to debate this, and hopefully, eventually, we can get to resolution or points of agreement. Seems a long way off at the moment, but thank you all for joining me. Appreciate it.
Oh my god, bro. So apparently there was a Twitch stream with the Escape from Tarkov guy, Nikita. It went badly, but I've been holding off from watching it. I can't actually find it no more. I've been holding off from watching it because I know I'm gonna get really mad. Essentially, yeah. I mean, it's a very reductive view of it, but yeah. Wait.
The Palestinian.
Wait. Think you go ahead and debate with Destiny?
Let's get going. Okay, so today I'm hosting a debate between Democratic presidential candidate Cenk Uygur and popular...
Yeah, back when he was still fucking... Bro, he's not even natural born. So funny.
live streamer and political commentator Destiny. In this debate, we're going to focus on the...
Well, yes, but... oh, Things have spiraled a little bit more out of control than that, right? But essentially, that's what kicked it off. Because they both have holy sites there.
Future of the war rather than last time. So this time we're going to focus on the future of the war, potential escalation with the Houthis, how to finish the war, and long-term peace. Because we've only got right now around 45 minutes, instead of asking you a lot of questions, then I'm going to ask you one question, and hopefully just that question will try and get that finished. So from where we are right now, what is a viable and realistic solution?
Should have brought something else besides my handgun.
For the war to end, and number 2 for long-term peace. And keep in mind the Houthis and what's the two-state solution with Bibi. Destiny, can you start and then we'll go to Jenk.
What? I'm getting hoping they walk closer so I can shoot him with my pistol.
Yeah, I mean, you can get very broad, you can get very specific. I think 2 really important things need to happen. The first thing is Hamas has to be eliminated or decapitated so that they're no longer functional in the Gaza Strip, because I think that negotiating with a group like Hamas is just not feasible, and I don't expect Israel to do it. And then I think the second thing that needs to happen is Palestinians have to be able to hold new elections. Regardless of how those might turn out, they need to elect leadership, because Israel needs somebody that they can negotiate with and somebody that can negotiate on behalf of Palestinians to start us back on some kind of road to some lasting solution or peace. Like there has to, those 2 things have to happen. Yeah.
Okay, so just so 2 points. First of all, how is that including a 2-state solution?
Perfect.
Personally, I think that's the most likely resolution that both sides can agree to. I don't think a 1-state solution is anything that Israel would ever agree to. I don't think that'll ever happen.
So how's that going to happen when Bibi's in charge right now?
Well, I mean, if Hamas is eliminated and if the Palestinians elect new leadership, I think that with a reduction of attacks from the Palestinians, I think that there would be a lot of mounting pressure on Israel to actually move towards a 2-state solution or move towards some kind of permanent peace process. But as long as they can always point the finger at Hamas and blame them and say, like, well, look, these guys don't want peace, they just want to shoot rockets at us all day, that's going
Yeah, he's probably right, to be honest. Something will piss me off. Escape from Tarkov main developer they did a live stream. It was a shit show.
Going to be the number 1 justification that Israel can use to kind of indefinitely stave off peace plans, right? Look, October 7th is going to buy them at least a year or 2 in terms of never even having to think about peace plans, because they can just say, well, look at October 7, look at October 7, look at October 7.
And just one last question. I apologize for taking this question from you, Jenk, because I know you would ask this. How is it possible to say just eradicate Hamas? At what point is eradication? Is it possible to even eradicate Hamas?
I don't know how the military defines like a group being defunct, but I think right now Israel, the estimate is they've eliminated 20 to 30% of fighters. I'm sure there's some percentage where once you've eliminated enough, they've effectively lost their ability to govern effectively. And I don't know what that number exactly looks like. I don't think Israel has put out that number exactly. Maybe that's 50, 60, 70%. Maybe it's just when Hamas leadership leaves, or they've been so undermined that the public wants, different elections, or whatever. I don't know if the specifics of that matter as much, but whatever that specific is, that goal has to be accomplished. Yeah.
Okay, Jen.
Okay, so there's a couple of different ways to approach this. So first of all, I'm going to start with what obviously is not going to work, and then I'm going to go to things that actually will work. So first of all, this idea of eliminating Hamas, it's comical. It's comical. It's ridiculous. So they've killed 27,000 people on the way to killing 20 to 30% of Hamas, according to IDF. Now, no one.
I know that shot was great. The next one, I'm not too sure about.
But okay, let's take it as true, though. Okay, so about a quarter of Hamas is killed, according to IDF, and they want to eradicate it, decapitate it, kill the rest of them. So does that mean if we kill 27,000 Palestinians already, we're going to kill at least 100,000? And so maybe, as Destiny said, maybe there's a tipping point where you kill 55% of Hamas, and then you could say that they're done. How anyone verifies any of this is impossible to know. It's basically Netanyahu saying, "Yeah, I'm satisfied with how much."
Oh shit! I missed the second one. Apparently,
Palestinians I've murdered, and he's never going to be satisfied. One, because of his nature, and two, because if the war ends, there's accountability, and he immediately loses power. Immediately.
So he never, ever wants the war to end. As long as Netanyahu is in charge, we have no chance of ever getting to peace, ever. He's the worst partner for
Why
peace
would that lead to
in
more
history.
war?
He
Hamas is a
proudly
terrorist
declares that
organization.
he
They're
brought
not
the
like a...
Palestinian state and will do so again.
The
He
Palestinian
is
government
by
and
far
Hamas are
a
not the same
worse
thing.
partner for peace than even Hamas. He's also a bigger terrorist than Hamas. We can come back and discuss that if you like. But Hamas has hinted in an earlier time, several years ago, that they could do peace and that they could actually recognize Israel's right to exist, which of course they're going to. But anyway, that's another topic as well. So
Yeah, literal terrorists,
so this
bro.
idea of permanent war bringing peace and security is irrational. It's maximum irrational. It's never happened. It's never going to happen. And it's intended so that it doesn't happen for the political power of one man, Netanyahu. Now, it's not just one man. It's the right wing in Israel that right now it can't say anything but blood. And so they just want to kill as many Palestinians as humanly possible while pretending to get Hamas, which, again, there's almost no evidence of a significant percentage of Hamas
What do you
being
mean?
killed. And here's one piece of evidence
Gaza?
that everybody can wrap their minds around, which is they said that they were murdering all these Palestinians in order to kill Hamas and get the hostages back. But has the war led to getting back one single hostage in terms of a military operation? No, none, zero. What is the one thing that got some of the hostages back? Was negotiation and a deal. It's super obvious. Now, you could argue, hey, we wouldn't have gotten as good a deal if we hadn't murdered as many Palestinians as we did. I think that's the argument of a butcher and not true. But we can, again, debate that. Okay, but if you think that permanently, and I'm not saying that Destiny thinks this, I'm just saying generically, if you think that permanent occupation is going to bring Israel peace and security, you're totally detached from reality. No people that are occupied, Palestinian or otherwise, are ever going to bow their heads and say, we now love our oppressors. We love them, and we will be your dogs and servants forever. It's not going to happen. They're always going to fight back. The Chinese will fight back. The Kenyans will fight back. The Palestinians will fight back. And then we'll call them terrorists until the end of time, and we'll say, oh, we murder more of them, murder more of them. But it's never, ever going to end. So you must end the occupation if you want peace. There is no second solution. In fact, this idea of a one-state solution, both on the Palestinian side and the Israeli side, should be dropped immediately. That is a barbarous idea. It has no chance of success. It's ridiculous, and all it'll do is drag out this conflict forever and ever. And I say that to the Palestinians just as forcefully as I say to the Israelis. So the Israelis' one-state solution would be, well, we occupy you forever, we take all of your land, we give it to religious zealot settlers who will murder you for the rest of time. That's a totally untenable solution, obviously. The Palestinians are like, hey, let's have a one-state solution, and we'll outvote the Israelis/Jews, and then we'll rule, and then we'll make them the minority, and we'll oppress them. They're never going to go for that, nor should they. That's crazy. No, that's never going to work. And look, Palestinians get really mad at me when I say right of return's a pipe dream. What, you're going to go back and get your houses in Israel? Decades later? No, look, even if I think that is the most just solution in the world, and would be a ton of justice to that, it doesn't matter because it's never, ever, ever, ever going to happen. And if you hold on to that dream, it actually kills the dream that is tenable for a Palestinian state. So if you're a Palestinian and go, oh, I'm positive we're going to get a one-state solution, you're on Mars or Venus or some other galaxy. Never going to happen, okay? It must be a two-state solution. And finally, we get to, yes, but this particular conflict, how do we end it? You always end it with peace, by definition.
I could kill these, but I don't have the right ammo for it.
You can't murder your way to peace.
So it's like, what does
and
it matter?
I get it, there's wars and a lot of people die, and at the end you get to peace. But that's the point.
From this distance,
at
I
the
mean.
end, you must get to peace. So there is no peace through endless war. So, and in Israel's case, we've talked about this before.
I want to rule.
They always say like, those dirty Muslims. They don't say dirty Muslims, they mean dirty Muslims. They'll never listen. They're savages. They love violence, right? So that's why a peace deal with these Muslims never worked, except the peace deal with Egypt completely worked. The peace deal, the Abraham Accords, totally worked. every peace deal's totally worked. And so what hasn't worked is permanent occupation and permanent war. So you got to get to 2 states. And the 2 years from now is insanity. Insanity. You'll have more bloodshed, more death on both sides. It'll spiral out of control. It'll get even worse and worse. How many people?
Hopefully they'll be
Christ, how many
coming directly my way and don't take do it.
Okay, so you must do the 2-state solution right now. And the people that you do it with is not Hamas, it's Palestinian Authority. You go to Palestinian Authority, who doesn't have a lot of credibility right now in the West Bank. Why? Because they have worked so well with Israel that a lot of Palestinians think that they're collaborators. Okay? So if you say you can't even work with the Palestinian Authority, that's saying I don't want peace. And you could give me Mother Teresa on the other side, and I'll pretend she's a terrorist, and I'll never ever make peace because I don't want peace. And that is the right-wing Israeli position, but not the entire Israeli position. Okay, so Palestinian Authority, get the 2-state solution, have a Palestinian state, bring the Palestinian Authority into Gaza, do not have the occupiers, Israel, try to tame the people of Palestine, of Gaza. Have the Palestinian Authority actually be the government there, and then eventually lead to elections. I agree with Destiny on that. But don't do that right away. Have the Palestinian Authority establish itself in Gaza. And you say, well, Hamas is not going to accept that. They're going to fight back. Well, first of all, they're fighting back against the Palestinian Authority and not Israel. If you're Israel, that's already a win, okay? And then secondly, they get to say to the Palestinian people, what has Hamas brought you? Nothing but grief and strife and death and destruction. What did we bring you? A Palestinian state. You're free. That is a very compelling argument, and it could get the Palestinian Authority to bring Gaza Strip under control and get to peace and security for both sides.
How do you envision that happening under Bibi Netanyahu?
Impossible. Israel has to call elections and throw out that butcher of Israel, and they have to throw out Ben Gvir and all those butchers. They're avowed terrorists. Ben Gvir is a convicted terrorist. He worships terrorists. He talks about ethnically cleansing Gaza and driving them into the desert. So look, Israel, sorry, but it's not too much to ask for you to not elect butchers, people who are convicted terrorists who openly talk about ethnically cleansing the Palestinians and murdering them ad nauseum. So yes, pick anything that is considered anywhere near moderate in Israel. And I don't even care if they're not moderate. Yitzhak Rabin was not moderate. Yitzhak Rabin did terrorism before Israel started, but he got to peace. I would have done a peace deal with Rabin in a second. We were going to. It was going to be great. So anyone who will actually do a peace deal, it doesn't have to be on my terms. It just has to exist.
I'm just trying to work out how it goes. So the first step to peace, as far as you're saying, is to get rid of Bibi Netanyahu and then have a 2-state solution. But how will you even get rid of Bibi Netanyahu? I'm just trying to work. Are you saying America?
So
if you're saying the war is never going to end, then how's that going to happen?
Yeah, no, Netanyahu never wants the war to end, so Israel has to throw his ass out. There's no way around it.
How are they going to do that?
Yeah, call an election. So, look, I don't know the internal dynamics of his cabinet. Obviously, it's a parliamentary system. It's not a presidential system. If it was the American system, you don't have a choice. You have to wait till the next election if it's 3-4 years later. But in a parliamentary system, if a certain set of steps happen, you can call an election right away. So whatever those steps are, the Israeli people have to demand that the Israeli government represent them and get there. But if they don't, and they say, we just want to kill Palestinians forever, look, now you're going to get super mad if you're on the Israeli side, but don't come back and go, I can't believe they tried to kill us. We were butchering them. We killed 25 times as many of them as they killed of us, and we said we're never going to stop. We're going to kill another 25 times more, and another 25 times more, and we're going to be 100 times worse than Hamas, and we're going to occupy them forever. But golly, I can't believe they attacked us. Come on. I hate the attacks. I condemn the attacks. It's not productive. It's not the right way to go. My heart breaks for the civilians. But if you're talking to the other side, saying I should get to butcher you to the end of time, and you should shut up about it and accept that you're my servants, it's preposterous. Then you should expect 10,000 acts of terrorism because it's never going to stop.
Okay, so just one last question.
Whether we want it or not, and I don't want it, but that's just reality.
Yeah, just one last question before we go to Destiny, and just still trying to understand your position. Your whole plan is reliant on getting Bibi out of office and creating a 2-state solution. You're saying the way to get Bibi out of office is by his cabinet kicking him out and doing a new election. But his cabinet is supportive of the war, so I'm not sure how this is a realistic path to peace.
So look, it's
That's
on
pretty
the
obvious
Israeli
the way she
people,
dropped.
because
But they're supportive of the war.
yeah, so they have to put pressure on the Israeli cabinet. They have to. If they don't, like I
Only
said,
barely, though,
then they
yeah.
shouldn't be surprised. They
Little
shouldn't
lower
be
than Stan.
heartbroken. They shouldn't be anything. What you're, as long as you keep Netanyahu and this right-wing government in office in Israel, that is the Israeli people saying, we don't mind terrorism, we don't mind war, we don't want peace and security, we just want to kill more Palestinians. Okay, if that's your decision, that's what you're going to get. And it doesn't matter what I think about it. It doesn't matter how immoral I think it is on both sides. That is just a fact of life. That is how humanity works. They're never going to be your
Go to that other
dogs.
house.
They're not
And
going to
tower.
do it. They're always going to fight back, because that's how every human responds. You must throw out the right-wing government of Israel. If you don't, you're never going to get to peace for Israel, let alone the Palestinians.
Why, just as a real quick follow-up, okay, why is the onus more on Israel to throw out their government than it is on the Palestinians to throw out theirs?
Because the Palestinians have no pathway to throwing out Hamas. So if there was an election for Hamas or Palestinian Authority or anyone else, I'd be saying the same exact thing to the Palestinians. Are you guys nuts? You gotta throw out Hamas.
Wait, there is a pathway to do it. It could be through elections, or it could be through, like, just refusing to bow to Hamas Israel, but they don't. Hamas has Hamas has very, very, very popular support amongst the Palestinian people. You're talking about having a boss and the PA lead them. Pretty sure like 90% of Palestinians, like 92% of the West Bank, want Abbas to resign. And the next most popular politician, Marwan Bugatti, or Barghouti, or however you pronounce his name, that dude's like in jail serving consecutive life sentences because of activities that he had in the Second Intifada, which is the reason why, by the way, Israelis are so radicalized. As many excuses as we make for the Palestinians as like, well, of course they're going to respond this way. Look at all the violence. But where did all the right-wing governments of Israel start coming from? In response to the violence of the Second Intifada. And you mentioned about how like
the occupation.
Sure, and you can say that, but like you just said that like, well, there are going to be 10,000 terrorist attacks. There already were hundreds of terrorist attacks from 2000 to 2004. That happened all throughout Israel.
So
Well, sure,
look,
but
as
and the
long as-
occupation was in response to an invasion from neighboring countries. And I mean, like, you can play the, it can
Is
go
it?
back. Yeah.
That was like 58 years ago. It was 56, 54. How long ago was that? But we're still pretending that that's what the occupation's about.
Well, I mean, that's where it came from, right? That's when Israel originally invaded.
No, they
And-
just like occupying them. Keep it real. They like, hey, we get to be the powerful finally. And look, I get it. It's like it's
Wait, if they just
cathartic.
like occupying, then why did they give the Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt for peace?
No. So, by the way, that's a great question. And Israel, who is the they? There is no they who is Jewish or they who is Israeli. There's a wide range of opinions. They is the right-wing government of Israel. So thank you for that clarification, right? The Netanyahus of the world. On the other hand, if the right wing, like Yitzhak Rabin and like Ariel Sharon, say, "Hey, you know what? I want to do something different. I'll take it. I don't need any change. I don't care about your domestic policy, etc." In terms of Hamas popularity and Palestinian Authority popularity, the reason Mahmoud Abbas is so unpopular is because
Do I have
he
bullets for like
works
2
with
to 3?
the Israelis 100%. If you say that guy's not a partner for peace, then you don't want peace. But he has no credibility because he's never brought anything back for all that working with Israel. But
I
if
just
you were to say- hold
focusing.
on, let me finish real quick. If you were to say, yes, you were super frustrated with me because all I ever did was work with Israel, but at the end of it, ta-da, I got the Palestinian state, then of course, not everybody, not overnight, but tons of people go, oh, okay, that was his plan and he delivered. And now we're free. Then we love Mahmoud Abbas.
Yeah, I don't think
I mean,
that's gonna.
surely
He
credible.
can't create that state without the Palestinian support. Like you can't. He can't serve
Oh,
as
I'm
a
almost-
representative,
bro, I'm so
realistically, a
close.
representative of the Palestinian people. If he has none of the support of the Palestinian people, if Israel were to try to negotiate with Abbas, basically as a sole human being to try to create some government, there would be massive uprisings, there would be violence against Israel's, violence against settlers, violence against IDF. This would happen, and then I think people would be on the news saying like, well, of course, why are they trying to negotiate with Abbas? This guy isn't even a leader of the Palestinians. He's literally refused to hold elections in this place for almost like 2 decades. Like, why would they even try to negotiate with this guy? He doesn't represent the Palestinians. He's just a dog of Israel. He's just a servant to the IDF, like, which is what Palestinians right now currently think of him. This idea that like,
I can answer it.
Okay.
So, look, Destiny, if you eliminate every single person as either a terrorist or a collaborator, and hence not a partner for peace, you'll have purposely eliminated every partner for peace. So conveniently, you can continue the occupation for another 56 years pretending it's about the invasion from Jordan like 2.5 million years ago. What do you, so that is a pathway to no end, right? On the other hand, if Abbas were to get into those negotiations, you think the Palestinians would say, no, we don't want 2 states.
Yes.
No, let's do more terrorism because we don't like Abbas.
Yes, that's what all the popularity polls. That's what all the polls show.
The great majority will not. And so, and here's another thing that's going to happen with Abbas. All of the Arab states are tired of this because their own populations now despise Israel and America so much that it's destabilizing their governments. So all of those Arab countries who want to deal with Israel, they want to go economically, etc. Saudi Arabia, the leaders of Saudi Arabia can't wait to do a deal with Israel. They've said that in 100 different ways. They're like, we don't care about the Palestinians, we just want the money, right? We want to do a deal with Israel, with America, etc., and get back to regularity. So all of those guys are going to put tremendous pressure on whoever the Palestinian negotiator is to get a deal. America's going to put enormous pressure. I think the Palestinian diaspora, the Muslim world is going to put a lot of pressure to get a deal on the Palestinian side. So that is your best chance. And so if you do a vote on Abbas before you start, he has no chance. If he gets them a state and gets them freedom, and then you do a vote, then he has a terrific
I just don't understand. You can't get a state and get freedom when you don't have a mandate from the people to negotiate on your behalf. And Abbas doesn't.
So that's okay. So good. So Destiny, good question. And do we have a mandate from the Palestinians? So guys, I want you to think this through. Again, like if you're on the Israeli side and you want Israel to be a safe haven for Jews as it was designed to be, think through how are you going to get there? So right now, if you say, well, the Palestinians hate the Jews. Well, a lot of them do. You're not wrong about that. Now, why do they? You say, oh, general anti-Semitism, we're the victims. Look, you're kidding yourself. You're totally, utterly kidding yourself. There is anti-Semitism all across the world. That's true. Jews have been victims all throughout history. That is totally true. But if you think the Palestinians hate you purely because of ancient hatred and anti-Semitism, you've gotten totally detached from reality. They hate you because you've been occupying them for 75 years. And you've been brutalizing them and humiliating them and killing them. No people on earth wouldn't hate you under that circumstance. And it doesn't matter whether you take out Israel, Jewish, and you put in Buddhist in Thailand. It doesn't matter. Anyone who's being occupied, of course, is going to hate you. So if in the middle of that occupation, in the middle of that war, in the middle of that hatred, you go, no, I'm not going to deal with them because they don't like me enough. Well, then you're never going to get to peace.
It's not about dealing with somebody because it's not about dealing with somebody because you don't like them enough. I'm just saying that the Palestinian people aren't going to accept any negotiations that Abbas is doing.
That's what I'm getting at, Destiny. But if you think because of that hatred, the Palestinians don't
it's a little high, bro.
You're totally wrong. Totally, utterly wrong.
Okay, no, but to be clear,
they want two-state solution.
I don't. That's not supported in any of the polling data that Palestinians want a two-state solution. And when you say that people want peace, I think peace is a reductionist argument. People don't want peace. People want justice, right? If Israel were to offer Palestinians a two-state solution where all of them move into the Gaza Strip and that would cause peace, like nobody would be happy with that. They wouldn't consider that a just resolution to the issues that they face. I think that the issue is that Israel historically, I say historically, not even like in the attempts to negotiate peace for the Palestinians, it feels like the people that get most support from Palestinians are radical groups like Hamas or radical actors, not people like Abbas, not the Palestinian Authority, which I think is historically unpopular with Palestinians, or Abbas, who is incredibly unpopular. And I think that that issue, I don't know how you deal with it exactly, because it's a very complicated, like top-down, like religious, cultural, political, social issue that you have to deal with in terms of like bringing the Palestinians like to a calmer place. That has to happen before any kind of negotiations happen, because again, like, I mean, going back to the start of this, you can't negotiate with Hamas. Nobody would expect anybody to. That just can't happen. Your leadership can't be Hamas. And if Palestinians hold free elections and they elect more terrorist groups, well, what are you going to do? How do you negotiate with that group of people? It just doesn't. It can't happen.
So Destiny, you got it backwards. Okay, in my opinion. So let me explain. Whenever there's a conflict, war, occupation, etc., going on, the radicals will always win. So you saw it in Iraq, where the most radical groups got to be the strongest, because in the middle of America bombing Iraq, the Iraqis weren't going to magically go, God, we love America. Let's pick some moderate Shia Muslim leaders to negotiate with the Americans about how much they're going to kill us and how much they're going to take our oil, etc. No, they're going to do what every human does, which is, who's going to kill them the most? They're killing us. Who's going to kill them? Oh, you guys, the most radical guys, want to kill them the most? We're with you. That's what happens with every human being in every country.
I know I'm being quiet. I'm like
So
eating
in
as fast as
that-
I can,
in that
which for me is not
culture,
that fast.
If you
Right.
say, I can't believe they picked a radical group, that's it, I'm not negotiating with them. You'll never get to war. You'll never get to peace. That's just a fact. So, on the other hand, if you get on the road to peace, and my God, if you got the peace, will they stay radical forever? Now, if you say that, it's almost a racist position. Like, once you get to peace and security and justice, you're right, it depends on the contours of the deal. If at that point you think the Palestinians will still attack you, you're basically saying, I don't think they're like other human beings. I think they're violent savages and nothing will appease them.
No, they don't have to be violent savages to be motivated to enact violence against Israel just because of the group of these people in the history that has involved like Israel and Palestine. Like the reality is for the
that history is
entirety.
not, by the way, it's totally mangled.
What's mangled?
So the Israelis, not Israelis, Jews and Muslims, including Palestinians, lived there for
We're not. No one. I don't.
centuries
So
in peace.
for the way that I don't care about Jews and Muslims. I don't think that's relevant here. I think what's relevant are Israelis and Palestinians. Jews and Muslims did live together, even in this very region, kind of happily. But the issue is that, by their perception, European people came in who were also Jews and then created the state of Israel, and this is where a lot of the issues come from. But I mean, I don't know how relevant that is to today. The reality is the Palestinian people that are there don't like the Israeli people that are there. I don't think that it's an anti-Semitic-driven hatred for them, although that bleeds into a lot of it since now Palestinians aligned with so many anti-Semitic and extremist groups like Hezbollah or the Houthis or Iran. But I think that the only way, like, I can't think of. So here's like an idea that I have. I don't know if this is actually true or not, but my guess for why radicals always win when it comes to rising up against countries is probably because radicals don't stay in power for very long. You've got coups,
didn't bring my
you've got
nightscope, though.
radicals, they take over a government that's failing, but then eventually, inevitably, radical groups never hold power for long. Once they fail, something more stable happens for a long period of time. It's always those stable regimes that start to fail that have radicals come up that are offering something different in order to, convince the people that we should try this instead. But I don't think you can negotiate peace with radicals and then just slowly over time turn them moderate. And also, if you're an Israeli citizen, why would you ever think that that would happen, given the entire history of like your two states existing next to each other has been violence?
Yeah. So I'll address your questions, which I think are good ones, in a second.
I probably
But
missed.
Destiny, you see that you seem to be saying Mahmoud Abbas is perceived as a moderate collaborator, so we can't negotiate with him because he won't have the credibility. And Hamas is radicals, so we can't negotiate with them. It seems like you've eliminated every negotiating partner. And if you want further war and occupation, that's pretty convenient. I don't think you want that. So help me understand who you think can be a partner for the Palestinians.
Something that I thought
isn't
was
one of those two.
a really cool idea that I saw floated on Twitter that supposedly Egypt, Israel, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia were talking about. I don't know if this actually amounted to anything, it was true, but it was the idea of another country stepping in and them hosting a government basically there, that Saudi Arabia would send somebody to the West Bank and they would serve as trying to create a transitional government. I think that sounds like an interesting idea, although I can see a billion ways that would go wrong, but at least it would lend some credence or some stability to a government there. But I can't even imagine how Iran would respond to that or what that would look like. Again, I can see a million ways of it going wrong, but Abbas can't be negotiated with because the Palestinian people... Cenk, I'm sorry, but at no point in human history has anybody negotiated with somebody with no mandate from the people. You just can't do it. Even Arafat himself was pressured by his thought of losing a mandate from the people for negotiating.
Look, you're totally assuming it. You're assuming that the Palestinians don't want two states. They don't want peace, and that's a crazy assumption.
But it's supported by all the polling data.
No, but...
Wait, how do you wrestle with that? How do you wrestle with the fact that the majority of Palestinians
The game you linked me?
support?
I don't know. I'm kind of broke right now.
Of course. If in the middle of my family being murdered, you ask me, do you support the murderers? I'm going to say no. No, I don't support the murderers.
And I agree with you, but now you're just... But they've seen Israel as being the murderers for 60, 70 years, or for the entirety of them existing here.
And then you say, hey, Cenk, look, in that unfortunate analogy, your family got butchered. Do you love the guys who butchered? No, I don't. I hate them. And do you like the people who work with them? No, I hate them. Now, do you want it to stop? Well, yeah, I do want it to stop. Okay, so now how are we going to get it to stop? Now Are you in favor of that guy stopping it or that guy stopping it? Well, now that's a different question than do I love the people who butchered my family.
We have to. Okay, I feel like this is a very Western imposition when we say stop and when we say peace. And I'm trying to get people to move off this. Nobody in the world ever wants peace. MLK didn't want peace, right? We talk about like the uneasy tension that exists when there's peace but not justice. What people want is justice. The problem is when you look at Israel and you look at Palestine, their definitions of peace oftentimes are highly conflicting. For Israel, peace might mean where they annex parts of the West Bank, where they continue to push the Palestinians into increasingly smaller land, they control their airspace indefinitely, and then they make a two-state solution where they're essentially occupying both states still, right? That might be peace for Israelis. Peace for Palestinians might be a one-state solution where every single 6-7 million Palestinians get a right of return, they all get to come back, they get to vote, they get to create a Sharia law, Islamist government, and that's peace for them.
Which direction was I shooting in?
Relevant. What's really relevant is what is justice for both sides. And as long as Palestinians' form of justice is, whether it's terrorist attacks or whether it's encouraging to fight against the Israeli government, this is the history of Palestine and Israel, is them constantly fighting against each other. And I don't know why we make this excuse for Palestinians where we're like, well, of course they don't support Abbas and they don't want to negotiate because their families been killed. That's where all the right-wing governments in Israel came from, was from Palestinian terrorist attacks, especially the Second Intifada from 2000-2004. There's like the biggest
I got turned around. I have no idea
for
where I
so
was
many
shooting.
Israelis. I don't know why we don't grant them the same leeway. Like, yeah, okay, obviously Israelis are super radicalized as well.
Obvious reason why, Destiny.
Yes, I like my plate.
Come on, you're a
sorry.
smart guy.
Actually, you didn't see it.
Is
Perfect.
occupying
Never mind.
the other side. So for you to say, oh, they're all equal, I can't believe the Palestinians didn't accept their occupation and fought back.
Okay, it sucks. I have no idea where
they're just so radical and nuts.
That way, right?
Right? And it's definitely their fault. And the other side goes, what? I was just occupying them for 75 years. What? I can't believe they attacked me. No, there's one side that is definitely guilty overall, and that is Israel, for doing the occupation for 75 frickin' years. I mean, and if you don't get that the occupation is the core of the problem here, you're trying not to get it. You're trying to avoid the problem because you kind of want the occupation. And so be honest with yourself. And I'm addressing the audience, not you specifically, Destiny. So as long as the people are occupied, they are going to fight back. If you deny that, you're just on a different planet. Like,
I don't disagree that the occupation is a thing that bothers a lot of Palestinians and drives them towards a more radical position.
Yeah.
But I think one thing you don't understand is a lot of Palestinians consider Israelis present in the Levant, in this area, to always be an occupation. For some of them, a two-state solution is an occupation still. And I think for Israelis, I think the worry is that even if you did tomorrow negotiate a two-state solution, not only would the attacks not stop, now they're going to be elevated because now they've got their own country to launch attacks from. Now when we go and attack them, now we have to like declare war and it's going to be a whole other thing. Why would Israeli citizens, what faith would they have that Palestinians would be peaceful after a negotiated two-state solution?
I got to stop going out at night.
To all their demands.
So two things about that, Destiny. Number one, if you stretch that out, that means if we ever give them a state, we think they're going to attack us more, so we're never going to give them a state. And that is actually exactly what Israel's doing. So then you're permanently the bad guys. I know it breaks your heart to think of it that way and you won't accept it. No. Occupying 5 million people and humiliating them daily. And
you don't see the tracks in the dark either.
We're in charge. You don't get to be free. You're always going to serve us. But you should love it. Okay? So no, the occupation is definitely
that's a big deal.
Now, if you say, hey, wait a minute, the Israelis want peace afterwards and justice, and if the Palestinian state then attacks Israel, okay, but then I'm 100% on Israel's side. And so then we have a completely different dynamic. But if you say, because they might attack us, even after we do peace and justice, I'm never going to give them a state, you're saying I'm going to be permanently the bad guy, permanently the occupier, permanently the oppressor.
Okay, wait, I'm curious. Let's say let's say that, I mean, in a very reductionist way, kind of. Let's say that Palestinians.
Yeah, the game looks all right, but
and it was a combined state of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. Let's say that this was granted to them.
Bell Ride's fun. I'm enjoying that. I've been playing that online with
October 7th happens again. Would you support the current Israeli invasion into the Gaza Strip? Everything else the same. The same number, 25, 35, whatever thousand deaths, 20 to 30% were Hamas militants. Would you support the same Israeli military operation to the Gaza Strip if they were their own country?
So that's a really good question, and I have two answers to that. One is, I would accept it a lot more than the current situation.
But it sounds like you wouldn't accept it. I don't think you would. I think you'd be making the exact
hold on.
same.
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
I'm getting to the second part, right? So number one, I accept it more because.
Oh, I got a really good shot, man.
They asked for, they still attack you.
It's already that low.
I get it.
That was
right?
a good shot, dude.
And so that's point one. Point two is, no, even
oh
in
yeah,
that
I almost
situation,
immediately died. It's perfect.
Does there come a point, Destiny, and I would flip this back to you, where you're
not bad for 200 meters.
200-pound guy with giant muscles, and the other kid's like 80 pounds, and you've
Little
already
low.
punched them in the face 20 times. Now everybody looking around. The first time he punched you and you punched him back, people were like, totally get it. You punched him back twice, 4 times, people were like, okay, I still get it. He started the fight. On the 20th time, you're like, please, brother. Okay, you were right.
That's
you were right
Jen
to attack
Kuger
them because they attacked you.
in a nutshell.
Stop hitting him
Just
in the
wait.
face. You're gonna kill him.
He's gonna get
This is
mad
getting
and then he's gonna start
grotesque.
yelling.
So is there a
Just
point
wait.
where it gets to be too much?
I haven't
Of
seen this
course,
yet,
it
but I
would be
can
under
guarantee it.
Any situation where you've got a war between two countries, right?
Okay, but like
Yeah, so
nobody
you can
supports.
acknowledge that,
no,
right?
If that what?
That
Acknowledge
at
what?
some point that the country that was attacked has counterattacked so badly that you say,
I don't.
okay, enough.
I don't evaluate conflicts and counterattacked so badly or number of people killed. I'm thinking of like mission objectives, which I think is how every single commander everywhere in the history of all of warfare thinks of warfare. It's not just by number of deaths or whatever. It's by military objective, which is in this case it's decapitating what they consider to be a terrorist government or a terrorist group.
But you know that's impossible, right?
It's not impossible. I don't think so. No, of course
you
not.
think they're going to kill enough Hamas members? And at this rate, that means minimum.
It is, but not in
like
76.
55,000 dead Palestinians.
We don't know 100%
Not
how
at
many. I mean, now
all.
that the ground invasion has started,
But
I
it's
mean,
fun.
The civilian deaths have slowed down quite a bit, or the
No, they
I should
haven't.
say
150
Palestinian.
today. It's 150 every day.
Yeah, it's better than
Look,
700 to
that's one thing
1,000 a
about
day in the
position.
early conflict. Like the deaths were way higher under the airstrikes. You can look, you can plot, you can see all the deaths per day. There are still Palestinians dying every day, but the numbers have fallen off quite a bit compared to when the invasion started. But I don't think, with what you said, and I know you're saying you might support the invasion, although it sounds like you're going to a lot of reasons why you wouldn't support the invasion. I don't think so. I don't
Pretty
think
much.
anybody
That's
supports
why my heavy weapons
By an
build.
independent country, of course they get the counterattack. Of course.
No, it's not just a counter.
You just need the ammo,
You're trying
right?
to make this sound like it's a tit for tat. That's not how this works.
Where's
Like
the-
Israel wants to be a secure country. If you're getting attacked by somebody, you have a military objective afterwards. Their military objective is to not get attacked by them anymore. It's not like, well, you killed 1,200 of our people. We're going to go do it October 8th into your territory and kill 1,200 of your people. That's not how it works. That's not how it ever works.
So, Destiny, we got attacked on 9/11. We then attacked Afghanistan for 20 years. We attacked Iraq, which had nothing to do with it. And we killed and killed and killed and killed. And did we accomplish our objective? 20 years later, people were like, no, I can't believe we left Afghanistan. We didn't accomplish the objective. Because if you like war, you're never going to
I think
accomplish
so.
the
To be
objective.
precise on that, I think we did accomplish a righteous objective, which was essentially the decapitation of Al Qaeda. I think we did a really good job of that. The problem was that we had other missions that were stupid. One was the deposing of Saddam Hussein, and then the other two were the nation-building adventures that we went on in Afghanistan and Iraq. I think that those 3 things were not good, and I didn't see a good justification for them. But I think that eliminating Al Qaeda in Afghanistan, I thought that was a good thing to do. I think. I don't like.
Oh, absolutely. But did we actually target Al Qaeda? Now we're going to get too deep into that, but real quick, no. Rumsfeld turned down a U.S. general's.
Wait a second. I think it's probably worth just moving on to the Houthis. Just talking about that, just quickly addressing that. By the way, just apologies. The Wi-Fi and electricity all just turned off in my building, so I had to quickly rush over elsewhere. And all the lights.
That's okay. But look, I gotta ask Destiny a question.
Okay, quickly, then we'll move on to the Houthis. Yeah.
So when you talk about accomplishing objectives, and you
Yeah,
say
the thing
slaughter
with
Hamas,
Fallout 76 is like it keeps going, dude. Like the enemies are just ridiculous at a point, and then even with like a critical sneak headshot, it's just not gonna do enough damage.
and we'll kind of know when we slaughtered them enough. But in the meanwhile,
Late
we're
game
just
Fallout
slaughtering
76 is very
slaughtering innocent Palestinians.
meta.
I'm good with it because we're
Put it that way.
accomplishing a military objective. I really
It's
wanna
terrible.
ask you, are you,
It's terrible.
150 largely innocent, meaning like the great majority of them, even according to the IDF, are innocent civilians.
Yeah,
150
at
of
least
them,
there is a late
even
game
the
now,
reduced
right?
die
For the
every
longest
day.
of time, like a year or
me,
two,
that
there was
breaks
no
my-
late
if
game.
Destiny, if 150 Israelis were dying every single day, and we're like, no, Palestinians didn't accomplish their objective. They still don't have a two-state solution. Kill another 150 Israelis. Kill another 150 Israelis. Kill another 150 Israelis. I don't think you'd be good with it. I don't think America would be good with it. I don't
absolutely
think anybody would be good
I'm
with it.
not good with it.
But
It's
with the
horrible.
Palestinians,
150
they're not really
Palestinians.
human, so
I
I'm
don't know
good
where
with
this not really human thing comes out from. I don't know if you actually do have some anti-Semitism bleeding out of the. I don't know
Oh,
why
I
you
forgot
keep
the fucking-
bringing that up. I don't think anybody's arguing for the anti-humanness of
It has a
Palestinians.
different
This is a
scope.
very real
No, but you
geopolitical
don't care
conflict
if they
that doesn't
die.
need. What, I do care if they die.
Yeah, I'm not
Hamas
shooting that.
doesn't care if they die, and Hamas is the owner of the region, and Hamas is the one conducting warfare. I don't
No,
know
but
why
you
we're
say,
so
like-
critical of the
no, you
defending
say, like,
country
so
here when
Israel-
Hamas is the
Israel-
one that has. Hamas
Oh,
has
I know.
popular
Yeah.
support of the Palestinians. Hamas operates out of the.
Yeah, I did
Gaza
tell you,
Strip,
bro.
And Hamas
Like I
does
warned
death
you.
Infinite,
The longer you
attacks
play
against
this, the
civilians.
more you'll
What do you
notice.
mean? Here's the question. You asked me if I care that civilians are dying. I do. I think
Like,
it's
it's still
horrible that
fun, but
civilians
you
are
have
dying,
to play
but the
heavy weapons,
responsibility
which is
there
lame.
rests
You
with
know?
Hamas. And if
I don't want to
anything,
play heavy
the
weapons. I
Palestinians
want to
that
be that
continue
guy like,
support Hamas, which
boop, hey, I
unfortunately
won.
is still the
You
majority of
know?
the Palestinians. That's a big issue, and that has to be dealt with before we ask Israel to just roll over and grant them infinite peace as a reward for the October 7th attack, and then pray that they don't attack them in the future. Even though if they did attack them in the future, people like you would still say, well, you don't have the right to do that, just like you would probably against the Saudi-led coalition going after the Houthis in Yemen, even though the Houthis in Yemen are shooting ballistic missiles into Riyadh. You're going to say the exact same thing. Well, no, there's a famine, there's a humanitarian crisis, there are too many civilians dying, like that attack. Israel is still the big guy. Israel's still the 200-pound guy against the 120-pound guy, even if they're two separate states. So, no, I don't agree that giving them a separate state achieves anything for Israel. I don't even think it gives them better humanitarian standing for people internationally like you that would criticize them regardless. And I just don't see any reason. I think it's absolutely true. But
Why the hell would I criticize Israel after they make a peace deal and they have two states? Well, that doesn't even make any sense.
you would criticize them for this same counterattack if Hamas continued to attack them from the Palestinian state.
I actually want to play
No, I
Bell
said
right,
you
like
could
a
do
lot, but
counterattack,
ISIS
there
isn't
comes a
online,
point
and
where you
I don't really want to
murder
continue the
enough.
game
So counterattack
without him
is
there.
is a counterattack just measured in human life then? If they kill 1,000 of my citizens, I go kill 1,000 of theirs. Is that the point of a counterattack?
They do scale in level, insane
your
level, and they
point
will get
is
more health
endless war.
because of
You
that.
just admitted
I didn't
you
say
said
You
endless
cannot
war.
out-level
You
enemies.
want endless
you have
war.
the two
You're
states,
saying because if you
say
kill
they're going to attack anyway because they're savages, right?
No,
How
it has
many
nothing to
are
do
you
with
going to
savages.
murder, Destiny?
However
You
many it
are
takes to complete the
murdering
mission,
more Palestinians
because
daily.
you're
Listen,
asking.
That's a fact. I'm in
when
favor
you-
of no
when you-
Israelis dying. None. Zero. You're in favor of 150 Palestinians being murdered every single day because you didn't accomplish your totally impossible objective
Wait, so
of
Cenk, when-
decapitating Hamas.
Cenk, when you see the IDF in Gaza right now, do you not see them as what they're trying to do, which is trying to wipe out Hamas, or do you
No,
think they're
I
just
don't
trying
think
to
they
kill
are at all.
Palestinians for no reason?
No, I think they're trying to punish.
Well,
collectively
it's
Palestinians.
this is
I
still
think
very
they're
mild.
barely trying to get
Like I
Hamas.
didn't even bat an
They've
arrow. This
barely
is
been
just
in
normal
tunnels,
drink
they've
still.
rescued no hostages. They've murdered hostages.
Wait,
you
hold
see
on.
them
How can you
killing
say-
Palestinians wantonly on tape with your own eyes? And
Yeah,
then you tell us.
I was never a fan of the scalability. Like, to a certain degree, I get it, but at a certain point, I want to run around and be like, "Brrrt, oh, I killed 50 people," you know? Like if I go back to some low level area, so to speak, right? And everything there is all of a sudden like level 80 as well. That's fucking dumb, dude.
Oh golly gee, they meant to shoot someone else, but they just accidentally murdered 27,000 Palestinians. They are the best military in the world, but they always miss.
But it's like, it's the same thing with the Bethesda fucking philosophy of like, bigger is better. It's not fucking true, dude. Like, why was Starfield garbage? Because there's way too many fucking planets and they all look the goddamn same. Why is that the same? Why do I swap that like from Fallout 76? Because in Fallout 76, the higher level, the higher the enemies, and you can never. It's the same fucking thing, you know? Like, it's always the same fucking thing. Like, oh, okay, here's another ghoul, but now he's also level 80, so it's gonna take me like 50 fucking bullets to kill him, even though at level 5 it took me 2. That's something that really annoys me, actually, right? Because it just takes away from the fun.
And oh, there goes another civilian. Boy, they were really trying not to kill them. Come on. Again, if you're an Israeli supporter, right-wing Israeli supporter, you believe that with all your heart. I get it. But the rest of the world doesn't believe that.
What, nobody.
at
Hold on.
all.
The rest of the. First of all, if Israel was trying to just kill civilians, a 2 or 4 to 1 ratio of civilian to fighter death for civilian to Hamas militant death in a highly urban environment completely betrays that entire analysis. If they were trying to just kill civilians, they're doing the worst job of any invading power in a
Yeah, it
highly
stops at
urban
50.
environment ever. Why wouldn't they have killed 100,000 or 500,000 civilians? If they really want to just kill as many civilians as possible,
You're just
why did they
looking
only
for
kill
the best
20 has it even gotten to 30,000
stats
yet?
now,
Why did they
really.
kill so few?
Oh, it hasn't even been 30,000. Can you imagine if we said about Israelis? They didn't even kill 30,000 Israelis. They only killed 1,200 Israelis. What's the big deal? Because that is what Israel's doing. They killed 1,200.
Why have they only killed? Why have they killed so few? Why have they killed so
Now
few?
it takes a whole week to kill 1,200 Palestinians, but no one cares.
Why, first of all,
dead Palestinians are irrelevant to the West because that's why I make the point about non-humans.
No, that's not true.
Because if
Dead
it was
Palestinians
being killed, you would be livid.
You cannot
Dead
get.
Palestinians being killed.
Cenk loves his own voice, dude.
No, Cenk, I think that's not the point Destiny's trying to make. What he's trying to say is, why, if Israel really were just trying to kill Palestinians and they were just about collective punishment, couldn't they kill so many more people?
That's exactly what happens. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the
there's a
levels
difference between
they stop at
genocide
50,
and
but like a level
If
1
anyone says Israel's trying to do a Holocaust,
there's certain guns you can't find until you're like X level,
right? If they
right?
wanted to kill every Palestinian, they could, obviously.
A level 1 10mm pistol will be much worse than a level 10mm pistol, even though they're both 10mm pistols.
Killing them in a disproportionate way. Yes, obviously.
You said the whole point of what they're doing is trying to kill Palestinians.
No. Okay, so let's be super clear. So do they have an ostensible objective? I mean, they never go in the tunnels. They barely ever kill Hamas. They never rescue
What do you mean
hostages.
barely kill Hamas? 20 to 30% of that so far been attributed to Hamas fighters. How is that barely killing them?
Yeah, like they've never shown any, like, anyway, I don't
They've never shown any what? They've shown tons of video footage of tons of different things, but okay.
Okay, all right. So, but even by their own admission, they kill 2/3 civilians, and that is the best case.
I mean, I get why you would do that, right?
It's highly urban warfare. Those ratios
From
are
a development standpoint,
what?
but from a gameplay standpoint,
Hamas tries to kill. Hamas wants to kill civilians.
No, but what do you mean? They killed troops and they killed civilians at the same exact
it's like,
rate.
oh look, the same fucking gun.
I think it was like
oh, but it's slightly better. I guess I'll equip it.
Wasn't it 1,200 people killed and 200 were military people?
Some odd civilians and 300 some odd soldiers. So
wait, how many civilians did you say?
It's terrible terrorism. When Israel does it, they had to. They had to
Wait,
murder.
Jen, can you not make the distinction of Hamas going into Israel on October 7th, just trying to kill civilians for the sake of it, not any other mission? But then what Israel are doing? What?
Look, I hated that they killed civilians.
Yeah.
But they also killed troops. So it's like
no, I understand that, but do you not see the difference in alternative motive between what the IDF are doing and what Hamas are doing?
Well, they wiped out 20 villages, but they shot a few soldiers too. Like, what the fuck is that argument, bro?
No, first of all, I don't let me be clear. I don't believe the right-wing government of Israel when they say we're the world's worst army, even though we have every capability in the world, we just keep missing. We just accidentally murdered 25 times the number of civilians as Hamas, the terrorist group Hamas. But oops, did I do it again? So what are they trying to do? They're trying to have plausible deniability for vengeance. So their plausible deniability is, no, I sent guys there. I tried to get Hamas. I tried to get the hostages a little bit. But as I was doing that, I murdered, and I dug up their cemeteries, and I took their ancestors, and I rubbed it in their face. Look at me spitting on your ancestors. And then I bombed their hospitals. Then I bombed their schools. Then I bombed 85% of the buildings. And then now a quarter of them, 500,000 people, are starving. 80% of the world's people that are starving in the world are in Gaza right now. But if you think that's all an accident, they didn't mean to do any of that.
80% of the starving people in the world are in Gaza right now?
That's right, according to the United Nations. I know you're going to say, the United Nations is anti-Semitic. We don't count it. We don't count it. Nothing
Considering
counts.
the population of Yemen is like 35 million people and there are only 2 million people in Gaza, and I'm like half the population of Yemen? That's just one country. That number is insane. There's no way that number is true.
Destiny, it doesn't matter. You're good with it. You're good with the deaths. You're good with the starvation. They haven't accomplished their objective yet. Their objective
The number doesn't matter.
is vengeance and terrorism.
Then they're doing a really bad job of it. Why haven't they killed 400,000 Palestinians?
Because they wouldn't be able to get away with it.
Okay, so they're trying to kill indiscriminately, but only as much as they can get away from. But they've also managed to kill 25% of the civilians are militants and.
So your big defense of this genocide is, well, we didn't kill them all.
There is no genocide.
We didn't kill them all.
Yeah.
I mean, we butchered 27,000 people, but we didn't kill them all. By the way, that's exactly what the Serbs could have said in Srebrenica. By the way, the Turks could have said it about the Armenian genocide. They attacked us and hid behind their human shields.
So 2 million of them needed to be death marched?
I missed.
We had a right to defend ourselves, and we didn't kill all the Armenians, and yet you call it a genocide. You see how absurd that sounds when it's about Turks? But when it's about Israelis, nope, regular rules do not apply. They can kill anyone they like, and they can
excuse
just
me,
keep
I'm
on
so sorry.
butchering them to the end of time. I gave you a real peace plan.
I ate a margarita with cheese pizza with garlic sauce, so I'm like, bro. Oh, I can smell it myself, dude. Jesus.
Wait, so just before, I know we need to close up, so we've been pushing on Cenk the whole time. So I want to ask you, Destiny, a question on your proposed plan. At what point would you say this is the IDF have actually accomplished their plan to eliminate Hamas, or how many? I know I asked you this in the last debate, but it's a really good question.
Unfortunately, I'm not.
Worth it.
Yeah, I don't know what the actual like military decision is when like the
Bro, I
job
fucking
is finished.
missed.
I don't know if that includes like,
It was like
a
right-
certain amount
the
of their
cursor was,
leadership
like, right
killed. I don't
fucking
know if that
there.
includes like a loss of confidence from the Palestinian people, or if it includes like a certain percentage of fighters, or if it includes a certain percentage of whatever. I don't know how they do that military distinction.
Is there a certain mark of death that you're okay with, or it's just really whatever it takes to kill out?
I mean, like, what I would be looking for basically is to make sure that the ratio of
Don't
like,
drop you, bitch.
basically
Drop.
that
I shot you in the
ratio of
fucking-
militants killed to civilians killed still seems to be falling within where you would expect it to be for combat like this, given the number of militants and the number of civilians. I don't think there's anything right now that's
I'm like
crazy out of
wounding
whack.
animals
If
left
it's
and
like-
right,
if it's
dude.
about, like,
Not
one
a
militant
goddamn
killed
thing
every
is dropping.
civilians, given how highly urbanized the conflict is, given how much Hamas hides among like the civilian population and operates out of the civilian population. So as long as the warfare continues to move in that direction, and hopefully there's no like major famine or anything that occurs in Gaza the same way that there has been in Yemen, then I mean I would probably continue to support the military operation, because with Hamas in the Gaza Strip, I mean, what is this, our 6th Hamas-Israeli war? Like, it's not going to stop. That's never going to stop. Hamas has been launching rockets constantly. We can use all the morally loaded, dogged or like bad terms we want about Israel being murderers or killing all Palestinians or blah, 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 blah. But the reality is this is what Hamas thinks about Israeli citizens. That's why they launch rockets every single day and have been for 15 years. It's why they celebrated October 7th. It's why their spokespeople say they want to do more and more October 7th. It's why they are committed to aligning with people that also want Israel destroyed, right? If you look at who are the Palestinian Hamas partners, it's the Houthis. It's Hezbollah,
this one was
it's
better.
Iran.
This
These
one
people
first.
don't have moderate positions towards Israel, and they surely don't support two-state solutions among themselves either, any more than they support a North and South division in Yemen. So, yeah, I mean, like, right now, I don't know how it's going to happen or what has to happen, if another Arab state has to take the reins on it, but something has to happen to slow down or calm down the feelings of the Palestinian people that are pushing them to want to fight so much. And Cenk's idea of having a boss be the negotiator, historically it doesn't work. You can't just pull a random person from Mexico and say, you are now the Mexican negotiator, and we're going to do trade agreements, and we're going to do state agreements, and we're going to do border. That just doesn't work. It can't work. Historically, it hasn't even worked in this region.
Don't want it.
No, you don't want peace. You're asking for an impossibility, which is for Israel to say, okay, you guys that have all been trying to kill us for however many years, we're just going to go ahead and hand the reins over to you to completely govern a state, and hope that despite the fact that you're being supported by terrorist groups that are shipping weapons to you and want to see our state destroyed, we hope that you're going to just become peaceful over time for reasons, even though we're negotiating a peace agreement with somebody that even was popularly elected and still is seen as a tool of the Israeli government, but maybe with only 10% support, if we negotiate something with him, you guys will all accept it. That's just unrealistic. It would never happen.
I can't take it. I'm going to say something potentially offensive, but that is just a dumb talking point. Every battle is between two sides who hate each other. If the Turks said to the Armenians, well, you guys still hate us, and they did. They did.
They were following each other.
You know why they hated
Perfect.
us? Because we occupied them. Because we were an empire, and we did not give them rights. And we said, we are in charge, and you are not, and you should know your role. Turks rule over Armenians. If we said, I can't believe they hate us. I can't believe they attacked us. We have every right to murder them to no end. That would be absurd.
Yeah, they're literally
and that's
following the
called
same.
a genocide. And the fact that the Armenians hated us
And they split up now.
does not justify anything. You do a peace deal with the people who hate you. You don't do it with the people who love you. So this lunatic standard of I will not do a peace deal until the Palestinians love me is just total bullshit.
It's not about them loving you. It's about you have
Right.
the way that you do peace deals is by eliminating their will to fight.
That's why I like watching
is
him,
how
dude.
it's
He's always like
always
so-
done.
super
If they still
upset.
want to fight. How many
Fucking
died in World War
hilarious.
II? How many Soviet citizens were killed by the Germans? How many Nazis were killed? How many German citizens were killed in the Dresden bombings? How many Japanese people were killed in the Tokyo bombings? No, you're talking about.
You just said it.
Okay.
I want to murder no Israelis, never.
None.
Ever,
Okay.
ever.
So in
But
World War in World War II, okay.
Now he's mad.
In World War II, you would have negotiated peace with Nazi Germany. Is that what you would have wanted to do?
It's total apples and oranges.
Okay, well, compare it. No, hold on. We hate each other. You don't negotiate peace with people you like. You negotiate peace with people you hate. So for Nazi Germany. So we really hate the Nazis. Would you negotiate peace with Nazi Germany in World War II instead of going to war?
So Destiny, this is your favorite stupid analysis.
I'm gonna ask the exact. Call it down. That's okay. Ask it, Tom. Go ahead, do it.
Okay,
I'm gonna ask the same question when you finish your rant, though. I'm gonna ask you: would you negotiate peace with Nazi Germany? Go ahead.
So the Nazis were in the middle.
Always this.
Of murdering 6 million Jews and 13 million innocent people, let alone the millions that died in the war. So if in the middle of their murder, somebody said, hey, let's give them what they want, that would have been dumb.
So like right after October 7th?
Hold on, you asked the question and I'm answering it. But when the Germans stopped fighting back, okay, and you could say, hey, I want Hamas. And the difference between Hamas and the Nazis is that the Nazis had a massive army. So when they fought, they killed thousands and thousands and eventually millions, right? The Palestinians have peace shooters. So they're like, oh, well, technically one came over. Okay, nobody got hurt and we have Iron Dome. But good enough, I want to just keep going. No, you get to peace at some point. But you don't do it while the Nazis are butchering people. That is that is a legitimate war to protect those people.
So you have to.
But right now, October 7th happened months and months ago. And every day you've been killing thousands and thousands or hundreds and hundreds of Palestinians. And you say, not enough, not enough, not enough, not enough. Kill more, kill more, kill more. You're the guilty one.
I shot it right in the trophy.
Once Normandy happens and the
dropped
Germans are like,
immediately,
okay, shoot, we don't know if these forces are going to push on us. Maybe it's
You're comparing Palestinians to Germans. The Palestinians have no power. The Nazis had tremendous power.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about negotiating peace with an enemy. Would you negotiate peace with Nazi Germany rather than going to war and killing potentially millions more?
Destiny, do you know that?
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. Their leader killed himself. We bombed their cities into non-existence. We completely destroyed half the country. That's not even counting what we did to Japan. We destroyed the enemy's will to fight. They surrendered unconditionally.
You know what we did after that, Destiny?
After the unconditional surrender, yes. After.
Hold on, let me explain.
After.
You know what we did after that? We did, as a world, we did the concept of war crimes so that both sides would stop murdering their civilians so grossly. The Nazis murdered all those civilians, and let's be honest, America murdered tons of civilians in Japan and in Germany, etc. And at the end of that, we looked around and said, that was awful. We
Ain't
don't
gonna be
want
nothing
that to
left.
happen again. We're going to come up with the idea of concept of war crimes and
Oh
make
wow!
sure that
How
you
did I know if
target
he didn't hit?
troops
The
and not
fuck?
civilians. Now, after all the progress we made on that,
That was the same one
after
we were
defeated
talking.
The Nazis, after we set up
That's
a
the first shot.
decent
That's the
and
second
best
shot.
Just system. Now you guys go, yeah, war crimes. Who cares? Let's go
Perfect
back to
kill
the
shot.
bad old days where we
But it's
murder
terrible because you
each
want the
other's
horns for the
civilians
trophy.
to no end. But by the way, I'm not a terrorist. I want to kill all their civilians, but I'm not a terrorist.
Nobody is talking about killing all their civilians. Also, I'm pretty sure Geneva Conventions. This was after Geneva Convention. Geneva Convention was after World War I, not World War II. Okay, so we already had laws governing conflict, and we still killed a whole lot of civilians. Also, secondly, again, my point stands. How did we achieve peace after World War II? It was with a lot of cooperation, after massive invasions, after destroying the enemy's will to fight, and then followed by decades and decades of occupation.
So,
Wait, so
yeah,
Jen,
one last example to address that.
Jen,
The Mongols came into Baghdad and killed 800,000 people.
Even the
back
mother
in
was like, "Oh my god."
Killed every man.
Yo,
woman,
thanks for
and
hanging out, Shady.
and
Always a
they
pleasure,
just said,
my
"Well,
dudes.
Look, man, I can't negotiate with these guys until I'm done. Until I'm done.
Hope I didn't embarrass you too
So I
much
killed every
with
man,
my
woman,
terrible
and child.
fucking
Now I
hunting
feel
skills.
safe. Now we can negotiate. I would much prefer to negotiate in the middle.
I know, right?
If you have someone that is not the equivalent of Nazis who are in the middle of killing 13 million innocent people. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, no, so I was just looking at the time and you're running around 10 minutes late. Do you want to finish now or do you want to just
last
finish
thing
in
is,
5
I
minutes?
know you wanted to say something about the Houthis, so go ahead and ask about the Houthis.
Okay, so maybe we should just do this quickly. So, how should America respond to the Houthis? That was really it. So, Cenk, you go, and then we'll go to Destiny.
So, I understand what the Houthis are doing, and what they're basically doing is they're a toll road in the Red Sea, and in order to go around, it costs 10% more to those ships. Wow, I'm so worried about the 10% more. And so, should we protect our own ships? Of course, we have to protect our own ships. So you do a missile strike from where the missiles came from that attacked your ships, fair. But for God's sake, get out of there. Get out of there. I don't want a wider regional war. And right now, the neocons that include Biden, Trump, and all of them, Nikki Haley is the worst of them all, or also, and Lindsey Graham, that bloodthirsty monster, are saying war with Iran. And, oh, the Houthis attacked us. Oh, we got 3 people dead that we put in harm's way in Jordan. So because of that, even though we attacked, oh, they counterattacked. That's it, World War III. Go attack Iran, go attack Yemen, get us into an unwinnable, ridiculous, insane war where more Americans are going to die. We're going to waste a couple more $1 trillion, which is actually the whole point of this. The defense contractors, the oil companies bribe all of our politicians. They love this war. They profit tremendously from these death and destruction and war. Get out of the Middle East. Peace, 2-state solution, end the occupation, and get the hell out.
Destiny?
You can't attack and close international shipping lanes because you're not happy about another conflict that's unrelated to you. That should absolutely be enforced with the full brunt of every military option we have available to us. If you're attacking or trying to close international shipping lanes, then yeah, your stuff is going to get blown up. I think that's a totally reasonable response. If the United States should be doing anything internationally, it should be guaranteeing free passage through shipping lanes. It's like one of the only noble, righteous missions we could possibly have when it comes to conducting international warfare.
I don't agree with noble. It's all about money. In fact, they call this Operation Prosperity Guardian. So they're pretty brazen about it. This is all about capitalism.
Yeah, I agree. It is a lot about money, and poor people that can't afford things like food or water or other goods or services are the ones that are probably hurt the most when these types of shipping things get contravened, right? The cost of shipping containers is exploding across Europe, who already were feeling crunches from energy pressure and energy prices. It's not like rich people are necessarily being hurt as much by increased cost of goods or services. It's probably going to be poor people that get hurt the most, is what I would imagine. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's about, yes, it is about money. But I mean, that's a really, at the end of the day, being homeless is about money and capitalism, I guess, right? If they had more money and more capitalism, maybe they would not be homeless. But I mean, that's a really weird reductionist way to say it. Like any starving person's problem is they don't have enough capitalism in their life. It's a weird thing, right?
So look, I got no leg to stand out because I called one of your arguments dumb earlier.
That's fine.
Every argument you say is reductionist. No, it literally costs 10% more to sail around Africa. So we're saying we're going to go kill those Houthis, and I get it. Like I said, you could do a counterstrike.
This is like the dumbest fucking thing ever. Oh, it only costs 10% more to sail around Africa. While that is technically true, that is only the cost incurred by the actual shipping company. The fact that the resources are much longer, that it then costs more, this has a fucking massive ripple effect throughout the entire economy, dude. It's like...
It's logical, but we're going to go kill them and maybe get into a wider war because not America.
The guy's a child, bro. He thinks in child terms. It's ridiculous.
So you have every opportunity.
Wait, hold on. If corporations have to pay 10% more, who's ultimately paying more at the end of the day?
I know the beloved corporations must be protected because of poor people.
What is the corporate? No, if your profit margin as a corporation is 10%, and now your cost is 10% more, you don't make any money. You have to. The consumer is going to pay the cost. That's how all inflation costs work, right?
We can get into an inflation and cost debate. During inflation, the companies jacked up their prices.
Well, when it suits them, there's the thing, right? This guy is dishonest as fuck, let's be honest. They think small scale when it suits them, when they don't want to add on that, like, oh yeah, there's a massive ripple effect. Because when it doesn't suit them, and there's like, oh, money in politics, for example, where's the ripple effect on that? Well, they'll fucking tell you into the smallest details.
How they didn't need to actually do it, but they found out that they could pay the price, so they jacked it. So it's, look, you want to defend capitalism by killing people, I get it. But hey, do you agree that the Houthis, what they're doing, we might hate it and we might counterstrike, but it's very logical. They're trying to help their brothers in Palestine. They're the only ones that are helping. They're saying, okay, we're going to put a 10% tax on you guys.
They're not trying to help their brothers in Palestine. Their own citizens are experiencing unprecedented famines. What might end up being the worst famine in the last century. A real famine, not the one that you guys talk about happening in Gaza all the time, but an actual one where hundreds of thousands of people are starving to death. Where when you look up pictures, like if you Google like pictures starving Gaza children, you see children in okay clothes, clothes with dirty faces standing in lines for food. And when you look up pictures of starving Yemeni children, you see babies with bloated stomachs and corpses, okay? Yemen is having a real famine where hundreds of thousands of people are either starving. I think 40% of their children have stunted growth. They don't have access to food or water. UN missions are having to be cut off because the Houthi are literally commandeering supplies for warfare. So no, I don't think that the Houthis' mission right now should be to blow up international shipping containers to screw over the whole rest of the world to help their brothers in Palestine. They probably are doing it because they get weapons and training from Hezbollah and from Iran, and those people are invested in the mission in Israel, so they kind of got a way to suck Yemen into it as well, which I think is immoral and bad and horrible.
Cenk, I just want to ask you a point on the Houthis. So, just aside from the actual tax points, do you think every time America's intimidated like this, America should back away and say, okay, we'll do another route and I'll pay 10% more?
No, I hate that kind of thinking. That kind of thinking is what gets us into endless wars. Oh, you were trying to intimidate me. You know what I did? I murdered more of your people. Then you murdered more of my people. Then I murdered more of your people. And round we go. Oh, I'm going to be tougher and bigger, and I'm going to intimidate you back by killing you more. No,
just to be clear, that mentality is what has stopped wars worldwide. That's why NATO and the United States being the big bad bully guy, that's why major powers generally don't go to war anymore, with the exception right now of Russia and Ukraine. And that's also, funnily enough, the history of Israel too. Them being a big bad bully is what finally got all the other countries around them, as you said, to acquiesce and sign peace deals with them. So that seems to be the way to go, is making yourself small and vulnerable and accepting terrorist attacks over and over again and getting, blown up with guys. That's called appeasement. We've tried that. It doesn't work. It never works. Usually the way that you make it work is to be the bigger bully and say, hey, listen, if you do some shit, you're going to get slapped. That's how it usually works.
Okay, look, guys. Last things here. I'm in favor of balance.
Look, it's walking.
So that
run, bitch, run.
Because if you
oh,
go
too
to
late.
logical extremes and you go, hey, the minute there's a hostility, appeasement. I give in everything you want. Of course, that's a terrible strategy, right? And if you say, oh, there was conflict, then I'm going to ramp it up and ramp it up and ramp it up. That's endless war. That's obviously dumb. So you need to do balance. Hey, like what did I say earlier? You could rewind the tape. Yeah, we get to counter-strike when they go after our ships. And then I would leave it alone because I'm for balance. And then do a peace deal in Israel and get out before there are further hostilities. But
so close.
If you
gold,
guys say every time you try to get to peace, it's appeasement, you're going to have endless war. And that's a fact. And that's what we have had. And has it made America safer? Has it made Israel safer? Absolutely not. All it has done is inflame the Muslim world. And how many times are we going to murder them before they go, hey, you know what? It turns out we're human beings and we don't like being murdered. So we're going to fight back. And every time they fight back, we go, oh, I can't believe it. No appeasement. War, more war. Iraq, Iran, Yemen, more war. So right now, the Palestinians are being butchered on a daily basis. And what I conclude, and I have
I might swap over and play my single campaign of Belrate and wait for ICE to come on.
Just peace. Destiny's right about that. It has to be just. And here's a partner that you could do it with, a boss, if you get the Arab countries, which they will, to support him and to put pressure on him to get to a peace deal. The opposing view is 150 more dead Palestinians today, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and then maybe a couple of months from now, after thousands of more innocent civilians are dead, thousands and thousands, maybe Netanyahu will judge that he has eradicated Hamas, and out of the goodness of his heart, stop killing Palestinians because he accomplished a military objective. Do you guys hear yourself? Do you get that is, no one thinks that's going to happen? And every day that more Palestinians die, my heart breaks. But I just don't see that in America from others. So I look, right this point, I basically turned my whole campaign into a fight for peace and justice. No more war, no more occupation, no more money to Israel. As long as they continue to do that, they are not our ally. They have gotten us into tons of conflicts on their behalf because they wanted more land. This is the worst ally in the world. They never listen to us. And if they don't end the war and the occupation, we should send them absolutely no money. And look, I'm in this crazy long shot thing to at least send a message to Washington. Enough. If you say no, today is not enough, it's appeasement. Let's keep killing Palestinians. Ellie asked the perfect question, and I got to be honest, Destiny, you had no answer other than keep going. which is how many Palestinians are you going to kill before you say it's enough? And you have no answer. So your answer is endless death for Palestinians, but I can't believe they're fighting back.
Yeah,
Destiny,
okay.
maybe just take a minute to respond and then we'll finish.
Sure. This is my frustrating thing when it comes to talking about international conflict, when it comes to talking about politics, and when it comes to talking about solving these things on the ground, okay? You've got some people that work incredibly hard in government, in NGOs, in political negotiations from other countries that really try to bring the conflict to the end. And then you've got pundits that make money off of hyperbolizing the actual conflict and not actually saying anything meaningful about it. It is so frustrating to hear over and over again, 150 Palestinians, 150 Palestinians, 150. That doesn't get us anywhere closer to anything. Nobody asked the question, how many Japanese need to die before the war ends? How many German soldiers need to die before the war ends? How many Iraqi soldiers need to die before we stop the first Gulf War? How many people need to die in South Korea, in Vietnam? Like, that's not how anybody has ever thought about the conflict. You don't know how many people died in Yemen, do you? You probably don't know how many people died in the first Gulf War, do you? You probably don't know the total death count in any military conflict, but in this particular one, the only thing anybody seems to know is how many Palestinians died. It's the only thing that people know, which is ironic. Even earlier, you said that you don't care about Palestinian civilian deaths. The only thing you seem to care about is Palestinian civilian deaths. And the only thing that you want is the short-term minimization of those deaths, even when it comes to the long-term actual procurement of a real, lasting, peaceful justice, which is something you have absolutely no concern of talking about, which is why you're presenting the most ahistorical, unbelievable idea ever, that Abbas, who is universally one of the least popular Palestinians ever, you could get a guy called Finkel Goldstein, okay, to be the leader of the Palestinians, and he would pull higher than fucking Abbas. The fact that you want this guy to be the one to negotiate these peace deals with Israel when we're probably lead to the third, fourth, and fifth intifada combined is just an unrealistic solution. But in response to any of these actual roadblocks that somebody puts up before you for peace, the only thing you can say is murder, evil, immoral, 150, dead every day, evil, US not good, don't support evil. But like even what you're saying here, don't support Israel anymore as the United States. What do you think Israel would do if they didn't have the support of the United States? We might be one of the only partners that are actually reining them in, which we have. It's why we've encouraged them to slow down on their strikes. It's why we've encouraged them to allow humanitarian aid in. We're probably one of the only people that Israel actually listens to when it comes to curbing the violence against Palestinians. I think that there needs to be an actual conversation sometimes about pundits, like actually talking about realistic peace plans and not just repeating these like talking points over and over again of like 150 dead, 150 dead. That doesn't get us anywhere. We've never thought about any conflict like that ever.
Well, I think that's a good end. Thank you both. Thank you, Cenk, and thank you, Destiny.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I know it got heated. I look. For the partisans on both sides, they're going to hear what they wanted to hear. I think for the people in the middle, we made ourselves clear. And by the way, just so you know, and Destiny and I agree on this, he thinks I keep harping on it and it's ridiculous. And you guys decide whether it's ridiculous or not. But tomorrow, another 150 innocent Palestinians will be murdered, and the day after, and the day after. And so Destiny thinks they had to die. I don't think they had to die. So you guys be the judge.
Brilliant. Thank you both for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for chatting.
I feel like this is kind of a terrible spot.
Destiny?
Yeah.
Are you able to send over the footage afterwards? I wasn't able to record it for some reason.
Does it actually give me the footage? I'm showing right now.
Are you live streaming right now?
Oh.
You just if you send over the live, then I'll just cut it up and use that if that works.
Yeah, I could, but it's gonna look a lot messier on my stream. It says on the It says on Riverside that it's still uploading. Are you sure you don't have access to it anywhere over there?
Yeah, so basically what happened was this was the tons of technical difficulties, which is why I started 5 minutes late. My laptop
that sounded like really close. What the fuck?
For some reason, Cenk was trying to live stream. It didn't actually work in the end. And yeah, so it didn't let me to actually record anything.
So even though, what is
It says it's uploading, but it's not actually for some reason.
Oh, does this upload locally to your machine then? Is that how this works?
So it usually should. Yeah. So usually, what's so good about Riverside is it always captures in 4K. I think it is, even if if it goes bad, if the connection goes bad. But for some reason, it just said it's not going to be recording today. I guess it didn't like me.
Okay. Yeah, I can shoot you the full recording. Yeah, I'll cut my butt now and then I'll do that. Yeah.
I think this debate taught us a lesson that we really need to put longer times for it, probably like 2 hours at least.
Maybe, yeah. All right.
Brilliant.
Yeah, have fun. If you could email me and ask me just so that I have it in my email so that if I, at the end of the day, I don't forget, okay?
Sure, yeah, send you something over now.
Cool. All right, thanks a lot. Have fun.
See you.
Bye.
I'm pretty sure that didn't actually go through the...
We didn't even
that's bullshit. That's bullshit. I thought I was being sneaky.
I said two things wrong in that conversation. I think the total death toll actually for the October 7th thing was about 2-to-1 for civilian to military ratio. Because I looked and I checked this. I'm saying like 700 civilians to 300 soldiers, 350 soldiers, or it might have been 750 to 350 or whatever. And also it was the Geneva Protocol in 38, 28. Not the it wasn't the Geneva Conventions yet. 25. Sorry.
Well, that annoyed me. Swap the bell right. Wait, there's another.
There is, however, evidence that the original hospital bombing claim, the really big one that
from
drove
4 months ago as well. More.
Media for arguably for weeks that Israel had bombed a hospital and destroyed it in 500 plus peace.
This is 4 months ago.
I want to jump straight into the first question, which is, and I'll start with Cenk, is Israel an apartheid state?
Yeah. So it really depends on your definition, but whether you say technically it's based on race or religion,
and they literally said we're declaring war. Okay. So Israel's like, okay.
Does it mean that you control the territory?
Thanks, I guess.
You can, slice and dice that in a lot of different ways. But the most important part of it is, no matter what word you use, is Israel occupying the 5 million Palestinians?
I can't do anything about the volume.
Yes. Have they been doing it for over 50 years? Yes. Is that brutal oppression of the Palestinians? Yes. Is it a racist ideology to say that the Palestinians cannot govern themselves, that they're too violent and they just want to Holocaust the Jews and they could never be reformed and hence they need to be dominated, oppressed, and occupied for the rest of time? Yeah, that's a racist ideology, and it's been around for 50 to 75 years, and so no matter what label you put on it, it's completely and utterly unacceptable, and the occupation should end immediately.
Would you call it an apartheid?
There's a new patch.
I don't mind calling it an apartheid. Yes, it is a version of apartheid. So in South Africa, it was white people doing it to black people within the same country. Here, eventually it should be two different countries, but Israel effectively controls all of that land and is doing it based on Palestinians. And they say, yes, Palestinians and Arabs can vote within Israel, but we have 5 million people that we're keeping in an open-air prison, but they don't count. No, they do count. You are oppressing them. You are occupying them. It's not a democracy when you occupy 5
Nothing
million
too
people.
big.
They don't have any sovereignty. So I don't feel uncomfortable calling it apartheid. If people catch feelings over that, well, then end the occupation, and then we'll call it a democracy, and everybody will be happy with the two-state solution. And by the way, that'll make Israel much more safe. I mean, the whole point of Israel was to be a safe haven for oppressed Jews throughout the world. And as long as you continue to occupy the Palestinians, well, you're never going to get a safe haven, because who would agree to be occupied? Which people, whether they're race, religion, nationality, ethnicity, would say, yeah, we accept permanent occupation, and we love our occupiers. They're such wonderful people who do daily humiliation of us and take away our sovereignty.
Excuse me.
And golly gee, occupy us for as long as you like. No, they'll fight you, of course, and then you'll pretend to be outraged, and you'll say, oh, I can't believe it, these no-good terrorist savages. We need to occupy them another decade or so. No, end occupation immediately.
So what Israel would say to you in response to what you've said is they would say they're not occupying Gaza Strip or anywhere like that.
Sure. Okay, and we don't have eyes or ears, but keep going.
Just as a real quick thing, can Cenk up his volume a little bit? He's kind of hard to hear. I don't know if there's a way to make it louder on your end.
Normally, I'm very easy to hear. I will try, brother.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Awesome.
Can you hear Destiny? Can you hear Cenk?
Yeah, I can hear him. It's just he's kind of quiet compared to you and me.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not sure exactly how to do it. I'll keep trying as we keep going. But Ellie, finish your question.
Yeah. So what Israel would say, that they're not occupying Gaza Strip, but what they are doing is putting a lot of security measures in place.
Just waiting on the patch.
Because there are a lot of dangers to Israel and to the security threat of Israel. So they would say it's the opposite way around. What they're doing is they're doing it to defend themselves rather than I think what you're saying is by putting those security measures in place, or not just security measures, you're saying further than that, but that is what's causing the attacks to come. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, obviously. So if I go and take 20 members of your family and I put them, lock them up in my backyard, and they can't control whether they can get out or they can't get out. They can't control the water, the power, electricity, and every once in a while I can come and kill some of them, and there's no consequences whatsoever. And then I say, well, I'm doing it for my own safety because I'm worried these guys might attack me. Well, they're much more likely to attack you if you keep imprisoning them in your backyard. So it's
now we're waiting for it to install.
Never end the occupation. What you wind up doing is creating a situation where there's a permanent state of conflict, and then to use that conflict as a justification for further imprisonment is ironic, because then at that point you're saying, well, I had to imprison them because they might attack me because I've imprisoned them. How about you try peace instead? And by the way, of course, Israel has tried peace in the past, and it has worked spectacularly. They did it with Egypt, and Egypt was considered the same exact propaganda was used against Egypt as the Palestinians. Violent, savage Muslims, they attacked us. It's a security issue. We have to contain them. They can never be trusted. They want to wipe out all the Jews. And then after the Camp David Accords, it turned out none of that was true. And they've had peace ever since. So Israel should do something dramatic, which is dramatically different than what they've been doing, which is peace. To actually do, and I would even do it unilaterally. I would do 1967 borders, build giant walls, say, sorry, nobody crosses the border, but you have your own state and you fully control it. And it would be incredibly
Sorry, I didn't notice that.
It would be history-making, and the world would deeply appreciate it, and it would make Israel 100 times safer.
Destiny, how would you respond?
To the initial part, to the apartheid question, I find that the apartheid question is entirely irrelevant to the analysis of the conflict. The problem isn't the apartheid conditions, kind of. The problem is the occupation. As long as the occupation continues,
I'm not gonna lie, the
apartheid will
Abiotic
never
game
end.
actually looks hilarious.
If the
but
occupation ends, then hopefully, as the
been buying too
Palestinians
much
govern their
lately,
state, the apartheid conditions wouldn't exist.
I ain't got a
So
job,
I feel like
bro.
The fixation on the apartheid stuff is
sucks.
either somebody that doesn't understand what is required to end.
I gotta
the
get through my
apartheid,
classes
or
already, hurry up.
unfortunately, I think sometimes it's people who are trying to sneak in or beg the question about a one-state solution. The idea that the only way the apartheid can end is if the conditions are equivalent for Israeli and Palestinian people all living under one state with the same rights to vote and with an infinite right of return for Palestinians. So I find that the fixation on apartheid is a little silly. I take issue with a lot of the comparisons that people draw when they talk about the Palestinians living in the Gaza Strip. People say things, or they use these analogies like, imagine if I locked people up in my backyard and then they attacked me. Well, what if they attacked you first and then you locked them up? Because the Gaza Strip wasn't always embargoed. The Gaza Strip wasn't always under the thumb of Israel as strictly as it is now. It was only after Hamas took power. It was only after rocket attacks. It was only after a number of terrorist attacks came from this region that Israel decided, hey, maybe we should lock this region down. There's a reason why the Gaza Strip is under careful surveillance and the West Bank isn't under the same types of restrictions for what goes in and out of that territory. There's a reason why Israel isn't the only country that has Gaza as an open air prison, but Egypt enforces that border as well. And it's because there's a lot of bad stuff that comes from this particular region, including terrorists, smuggled arms in and out, illegitimate cash use for bad things, like et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Also, in terms of just historically, when we talk about like the same propaganda was used against Egypt and that they want to wipe out the state of Israel, that wasn't propaganda. That was true. That was explicitly true. Nasser himself said it on like 4 or 5 or 6 different occasions, and everybody else surrounding Israel felt the exact same way. To be fair, they had reason to feel it. Ever since 48, they obviously didn't like them. But yeah, I mean, it's also true that as other states have pursued peace with Israel, Israel has indeed accepted peace. But I think that speaks more to the goodwill of the Israeli people, and it's not kind of any salvation for the Palestinians to look towards. As Egypt looked towards peace, Israel agreed. As Jordan looked towards peace, Israel agreed. As the Abraham Accords rolled out and other states in the Gulf looked towards peace, Israel agreed. What are the common factors? The common factors are other countries sincerely pursuing peace agreements with Israel. Palestinians have not really done that yet. Whether it's because they believe they can continue to fight and take more territory, or whether it's because they only want a one-state solution and are unwilling to negotiate a two-state solution, which seemed to be the case as Arafat was the leader of the PLO and basically abandoned all the negotiations that made those things possible. Who's to say? But if peace is ever going to happen here, and like the apartheid conditions, as we would say, are ever going to come to an end, it has to start with Palestinians ceasing things like endless rockets and terrorist attacks, or endorsements of rockets and terrorist attacks, and with them sincerely coming to the table and trying to negotiate a two-state solution.
Wait, so just before
Bro,
we go over to Jen, because
how long is this patch gonna take,
shaking
man?
your
Now
head
it's
a lot,
installing
so I'm sure you've
still.
got a lot to
The
say.
1% it was
But
verifying
definitely,
first. I figured that was the
do
install.
you think
Jesus
Israel are
Christ.
occupying Gaza?
It's supposed to be 80 megabytes.
I'm uninterested in the
Give me a break.
distinction. Some people will argue in terms of international law that for an occupation to be there, you require military troops on the ground to be running checkpoints and stuff. Other people say that even though it's not an occupation directly, it's effectively an occupation. I mean, to say that it's not an occupation, but the country around you literally controls your borders, your airspace, and basically everything that goes in and out of your country sounds kind of silly. So if somebody wants to call it an occupation, I'm not going to sit here and mince words over it. It's effectively an occupation. The only time this really
What's up,
matters
GG? How you doing,
is
sir?
in certain international law. In certain international law, the ICJ is going
What's
to rule
going
on things
on?
differently if they consider you an occupying power versus somebody that just has a blockade. So in matters of legality relating to international law, that might be an important conversation. But for the overall conversation, I would say effectively Israel is an occupying force of the Gaza Strip. Sure.
Cenk.
Yeah, so there's actually a couple things I agree with Destiny on. One is the definition of occupying force, and also the discussion of apartheid. Obviously, Israel's in control.
I warned you.
Borders, they control the sovereignty of
there you
Gaza
go.
and the West Bank. And when you can cut off the water and the power to an area, you definitely control it. You can call it occupation. You can call
I'm guessing it ran like dog
apartheid,
shit.
You can call it anything you like, but the bottom line is Israel controls those areas and can do pretty much anything they like within those areas. So now when it comes to hey, why a peace deal with Jordan and Egypt and not the Palestinians?
Not surprised.
Well, and is it because the Palestinians are inveterate terrorists and they just can't help themselves and just want to do violence and terrorism, as opposed to the other lovely Arabs around there who
the rubber banding
desire
attitude.
peace, and Israel the peace seekers.
But
does
to
it
be fair,
all
that's
with
generally
all
an
their other
easier
neighbors,
fix
but not
than
Palestine. No, absurd. So number one,
the performance being
so
non-existent.
it's not Destiny's not wrong in saying that Egypt said a lot of terrible things about Israelis and Jews, etc., and went to war and tried to execute that those terrible things that they said. That's right. That's because, and that's why you make peace deals with your enemies and not with your best friends. We don't need to make a peace deal with your best friend. You need to make it with your worst enemy. And so, but the important part of that is that once they made the peace deal, it stuck. So the idea, the propaganda that the Muslims cannot make peace and that they are so violent they must be occupied ad infinitum, forever and ever, is absurd, right? So obviously Egypt made a peace deal, and despite all of the rhetoric, totally abided by it. In fact, part of the reason why Gaza is an open air prison is yes, Israel controls its borders.
I swear this is not
Destiny's
installing.
right that
What the
Egypt
hell?
also doesn't allow the Palestinians to control their border on Egypt, but that's because of the peace deal that Egypt and Israel made, and Egypt is abiding by that, no matter how unpopular it is, even within their own country, because their own population hates the brutal occupation of the Palestinians. But nevertheless, the Egyptian government says, no, I will abide by what Israel wants because of that peace deal. For Jordan to make a peace deal with Israel, much easier. For the UAE or Saudi Arabia to make a peace deal, much easier, because they're not occupied and there's no skin in the game. There's the moral support that they'd like to give their Arab brothers, potentially, maybe, but it's a much easier lift. And these days, Saudi Arabia, UAE actually agrees with Israel on 90% of stuff anyway. The hard part is what happened to the Palestinians. And so I don't want to over-belabor going back to the history of 1948, but it is important in this context.
Come here, you.
So when Israel started,
look at
they
this
came
one,
in
guys.
and they
Oh, no.
said, okay, we're going to take half this land. Now, at that point, was half the population Jewish? Or
she does
eventually
not
Israel?
like to get
No,
grabbed.
of course not. And so they took it by force. And yes, the United Nations said they're allowed to take it by force, but tons of Palestinians were driven from their homes that they actually lived in, and they were told, you no longer can live in your homes. No, this is now a Jewish state, and you Muslims are now second-class citizens, or you're driven from the land. And by the time we got to the Oslo Accords, Israel controlled 78% of that land. And so the Palestinians were like, well, okay. And they were ready to make a deal on the remaining 22%. But then Ehud Barak was like, no, I want more. I want you to be confined to maybe 18% or 16%. And the Palestinians were like, well,
I always want attention, but again, I can't pick you up.
When are you ever going to be satisfied? And the reality is, I probably would have taken that deal because I understood that the Palestinians had no leverage at all. And with the awesome might of the American military behind Israel and our funding, that the Israelis were just going to grab more and more and more Palestinian land. And since then, that's exactly what they've done. So which leads to the last point for now, which is that, so they say, well, Gaza, you know, we
Bro, Synergy is making me want to play this new fucking survival game, but
they can't control their borders. But they could govern themselves.
But it's
a little bit.
survival Half-Life,
Still
essentially, and it looks
satisfied.
fantastic.
They don't have a state, but these unruly people
But I'm a goddamn
will
student
not
now.
accept being in prison, and they do violent attacks against Israel, so we hate them, and that's why we can't let them have sovereignty. But wait a minute, how about the West Bank, where they have actually
I barely
abided
get
by
money.
all of Israel's rules for decades now? The Palestinian Authority
Yeah, I thought
works
you'd been
along
interested
with
in
the
that.
Israelis to enforce the occupation, yet Israel has still given them nothing, and the occupation continues.
That's
and
what
it
it's
is
called.
Obvious to everyone watching that Netanyahu and his government have no interest in peace, and they've stated it several times. The Israeli ambassador recently said, no, they are not looking for a peace solution, and they're not looking for two states, which means they're looking for permanent occupation, or perhaps one state where they drive the Palestinians into the sea. So there is no excuse for the occupation. The Palestinians in the West Bank have done everything right, and they're still enormously occupied. And the settlers
Can't
grab
remember
more
what I had
land
and
every
whatnot.
day, and they brutalize the Palestinians more every single day.
That's the
So
stockpile.
if Israel was actually willing
Wood
to make
chopper.
peace, as Yitzhak Rabin was
Compost.
before he was assassinated, then they could get to a peace deal incredibly quickly.
I do not have a wallet.
Destiny?
Yeah, I disagree with almost everything.
I'm guessing this is the
first
wallet
of all,
collected.
the characterization of when we talk about the Palestinian people and why they don't want peace, this idea of like, are we being racist, or is it because we're Islamophobic? Are they just Muslims or whatever? I don't think any of that has a factor in here. And if you're analyzing the region and why these people don't want peace, I don't think that would be your
She got me good, dude.
driving force to saying they don't want it is because they're Muslim or because they're Arab. I think the problem is that the Palestinian people historically
That's what
have
I
been
get for
amped
trying to
up
pick
by
her up.
every single country around them for decades to fight for their entire country back. Every single country around this area was highly motivated in expelling all of the Jewish people out of Israel since the foundation of the country in 48. However, as time has gone on and as the Arab states have realized, well, I guess this is probably not going to happen, and as bilateral peace agreements have fallen between the Arab states and the Israeli country, yes, you're right, these peace deals, once they're made, they stick, but it's the other Arab countries that are making the peace deals, it's not the Palestinians. Egypt made peace, Jordan made peace, and we saw several countries under the Abraham Accords make peace, and once they did, Israel and those countries were chill, but nobody really seemed to bring the Palestinians along with them when the Arab countries were negotiating these peace deals, and the Palestinian people don't really seem interested in a peace. Seems like they're still interested in fighting, which is especially true if you look at who they consider themselves aligned with today, which is Hezbollah, Iran, and the Houthis, and then, you know, whatever money they get shipped in from Qatar and whatever floats in from Turkey. So the allies that the Palestinians have today are more radical than they ever have been, especially the people that exist and operate out of the Gaza Strip, like Hamas or Islamic Jihad. So to say that like this is just a peaceful group of people that only desire peace or whatever is not necessarily true, but it's not because they're Muslim or because they're brown or because they're Arab or any weird reason like that. It's just because of the historical conditions that have led the Palestinian people to see Israel as an enemy that they could fight off if they just simply fought hard enough. I believe this is reflected in polling pre and post October 7th, where when you poll both Israelis and Palestinians, a majority of them in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip and in Israel proper believe that if they continue to fight, the outcomes for them will only improve. That's a position that they still all have. So the idea that you can pursue a meaningful peace with a group of people that believes this is probably not true. When you talk about like Egypt enforcing their border and that's some part of like an Israeli peace deal, that is absolutely not true. Egypt has had their own issues with, for instance, supplying electricity and water into the Gaza Strip, where I believe in 2017 a big crisis was caused because Hamas stopped paying their bills on it. Egypt has wanted to keep that border secure because for historical and modern reasons, they do not like anything associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, and they don't like the fact that terrorists come from that region, and because even the modern Egyptian president has said that much like in the past with exactly what happened with Jordan and exactly what happened with Lebanon, if you let a bunch of Palestinian people cross that border and sit in your country, eventually they're going to use it as a
the
staging
abiotic
ground for
vector game
terrorist
looks really good.
attacks, or they're going to try
Because
to
obviously,
kill you if you don't
dude,
support their
survival,
struggle, which again is
Half-Life, I'm already sold, but It's like I figured you would enjoy that. That's why I mentioned it. Because I didn't hear about it either until Sin showed it to me earlier this morning.
Historically been what Palestinian groups have done as they've moved out into surrounding countries. The current president of Egypt, El-Sisi, I don't know how to pronounce his name or whatever, has literally made this exact statement of being afraid of Palestinians operating from the Sinai, which is, again, a legitimate fear. When we talk about like Ehud Barak wanting more and more and more during negotiations in Camp David, that is just not true. Everybody around the world, including all of the Arab leaders, were shocked because Arafat walked into those negotiations where people were praying that they would get 91% of the original land that they had in the 67 borders, if we go by that. And I believe by the end of negotiations, it was up to 95% with, I think, 3% land swaps, 1 to 3% land swaps. And by the end of the Clinton parameters in the Taba Summit, it was up to 90, I think it might have been 95 to 97%. But Arafat always walked away from the deal because he thought that if he fought, he could get more. And that has been the history of Palestinian negotiations with Israel. To say that if Israel wanted peace, they would simply have peace is just not true, because peace with the Palestinians has always been contingent on either a one-state solution or a bastardized two-state solution with an infinite right of return that would eventually become a one-state solution. And every single Arab leader in the region has balked at Arafat for walking away from things like Camp David and have been shocked that he didn't agree to any of these proposals. And yeah, I don't think there's been any sane person that said that that Arafat was negotiating in good faith for any of these deals. And the idea that Ehud Barak was the one who was walking away from it, or he was pushing for more, when he literally hinged his entire political career, along with Clinton to some extent, not as much for Clinton because he was a two-term president, right, on settling these peace deals, and then he lost afterwards, is I think, ahistorical. Yeah, when we look at the difference also between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, you know, people will say like, well, the West Bank has been peaceful. I mean, kind of. There are terrorist attacks that originate from there. Hamas will even operate out of there at
I was playing with Ice Cold
But
yesterday,
to say that like the treatment of the people in the West Bank is the same as the people in the Gaza Strip is just not true. The West Bank is not under the same sort of embargo or blockade or conditions that exist in the Gaza Strip, and that's for good reason.
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
If the people in the Gaza Strip were to chill, I think that you'd probably see conditions there be similar to the West Bank conditions, and hopefully some sort of negotiated peace agreement can be reached. But obviously there's a lot of issues with the Palestinian Authority, and that both Israel and the Palestinians don't seem to like them very much. And there's a lot of issues with Palestinian leadership. Historically, it was Arafat, and then from 2004 to modern day, it's Abbas. And again, everybody hates these Palestinian leaders for a variety of reasons.
Jen?
Yeah, so a lot to address there. So first, on blaming the other Arab countries.
Where did I put my...
Yeah, I got no love for the leadership of many of those Arab countries, but the idea that, well, why don't they help the Palestinians, or they push the Palestinians to not get good deals? I don't know how that helps. They're not occupying the Palestinians. The Israelis are occupying the Palestinians. So it's just a way of shifting blame.
Dirty, dirty hoe.
The other Arabs do something, okay? Well, they're not occupying the Palestinians. Israel is. So it's absurd. It's an absurd thing to say. And then what Destiny kept going back to is, oh, the Palestinians are aligned with radicals. Oh, they do terrorism. Oh, can you believe that they're going to more fundamentalist Islam, etc.? And they do this wherever they go. Come on, I don't think you mean that. There's no Palestinians in America.
No.
Did you mean wherever they go, or do you
I just
mean
haven't played it yet.
in Gaza?
I mean that there is an established history. In 1970, Black
There's been so many other
PLO,
games coming
led
out.
by
It's like,
Arafat,
oh, fuck.
literally tried to coup the Jordanian king. I mean, when they moved up to Lebanon, like the civil wars in the 80s and afterwards that followed were because of Palestinian resistance groups, or largely contributed to this. The Fedayeen was sponsored by Nasser in Egypt all across the Israeli border, from Lebanon to Syria to Jordan to Egypt. Yes, the Palestinians, when they go to other countries, the PFDL or whatever, the Palestinian Liberation People's Front or whatever, were launching terrorist attacks on hijacking planes. There was the Munich massacre. Like, yeah, obviously this happens. Of course it does. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I now understand what he's saying, and it all goes back to the same exact point. So he's like, they keep fighting back. When are they going to know that they're conquered and just accept that they're lesser than the Israelis, and they should just accept their goddamn occupation?
I actually really like that game. It's pretty fun. It actually made me install the Gundam game as well. Is the something?
Because they're trying to get rid of the occupation. Now, I don't agree with that tactic. I don't think it's a constructive tactic, and I don't think it's a moral tactic. But that's why they're doing it. And why do they then lead efforts to overthrow the Jordanian government, etc.? Because once you put people in a position where they're subjugated, they are going to go to the most radical positions that are possible. Because the people who push for moderation, and this happened when we invaded Iraq, when U.S. invaded Iraq, we thought, oh, when we do an invasion and we bomb the living crap out of Iraq and we oppress them and say, we're now your new rulers, well, I bet moderate forces come out and start a wonderful democracy. Well, of course that didn't happen. The most radical forces immediately won. And it was, you know, all of the most fundamentalist forms of Islam, first with the Shia, then with the Sunni, that were
Yeah, I'm hoping
ascendant.
it's
That's
good
what
too.
happens when you subjugate people, when you oppress people, they go to a radical position. So now when you do peace deals, they do not go to a radical position. They become a lot more moderate. And the Palestinians, and this is why I mentioned the racism, the Palestinians are not immune from being human beings. All human beings, after peace deals, generally speaking, moderate their positions. When they are being oppressed and they are being imprisoned, they do not moderate their positions. That is true of all human beings. And to constantly set up this endless cycle of, I oppress you, I give you no rights, I humiliate you for decades on end, I murder your family anytime I like, can you believe the sons of bitches are fighting back? It's all their fault. They're violent. They're radicals. They're radicals wherever they go. They're violent wherever they go. It's an absurd, unsolvable equation that you put on the Palestinians' heads. So, and now to the land issue and the peace issue. I mean, Destiny, if I take 78% of your house, then I say to you, well, look, I got a peace offer for you.
I mean, it's the same two guys having a debate about the same topic, so obviously they're gonna do a couple of the same talking points.
I don't think that you would think like, oh my God, you're so generous. You're telling me that I can keep 95% of the 22%? What a humanitarian you are. Nevertheless, by the way, if you flip it on me, the Palestinians, I would have taken that deal because it only got worse. And what Arafat never understood, and I'm not defending Arafat at all, is that you have no power. Israel is 2,000 times stronger than you, and America is 2 million times stronger than you. The deal is only going to get worse until you have no land at all. So that knucklehead never understood that. I would have taken the deal. But having said that, even Bill Clinton said afterwards that it was Ehud Barak that was unreasonable. So you can go back and look that up. And Clinton was greatly frustrated by the Israelis. And I get Barak's position. He's like, look, I have all of the power. I can oppress these people to the end of time. America's never going to do anything about it. The United Nations might complain, but they're never actually going to do anything about it. So, and I'll just keep taking their land. And that's exactly what Israel did. So you can blame Arafat for not taking that deal. But then if you're going to do that, then why doesn't Israel offer that same exact deal today? And the reality is,
why is the Lumberg guy the best at everything? Fucking hell.
Right-wing government of Israel, and yes,
can you read two books at the same time?
Constantly re-elect them. So whenever the Palestinians support Hamas, or you see a poll where the Palestinians say, "Yeah, I want to do violence against the guy who's doing violence against me," and has been for 56 years, everybody goes, "You see, the Palestinians are terrorists." But when Israel has poll after poll and election after election, and they keep electing people who want to maintain the occupation, who do not want peace, who want to permanently humiliate the Palestinians, we never say the Israelis are at fault. So why the dichotomy? I would say do not blame the civilians either way, but I would ask the Israeli civilians, get back towards governments that will offer peace. And my guess is there's no way in the world, first of all, not my guess, Netanyahu and no one in that insanely radical right-wing,
what do you mean?
Hawk, war crime riddled
just play what you want
would ever offer any peace deal, even one that's absurdly stacked in Israel's favor. But if you got a new government, my guess even that the new government would never go back and offer the same deal as they had in the David Accords in 2000, because they think, no, now we moved in 750,000 settlers illegally into the West Bank, so we'd like to steal more and more Palestinian land. And then we all wonder why the Palestinians are frustrated. And I want everyone in the audience to think.
Should start moving
just
this
think
shit
about
too.
it if it's you. If someone came and took 78% of your land and then occupied you for 56 years.
Thank DPS.
Honestly,
it's more like
what would you do?
it doesn't work like that. I mean, yes, you kind of do, right? In a sense, but it doesn't. The game works more like Mind and Blade than anything else.
Of Israel to the Palestinians
in terms of fighting.
And occupy the Israelis, and then say it's the Israelis' fault for not getting to a peace deal, or pressure them. Now you do the peace deal. Now we took your land. You do the peace deal. You would never flip it. You would never, the Israelis would never, ever, ever countenance that because it's grossly unfair.
Okay, so let's I think it's probably important to focus on the first point, which is about occupation. So if Destiny, if you believe that Israel do occupy, you say sort of, but basically you say it occupies Gaza. Can you understand Cenk's point, which is if someone's occupying you, then you will fight back.
Yeah, I mean, the occupation, it's important to talk about the occupation, but there are so many weird rewritings
I would definitely
in history to try to make
give the people who are good at archery, and definitely give the people who are good at one-handed, a one-handed and a shield.
Mutated and infected the common lexicon without anybody even really understanding what we're saying. Like, even the initial statement of, like, if I take 78% of your house and then I say to you, blah, 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 what house?
Like, there's going to be a ton of fights, right? So you want someone with a shield soaking up hits in front so that people can shoot him and stuff. Like, yeah. Like it's actual warfare, so to speak.
Group of people. The Ottoman Empire collapsed in World War I. And Britain and France had mandates to administer the territories and eventually trade these territories over to people there once those mandates expired. That was how most of the Middle East was essentially cut up, and Palestine is no exception there, or Palestine and Israel. When we talk about like occupying territory from the Palestinians and how we're shifting blame away from other Arab countries when it's Israel that was occupying the territories, it seems like we feel very strongly about going back to the 67 borders. Well, what were the 67 borders?
Making one.
The 67 borders didn't have a Palestine. The 67 borders
I can actually research those.
The West Bank being occupied by then country Transjordan, and the Gaza Strip being occupied by Egypt. None of these places were ran by Palestinians. There were no Palestinian governments. The Palestinians in the West Bank immediately declared themselves allegiant to the Jordanian king, and that's why 2/3 of Jordan today are Palestinians. And the Gaza Strip had a puppet government set up for, I think, about a year that was eventually brought back into Cairo and then dissolved immediately as Egypt ran the Gaza Strip. It's very interesting that there are all of these calls to go back to the 67 borders and the 67 borders. Why not the 47 partition plan? That was something that the entire United Nations also agreed on. And people will say, well, it's not fair to give that much land when only, some percentage of the people there were Israelis. Well, the difference is that the land that was going to be partitioned to the Palestinians was going to be like 98% Arab. The land that was going to be allotted to the Jewish people was like 55% Jewish. So it's not going to be a 50-50 split because there's still a huge Arab minority that ends up living on those lands. When we talk about how the other Arab states, saying that they have an obligation to help the Palestinians is just shifting the blame as well. That's not true. They don't just... It's not about shifting the blame. It's about assigning some blame that rightfully belongs there. Palestinian refugees are a very unique place in the world right now, where after the Arab League did, I believe it was Resolution 1457, the Arab League has decided that no countries surrounding Israel are to give citizenship to any Palestinian. That's why they live on these refugee camps on the borders for decades. It's because the Arabs have explicitly decided we will not give citizenship or resettle any of the Palestinians living here so that we can continue this indefinite struggle and fight against the enemy of Israel. It's why the UN RWA has no obligation even to resettle Palestinian refugees. All they do is they provide services. That's why every single year we hear this number touted out over and over again, 4 million, 5 million, 6 million refugees. Of course the refugee number continues to grow. And it leads everybody to think that even more and more are getting kicked out, but that's not true. You can be a Palestinian that lived in Lebanon, moved to the United States, and then adopted a child, and that child can have a kid, and that adopted child's child is considered a Palestinian refugee. It's an insane circumstance, and all it does is to foment this like antagonistic attitude towards Israel. So I wouldn't say that the Arab states have necessarily an obligation to solve this crisis for Israel. A lot of it is Israel's fault, I would agree. However, they certainly don't help, and I think it could be made a strong argument that they're intentionally antagonistic when it comes to fomenting desire to fight with Israel from these Palestinian people. When you say, also real quick, when you say once you do peace deals, Palestinians become more moderate, that is also not true. It is true that the 93 Oslo Accords ended the first intifada, but the failure of Camp David to actually reach a peace deal led to the second intifada, which was probably one of the largest radicalization events in recent Israeli history. It's what it's like big historians like Benny Morris ended up changing their mind on, will a two-state solution even be workable?
That's what all the straps, man.
The violence that exploded across Israel from even Israeli Arabs, Israeli Palestinian Arabs, people were like, holy shit, maybe these people actually never do want peace.
No, because I need a village.
Yeah. Come on. Oh, and then also, just on the final one, you said Israel is 2,000 times stronger than you. America is 2 million times stronger than you. This is another disingenuous argument. The argument has never been Israel versus Palestine. That is ahistorical. Israel is not worried about Palestine. In the past, Israel was worried about the united front of Egypt, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon going to war with it over and over again. Jesus. In 48, in 56, in 67, and in 73. And then after that, now the worry is Iran is pursuing nuclear weapons. Now the the worry is Iran and Turkey and Qatar are funding extremists in the Gaza Strip that are doing terrorist attacks. Now the worry is what kind of weapons are Hezbollah and the Houthis going to get as they hijack ships and launch missiles in. So yeah, I mean, I agree that Israel's not under the same threat that it was in the past, but to pretend like there's no threat today, or it's literally just Israel versus the Palestinians, where do you think Palestinians get their weapons from? They don't have manufacturing plants in the Gaza Strip for AK-47s as much as they might like to divert funds to it.
No,
I haven't actually seen that much of the map yet. That's what I've seen. That's the map.
I just want to push on what Jenks said. Do you think that if Israel is occupying Gaza, don't you understand that the people in Gaza will fight back?
I mean, if that's the case, then we have an immovable... I don't believe that's the case. I think that is the truly racist position, that people in Gaza are somehow genetically obligated to support an Islamic Sunni fundamentalist group that is going to spend every waking second digging up old water pipes and shooting rockets indiscriminately into Israel. I don't believe the Palestinian people there are obligated to that forever. I think I think Iran needs to stop, and I think that the support from extremist groups need to stop, and I think that the Palestinian people living in Gaza can also stop. We don't need to launch rockets every single day, okay? You can't complain about a lack of fuel for your hospitals when you're shooting thousands of rockets off into civilian neighborhoods in Israel. That just can't be the case. I think that they better drop to be done there. And I think it's going to be really hard to convince Israel, like, hey, listen, I know... Whoa, wait.
But you can place
outposts over here, okay?
Yeah.
Don't look at all the rockets that are coming. Again, you know, for the 5 millionth day in a row, okay? We need to stop embargoing them and do peace and, like... Oh, I don't know if that was a bird or another paraglider coming over here to murder our civilians. But yeah, we need to basically unlock that whole property and let them at peace. And I think that they'll chill like immediately. When the entire history of these regions has never been peaceful. It just has never happened yet. So I think we should give peace a chance.
Cenk, I think you've got a chance to respond there, but he said it's racist. What's your response to all of this?
Yeah, I honestly think he's lost the thread in the. Sorry, Destiny, but a lot of the things you're saying don't make any sense. First, you say that there are no Palestinians, that there was no house to divide, and that the Palestinian people didn't even exist. So what's the big deal about taking that land? No, they drove tons of Palestinians from their lands, from their villages. They killed them. So, and they didn't run from their homes because things were going great and the Israelis had come to give them a hug. Okay, no, you're seeing things that are so absurd that I know the Israeli side now believes it like a religion. Like, oh no, there was no one on that land, and we just walked into the fields, and it was just all us, and we declared it an open field, a Jewish state, and the Palestinians panicked for no reason. Those dastardly, non-existing people then attacked us for no reason. Come on, nobody believes that. Outside of the Israeli position, the whole world thinks, no, obviously you came and took their land, and that's why they fought you. And then at the one time you say that there is no such thing as a Palestine, no such thing.
Can I fast travel without
the
fast travel?
Around and you say that no matter where Palestinians go, they're unreasonable, radical, terrorist, and violent. So which one is it? Do they exist or don't they exist? Was no big deal to take their lands and their homes?
Oh, I need to find that one person.
Anyway?
I wonder if she's on this. He was here last on the other map.
Oh boy, I'm not racist, but man, those guys are violent wherever they go. They're terrorists wherever they go. And then you keep talking about how they're attacking Israel as if it's Norway and Sweden, and the Norwegians are randomly violent guys who just attack Sweden for no reason at all. They're under occupation. Look, you keep making it seem like it's the Palestinians that are driving this issue, when you've never answered the question. I've asked it. Ellie's asked it. And look, there's a giant gun on the wall behind you. You could pretend that the Israelis never took any Palestinian land, but no one believes you. I mean, we have eyes. Of course they took Palestinian land. Of course 5 million Palestinians are occupied right now. And my guess, Destiny, is based on everything you've ever said in your life, based on all the paraphernalia you have, based on how much you love guns and fighting back and all that stuff, that if they came and took 78% of your land or 50% of your land or even 5% of your house, then you'd grab that gun behind you in the wall and you'd try to murder them. And you would say that it was self-defense. But when Palestinians do anything at all, that terrorists, radicals, they had it coming.
These guys are all shit.
It's their fault. And then when you say, oh, well, why don't the other Arab states take them? as if they're all the same.
That's what I mean, right? He has like a giant fucking ego, dude. But it like comes through a lot, so it's hilarious.
People from where they live today, get out of your house. Who cares about your house? Who cares about your land? And why don't I just drive you into Jordan or drive you into Syria? That's literally the definition of ethnic cleansing. Last thing. Look, the Turkish-Syrian border is an interesting example. After the World War I, they did arbitrary borders, and my family lived near the Syrian border on the Turkish side. And some of my grandfather's land got stuck on the Syrian side, and that sucks. And there were Turks on the Syrian side, there were Arabs on the Turkish side, and that
she
was
runs
unjust.
faster if she's with
but
me.
Overall, nobody was getting oppressed. They had their own countries, and they went back and forth, and it was fine. But during recent conflicts, Turkey did an incursion into northern Syria. Now the situation is completely different. And when Turkey was occupying that for a short period of time, I said Turks have to withdraw immediately. It doesn't matter that the lines were arbitrary before. You cannot occupy those people. You must move back. And luckily they did, okay? But that's the difference, okay? You can't just say, well, I don't know, it was all arbitrary in the first place. The Ottoman Empire used to control it. So we just took a whole bunch of it. We drove people from their homes, and then we occupied them for 56 years. But there are no Palestinians, and they should never fight back, and they should just be occupied. That's just totally unreasonable.
Destiny, I mean, there's some points to respond to, but I'm going to push back on I'm going to push the question that Jen and I both have asked you.
Yeah, what's the question? He said I'd never answered a question, but I didn't hear what the question was. What about
What would you do? You've got the gun behind you.
What?
If someone came and took some of your land, we can argue
or,
about the
or
percentage.
occupied you.
And said, okay, now look, I'm giving you 22% of your own home, but you're imprisoned there. Would you grab that gun and do something about it? Or will you say, yes, sir, I will accept my occupation and I will accept any peace deal you give me, sir. You are right, sir. And I love you, sir. I do not hate you. I love you.
I would take my gun and I would fight to the death to protect my land.
Okay, great.
But that's not what we're talking about here, Chang.
Oh, of course.
You're talking about your great-grandfather losing his house, grabbing a shotgun, and then going to kill people that live there that weren't even alive when he lost it. We need to understand that what we're talking about here isn't an occupation that started yesterday or 5 years ago or even 30 years ago. We're talking about a conflict that started arguably in 1881, escalated heavily in the early 1900s, and then exploded it from 47 to 49, essentially, when the Civil War and then the War of Independence started, right? If you're making a mistake to assume that I think that in 48, when all the surrounding Arab states declared war against Israel, which I notice is something that's always left out when we talk about the Nakba and we talk about the expulsion of Arabs from Jewish land, because remember, when the Israelis accepted that 47 partition agreement, they accepted that agreement with 45% of their population being Arabs. They said we were A-okay with it. The surrounding Arabs said, no, we're going to actually ethnically cleanse you and we're going to kick you all out of here. That's what the Arab states wanted back then. The Jewish people fought, they won, and now we're dealing with the consequences of that ever since. But let's not confuse the history here. The Jewish people were not just randomly expelling 711,000 people from their lands. It was in response to all of the surrounding Arabs attempting to, I'll say ethnically cleanse instead of genocide, which might have had, we'll say ethnically cleanse to be nice, okay? So that's the important thing. If you ask me about the 48 war, though, and you say, Destiny, do you think that it was okay that all the Arabs tried to defeat the Jewish people in that point of time? I actually think it's totally within reason. I think in 48, if they would have ethnically cleansed all the Jews out of there, the Europeans essentially came in, I would have been like, yeah, I totally get it. They came in, they bought land from large swaths of owners that expelled a lot of tenant owners. It feels like they came in under the sanction of the British, was kind of true, kind of not. I think I can understand the fighting in 48. I can even understand the fighting in 67, but we have to acknowledge that at some point in time, the fighting has to stop. And we're not talking about protecting our house today. We're talking about going to our great-grandfather's house and killing the people that live there now, and that just can't be the rules for the world. It can't be that Russia is allowed to invade Crimea because Crimea happens to be mostly ethnically Russian, because prior to 91 and in the early 1900s in the Holodomor, a ton of Russians moved in ethnically and now settled that area. That can't be the way that it works. At some point, we have to say, all right, we fought, we lost, and now we have to figure out what are the rules going forward, because with what you're saying now, that they have a right to fight against their occupation, the people that use that ideology, those people aren't fighting for a two-state solution. Those people are fighting for a one-state solution. When they talk about the occupiers, they're not talking about the fence around Gaza, and they're not talking about the settlers in the West Bank. They're not talking about the settlements in Hebron. They're talking about all of Israel. Those are the occupiers. So at some point, we need to say, listen, we had a righteous cause, and unfortunately, we lost. Same as Ukraine and Russia today. If Russia manages to hold Crimea Crimea and their land bridge, and they peel off the Donbass and they peel off Crimea, you know what? It sucks, but unfortunately, at some point, you just say, all right, the fighting stops. 100 years from now, Ukraine can't reinvade that peninsula. They can't reinvade those regions. That's just unfortunately the way that it works, unless we want to justify either one, infinite conflict, or two, tell Israel, listen, Israel, since these guys are basically infinitely justified to fight you, you kind of have to either cleanse all of them or genocide them, because those are the only options that you're leaving on the table when you make those kinds of statements.
Cenk, just before you respond, just keep in mind that we've done 45 minutes over one question, so if you're able to do a bit of a shorter response so we can move on to other questions, that would be great.
Yeah, so there's actually a couple things I agree with Destiny on there. So first of all, let me start with one disagreement. You say these people, they want all of Israel. Yeah, and there's a lot of people in Israel that want greater Israel, Eretz Israel, from the river to the sea, and drive the Palestinians into the sea. We have to ignore both of those sides if we're ever going to get to peace. We have to find the partners for peace on both sides. And are there partners on the Palestinian side who would take a two-state solution? Definitely. Mahmoud Abbas would take it tomorrow. And so you could take the most extreme Palestinian and pretend that all Palestinians are on that side. And of course, under occupation, it leads to more extremism. And you can take the most extreme Israeli position and say all Israelis are on that side, but it's not true.
Yes,
There are plenty
sir.
of people who can make peace deals on both sides. And then, but I do agree that the right of return is gone. And so if you're a Palestinian and that breaks your heart that you're not going to be able to get back your home from after the Nakba in 1948, I'm sorry, I love you, and I wish that hadn't happened to you, but you're not going to get it back. It has to be two states, otherwise it's going to be endless war. So we've got to separate, no question about it. It's also absurd to say, oh, that's ancestral Jewish land, which goes to the point that Destiny was making, which is, yeah, I mean, I could say that it's all ancestral Ottoman land. Give it all back to the Turks. There's no end to that. So I don't care about your voodoo about, oh no, my voodoo says it's my land and my voodoo says it's my land. I don't care about either one of your voodoos. Don't care at all. I just want to get the peace, two-state solution.
Who do you voodoo,
roughly
bitch?
1967 borders, and again, Destiny, you agree that you would resort to violence and you'd resort to violence immediately. So, well, that's what happened in 48, and you said that makes sense to you. 67, you said that makes sense to you. And right now, it's not theoretical. It's not about right of return. That may be for some Palestinians. But right now, their number one concern by far and away is the current occupation. So you've agreed that you would fight back in 48 if you're a Palestinian, 67.
Whatever.
So, well, they're being occupied today. The daily humiliations and mass murder. So would you fight back if you were a Palestinian today living under the occupation?
Today, it can't be fighting. It can't be Hamas. From a moral point of view, killing civilians is almost impossible to justify, bordering on impossible, maybe impossible. So supporting a terrorist group is almost never going to be the answer. Number one, and then number two, from a pragmatic point of view, it just makes everybody hate you. Like it hurts your ability to pursue any sort of peaceful agreement. There's a reason why the ANC had the tactics that they did, and they tried not to kill civilians, and that wasn't their explicit goal. There's a reason why MLK's thoughts prevailed over Malcolm X's thoughts, and why the largely advocacy of non-violent movements were the ones that
Well, I
brought
got
about
like 2
civil
stones
rights.
out of
The
that
reason
entire
why
rock.
a lot of the BLM stuff became unpopular because the rioting and the violence turned people against that movement. The Palestinians, I think it's possible they have to see the same thing, that like, okay, well, listen, this sucks and the occupation is unfair, which is fine. And to some extent, I can agree with that. If you live in Gaza, holy shit, your life sucks, right? Half your population are basically children. You have shitty access to water. You have, electricity that only lasts for so many hours a day. There's a lot of living conditions that suck there. But the answer can't be like, I'm going to drink a little bit less today because I'm going to fire one more rocket over at Israel and expect that something is going to change at some point in time. That cannot be the path that they're on. And I feel like the rest of the world has taken the place of the prior Arab states now and hyping those Palestinians up into thinking that, like, well, listen, if you guys just keep fighting, like, eventually Israel's going to come to the table and form a two-state solution. Just so everybody understands that's listening to this, if you want a two-state solution, the worst thing that you can do is encourage Palestinians to fight. Because right now, all Israel is going to do is they're going to say, look at what happened on October 7th. Kind of looks like the Holocaust, huh? Makes us feel pretty bad. And while they say that, and while they push into Gaza, and while they destroy that, and we're up to almost, what, 19,000? Probably over 20,000 deaths once we get through the rubble and everything, right? Well, what's happening in the West Bank? Well, Israel is expanding their settlements. They're probably getting ready to annex Area C. They're continuing to shore up their demographic majority over there. All that's happening is Palestinians are losing more and more and more and more and more over time. Somebody has to be talking to the Palestinians. In the past, it was Saudi Arabia, it was Egypt, it was Jordan. I think they've given up on it, right? Now the only people that whispers into the ears of the Palestinians are Iran and then their terrorist wings, basically. Somebody has to tell the Palestinians it's time to stop fighting, it's time to chill the f out, and it's time to come to the table and legitimately try to negotiate a two-state solution. And unfortunately, whatever Abbas thinks is kind of irrelevant, because I'm pretty sure if you were to do a democratic election, Abbas's support would be in the negative numbers. So somebody has to be willing to voice to the Palestinian people or lead the Palestinian people in a way that they just haven't had that leadership in the past. Because holy shit, it hasn't been Abbas and it has not been Arafat, and that have done it effectively in a way that's pursuing peace.
Wait, so let me just go on to the next question, just because we need to move on. You mentioned about civilian casualties, which is actually an amazing segue onto the next point. So can we agree, or at least I'd love to hear your perspective on this, that Israel's actions since October the 7th, from how they've retaliated against Gaza and against Hamas, as you mentioned, there's probably around 19,000 casualties at this point, 20,000 casualties at this point. Can we agree that at worst, that's a genocide, and at best, that's an army that doesn't care enough about Palestinian lives?
Yeah.
Destiny.
Are we saying that because of the October 7th, or I'm sorry, because of the incursions into Gaza, Israel doesn't care about Palestinian lives? Is that essentially the question?
No, the question of how they've reacted since then, of all the civilian casualties have been. I mean, even for example, they killed accidentally 3 hostages of their own hostages. I mean, doesn't that say something?
I mean, what does it say? I think
who are holding white flags.
So here are issues that I have with Israel and the IDF, okay? One, here are some broad issues, and then I'll focus it more into Gaza, okay? So one is settler violence seems to be really hard for the IDF to account for in the West Bank, okay? There are settlers that will kill people in the West Bank, that will kill Palestinians, that either it goes unanswered or the punishments are suspect, as in they probably should be higher. And then you also see a lot of antagonism towards people in the West Bank, including from the IDF. These are bad things that need to be rectified, okay? When you look in the West Bank. When you look in the Gaza Strip, the civilian casualty count is high, and there are actions that happen that I think we should ask questions about. So my understanding is, I don't think anything else has come out, for those 3 hostages that came out, they were shirtless and they were waving a white flag on a stick, okay? How these 3 people end up getting killed by the IDF, not only is that unacceptable, obviously, should also make you question, well, if that happened and those were hostages, have there been other instances of the IDF shooting people that also were presenting similarly in conditions where they were clearly or obviously not a threat? That being said, while these incidents do happen and they're horrible, something that we need to keep in mind is that we have an unprecedented view into the day-to-day ongoings of military conflict that we have never had in the past. I am sure that we've seen it happen on the Ukrainian side and the Russian side, where civilians or soldiers that seem to have surrendered or that aren't threats are being killed, either by drones, either by soldiers, either by grenades. We are having an unprecedented look into military conflict on the day-to-day. To assume that this is like magnitudes worse than ever it has been, or that military conflict was historically, is probably not true. That doesn't excuse any of the actions, of course. It should always come under review. There should be other people that are investigating potential war crimes, whether that's Israel being forced to evaluate or third-party people like Amnesty International or the UN Human Rights Watch evaluating it. Like all of these things, I think the more eyes on this, the better. Okay, 1, 2. However, a couple other things. One, I don't like the term indiscriminate killing because, one, if it was truly indiscriminate and there were truly carpet bombing runs, Dresden saw 50,000 people evaporated in like 24 hours, okay? The Tokyo bombing saw more people disintegrated than Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined when it came to bombing. That's what indiscriminate bombing looks like, and both of those areas were far less densely populated than the Gaza Strip. We need to be asking questions about how do we deal with Hamas in a way that limits civilian casualties, but doesn't just let Hamas get off scot-free? That cannot be the answer. I agree that the civilian casualty count is high. Even if I accept that Israel is saying it is killing Hamas terrorists, I think they've said, what, 5,000? That still leaves 10,000 plus civilians that have been killed by Israeli munitions. It's not good, but the answer cannot be ceasefire, 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 where Hamas remains in power. That's unbelievably unacceptable, and I think it shows an insane inability to empathize with the Israeli side here that just got essentially 9/11, a month and a half ago.
Oh, wait, so let me actually push you on the question I actually asked. Do you think Israel care enough about Palestinian lives?
Do I think they care enough about them? I would lean like 51-49 yes. The issue is that like I don't have insight into the decisions that are being made in Israeli command when it comes to choosing targets. It could be the case that tomorrow, let's say a huge commission is ran and you find out that the IDF is looking at a target, they're saying, there was a Hamas in here 7 days ago, let's fucking bomb it. And they blow up an entire apartment complex and like 40, 50, 60 civilians die. That's not acceptable. It could be the case that we see in a lot of targets, there's Hamas operating out of here, we've dropped leaflets, we know that they use this for command, we've done everything we can, we were gonna bomb it, they bomb it, 20, 30 civilians are killed. I'd say in that sense, they did essentially what they could. I don't know what the alternatives here are. I'd love to hear them if there are any, because it seems like the only thing people say is ceasefire and peace, which cannot happen with Hamas. So yeah, I would lean towards, just on the numbers that I've seen so far and everything, it seems like Israel is considering civilian casualties, as much as people want to say they aren't, but I can't truly give you an honest answer to that without understanding the decisions that are being made within the Israeli military, because that could go either way.
Jen, there's a lot to respond to.
Yeah. So I'm going to go back to the earlier question just for 1 second, because I don't want to be misunderstood. I actually agree with Destiny that the Palestinians should reject terrorism. I don't think it's a moral or productive pathway to peace. I don't think it's the right way to go at all. The reason I object is because I don't want Palestinians characterized as some sort of violent, savage terrorist wherever they go, like as if it's just out of whole cloth. There's nothing we could do about them. We just have to occupy them forever because of these violent savages. No, they're fighting back in a way that is counterproductive and not the right way to fight back. But I can understand why. And I think any human being, and it seems like even Destiny can understand why you would fight back if you were under occupation or someone took your land, your home, etc. And the Palestinian Authority, and this is going to come back to this question at the end, did actually do the right path. They went to the UN and asked for a state just like Israel did. And Israel called it terrorism, because Israel calls everything terrorism. Even if you, the most diplomatic, peaceful path there is, and Netanyahu was screaming bloody murder about it. Anti-Semitic, terror, it makes no sense at all. And they do it anyway because he doesn't want peace. And he said it many times, and now the Israeli ambassadors are saying it publicly. They don't want peace. They just want to grab that land. The occupation is not an accident for 56 years. It's because they wanted to do it. Okay, so now on to the question of how they've been acting since October 7th in their destruction of Gaza. So this is not like, oh my God, we were trying to avoid civilian casualties, but golly gee, the IDF has the worst aim in the world. It's just a totally incompetent military that accidentally kills tens of thousands of civilians. No, they're dropping 2,000, let's talk facts. They're dropping 2,000-pound bombs. The U.S. never dropped a bomb larger than 500 pounds in the worst fighting in Iraq. Because in residential areas, we determined, as much as, although our invasion of Iraq was awful and horrific and hundreds of thousands of civilians died eventually through the conflict and killings on both sides. But even in that horrific situation, we thought, well, you can't go more than 500 pounds in a residential area. That's just indiscriminate murder of civilians. Israel's going 2,000-pound bombs on top of residential buildings. Now, New York Times just had a story about how a lot of the bombs that they're dropping, nearly half, about 45%, are what's called dumb bombs. They're not even precision guided. They're just dropping them in the middle of a residential city, and they're barely aiming. And then the third fact is that
not entirely accurate.
We've seen
what the fuck?
The IDF videos, the tunnels that Hamas has. It looks like they are largely totally intact. And even Netanyahu in an interview said, once we started the ground invasion, we finally started to do some damage to Hamas. Oh, so the 29,000 bombs that you dropped in an area the size of Las Vegas, you basically just implied and admitted that they didn't work at all in getting Hamas. Hamas is in the tunnels are totally unaffected. And you knew that. But they're still dropping bombs on civilians. And so now they not only have they killed now at a bare minimum about
where's
10
ICE, man?
15 times
Wake
the
the
number
fuck
of
up.
civilians that Hamas did, making them 10 to 15 times worse terrorists. Let's be clear about our definitions. If you murder civilians and you're a Palestinian, you're called a terrorist. When you murder civilians and you're Israel, you're called a wonderful ally and a democratic nation who just keeps missing with all their 2,000-pound bombs as they drop 29,000 of them. No, they're murdering civilians. Every bomb dropped on Gaza is an act of terrorism. No ands, ifs, or buts. But even if you take the ridiculous, absurd IDF numbers, and everyone knows that IDF, almost every statement they put out is propaganda. They're in the middle of war. I get it. Both sides do propaganda. But if you take their outlandish number of 5,000, they've shown almost no Hamas fighters. They showed like one pair of boots and a couple of flak jackets. They have all of the capability of showing evidence, pictures, videos, etc. They've shown almost no dead Hamas fighters. But okay, let's say the 5,000 is real. It's hilarious, totally not. But okay, even if you granted that, over 19,000 dead now. When Hamas invaded Israel on October 7th, all the things they did were horrific, but they killed about 373 soldiers, and the rest, about 800 or so, were civilians. And I condemn that incredibly forcefully. Definitely the wrong way to go, definitely immoral, definitely terrible. But Hamas's ratio is still better than Israel's ratio, let alone the raw numbers. So if Israel is killing 10 to 20 times more civilians, and their ratio of civilians to Hamas fighters, even by the best numbers that they give, is still worse than Hamas, well, who's the bigger terrorist? I actually don't think that there's any factual question about that at all. There might be an emotional reaction you have. No way. I love Israel. They can't be terrorists. I hate the Palestinians. They're obviously terrorists. But the numbers indicate that Israel is doing far more terrorism. And by the way, they're doing far more terrorism against the people they occupy and oppress already. Okay, whereas the Palestinians are fighting back in a misguided way, but that's the reality of the situation. And this whole idea of Hamas remains, so we have to keep murdering Palestinian civilians. And we, guys, again, we have eyes. We can see the babies. We can see their body parts being pulled out of the rubble. We can see that 9,000 children have died. My heart broke, and I was very adamant on air about how terrible the Hamas attack was on October 7th. My heart broke for those 37 kids killed in Israel. 36 kids killed in Israel. 9,000 kids killed in Gaza. The idea that Israel is not doing terrorism, that Israel is not the oppressor, that Israel is not being absurdly brutal in their destruction of Gaza just doesn't pass any sanity test, because the whole world can see Gaza is absolutely destroyed and their civilians are being butchered. We all got eyes, we all have ears. And finally, this is really important. What is an alternative to the impossible standard of Hamas has to surrender? I mean, that's such an absurd thought. Like, Hamas that's perfectly fine in the tunnels is going to come out and go, okay, we waved the white flag. We're right here, Israel. Bomb right here. Kill us. We surrender. It's not a thing that's ever going to happen. It's a purposely impossible standard. So that finally gets to, well, then how the hell do we resolve this? Here's what you do. If you actually want peace, Israel would go to the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, and they would say, we're going to do a two-state solution. We're going to give you the same deal that we gave you back in 2000 with Ehud Barak. I know Arafat didn't take it, and it wasn't the greatest deal in the world, but you're going to take that deal. I'm not even talking 1967 borders. I'm talking 2000 offer, okay? And Mahmoud Abbas would definitely take that deal. Now, Palestinian Authority, you're going to come into Gaza, and you're going to push Hamas out, but you're going to have the credibility to do that because you just delivered the Palestinian state. That is something that actually could, if Israel chose to go in that direction, they could definitely make that happen. That way, Hamas is defeated.
This is such a fantastical take, bro. That's never going to happen, dude.
And that's completely in Israel's hands. But instead, they're choosing what appears to be an infinite bombing campaign where they're going to continue to commit endless war crimes and massacre tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians. Any defense of it is absurd and morally indefensible.
Cenk, I just want to push you on two of the things that you said. Number one is about proportionality, or comparing what Hamas did to what Israel is doing. Why does that matter? I mean, if you really want to compare, what are you going to say, that Israel should go in and rape women, or what's the matter of the comparisons? And number two is about, Destiny actually mentioned this, and I would love to hear your thoughts on this. He said he doesn't know what the IDF is doing, So he doesn't know the IDF's actions or what their thoughts are. So how can he criticize them and say it's a really what they're doing is terrible and not actually getting the results they want when you don't really know what they're trying to do in the whole mission statement?
So those are good questions. Let me answer those. So number one, in terms of what Hamas did, the raping and etc., killing babies, I condemn it 1,000,000,000%. It was so incredibly dumb, let alone deeply immoral. Okay, and terribly counterproductive to the Palestinian cause, let alone those poor Israeli civilians who were killed. Now, is it better when Israel drops a 2,000-pound bomb and in that residential building, 3 babies' heads are crushed?
There, my OCD is
their
satisfied.
brains are splattered across the floor. The bombs light a couple of grandmothers on fire and they die in a fiery death. Moms, aunts, uncles, etc. Israel incinerates them alive and then goes, no, you see how much better I am than Hamas? Because I dropped a bomb and it looks like a video game. So I'm good. I didn't do it with my bare hands. No, that is not any better morally. And when you kill 20 times as many people, it's definitely not better morally. And in terms of IDF's intent, no, you're right. I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what their intent is, but I know what their actions are, and actions show intent. So when Hamas did the October 7th attack, was their intent to cause damage to civilians and to cause psychic damage and to terrorize Israel? Yes, you can tell their intent by their actions. So when the IDF drops bombs on residential areas, murders 19,000 people, even if you take the IDF numbers, 5,000 Hamas fighters, and murders 14,000 civilians, you can't then come back and go, and drops dumb bombs, 29,000 of them in an area the size of Las Vegas, and they're 2,000-pound bombs, and then go, oh, golly gee, did I murder all those civilians with my gigantic bombs that I dropped indiscriminately in Gaza? I have the purest intent. I just have the world's worst military. No one believes that.
Destiny, there's a lot to respond to.
Yeah, almost every single thing said is ridiculous. So starting at the beginning, so when we say it is, you can stop me if you disagree with anything I say. Okay, I can go through all of these at one point in time, or all of these point by point. When we say that Palestinians can't be viewed as violent savages, I absolutely agree with that. That is 100% true. But it's equally dishonest and possibly even more harmful to pretend that it is a population of doves that just has a few bad apples. That is not true. The entirety of the Palestinian population, why are you shaking your...
How about the Israeli population? You said stop me anytime.
Sure.
So the Israeli population...
Wait, can I ask one quick question?
Murder. Keep murdering them. You haven't murdered enough Palestinian children yet. Now, I don't believe that. That's why I think it's a bad way to go.
Can you tell me a 5-year period?
I don't want to blame the Palestinian civilians. And there are no doves on either side because they're in the middle of the war.
That's not what we're talking about. Can you give me a 2-year period from 2006 onwards where rockets haven't poured into Israel from the Gaza Strip?
Can you give me a 2-year period where they weren't brutally occupied, where we're going to pretend that, like, oh my God, why are they firing rockets?
I mean, they weren't occupied before Hamas took over, coup d'etat, kicked them out, and then started launching attacks into Israel in 2006. After Israel's they unilaterally withdrew all the settlements in 2005. Prior to that, there was no occupation, there was no blockade, there was nothing like that. It was the second Intifada that saw weapons being shipped in from Turkey and Iran.
Actually,
that caused Israel
this
to say, well, you know
right?
what? If these guys are going to be shipping in money, arms, terrorist training, tactics, everything from the sea, maybe we need to close those pathways off. So no, I can tell you easily, prior to 2006, that did not happen for the entire time period from 48 onwards.
So look, Hamas, it killed democracy in Gaza.
No, that is not true. That is a lie. Hamas did not kill democracy. Hamas won their elections. That is important to understand about the Palestinian people living in Gaza. Hamas won. It was a plurality of the support, but they won support from those people in those elections. They didn't just take over out of nowhere. They had popular support.
Then there were no other elections since then.
Yeah,
correct. That is true. Yeah. But guess what? There haven't been elections in the West Bank either, have there been? Because Abbas suspended elections too. You know why? Because he wouldn't win any, and he knows it. So it's not even fair to act like Abbas and the PA are doing. I'm sorry. What part of that is not true? Why are you shaking your head?
Yeah, so let me explain all the parts that aren't.
Go ahead.
So Hamas won the original election, but so did the warmonger Netanyahu. He's won many, many elections, and he's murdered Palestinians endlessly. And the Israeli people are like, yay!
What does that have to do with anything?
Netanyahu again. So
hold on. Who won the election after Netanyahu's first term? Who was the next prime minister? It was Ehud Barak who pursued one of the most ambitious peace deals ever. The difference between Israel and the difference between the Palestinians is Israeli citizens live in a democracy and they do push their people towards peace, or they did prior to the Second Intifada. Barak was the prime minister afterwards. He did the Camp David Accords. He hitched his entire prime ministership on getting some sort of peace deal. And guess what? Arafat walked away, didn't even provide a counter deal, and we went right into the Second Intifada where, yes, after that, all we saw was conservative prime ministership after conservative prime ministership. Who's surprised at that?
Okay, so let me finish the thought. So first of all, Hamas won those elections, and for the last quarter of a century or so, bloody, violent, right-wing politicians in Israel that constantly talk about Amalek and exterminating the Palestinians have won election after election. But I don't think this is helpful. I do not blame the Israeli civilians. They're living in a wartime situation. They have bombs coming in. Unfortunately, the more war that has happened, the more both sides have dug in. I just don't want you to blame the Palestinian civilians because of an election that happened in 2007, and they elected the people that they thought were going to fight back on their behalf. So
that's fine. I'm not trying to blame Palestinian civilians.
Hold on, Destiny.
Okay, because I had like 7 other things you said that I want to respond to, but go ahead.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish. So if you say, because that is a very dangerous line of thought. If you say the Palestinians are all guilty because of an election they had now 16 years ago, that makes the Israelis infinitely more guilty for electing Netanyahu. And I don't want to go in that direction because that leads to terrorism and civilian deaths. Let's just get to the right solution. Now, in terms of why I said...
Well, wait, let me hold on real quick. Let me respond to that point, okay? No, that's not dangerous. It's realistic. We have to look at what the people want. When you tell me the Israeli people have Netanyahu as their leader, that's true. And Israel lives in a democracy, and the right elements of that country were gaining a lot of power. That's important to recognize because it shows you what the appetite is for the Israeli people for a negotiated two-state solution. As the terror attacks from Palestinians increase, the appetite for that decreases. So if you wanted to apply the same lens of analysis to the Israeli people as I'm applying to the Palestinian ones, I would say absolutely. I would say in the year 2000, I would say in 93 with Rabin, with Barak, that you did have an appetite for peace, for a negotiated two-state solution. I would say that as the conservative element grows stronger, the Israeli population doesn't support it as much. And you can hold them a bit more responsible depending on who they elect for leadership. That's how democracies work.
But then, wait a minute, that seems like you're advocating for terrorism against Israel.
I'm not advocating for terrorism. I'm saying we have to have an honest conversation about what people on the ground believe and stop walking around like people in America who are like, oh, well, all the Palestinians just want peace and they just want to be blah, blah. No, they don't. They want to fight. All the polling data shows that they want to fight. All of the historical actions show they want to fight. All of the leadership they've had shows that they want to fight. And it makes sense historically for why they want to. We both agree that in 48, they had probably the moral authority to fight. They had it in 67. Maybe they even still had it in 73. To have a people who's had a moral authority to fight for 50 years, to suddenly lose it is pretty hard. But we have to be able to engage honestly with that conversation, because if we walk into, even with what you just said, if we give, here's what you're saying, we give Abbas, we negotiate a two-state solution, which by the way will never happen right now after October 7th, and we give them the 67 borders, which by the way will never happen because Israel's biggest fear is if they show weakness, it means they make concessions, and that's probably what inspired part of the Second Intifada and Hamas, is because after Israel withdrew from Lebanon, after the failure of that 15-year occupation, and they got no peace from Syria, no peace from Lebanon, it energized all of the Palestinians to fight more, because they saw, look, when Israel fails militarily, we get more, right? You think that if they negotiate a two-state solution with Abbas is going to walk into the Gaza Strip and fight and take it back? What is that going to be, a Palestinian civil war? And Abbas doesn't even have the popular support for the Palestinians right now. The PA is already seen as this shitty security subcontractor that essentially works at the behest of Israel. If you look historically at both intifadas, there was like 1,000 Palestinian Authority suspected collaborators killed by other Palestinians. The reality is that right now, what the Palestinian people want is they want to fight. That is what they want. And that is what has to be addressed and changed. I'm not saying with terror attacks or with violence or whatever, but that sentiment needs to be addressed. Otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere in terms of peace talks.
So, but the Palestinians,
I've got to address that. So look at these impossible standards and this wild hypocrisy. So the Palestinians are occupied. How dare those sons of bitches fight back? They should just bow their goddamn heads. The Israelis want to keep occupying, keep oppressing, keep killing Palestinians, but they're perfectly innocent. So no one actually says the Palestinians are all doves and no one wants to fight back. They say like someone like me says they shouldn't do the terrorism. It's counterproductive and immoral. But I understand why they're doing it, because that's what happens in every situation where people are oppressed, etc. They try to fight back with whatever little power that they have. That's why the Japanese started doing kamikaze fighters at the end when they were losing. They had less power left, so they would take whatever little power they had and they would drive it to try to knock down and sink American aircraft carriers. Terrorism is an act of powerlessness. So now I'm telling you it's counterproductive. I don't want to go in that direction. But every time we talk about it, you say, no, we can't do peace.
We can't leave because there's a raid
can't
coming.
end the occupation. That would only reward them. So now you're saying, okay.
What was the? You brought up Japan there. How did Japan get de-radicalized? Yeah, wait. What was the end of Japan's?
Okay, now look, we got to get control here. We got to do.
All right,
but I'm just
do
because you brought up
nuclear
Japan.
bombs.
How did Japan stop? Okay. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah. So you're saying, let's do what is now an indefinite occupation because you were bad boys. Some of you dared to fight back. You were super bad. So we're going to
like literally waiting for the raid
for a couple of more decades or whenever the indefinite occupation is over. And if you guys are good boys and girls, and even if you politely ask the United Nations for your nation, we're going to slap you across the face and go, don't you dare fight back. And we're going to occupy you indefinitely. But I don't know why you would ever do violence. Meanwhile, on the Israeli side, you have all the power in the world. You're the one that is occupying them. They are not occupying you. You're the one doing exterminating them. They are always like worried. Oh my God, they would kill us all. Yeah, maybe Hamas would, but you're actually killing them all right now. It's not theoretical. We can all see the dead babies. We can all see the dead children and civilians and women. And to have all of that gigantic military might and say, I am never going to stop occupying you. There's nothing you can do, whether it's going to the UN, diplomacy, a peace deal today with the Palestinian Authority, or violence. There's nothing you could do to end this oppression. But I want you to bow your goddamn head and serve me and know that you should be occupied forever. That is not realistic. That is not helpful. That is just one side saying, ha ha, I'm bigger than you. I have more military might than you, and I will oppress you for as long as I like, because if I ever let you be free, like all other human beings on the planet, you are so evil and mean and savage that you might try to kill me, even though I have a military 2,000 times larger than you.
Why did Egypt?
The other side is doing the brutality as we speak.
Yeah, let's get away from the theoretical. What made Egypt sign peace? Hey, yeah, you can let them up.
Because they were going to get their ass kicked by Israel. And they realized that.
So it was Israel's military might. Why did Jordan sign peace? Why did
Jordan did an amazing job of getting them to agree to that?
Egypt signed peace because Israel conquered the entire Sinai and was miles from marching into
where's this
Cairo.
raid?
Okay. Jordan signed peace with Israel because they were a military might to be reckoned with. The Abraham Accords work because Israel has an unbelievable economy and they want to trade and they are not interested in fighting. So as Israel has shown strength to enemies in the region, they have said, you know what? We are going to we are going to allow you to we are going to allow you to exist, and we're going to sign peace agreements with you, and everything's going to work. So that has historically been what Israel's done, and it has seemed to work for Israel. The Palestinians have not said, we're going to sign peace and come to terms with you. We're just going to keep fighting and fighting and fighting. And it seems to be the case that historically, fighting and fighting and fighting over and over again just doesn't seem to work. That's not a winning strategy. And you say, well, it's impossible for people to sign peace with Israel. They're never going to do it. Do you know how humiliated the entire Arab world was humiliated after 67? And nobody wanted to sign peace. After 67, it was the Khartoum Conference where they signed the 3 no's. They said, no recognition, no peace, no direct negotiations. Israel, we're not going to do anything. And eventually, through their military might, Israel got concessions out of all these people. They gave back the Sinai. They stopped fighting with Jordan, et cetera, et cetera.
That's what I want now.
That's fine, but that started with the other people not fighting anymore. If we were using jank logic, we would say, well, of course Egypt wants to fight Israel forever. They need to take back the Sinai. Of course they want to fight Egypt forever. They don't want to give up part of the control of the Suez Canal. They don't want to give up being able to lock Israel out from the Strait of Tehran. They don't want to give up that entire region where Israel was, by the way, moving settlers in, which they did. Almost 5,000 settlers had settled in the Sinai from 67 to 79 before peace was signed, and Israel finally gave the Sinai back to Egypt, and then they demolished all the settler camps and brought them in. So military might has this worked historically. Not saying that that should always be the case, but I'm just saying that when other countries have shown peace, even though Israel was kind of dominating them militarily, peace was found. Real quick, I'm just running through the rest of these. Real quick, okay. When you say Netanyahu doesn't want peace, it doesn't matter what Netanyahu wants. Netanyahu is the prime minister of a democracy. The people want peace, he'll be either tossed or he'll change his opinion accordingly. That's what happened when he was prime minister from 95 to 99. Even though Netanyahu is a far-right lunatic, and he absolutely is, and he should be called out as such. No new settlements were built from 95 to 99. The permits issued for houses being built in settlements were dramatically decreased in the West Bank because as much as Netanyahu didn't like it, there was still popular support for carrying through with the Oslo Accords. Now, the Netanyahu of 2020 wouldn't want it to act the same way, but he had to because he has democratic pressure. So I don't care if Netanyahu wants peace or not. What matters is what the Israeli people want. And as long as rockets and terrorist attacks continue to pour from the Gaza Strip, that's never going to happen. Real quick on the
you need to give Cenk a chance to respond.
Wait. Well, I didn't even respond to any of the other points. I have to get these out because he brought up so many of these random things. Shoot, hold on. I got my door. 1 second. Okay, sorry. Okay, Jesus, real quick. When we talk about like 2,000-pound bombs, we talk about like the indiscriminate bombing of like the Israeli stuff. There are so many random crazy things that are brought up here. We talk about like Israel's dropping so many bombs, killing so many people. Israel's dropped like 24,000 bombs, okay? They're killing less than 1 bomb per person. If their goal was to kill civilians, they are the worst bombers in literally the entire world,
Does that make a difference how many bombs they've dropped?
Of course it makes a difference. If you drop 1 bomb and you kill 50,000 people, you're probably trying to kill a lot of people. If you drop 24,000 bombs and your civilian casualties are less than per bomb dropped, it seems like a hard argument to say that they're indiscriminately killing civilians, okay? When we talk about numbers of civilians killed, the numbers aren't important. What's important is the intention. When Israel kills civilians, especially in the course of this war, those civilians are killed as collateral. When Hamas kills civilians, it's because they're targeting them. Hamas's bullets were not accidentally flying into the heads of partygoers looking for IDF soldiers when they breached the walls on October 7th. They were looking to kill civilians, okay? Hamas does not drop pamphlets, make phone calls, knock on roofs, and then wait for an invasion at the behest of the West and the United States to wait for civilians to leave. They just go in and they kill whoever they can find. This idea also of dumb bombs, most bombs are dumb bombs. If you're not firing a guided missile, of course it's a dumb bomb. Just because it's a dumb bomb doesn't mean it's not aimed. You can aim a bomb. Just because it's dumb and it doesn't have a guidance system or any sort of secondary flight system or actual like aiming system doesn't mean that it's a dumb bomb. You drop a bomb from a plane, you know about where it's going to go. Again, if you didn't, the civilian casualty toll would probably be a lot higher. The idea they're barely aiming them does not seem to be justified at all. When we say the tunnels are totally unaffected, we've literally seen videos of entire apartment things collapsing with like tunnels and shit underneath. Yeah, the tunnels might not have been destroyed as much as they wanted to be. That's why they dropped 2,000-pound bombs. We dropped bunker busters in Afghanistan and Iraq, I believe. It's no surprise that Israel is doing it here to try to destroy tunnels. Every statement that the IDF puts out as propaganda, I guess that's kind of true. You're saying that they should show them capturing Hamas soldiers, but literally every single video or picture Israel puts out either ends up getting re-propagandized. Like, for instance, people say Israel said that there were 40 beheaded babies. Israel never said that. A French reporter incorrectly reported that, and everybody ran with it, and it ended up being not true. Or when you see like photos of burned babies, people are saying, oh, well, these are Photoshop. No, they're not. There's no evidence of that. When you got the videos of them walking through that hospital and you see the tunnels and everything afterwards, they go, oh, well, actually, Israel built those tunnels, and there were just a few guns in that hospital, sitting around an MRI machine that hasn't been turned on for months. Like, even if they put out videos and images, it seems like it doesn't matter anyway. But yeah, okay, that was all the points I wanted to respond to. Go ahead.
Cenk, I think there's a lot to respond to there.
Yeah, just a couple of things. So first of all, you said the decapitated babies was not Israel. That's actually not true. It wasn't an official statement, but it was, I believe it was an IDF soldier that originally mentioned that piece of propaganda, and then Netanyahu's wife repeated it to Biden, and Biden, that idiot, then repeated it as well. So it definitely came from Israel. It's not like the Palestinians were like, oh, we decapitated. No, the Israelis said that. And it was a piece of terrible, terrible propaganda. And I feel terrible because I actually fell for it in the beginning. I was furious at Hamas for what they had done on October 7th, and for many of the reasons that were real, and unfortunately that one as well. So, but the two giant issues here is, look, Destiny, I guess you think it makes sense for you, and I'm sure the people that are on the right-wing Israeli side think it makes sense. But when you all say that Hamas wants to kill civilians, first of all, I agree with that, okay? So they killed a whole bunch of soldiers too, but then they went out of their way to kill civilians. No question about that. We all agree to that. But when you say that Israel has accidentally killed 14 to 19,000 civilians, they're just collateral damage. That's where I don't think you realize that you sound like you're on a different planet. Like, everyone else is looking at that and going, there's no way they're that bad at aiming, that they just have killed a gigantic number.
Does
of
this guy not have
civilians.
anything?
And now we're at, like I said,
I guess
about
not.
20 times the number of Palestinian civilians killed as Israeli civilians. So I don't know if 30 times, 40 times, 200 times the number of civilians is going to satisfy anyone, including you. I don't know if you're going to just keep calling them collateral damage. Oops, we killed another 10,000 Palestinian babies, another accident, honest mistake. We were trying to target Hamas in the tunnels, which we didn't get at all. But golly gee, we killed another 14,000 women and children. No, look, I got news for you. No one believes that. Literally no one else other than the hardcore right-wing Israeli side believes that in the whole planet, including in America. And then lastly,
Wait, what about Destiny's point about that that Israel have dropped so many bombs, but less than one death per bomb? Does that mean that they're trying to be very accurate?
Yeah, I get it, and it's an interesting point, but it's also an ironic one. Well, we dropped 24,000 bombs in a place the size of Las Vegas, but we didn't, and we killed 19,000 people. But hey, our bombs didn't kill enough. I don't know if it's enough people. Like, yeah, I get what you're saying. Some of the bombs must have landed in areas where no one died. Thank God. But a lot of them landed in areas where people did die. In fact, 19,000 have died. So it's not like they missed. It's not like they did a small number of bombs.
Does it not show that they were trying to be very accurate?
Basically, what they're saying is we dropped a whole heap of bombs where there weren't people, and we dropped a whole heap of bombs where there were people. And I don't think that that's a great defense. So, and then finally, this is maybe the most important part of all this.
I don't know what to
I'm
get.
arguing for peace. I'm saying that if you went and did a deal with the Palestinian Authority, most experts believe that they would be very, very happy to take that deal. And then they would have the credibility to be able to gain control of Gaza and actually run a Palestinian state. The reason why the Palestinian Authority right now is in trouble, does not do elections, is because they have lost credibility. Because all they've done
Bro, mute your mic
is
when you're
help to
typing like that, dude.
occupy the
Jesus
West
Christ.
Bank, and they've gotten nothing in return. They've gotten no concessions. They've gotten no Palestinian state. They haven't gotten the two states. If Israel keeps going in this direction, the Palestinian Authority is going to lose credibility in the West Bank, and then all of a sudden, whether it's Hamas or another terrorist group, they're going to take over the West Bank, and then they're going to stop cooperating with Israel, and then Israel's going to come, and oh my God, I cannot imagine the number of people that they're going to murder in the West Bank. And so if someone like Hamas gets control of the West Bank and they hurt one settler, Israel will come and murder 10, 20, 30, 50,000 people in the West Bank. And then we will have an endless war, endless terrorism, endless chaos and blood, etc. Please, for God's sake, I don't care who started it. Get to peace as soon as humanly possible. But Destiny, when you say we cannot end the occupation because of October 7th, we cannot end it unless we have an impossible standard of wiping out everyone in Hamas, you're saying we're not going to get the peace. We're going to erode Palestinian Authority credibility, and we're going to have a bloody war where the Palestinians are going to be occupied and killed as far as the eye can see.
Okay,
Oh,
so
fuck.
as a first claim, Israel originally claimed, as they were going through houses, that there was a decapitated baby. And then there was a report that 40 baby bodies had been found. And at some point, these two things got conflated in the media, that there were 40 decapitated babies. And I think for some stupid reason, Biden repeated that there were 40 decapitated babies. But the Israeli media never confirmed that original claim. It was reported on CNN. You can see where the IDF, the Israeli media, explicitly said that they cannot confirm. I don't think they confirmed any babies initially. I think it might have been, it was either a French reporter or somebody else, but so Israel did not originally, we can argue that the reports were wrong, or I mean that the 40 decapitated babies were wrong. That seems to be the case. However, the 40 decapitated babies, that original claim, my understanding is that never came from any Israeli media. I've never seen that substantiated. It seemed to be a mix up. You can laugh if you want to throw the tweet, if you want to throw the link, or if you want to throw the source for that in chat, I'll easily take the L on that, but you're not gonna be able to find it because that didn't happen. Number one. Number two.
I want to agree in part. Can I just real quick?
Go for it.
So Israeli media
hello?
has actually been great on that, and Haaretz did a terrific job disproving the decapitated baby story. So, and Israeli media often does a good job. And Israeli courts within Israel, not the military courts, sometimes are fair. So I don't want people thinking, oh, there's nothing redeemable in Israel. Oh, Israel's all boogeyman. No, absolutely not. There are interesting parts of the Israeli democracy, and the media did a terrific job there. But Biden didn't get the from the Palestinians. He got it from the Israelis.
I don't even think Biden probably got it from Twitter, and I don't even think Biden said 40 beheaded babies. I think he said he saw pictures of beheaded babies. But again, there's zero evidence that propaganda claim. There's zero evidence that propaganda claim originated from Israel. There's no evidence of that from Israeli media. There is, however, evidence that the original hospital bombing claim, the really big one that drove media for arguably for weeks, that Israel had bombed a hospital and destroyed it and 500 plus people had died, that came straight from Hamas, and that was uncritically amplified by almost every mainstream and alternative media outlet across the world. And that was incredibly damning and incredibly damaging on the Israeli side, and it took a long time for people to take a critical look. And there are still people to this day that believes that it's like a 50-50 chance that Israel bombed that hospital, even though one, a hospital is not bombed, and two, there's absolutely zero evidence for that claim. So we want to talk about whose propaganda is doing better on which side. Every single day I'm hearing about another Palestinian killed, I'm hearing about these 3 hostages, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, and then there was that whole, the J Dam and the hospital bombing thing, that was a huge thing. To argue that like Israel is winning the propaganda war, I don't know if I believe that. When you say that Hamas was killing soldiers as well, I think it was like 100 soldiers to 1,100 civilians. So if we're going by ratios, Hamas technically did a worse job than Israel. Again, I don't know if I would go by ratios, but like
373 soldiers.
Was it 373 soldiers were killed? I thought it was like 120. Okay, there might have been a different number on that. Okay, so maybe it might be 300 soldiers to 900 civilians. Okay, but when Hamas sets out to kill people, I don't think they're doing any due diligence trying to figure out who's a civilian or who's a soldier. When I say collateral damage, it sounds like I'm on a different planet. So we can make these emotional appeals over and over again, and we can use like the number over and over again. But here are facts. Okay, we know that Hamas operates out of civilian areas. Even Amnesty International limited as much since 2014. We know that there are videos of medical people running and grabbing guns and giving it to Hamas fighters. We can watch those videos on YouTube. We know that Hamas has tunnels that it's built that operate underneath civilian infrastructure. We know that Hamas uses hospitals to bring captured hostages to. We know that Hamas used Al-Shifa as an interrogation site. Again, even Amnesty International and the UN said as much. We know that Hamas has fired rockets out of refugee areas and out of other medical operating areas. We know these things are true. Okay, we know that, and we also know that Israel has been pressured to allow more humanitarian aid in, and they acquiesced to that pressure. We know that Israel gave the northern Gazans warning on when they were supposed to leave, told all of them to evacuate the area before the bombings began. We know that Israel makes phone calls to certain buildings or houses to tell people that you need to leave, and we know that Israel does roof knocks before they bomb these things. Okay, we know every single thing that I just said, and we can fight over any of these you want. These are all undisputed facts that are verified by third-party international orgs, some of which are quite hostile towards Israel. To go through all of that evidence and then to say, well, 18,000 civilians, so they must be indiscriminately targeting. That is a statement uttered without evidence, and it begs for any sort of justification whatsoever. There is none. There's no evidence that any of this exists. It is a fantastic point that's thought up in the West by people that are dealing with no actual facts on the ground of anything that's happening.
Thank you. I think there's a lot to respond to. Yeah.
No, those 19,000 civilians are not dead.
Is that what I said?
I mean, you said that there was no evidence that the 18,000 people had died. I don't know.
I said there's no evidence that they were being indiscriminately targeted or intentionally killed by Israel.
It was all an accident.
Do you think they were intentionally trying to kill civilians?
Definitely.
Shit. Then why didn't they kill more? Why only 19,000?
Because they're doing it in a way where they have plausible deniability. Look, I'm sorry, I'm going to do my first insult, but for schmucks like you to go, well, they were moving them and they were being super gentle and they surrounded them with pillows and they warned them, and they killed 20 times as many civilians as Hamas did. But golly, it was all an accident.
Gotcha. And I'll let you do your whole thing. I'm just curious. Do you have a single shred of evidence for any of that? That's what I thought. Okay, you can do your whole thing, but you have no evidence. You have no evidence of indiscriminate targeting of civilians.
People are dead.
Are you just going to keep repeating the number? We can count if you want. We can spend the rest of the room counting up to 90,000.
Not civilians?
I'm saying they're not indiscriminately targeting civilians, and if you have a single shred of them indiscriminately targeting civilians, I'd like to hear it.
Targeting civilians,
yes.
Yeah. So my contention is, since they're dropping 2,000-pound bombs, dumb bombs, 29,000 bombs, etc., and they've killed 19,000 people, which are almost all civilians, but even if you take the IDF numbers, over 3/4 are civilians. My contention is that's not an accident. They
Wait a
don't
second.
find
Wait
any
a second.
civilians at all.
Jen, can you respond to what Destiny said? He gave out a list of things saying that because Israel do all of these, therefore they're really trying to take security very seriously.
Yeah, I'm going to address that. But wait, so my contention is they didn't accidentally kill a disproportionate number of civilians. Now, so you're saying your contention is they were trying their damnedest to not kill civilians.
Well, but the difference is you can say that in a goofy voice, but I gave you evidence of that. Cenk, I gave you evidence of that.
Cenk said you're going to respond to those points of evidence.
Yeah, like you can try to put my side in a funny voice. I'm not using a funny voice. I'm saying that Israel allows in humanitarian aid at Western pressure. Israel delayed the invasion to give people time to flee. Israel told everybody in northern Gaza that a military conquest was coming, and Israel does do door knocking, and Israel does call buildings. These are all very strange actions from somebody that is trying to maximize civilian casualties.
Yeah, they're not at all strange. They're exactly what you would do if you wanted plausible deniability as you massacred civilians and committed war crimes.
What to actually put leaflets or to tell people to move away? How's that plausible deniability? Isn't that trying to take security very seriously?
Yeah, so in the beginning, when Israel had more brakes in the car, they would actually do the door knocking and the leaflets you guys mentioned. And then
What's
there's
up?
tons of civilians would die, but it was
Let's play, bro.
deniability that was not unbelievable, right? And so I remember thinking that's not nearly good enough, but hey, they're trying, right? Now they've gotten to a point, there's no door knocking in Gaza, okay? And leaflets, what difference would it make? They're all squeezed into a tiny little area. Okay, so then now when you look at the actual facts on the ground, Destiny made it seem like it was like a humanitarian thing that they moved them from the north to the south. No, that's called ethnic cleansing and mass relocation. It was actually a hallmark of the Armenian genocide, that the Turks moved the Armenians to a place that was safer. Same thing with the Bataan Death March, the Trail of Tears. All of that ethnic cleansing is the definition of a war crime. You made it seem like it was humanitarian. Then once they got it into the south, then they started bombing the south. There's literally nothing humanitarian about it. It's just one war crime that compounds another war crime. It's not even close. It's the size of Vegas. They moved it to half the size of Vegas, and then they started dropping bombs on the south. It's totally indefensible. I am speaking out against terrorism that is coming from Hamas or any Palestinian side, and I'm also speaking out against what I think is terrorism from the Israeli side, as they kill 20 times the civilians that Hamas did. You, on the other hand, seem to be saying the Palestinians do. Terrorism wherever they go, and they're terrible, and then we have to keep an indefinite occupation.
See where the fuck we were on
So
this
the
game, because
Israelis,
now I
when they
like the other
kill
game.
disproportionate number of civilians and 20 times the civilians that
I have to
Palestinians
get my
do
bearings.
are not doing terrorism, are the good guys, and it's all just an accident. And that's why I do the voice, Destiny, because that seems ridiculous and totally not believable.
What else could Israel have done to minimize casualties? I'm curious.
Yes, I have that too.
Okay.
So, and I am not saying this today. I said it on the day of. What they should have done is something that is very hard but doable. Special forces. So it's not going in there and saying, "Hey, Hamas, it's okay that you."
No. We're talking about within how they're doing right now, as far as
No.
right?
Even day of. What is this special forces talking point is brought up over and over and over again. I don't know if it's ironically as the professional video game player. I don't know if people are watching too many movies, video games. You don't send special forces into a densely urban populated area and have 100 soldiers kill 5,000 enemy combatants. That's not how special forces work. Most of the time, these are either serving for highly specialized missions or they're serving in support roles. What do you mean send in special forces to remove Hamas? Can you tell me what that operation looks like?
Yeah, so it would involve some degree of ground invasion. I understand that, and but it would not involve indiscriminate bombing. I'm sorry, the very targeted.
You what?
So you made the compost heap.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've been expanding.
Nice.
Well, when we were playing last night.
Bombings that just happened to accidentally kill all those tens of thousands of civilians. It would have involved ground invasion. Obviously, you clear some degree of path to get to the tunnels, and then you send people inside the tunnels. Now that is very dangerous, but that's
with the
whole
farm.
point
We
of
just need
special
the
forces.
wheat
If you go
grains
inside
and
the
stuff.
tunnels, number one, you get to Hamas much more efficiently. Number two, you might actually rescue the hostages. Instead, what's
By just
happening
sending people into tunnels that the enemy has built and knows the entire layout of and has every control over, you just send random special forces that, what is it, like a nation of Rambos? Or
the hard fighting. You don't want to actually rescue.
It's not about the hard.
You don't want to actually.
It's
get
not about the hard fighting.
You just want to drop bombs because it feels good.
Jank, has this type of military occupation or operation ever been
we have
performed in
another-
any part of human history? Are you referencing anything in reality when you talk
Bow
about
and arrow?
utilizing special forces this way? Or is this a totally fantastical
Or
point that
bow?
people have invented that, that has
I was
never
making
worked?
one for someone. Oh no, we didn't need a bow. Never
First of all,
mind.
the U.S. fought huge battles inside Iraqi cities, Mosul and otherwise, and those were horrific and deadly. But they did not incinerate Mosul. They did, and there was plenty to blame there in what happened in Mosul. But yes, they spent guys on the ground, including special forces, to get the bad guys.
That
And it was
wasn't
terrible.
that one that wasn't special forces.
It partially worked, and it worked a lot better than dropping 29,000 bombs on Mosul.
What?
And remember,
No.
in Mosul, we never dropped a bomb over 500 pounds because we thought that was a war crime.
What? We dropped bunker. Of
2,000
course, we dropped bunker busters in Iraq. Where do we get this idea that we never dropped a heavy bomb?
Say again?
So what do we need?
That's a good question. Straps. We need to build the village hall, for which just the research alone requires 15 straps.
How do you get straps?
Bandits.
Oh yeah. Come on.
But you need the village hall to unlock the next stuff, and then you can make strap. But you need the village hall, right? And then a production building to make the strap. The village hall also attracts more attention because we're a village now, so more raids.
No, there's a giant difference. Let me clarify.
mean
Bunker
bigger raids?
busters are usually
More frequent and bigger, yeah. It kind of goes together.
in open spaces. The 500-pound bomb rule, and 500 was a super max. And normally we wouldn't go that high either. And this is New York Times reporting.
They tweaked it in the patch because apparently you could get like raided multiple times a day. That's no longer a thing.
We would never drop in residential areas, and Gaza's all residential areas.
Okay, so then the bunkers and everything
That
we're
must
looking
be
for
the
are going to
update
be
that
under residential buildings. So what do you do? You just not bomb them? For Mosul, we had air support. We had a military force invading with a full fleet
God,
of
if this bitch
support.
would stop-
It wasn't
Stop.
just special forces.
Thank you.
That's absolutely not true.
No, I just told
Bro,
you
she was
this.
running all
I
over the place.
said
I'm trying to
ground
fucking
forces,
deliver the
just
goddamn
like
quest.
America had ground forces,
Right?
and then you send the special forces inside the tunnels. If you say, "Oh, it's too hard," the IDF can't handle it. They're scared. They don't actually want to fight Hamas. Then what are they doing?
Why do you keep saying they're scared? First of all, you're fighting terrorists that are operating out of civilian infrastructure. These are the most cowardly ways
Where
you
the
can
hell are
ever
they supposed to
conduct.
operate? No, that's insane.
What's insane? What part of that was insane?
Yeah, the insane standard is, hey, you're all in an open air prison. Some of you are trying to fight back, and you're in the tunnels. Oh, because some of you are trying to fight back, I'm going to bomb not the tunnels, but the civilians that aren't fighting back. But because some of you dared to fight back against your occupation, what was Hamas supposed to do? Go build a military
The thing is, I know where
complex,
this guy is. I'm just gonna
in
go
the
straight
middle
there.
of the desert somewhere in Gaza? Well, they would be bombed immediately. So it's an impossible
So they have to
standard.
listen. If you're going to
It's an
justify them, if
impossible-
you're going to justify the use of human shields, if you can justify the use of human
Wait,
shields,
yeah.
that's
Let me Genko, are you trying to justify the use of human shields?
No. I reject completely the use of human shields.
That's what you just justified. You said, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to fight actually like a military, or are they supposed to operate out of civilian homes? Like,
No. Okay, listen, guys. First of all, the Israeli Defense Forces uses human shields. There's pictures and video.
good
not in the
pivot.
conflict,
No, you're
in
talking about the
other
kid on the back of the
conflicts.
truck. This is BS, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's not BS. They put kids in front of them and literally use them as human shields. There is no equivalent in even among the awful Hamas. Instead, Hamas is in Gaza. Gaza is a giant residential area the size of Vegas. And then when you bomb their civilians, you go, well, they're in Gaza. Hamas is in Gaza. And so since they're in Gaza and
Okay.
civilians are in Gaza,
Hopefully I don't
they're
die.
using human shields.
No,
They're
it's
making
the
us
point about
murder their
hiding.
citizens.
It's
They're
the point
making
about
us
hiding
drop
in truth.
2,000-pound bombs on their citizens. It's Hamas's fault that we had to murder all their civilians. Well, where the hell is
You'll die
Hamas
for what?
supposed to be?
I gotta
Are they
kill 3
supposed to be in
bandits over
Sweden
here.
Or Bangkok?
Well, that's where their leadership. That's where their leadership goes when they make millions and millions of dollars and then conduct warfare from overseas. But except it's usually what like Qatar, Tunisia, or whatever.
Hold on. According to your guys' logic, Israel is using human shields. They are bombing from Israel, and so what is Hamas supposed to do? They're supposed to come in and bomb and attack and shoot the Israeli civilians because the dastardly IDF is using Israelis as human shields. Why didn't Israel attack from Norway or Budapest?
It is entirely possible. I do concede. I saw a lot of video footage of the festival. Maybe there were military missile installations around there, and they just didn't show them on camera. But
got him.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying that like the idea. I'm saying that if
because you have brutalized them for 56 straight years, you're keeping them in an open air prison, and then you go, oh, I can't believe that their fighters are in the same area. They're in the same prison.
Cenk, why do you think Gaza is treated so? Why is Gaza? Why is
dumbest argument on the planet?
Then complain to Amnesty International because they talk about Hamas using them as well. So does UN Human Rights Watch. Why is Gaza treated so much differently than the West Bank?
The West Bank is helping Israel with the occupation Palestinian Authority. That's why it's on the edge of collapse.
Wait, so I just want to go back.
Fighting back, and I think they're fighting back in an immoral and counterproductive way. But yeah, that's the giant difference.
Wait, so I want to go back to that point about human shields because it was a really good point. Cenk, can you not agree with Amnesty International that Israel are using human shields? Not Israel, sorry. That Hamas are using human shields.
I do not agree with them. No.
You do not agree?
No, I do not agree. Because look, guys, under that same logic, no matter anytime
that's so stupid to say
their
that.
own territory that has civilians,
obviously they are.
Then they're using human shields. So if America launches missiles from U.S. bases,
I'm talking to the chat.
Then the other side would say, "Oh, you guys are using."
Oh, you died. Rip.
To nuke all of Kansas, all of Colorado, because you guys were using.
No, they were killing you.
You dastardly left put your weapons, your nuclear weapons, your missiles in Colorado, thereby forcing me to nuke Colorado.
How do you know
it's America's fault for using human shields. You tell me how that logic.
Just go back to where you died.
We don't fire.
There should be like a blue marker again.
From apartment complexes or use hospitals, civilian hospitals, to interrogate hostages.
Military bases. Because they're occupied.
Okay, so we think that it's so okay.
So like.
Yeah, I understand. So you're justifying the use of human shields. That's fine. You can justify it. I think that you can actually make arguments there. It's a pretty brave position.
Fury justifies it that Israel is using human shields. You can play at this game all day long.
If Israel was launching attacks from an area,
why are you justifying the human shields that Israel is using? You sound so immoral.
First of all, it doesn't matter if Israel uses human shields or not. The reason why you use that
doesn't matter.
Well, correct. It doesn't matter. Do you know why? Do you know why it doesn't matter? It doesn't matter if Israel uses human shields because Hamas wants to kill civilians anyway. So why would you waste your time, right? If you put a civilian in front of an IDF tank, Hamas goes, "Oh shit, a 2-for-1 special." Obviously, human shields won't work on the Israeli side.
Civilians, but Israel kills 20 times the civilians that Hamas does. But golly gee, they didn't want to kill them. You see how it's sophistry?
It's not sophistry. It's called collateral damage. This is how warfare works, unfortunately. Sophistry is pretending. Sophistry is having never watched the movie Black Hawk Down and assuming that you could send 20 special forces agents through unknown tunnels and have them beat all the terrorists. That's what sophistry is. Yeah.
Destiny, are you basing your you're looking at how the IDF should operate based on video games and movies?
That's what it seems like when people talk about special forces. It's a very video game movie approach. The idea that if you send in some special forces, they could beat a whole bunch of people. But historically, I think there were two really good examples where the United States tried this and it ended in disaster. And Black Hawk movie was one of the movies made about that, where Jesus, I haven't actually even seen the movie, but that shows that like when special forces got pinned down in a bad area and they had to bring in a ton of support and way more people ended up as a result of all of this shit, because of like what happens. It was Mogadishu, I think was the area it was called. But yeah, you don't just send in unsupported special forces unless it's for very.
I didn't say unsupported.
What?
Yep, I didn't say unsupported.
Okay, but no. But when you talk about support, the support is not special forces going in on their own and fighting and killing terrorists. Special forces either work in support roles or they do highly specialized missions. For instance, like flying into Pakistan and killing Osama bin Yeah, Osama bin Laden. That would be an example of like a specialized mission the Special Forces would do. There is no example in the history of all of warfare where Special Forces go into to a city, an enemy city, and kill all the terrorists. That just never happens. So the idea that this is brought up as some serious like pushback on how Israel should
forgot
conduct
what I
military
needed this
operations
for.
has no basis in reality, has no basis in military operations, has no basis in how any country operates. It's just again, like you said, an impossible standard to hold Israel to. And then to do all of this, and
I made it
like,
in English. I was
Israel
like,
needs to
why did I make
ceasefire,
this
or
thing in
Israel needs
English?
to stop the fighting, and Hamas should be allowed to stand, or we should give. Earlier, you were saying we should give more power. Okay, you were saying we should give more power to the Palestinian Authority to go in and clear out Gaza, and now you're telling me that the Palestinian Authority has no legitimacy in the West Bank because you wouldn't answer the question of why is the West Bank treated better than the Gaza Strip, and it's because less terrorism comes from the West Bank within the Gaza Strip, but you don't want to answer that because obviously you would see that the citizens of Gaza have some responsibility for why the blockade exists there. It's just there's like this impossible set of conditions given to Israel where we're unironically telling them to negotiate a peace deal that the Palestinians already walked away from 23 years ago against a group of people that have been shooting rockets into this country every single fucking day for like the past 20 years. It's just like no other country on earth would be held to this standard of negotiation. It's insane.
Do you know why? Because no other country is occupying 5 million people. Like you occupy them and then you go, can you believe that this one country has these people fighting back when they're prisoners? And they should know that they're prisoners.
So strange that nobody cared when they were being crazy that nobody cared when they were being occupied by Egypt and Jordan from 1948 to 1967. Crazy that Resolution 242 from the UN only called for the Palestinian state to be created after Jordan and Egypt lost that territory in a war. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. So let's summarize here as we get to the 2-hour mark. So, first of all, but before the summary, let me just say one quick thing. Because you misrepresented something I said. I said the Palestinian Authority is losing credibility now because they've not gotten anything through diplomatic solutions. They have not gotten anything by cooperating and coordinating with the Israeli government. So they're on dangerous
something, and mine says moving up in the world.
Press J?
Do I? Yeah, it says moving up in the world.
Where's Jay?
Just hire another. I gotta talk to somebody. No.
Yeah, but we have multiple quests, right? You can just do this. Boom.
Oh, okay. Let's just say, why does mine look different than yours? What the fuck?
Yeah, go for it. Exquisite. Yeah, you can just change your quest, right? I mean,
grounds now of being toppled. I said that they would have enormous credibility and be able to drive out Hamas, which is the only realistic plan to drive out Hamas, if they were able to land a two-state solution and they were the heroes.
Bro, you see this Half-Life survival game? What the fuck? Do you see that, Exquisite? Sinerka showed it to me. Which kind of sucks because now I want it. It looks fucking great. It's called... I forgot what it's called. Abiotic Factor is like literally Half-Life survival. Looks pretty nice.
Credibility to rule the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. That's an actual peace plan. But so far, now in summary,
yeah, abiotic
if someone took
factor.
any of
Wait, don't summarize your position. Don't summarize my position. Summarize your position. I don't think you understand my position.
I'm going to summarize what I think happened in this conversation.
Okay, I'll summarize yours as well after. Sure.
If someone were to take...
Right, bro, I roleplay as one of those fucking scientists, bro. 100%.
Take your land, you would grab the gun behind you and try to shoot and kill them. Now you say, but the Palestinians, if they do that, they're terrorists and they deserve to be indefinitely occupied. They're terrorists wherever they go. They're violent. It's their fault. They always do the attacking, and they should know their role as prisoners indefinitely under Israeli occupation. But if Israel goes to fight back against October 7th, well, you can't be expected to fight back by doing hard things like going inside the tunnels. So let's just evaporate the civilians instead.
Not just fish, you could put meat on it.
Tens of thousands of civilians.
Yeah, scroll down. Add large piece of raw meat.
And state,
add piece of raw meat. Add small piece of raw meat. It's for everything.
That violence is just defending yourself.
You don't just smoke fish,
but when
right?
the Palestinians defend themselves, terrorists. Now, you would do the same thing, you agreed, but they are not allowed to do it. They're dastardly terrorists, and they should be occupied forever and ever. But Israel can bomb giant residential areas, 29,000 bombs, 2,000-pound bombs. But that is not violence. That is not targeting civilians. That's just, golly gee, I had to do it to clear a path in. So that is as absurd as it can be, and everyone can recognize.
Destiny, I think you want to respond to that because I don't think that's probably what you meant.
Don't use straps.
Yeah, I don't know. Most of the people just don't want to operate in reality because I think that this particular conflict lets us read a lot of like ideological leanings into what should happen. But at the end of the day, nobody actually gives a f about the Palestinian people or the Israeli people, which is why
wait,
all these
what are you
crazy
doing?
positions come out. If you obviously you don't want peace.
Stop.
Right? That's clear.
No, you clicked shit. That's what you clicked
saying
shit.
is rooted in reality. Nothing you're saying has.
A slight change. We're making the bags first, man.
Okay, yeah, I know.
Oh, everyone's going to sleep. Fuck's sake. All right, let me make the linen, and then they'll skip the night, so they make the fucking bags.
It's fine. I was just looking.
I
It was
need
string and
6 of these.
and hide for the hands.
Yeah, you can make hands right now. There's already one available. What the fuck did I need? I keep forgetting, dude.
No, I think
suck
I
at-
had to research it
Oh.
first.
No, that's the second one. This was the second pair. Unless I accidentally did that on by myself. Wait, do
Yeah,
we not have fucking flax anymore? Holy shit, we're out of flax. I need flax for the bags.
Oh, I'll do it tomorrow. We can. Yeah. Rugged. What is it?
Yeah, rugged bits or something, or
Yeah. This.
check the work. Check the weaver table, not the loom. Oh,
Yeah, we don't have them.
oh, I guess I researched it.
Those are hand wraps.
Oh yeah, that's the shitty one. Never mind. How much flax do I need? A few. Scrap.
I'll get some. I ran around.
Yeah, I'm
missing
picking
a bunch of.
picking some up right now. I don't even know. I don't want to call this a village because it's not. But
It's not.
yeah,
what is
this
it, not a
place.
village. It's not a town.
No.
It's just a settlement, right?
Barely, right? I don't even know what to call it. I really don't.
Any like bearing with the conditions on the ground.
What is? But your plan is indefinite occupation. How does that get the peace?
Shit. Did I reveal that? Did I say that in this conversation that my goal would be indefinite occupation?
You said after October 7th, we can't do a peace deal right now.
Sorry,
So you
you're
told me
misunderstanding
that
a
sounds indefinite.
prescription for a description. You need to accurately describe what's going on before you can prescribe what ought to happen. The reality is after October 7th, the appetite in Israel for peace is very low. That's just a fact that you have to contend with. Because if you want to create real solutions for people, you've got to meet the people where they're at. That's just how it goes. That's why support for a two-state solution dropped off after the second Intifada. I'm not saying that's right or it's good.
Sin
I'm
already
just saying that,
bought
of course, as
the
terrorist attacks
Half-Life,
happen, this is how people respond.
the
Just like
Half-Life
how
game.
you've said over and over again, and I'm trying to be good faith and charitable when I am confronting you.
Wait,
You
who
can't
owns
over again.
the
This is why
Half-Life?
the people.
Huh?
Who owns Half-Life?
No, the abiotic factor. Hang on, I'll give you the URL.
No. Who owns?
Who owns Half-Life?
Yeah.
Steam? Hashtag Valve? / Valve, I mean. The owners of Steam?
The owners of Steam owns Half-Life.
Yeah, same guys. Gabe Newell? Gaben? He made Valve, and Valve made Steam. And Half-Life. Right?
That was a good game, or somewhat a good game.
No, it's one of the best games ever made.
No.
in Gaza are attacking. That's why you're doing terrorists. I hope or I think you're not justifying the attacks, although sometimes it sounds like it. You're just saying that when you do this
on that series.
What?
Doom. For me.
You mean in the FPS genre? Yeah.
Yeah.
You said series. I got confused. All right, let's skip the day or the night.
I'm waiting on you.
Oh, I was making the linen.
I know.
Justifying Israel killing those civilians, though. That's
Thank you. Nice try, Drink. Okay. When you're
No, but
when you're
that's
saying
literally
this,
what you're saying.
no, it's literally not. When you're saying that the people are doing this because of the conditions on the ground,
Yeah,
I'm
both
merely
of
saying
them
the same thing for
actually
Israel. For
dead.
some reason, ultra far right
Both of them are
Zionists can't understand the Palestinian position, and people that sim for Palestinians with no
These guys are
understanding what's
really
going on the
hurt.
ground can't seem to understand Israel's position. You'll say these things over and over again. That like,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be fair
we
that
not
like
have
people in
food?
Palestine are really upset because of the military
do.
occupation? And then when I say, yeah, of course, but don't you think it's also kind of weird that there are rockets flying in every day? Now there's like 50 million justifications for why that's actually not a big deal and it actually doesn't matter.
Maybe
And that's
they need
bizarre
to
to me.
they
My
need
situation,
food
I'm
in
sorry,
their
my
inventory,
I
probably.
condemned it.
my that's
I don't know.
hardly. My solution for
Let's
this
find out.
is this is what
This
needs
guy's
to
not-
happen if you
not
want peace
hurt,
in the
not
region.
really.
Anything outside of these boundaries is delusional. Okay, number one, Iran
you
has to
can't
come to the
even
table
fucking
and they
feed
need to
them.
stop. Okay, no more funding shit in Gaza. No more funding shit in, with Hezbollah. No more funding shit with the Houthis. Okay, this has to stop. Iran has to be part of any future
So they have to
conversations.
surrender first.
Oh,
Not
right.
only the Palestinians,
she
but
had
the
to
Iranians have to surrender first. This sounds super realistic.
I didn't say
But-
surrender. I'm sorry, but no offense. Iran's lost, okay? I'm sorry. They are the losers of the Middle East. Everybody looks at them. Everybody laughs. They try to mine the sea to the south of them. They try to shoot shit into Saudi Arabia. But Iran, the Ayatollah is such a loser. Even the people in Iran hate the government, okay?
How are you going to get Iran? How are you going to get the Iranian government to stop funding Hamas?
In terms of what those talks look like, I imagine there probably needs to be a lot of U.S. leadership. I imagine there probably needs to be Saudi Arabian leadership, and there's probably other Arab states, especially Qatar, that have to be brought in as well. I don't know what concessions need to make in terms of the easing of sanctions, in terms of allowing the UN to investigate potential nuclear reactors. I don't know what all we can offer, but Jesus, in 76 to 79, what we gave Egypt, how many billions of dollars to tell them, listen, stop fighting with Israel. We've done it with Egypt. We've done it with other people. Can't we do it with Iran? It must be possible. At
Okay,
some
press
point,
P.
right?
Did I give you
so
farming?
one is support from Iran has to stop, and that's number
P.
one. That has
And then
to
hover
be the
over
case.
farming.
Number two, Israel needs to make a concerted effort towards peace, and this might
is
mean
one
things
point.
like you are going to have
Wow,
to grin
okay,
and bear a couple
yeah.
of terror attacks because they're going to happen.
Never mind.
And it can't be the case that every time Israel loses 3 soldiers, they go in and they kill 50 civilians. This has been the history of Israel and Palestine for like
Learn
75
skill by
years. That
reading
cannot be
books.
happening over
Can't-
and over and over again because obviously it foments hatred on both sides. Okay, so Israel needs to bear it. They need to work towards peace. They need to be willing to make some concessions, like dump some of these enclave settlements. Okay, you have to be willing to dump some of these. You can't continue to expand them because the settlements are obviously severely hamper the peace process. And if you want to keep some of
why do
them,
I have
when you start to do your
fertilizer?
land swaps, you need to be willing to offer a lot for places like Hebron. Okay, you can't have these enclaves out here that destroy the continuous state. Okay, on the Palestinian side, okay, there needs to be a hardcore de-radicalization effort. You have to acknowledge that the Palestinian people want violence.
15 steps
not
is
Hamas,
crazy.
not the PLO,
How?
and not just the terrorists, but Palestinians and
Maybe
mass
we can
think
trade
that
for it.
fighting will serve
I
their
didn't
end.
think about that.
That thought needs to be wiped out. That cannot be the
Thing
case
doesn't have
for them
an
thinking that
inventory
because as
slot?
long as they have that idea, same thing with Israel having.
Put the shit in.
Who?
The fertilizer.
No, I made it already. It's cooking, or it's composting.
Well, I got fertilizer in my inventory for some reason.
I'm gonna go check out the village, see what the prices and stuff are, and what we can buy.
As long as that idea exists, peace will never happen. So whether that means the UN stops sending them textbooks and TV shows with
Maybe we can
Mickey
buy
Mouse,
some
the
straps.
evil Jew in it, or whether that means there is an
Yeah,
effort
that would
made by
be
surrounding
pretty
Arab
good.
states to communicate more, whether that means certain types of humanitarian aid are increased, although Gaza is already one of the largest per
I'll get us
capita
some more
recipients of
facts.
aid, literally in the entire world, whether that means the easing restrictions on some parts of like the border there from Israel. These are the things that need to happen to slowly work towards some two-state solution. And
I'm
then
having,
hopefully
like,
at
the
some
worst
point the
fucking
Palestinian people
restless
are
leg
willing to
syndrome right
elect
now, dude.
somebody
Oh my
who's
God, I
not a
can't sit
boss, because
still.
by the way, if a two-state solution ever happens in the future, it's never going to be with a boss. He already lost control of the Gaza Strip once. Why the hell would we give it back to him again? Why would you give him arms and encourage him to go into civil war in the Gaza Strip, assuming that one, he'll even win, and then two, that he'll manage to retain control of it, but he already lost control of it one time. Those are the things that need to happen if you actually want to see a two-state solution come about in the future. Anything else is cope, and I'll fight on any of those points.
Destiny, I want to push in 2 points, and I'll go to Jen to give him a chance to respond. 2 points: Iranian government and de-radicalization. First of all, Iranian government. You said your whole point of peace, of solution for peace, has to be based in reality. I think what you're saying about pushing the US to work against Iran doesn't seem to be based in reality. I mean, they were going to work on a deal a couple of months ago, so I'm not sure how much that's based in reality. And
I think.
Yeah.
So for real quick, so unfortunately in the United States, and this sucks, okay, is that our presidents are 4-year presidents, which is incredibly annoying, or 8-year presidents. So what that means is sometimes, unfortunately, you have to treat the strongest person in the world, sometimes how you would treat a U.S. police officer, you have to treat them like a schizophrenic person that could kill you at any point in time, okay? Because unfortunately, sometimes the U.S. will say things like under Obama, hey, listen, Iran, we're going to unfreeze some assets, we're going to work with you on some shit, and hopefully you guys don't pursue nuclear weapons, let's investigate. And the next president might say, actually, I changed my mind on all of that. The United States, in my opinion, as not being an expert in Iranian history, but in my opinion, the United States has been close at some points to having a peaceful outcome with Iran, and we up for stupid reasons. When George Bush, for whatever reason, decided to throw Iran on the axis of evil, what a stupid decision. And it set us back so far in terms of the progress we've made with Iran. The joint pact of agreement of action, or whatever, the Iranian nuclear deal that Obama did was historic. That was amazing. We keep them from pursuing nuclear weapons. We slowly ease the sanctions on their economy. Hopefully the citizens don't hate us as much. And then Trump rolled that back. So I don't think it's impossible
near the copper or the tin, I guess.
Normalizing some type of relationship with Iran. We
I
just
don't think if you just place it down that they're gonna, it needs to be in range of something,
we're making every time a new president comes into office, in my opinion.
Okay, so let me push on the next question.
Far away,
anyway, that was the point to really promote your presidency.
That's why I haven't really built one yet. I'm not sure how it works.
Let me push on the de-radicalization point now. I don't think the people in the Palestinian Authority actually, in their hearts, really want violence. They're in that space in Gaza, and they have their only hope really is Hamas. There is no other feasible hope. Who are they going to hope for? The Israeli government? That doesn't even make sense. In their hearts of hearts, they don't actually want violence. If there were to be another solution of peace, they would probably want that, something reasonable.
I can only go by polling data and what exists on the ground. Now, today, funnily enough, if you look at the support for Hamas or the October 7th attacks in the Gaza Strip, that has fallen, I think, to around 55%. Now, in the West Bank, I think it's risen up to 80%, but it makes sense why. People in Gaza, after getting, completely bombed and obliterated, and all of their citizens, half of them being, expelled basically from northern Gaza, are like, you know what? The October 7th attacks actually weren't that good. This sucks. Now, the people in the West Bank, the support for the October 7th attacks for them, that has risen to 80%. I'm not trying to say that Palestinians are inherently violent people. If you want to talk about inherently violent people, you could almost make the same argument for Israel, right? The entire existence of them in that region, whether we're talking about the Irgun that existed, prior to the IDF, whether we're talking about the entire formation of Israel and the territorial expansion of blah, 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 you can make that argument of Israel. I'm just saying we have to understand that right now, Palestinians feel like if we fight, we will win and we'll have a better outcome. That thought needs to be eliminated. They cannot think that, because as long as they think that, why would they push for peace? What's the motivation? If you think fighting is better,
it sometimes spawns, but apparently the shop just changes every day. What's available?
I think we really need to give Jenka a chance to respond.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. So look, I'm hoping that this is the final point here, but I thought we were going to end on some degree of agreement, because I agreed with what Destiny said about Israel, right? That they have to stop killing civilians disproportionately, and eventually get to popular agreement on pursuing peace instead. And I agree with him on our schizophrenia regarding Iran. I thought Obama did a great Iran deal with Iran, and Trump and Biden have been horrific in getting out of that deal, and I think it's led to more violence and more support for Hamas from Iran, etc. But we have a fundamental disagreement on how to get to peace. So Destiny laid out his idea of you have to de-radicalize the Palestinians first. Hamas has to surrender. Iran has to not surrender, but say we're just magically going to give up every kind of power we have in the Middle East. And the way that they have power, we have nukes, we have overwhelming military. They have these groups, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, etc., that they fund, and we can call them terrorism, and that's fine. But they're not. So that's, to me, seems enormously unrealistic. Some sort of massive unilateral surrender on one side, and once they are beaten to a complete submission, then we'll come to the peace table. And then if Mahmoud Abbas is not good enough, the guy's been working with the Israelis for 20 years. If that's not a partner for peace, then you're saying there is no partner for peace. Oh, you're going to wait for a magical Mother Teresa to rise up out of a people that have been occupied for 56 years and they're all going to rally around that Mother Teresa who loves the Israelis with all of her heart. And then we're going to do a peace deal. Is basically saying we're not going to do a peace deal. And so my thesis is, no, the peace deal leads to moderation. You want de-radicalization, so do I. But as we showed in the Egypt-Israel peace deal, the de-radicalization comes after the peace deal, not before the peace deal. If you try to put it before the peace deal, it becomes an impossible standard that can never be met. And that's why Dick Cheney, when he said we don't negotiate with evil, when he came
Everything's
to
so far
Iran
away now.
willing to give up their uranium
This game desperately
program,
needs
he
horses.
said he wanted them first to completely give up everything they believed in before he would even negotiate with them. He blew it. We could have taken their uranium out. You don't negotiate with angels who have already agreed that they love you. You negotiate with your enemies who hate you. That's why you're in a war. So yes, a lot of Palestinians do not like the Israelis, expecting them to like their occupiers. To say that it's unreasonable is an understatement. Instead, get the two sides who hate each other, and yes, tons of Israelis hate the Palestinians and are voting for people who occupy them, bomb them, kill them, etc. But I don't hold it against the Israeli civilians. It's a power dynamic. The powerful do that to the powerless in almost every circumstance. And the powerless usually fight back with water pipes turned into terrible, stupid bombs that barely work. That is the power dynamic. The way to get beyond that dynamic is to get to a peace deal that then de-radicalizes both populations. And we've already done it before in this exact circumstance, Israel, Egypt. That's why doing a peace deal roughly along the 2000 proposal with the Palestinian Authority is the only plausible way to get the peace. Further bombing, further invasion, further war crimes, further occupation is never, ever going to get to a peace deal.
Destiny, do you want to respond, and then we're going to finish off?
I mean, when we talk about massive unilateral surrender on one side, I mean, like the writing is on the wall. Like Iran has already lost so much influence. They know this. Syria is still like a borderline failed state. Lebanon is barely a country right now. Yemen is, you know, in disarray, right? You're comparing these countries. So, like, do we really expect them to give up to Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, even Qatar? Like, come on, like the writing is on the wall. This is a foregone conclusion. We know what the future is going to look like. There is no future where Iran and Syria are leading politics in the Middle East. It's not happening. Ever since Saddam Hussein was gone, like the idea of some Shia power that was going to overthrow everybody else and leave this, we're done. Not only is that gone, everybody else has basically recognized it. And I think Iran is on the way, at least the people are, but we'll see, you know, what that happens in the future, I guess. Yeah, you talk about like a boss and saying, well, if we can't work with a boss, then blah, blah, blah. Like the Palestinians don't want a boss. He's incredibly unpopular. They won't even allow a boss to negotiate on their behalf. And to say that de-radicalization comes after a peace deal, I just don't know if that's ever happened in literally all of human history. Somebody talked about de-radicalizing Germany. I think it was that if we just give them what they want, maybe they'll stop invading. I think there was a particular term for that. It might have been called cheese man. I don't remember what it was, but I know that we tried it and it didn't work. We didn't de-radicalize Japan by letting them run shit on their own and infinitely genocide Chinese people and Koreans. We didn't, defeat Italy and Germany by just giving them what they wanted. You have to go in. Sometimes you've got to invade. You've got to be heavy-handed. You've got to do what you need to do. And unfortunately, when you've got a highly radicalized population that's being funded from abroad by a ton of different people to do radical Islamic jihadist attacks, just negotiating peace and saying hopefully everything will go well once we, give them everything is probably not going to be a strong selling point to Israeli citizens that have to live in the shadow of constant attacks from Gaza and a potential nuclear threat from Iran.
Jen, do you want to respond or should we finish off?
No, I think our positions are totally clear. And yes, the good people, you know how we got de-radicalized Japan and Germany? Well, number one, we dropped nukes. I don't know that we want to do that. That was the old bad days. That's why we came up with the concept of war crimes, and we try not to do that. But ultimately, what de-radicalized them wasn't even the nukes. It was that we did the Marshall Plan, and we rebuilt our enemies and turned them into our top allies. That the path of peace and diplomacy is not just one that is more moral, it's one that's more diplomatic, strategic, and intelligent, and has shown success over and over again. The path of war leads to only more.
Where all the
war.
sticks at?
But I appreciate you guys. I appreciate Ellie for you, organizing this conversation.
I don't know if they
hope that
grow
people got something
back
out of
or
it. I
not.
think they
I don't
did,
know.
and I think you did a great job moderating. And Destiny, I appreciate that we exchange these ideas, and we have to, so that people can learn from it. So thank you.
Hopefully this was a productive conversation. Thanks, Cenk, and thanks, Destiny. Just at one quick point before we finish. Destiny, would you potentially have a debate with Norman Finkelstein?
If you wanted to, yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, thanks, and thanks, Cenk. I like shouting at you. You're a fun, energetic guy. So yeah, it's always fun, even if we
I kind of want to see
disagree.
the Finkelstein debate, but also don't want to because that guy is so
I wish you the
fucking...
best of luck on your presidential campaign. If for no other reason, because I think it'd be awesome to watch you shout at other politicians.
Like, oh my god,
even
bro.
when I disagree with you.
Speed it up, dude. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
By the way, if, imagine me in a debate with Biden or Trump. Could be fun.
Be a lot of fun. It would be. Yep.
And by the way, guys, thank you for the plug. If you are dissatisfied with our choices being Biden and Trump, you can just give $1 as a form of protest at jankforamerica.com. Let's get some better alternatives. Thank you, guys.
Brilliant. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks. Forgot to bring one.
Whew, jeez.
Yeah.
Did you make 2 or just 1?
I made like 5 for everyone.
Holy
one for everyone.
Rhetoric plus fact.
Or I said them to make 5.
And that was the let's go point by point. I'm never doing that again.
It only uses like
people that talk a lot. I'm just
plants,
gonna also
so
talk a lot.
easily
I think that's the
replaceable.
way
It
to
doesn't
go.
actually need straps to make them. Just research them.
Yes.
Thanks for the 1999 donut. Okay,
Yeah,
wait, hold
yeah,
on.
put
If
it-
you guys are here, and you guys, want to do
only one is ready,
canvassing,
apparently.
we're gonna have canvassing houses set up where we're gonna go do door knocking things, and we're gonna do
do we need any more
like a
reading?
bunch of door knocking because that's what we do for Democratic candidates and other stuff. I'm linking
Yes,
a
we
thread
do.
in all my
Don't
chats.
even have any. Holy
Mosul was a missed opportunity. A lot of damage to
Yeah,
the
it's what
city
Reed
and the
what
civilian
we-
deaths.
is Reed is what
yeah,
we
but not
need.
as much as Gaza. But Mosul is hard to compare because
Reed
one, you're
is
fighting
what
a
we
standing army
need.
with a real leader that you need to depose. I don't think there was. I know that there was some the Palestinian people. There is, however, evidence that the.
Here we go. This is the Friedman debate.
You've lied about this particular instance in the past.
Look at how he's talking.
Full-on war, where Arab states invaded.
But we can.
He's so smart. That is true. You started attacking the. Pick the things.
Oh, it's not
that,
the actual debate.
comport
This is
with
like
your
this.
reality. That's why he's confident, and he'll say it. He's already said it a few times. He'll say it a lot when we get towards the end.
Where's the
I
actual
trust
debate?
the UN. I trust Amnesty International.
That's a good point. No, it's a good point.
Now, some people accuse me of speaking very slowly, and they're advised on YouTube to turn up the speed 2 to 3 times whenever I'm on. One of the reasons I speak slowly is because I attach value.
Levels are like It's like Elder Scrolls. So when I do stuff, I gain experience, right, and then I get a level. Like Elder Scrolls, which is the same thing, except you don't see the experience gain. Wait, what? I'm confused now. Wait, what's your question?
To every word I say.
Norm will say this all over and over and over again. I only deal in facts. I don't deal in hypotheticals. I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. And that seems to be the case, except for when the facts are completely and totally contrary to the particular point you're trying to push. The idea that Jews would have out of hand rejected any state that had Arabs on it or always had a plan of expulsion is just betrayed by the acceptance of the 47
I
partition
don't
plan.
think you understand politics.
They forced the British to prevent emigration of Jews from Europe and reaching safe shores in Palestine. That's what they did.
Again,
and they knew that the Jews were being persecuted in Europe.
Was
at the time.
Palestine the only spot of land on
Basically,
earth?
Yes, basically that was the problem. The Jews couldn't emigrate anywhere else.
What about your great friends in Britain, the architects of the Balfour Declaration?
By the late 1930s,
What about the United
weren't
States?
happy to take in Jews, and the Americans
And
weren't happy to take
why
in Jews.
and why are Palestinians who were not Europeans, who had zero role in the rise of Nazism, who had no relation to any of this, why are they somehow
equipping a
uniquely
companion.
responsible for
Because
what
they were-
happened in
they were
Europe and
helping
uniquely
to close
culpable?
the only safe haven for Jews.
Professor Morris,
You can also like level up by
Because of
reading.
your logic, and I'm not disputing it. That's why October 7th
didn't know that.
happened.
Oh my
God. Because there was no options
Reading
left
those
for
books
those
that we do.
people.
The Hamas guys who
found?
attacked the
Yeah, print his
kibbutzim,
books.
apart from the attacks on the military sites, when they attacked the kibbutzim, were
like,
out to kill
I'm sure
civilians.
it goes to like
and they
higher
killed
as well. I
family
don't know.
after
Okay.
family,
It's the only thing I've
house
seen so far.
after house.
Talk fast
I'm
so
just
people
trying to-
think that you're coherent.
I'm just reading from the
Okay.
UN.
Yeah, but you see,
I know you like them sometimes, only when they agree with you, though. But you've lied about this particular instance in the past. Those kids weren't just on the beaches, as often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified.
By the way, this is a 4-hour
Hamas
shouting
compound
match,
that they had operated
so
from.
this will be
They
interesting.
literally think you can
I'm gonna skip
First
the
question
intro.
is about 1948. For Israelis, 1948 is the establishment of the State of Israel and the War of Independence. For Palestinians, 1948 is the Nakba, which means catastrophe, or the displacement of 700,000 Palestinians from their homes as a consequence of the war. What to you is important to understand about the events of 1948 and the period around there, 47, 49, that helps us understand what's going on today, and maybe helps us understand the roots of all of this that started even before
Wait, who?
1948.
Which one?
I was hoping that Norm can speak first, and Benny, then Ween, and then Norm.
After World War II,
all right, let me.
The British decided that they didn't want to deal with the
I'm literally going
Palestine
to do
question
speed.
anymore, and the ball was thrown into the court of the United Nations.
Oh, sorry. 1.5.
Now, as I read the record, the UN was not attempting to arbitrate or adjudicate rights and wrongs. It was
This is 1.5 speed, bro. I'm going at 1.5 speed, and the guy sounds like he's actually talking normal now. Barely.
confronting a very practical problem. There were two national communities in
Like,
Palestine.
listen to how he
and
talks
there were
normally.
irreconcilable
I want
differences
to fucking.
on fundamental questions. Most important.
I want to unalive myself in this game right now, due to the guy's talking speed. Because it's really fucking annoying when you talk this fucking slow. My brain has the capacity to catch up faster than that, motherfucker. Keep it up, right? Chop chop, I ain't got all day.
Importantly, looking at the historic record on the question of immigration and associated with the question of immigration, the question of land. The UN Special Committee on Palestine, which came into being before the UN 181 partition resolution, the UN Special Committee, it recommended 2 states in Palestine. There was a minority position represented by Iran, India, Yugoslavia. They supported 1 state, but
No, he just
they
talks like that.
believed
He thinks
if
it makes him
forced
sound
to,
less.
the 2 communities
I
would
don't know.
figure out some sort of modus vivendi
I'll just stop
and
there.
live together. The United Nations General Assembly supported partition between what it called a Jewish state and an Arab state. Now, in my reading of the record, and I understand there's new scholarship in the subject, which I've not read, but so far as I've read the record, there's no clarity on what the United Nations General Assembly meant by a Jewish state and an Arab state, except for the fact that the Jewish state would be demographically,
Don't wanna mess
the
with
majority would be
fucking poor
Jewish,
wolves.
and the Arab state demographically would be Arab. The UNSCOP, the UN Special Committee on Palestine, it was very clear, and it was reiterated many times, that in recommending 2 states, each state, the Arab state and the Jewish state, would have to guarantee full equality of all citizens with regard to political, civil, and religious matters. Now, that does raise the question, if there is absolute full equality of all citizens, both in the Jewish state and the Arab state, with regard to political rights, civil rights, and religious rights, apart from the demographic majority, it's very unclear what it meant to call a state Jewish or call a state Arab. In my view, the partition resolution was the correct decision. I do not believe that the Arab and Jewish communities could, at that point, be made to live together. I disagree with the minority position of India, Iran, and Yugoslavia. And that not being a practical option, 2 states was the only other option. In this regard, I would want to pay tribute to what was probably the most moving speech at the UN General Assembly proceedings by the Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko. I was very tempted to quote it at length, but I recognized that would be
You're lagging?
taking too much time.
Probably.
So I asked a young friend, Jamie Stern
I got
Weiner,
full bars.
to edit it
Oh.
and just get the essence of what Foreign Minister Gromyko had to say. During the last war, Gromyko said, the Jewish people underwent exceptional sorrow and suffering. Without any exaggeration, this sorrow and suffering are indescribable. Hundreds of thousands of Jews are wandering about in various countries of Europe in search of means of existence and in search of shelter. The United Nations cannot and must not regard this situation with indifference. Past experience, particularly during the Second World War, shows that no Western European state was able to provide.
I want to point out
adequate
once more,
assistance
he's like
for the Jewish
literally at
people
1.5
in
speeds.
defending
We're
its
listening to
rights
this at
and
1.5
its very
speed.
existence from the violence of the Hitlerites and their allies. This is an unpleasant fact, but unfortunately, like all other facts, it must be admitted. Gromyko went on to say, in principle, he supports one state, or the Soviet Union supports one state. But, he said, if relations between the Jewish and Arab populations of Palestine proved to be so bad that it would be impossible to reconcile them and to ensure the peaceful coexistence of the Arabs and the Jews, the Soviet Union would support two states. I personally am not convinced that the two states would have been unsustainable in the long term if, and this is a big if, the Zionist movement had been faithful to the position it proclaimed during the UNSCOP public hearings. At the time, Ben-Gurion testified, quote, I want to express what we mean by a Jewish state. We mean by a Jewish state simply a state where the majority of the people are Jews, not a state where a Jew has in any way, any privilege more than anyone else. A Jewish state means a state based on absolute equality of all her citizens and on democracy. Alas, this was not to be. As Professor Morris has written, quote, Zionist ideology and practice were necessarily and elementally expansionist. And then he wrote in another book, Transfer, the euphemism for expulsion,
This bitch
transfer
fucking off because
was
it's bedtime?
inevitable
What the hell?
and inbuilt into Zionism because it sought to transform a land which was Arab into a Jewish state. And a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of Arab population. And because this aim automatically produced resistance among the Arabs, which in turn persuaded the Yeshuv's leaders, the Yeshuv being the Jewish community, the Yeshuv's leaders that a hostile Arab majority or a large minority could not remain in place if a Jewish state was to arise or safely endure. Or, as Professor Morris retrospectively put it, quote, a removing of a population was needed. Without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established, unquote. The Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution. I won't play games with that. I know a lot of people try to prove it's not true. It clearly, in my view, is true. The Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution, while Israeli leaders, acting under compulsions inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism, found the
He really
pretext
does.
in the course of the first Arab-Israeli war to expel the indigenous population and expand its borders. I therefore conclude that neither side was committed to the letter of the partition resolution, and both sides aborted it.
Thank you, Norm. Norm asked that we make a lengthy statement in the beginning. Benny, I hope it's okay to call everybody by their first name in the name of camaraderie. Norm has quoted several things you said. Perhaps you can comment broadly on the question of 1948 and maybe respond to the things that Norm said.
Yeah. UNSCOP, the United Nations Special Committee on Palestine, recommended partition. The majority of UNSCOP recommended partition, which was accepted by the UN General Assembly in November 1947. Essentially, looking back to the Peel Commission in 1937, 10 years earlier, a British commission had looked at the problem of Palestine, the two warring national groups who refused to live together, if you like, or
Aren't we farming that?
consolidate a unitary state between them. And Peel said there should be two states. That's the principle. The country must be partitioned into two states. This would give a modicum of justice to both sides, if not all their demands, of course. And the United Nations followed suit. The United Nations, UNSCOP, and then the UN General Assembly, representing the will of the international community, said two states is the just solution in this complex situation. The problem was that immediately with the passage of the resolution, the Arab states and the Arabs of Palestine said no, as Norman Finkelstein said. They said no. They rejected the partition idea, the principle of partition, not just the idea of what percentage which side should get, but the principle of partition. They said no to. The Jews should not have any part of Palestine for their sovereign territory. Maybe Jews could live as a minority in Palestine. That also was problematic in the eyes of the Palestinian Arab leadership. Hussein had said only Jews who were there before 1917 could actually get citizenship and continue to live there. But the Arabs rejected partition, and the Arabs of Palestine launched, in a very disorganized fashion, war against the resolution, against the implementation of the resolution, against the Jewish community in Palestine. And this was their defeat in that civil war between the two communities while the British were withdrawing from Palestine, led to the Arab invasion, the invasion by the Arab states in May 1948 of the country. Again, basically with the idea of eradicating or preventing the emergence of a Jewish state in line with the United Nations decision and the will of the international community. Norman said that the Zionist enterprise, and he quoted me, meant from the beginning to transfer or expel the Arabs of Palestine, or some of the Arabs of Palestine. And I think he's sort of quoting out of context. The context in which the statements were made that the Jewish state could only emerge if there was a transfer of Arab population was preceded, in the way I wrote it and the way it actually happened, by Arab resistance and hostilities towards the Jewish community. Had the Arabs accepted partition, there would have been a large Arab minority in the Jewish state, which emerged in 47. And in fact, Jewish economists and state builders took into account that there would be a large Arab minority and its needs would be cared for, etc. But this was not to be, because the Arabs attacked. And had they not attacked, perhaps a Jewish state with a large Arab minority could have emerged, but this didn't happen. They went to war, the Jews resisted, and in the course of that war, Arab populations were driven out. Some were expelled, some left because Arab leaders advised them to leave or ordered them to leave. And at the end of the war, Israel said they can't return because they just tried to destroy the Jewish state. And that's the basic reality of what happened in 48. The Jews created a state. The Palestinian Arabs never bothered to even try to create a state before 48 and in the course of the 1948 war. And for that reason, they have no state to this day. The Jews do have a state because they prepared to establish a state, fought for it, and established it hopefully lastingly.
When you say hostility, in case people are not familiar, there was a full-on war where Arab states invaded, and Israel won that war.
Let me just add to clarify. The war had two parts to it. The first part was the Arab community in Palestine, its militiamen, attacked the Jews from November 1947. In other words, from the day after the UN partition resolution was passed, Arab gunmen were busy shooting up Jews, and that snowballed into a full-scale civil war between the two communities in Palestine. In May 1948, a second stage began in the war in which the Arab states invaded the new state, attacked the new state, and they too were defeated, and thus the state of Israel emerged. In the course of this two-stage war, a vast Palestinian refugee problem occurred.
And so after that, the transfer, the expulsion, the thing that people call the Nakba happened. Liam, could you speak to 1948 and the historical significance of it?
Sure. There's a lot to unpack here. I'll try to limit myself to just a few points. Regarding Zionism and transfer, I think Chaim Weizmann, the head of the World Zionist Organization, had it exactly right when he said that the objective of Zionism is to make Palestine as Jewish as England is English or France is French. In other words, as Norman explained, a Jewish state requires Jewish political, demographic, and territorial supremacy. Without those three elements, the state would be Jewish in name only. And I think what distinguishes Zionism is its insistence, supremacy, and exclusivity. That would be my first point. The second point is, I think what the Soviet foreign minister at the time, Andrei Gromyko, said is exactly right, with one reservation. Gromyko was describing a European savagery unleashed against Europe's Jews. At the time, it wasn't Palestinians or Arabs. The savages and the barbarians were European to the core. It had nothing to do with developments in Palestine or the Middle East. Secondly, at the time that Gromyko was speaking, those Jewish survivors of the Holocaust and others who were in need of safe haven were still overwhelmingly on the European continent and not on Palestine, not in Palestine. And I think, given the scale of the savagery, I don't think that any one state or country should have borne the responsibility for addressing this crisis. I think it should have been an international responsibility. The Soviet Union could have contributed. Germany certainly could and should have contributed. The United Kingdom and the United States, which slammed their doors shut to the persecuted Jews of Europe as the Nazis were rising to power, they certainly should have played a role. But instead, what passed for the international community at the time decided to partition Palestine. And here I think we need to judge the partition resolution against the realities that obtained at the time. Two-thirds of the population of Palestine was Arab. the Yishuv, the Jewish community in Palestine, constituted about 1/3 of the total population and controlled even less of the land within Palestine. As a preeminent Palestinian historian, Walid al-Khalidi has pointed out, the partition resolution, in giving roughly 55% of Palestine to the Jewish community, and I think 41-42% to the Arab community, to the Palestinians, did not preserve the position of each community or even favor one community at the expense of the other. Rather, it thoroughly inverted and revolutionized the relationship between the two communities. And as many have written, the Nakba was the inevitable consequence of partition, given the nature of Zionism, given the territorial disposition, given the weakness of the Palestinian community, whose leadership had been largely decimated during a major revolt at the end of the 1930s, given that the Arab states were still very much under French and British influence, the Nakba was inevitable, the inevitable product of the partition resolution. And one last point also about the UN's partition resolution is, yes, formally that is what the international community decided on the 29th of November 1947. It's not a resolution that could ever have gotten through the UN General Assembly today for a very simple reason. It was a very different General Assembly. Most African, most Asian states were not yet independent. Were the resolution to be placed before the international community today, and I find it telling that the minority opinion was led by India, Iran, and Yugoslavia, I think they would have represented the clear majority. So partition, given what we know about Zionism, given that it was entirely predictable what would happen, given the realities on the ground in Palestine, was deeply unjust. And the idea that either the Palestinians or the Arab states could have accepted such a resolution is I think, an illusion. That was in 1947. We saw what happened in 48 and 49. Palestinian society was essentially destroyed. Over 80%, I believe, of Palestinians resident in the territory that became the State of Israel were either expelled or fled, and ultimately were ethnically cleansed, because ethnic cleansing consists of two components. It's not just forcing people into refuge or expelling them, it's just as importantly preventing their return. And here, and Benny Morris has written, I think, an article about Yosef Weitz and the transfer committees. There was a very detailed initiative to prevent the return, and it consisted of razing hundreds of Palestinian villages to the ground, which was systematically implemented, and so on. And so Palestinians became a stateless people. Now, what is the most important reason that no Arab state was established in Palestine? Well, since the 1930s, the Zionist leadership and the Hashemite leadership of Jordan, as it's been thoroughly researched and written about by the Israeli-British historian Avi Shlaim, essentially colluded to prevent the establishment of an independent Arab state in Palestine in the late 1940s. There's much more here, but I think those are the key points I would make about 1948.
We may talk about Zionism, Britain, UN assemblies, and all the things you mentioned. There's a lot to dig into. So, again, if we can keep it to just one statement moving forward, sure. After Stephen, if you want to go a little longer. Also, we should acknowledge the fact that the speaking speeds of people here are different. Stephen speaks about 10 times faster than me. Stephen, do you want to comment on 1948?
Yeah, I think it's interesting where people choose to start the history. I notice a lot of people like to start at either 47 or 48 because it's the first time where they can clearly point to a catastrophe that occurs on the Arab side that they want to ascribe 100% of the blame to.
I can slow it down again now because
newly emergent
Destiny
Israeli
talks
state
like
too.
fucking murder bad,
but
bro.
I feel like when you have this type of reading of history,
Relax,
it feels
dude.
like the goal is to moralize everything first.
He's like
and
the
then
opposite
to
of
pick and choose
Finkelstein.
facts that kind of
Side,
support the
whatever it is,
statements
however you
of
call
your
it.
initial moral statement afterwards. Whenever people are talking about 48 or the establishment of the Arab state, I never hear about the fact that a civil war started in 47. That was largely instigated because of the Arab rejectionism of the 47 partition plan. I never hear about the fact that the majority of the land that was acquired happened by purchases from Jewish organizations of Palestinian Arabs of the Ottoman Empire before the mandatory period in 1920 even started. Funnily enough, King Abdullah of Jordan was quoted as saying, "The Arabs are as prodigal in selling their land as they are in weeping about it." I never hear about the multiple times that Arabs rejected partition, rejected living with Jews, rejected any sort of state that would have even had any sort of Jewish exclusivity. It's funny because it was brought up before.
To make
it yourself?
Yeah.
that the partition plan was unfair, and that's why the Arabs rejected it, as though they rejected it because it was unfair, because of the amount of land that Jews were given, and not just due to the fact that Jews were given land at all, as though a 30% partition or a 25% partition would have been accepted.
What do you want to
but
make?
I don't think that was the reality of the circumstances.
Lennon.
I feel like
Click on
most of the
weave
other
instead
stuff
of
has been
manage
said,
loom.
but I noticed that whenever people talk about 48 or the years preceding 48, I think the worst thing that happens is there's a cherry picking of the facts where basically all of the blame is ascribed to this built-in idea of Zionism, that because of a handful of quotes or because of an ideology, we can say that transfer or population expulsion
I'll be back. I'm
or
gonna get ice cream.
basically the mandate of all of these Arabs being kicked off the land was always going to happen, when I think there's a refusal sometimes as well to acknowledge that regardless of the ideas of some of the Zionist leaders, there is a political, social, and military reality on the ground that they're forced to contend with. And unfortunately, the Arabs, because of their inability to engage in diplomacy and only to use tools of war to try to negotiate everything going on in mandatory Palestine, basically always gave the Jews a reason or an excuse to fight and acquire land through that way, because of their refusal to negotiate on anything else, whether it was the partition plan in 47, whether it was the Lausanne Peace Conference afterwards, where Israel even offered to annex Gaza in 51, where they offered to take in 100,000 refugees. Every single deal is just rejected out of hand because the Arabs don't want a Jewish state anywhere in this region of the world.
I would like to engage Professor Morris. If you don't mind, I'm not with the first name. It's just not my way of relating.
You can just call me Morris. You don't need the professor.
Okay. There's a real problem here. And it's been a problem I've had over many years of reading your work. Apart perhaps from as grandchild, I suspect nobody knows your work better than I do. I've read it many times, not once, not twice, at least 3 times, everything you've written. And the problem is, it's a kind of quicksilver. It's very hard to grasp a point and hold you to it. So we're going to try here to see whether we can hold you to a point. And then you argue with me the point. I have no problem with that. Your name, please?
Stephen Bonnell.
Okay. Mr. Bonnell referred to cherry picking and handful of quotes. Now, it's true that when you wrote your first book on the Palestinian refugee question, you only had a few lines on this issue of transfer.
4 pages.
Yeah. In the first book.
In the first book, 4 pages.
Maybe 4. You know, I'm not going to quarrel. My memory is not clear. We're talking about 40 years ago. I read it, but then I read other things by you. Okay. And you were taken to task, if my memory is correct, that you hadn't adequately documented the claims of transfer. Allow me to finish. And I thought that was a reasonable challenge because it was an unusual claim for a mainstream Israeli historian to say, as you did in that first book, that from the very beginning, transfer figured prominently in Zionist thinking. That wasn't unusual. If you read Anita Shapira, you read Shabtai Tevitt, that was an unusual acknowledgement by you. And then I found it very impressive that in that revised version of your first book, you devoted 25 pages to copiously documenting the salience of transfer in Zionist thinking. And in fact, you used a very provocative and resonant phrase. You said that transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. We're not talking about circumstantial factors, a war, Arab hostility. You said it's inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. Now, as I said, so we won't be accused of cherry picking.
Yes.
Those were 25 very densely.
What?
Look in the weave thing.
In the what?
The weave
What about it?
or the bench.
Yeah, what do you want me to look at?
There's something in there for you.
Wasn't finished yet.
It's supposed to be a coat. There it is.
Yeah, I got it. I still have to make it.
No, this finished. Yeah.
No, I had to finish it. It wasn't fully finished
Yeah.
yet.
I know, because I stopped it at that. You
Argued
don't exit out of it, it puts it in your inventory, not mine.
And then in an interview, and I could cite
Or
several
mine
quotes,
and not
but I'll
yours.
choose one. You said, removing a population was needed. Let's look at the words. Without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established. Now, you're the one, again, I was very surprised when I read your book. Here I'm referring to Righteous Victims. I was very surprised when I came to that page 37, where you wrote,
I'm not sure what's the highest,
that
1 or 9.
territorial displacement and dispossession was the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. Territorial displacement and dispossession were the chief
might be 9.
motor of Arab resistance to Zionism.
Oh.
So, you then went on to say, because the Arab population rationally feared
They're like a help?
territorial displacement and dispossession, it of course
To Google.
opposed Zionism. That's as normal as Native Americans opposing the Euro-American manifest destiny in the history of our own country, because they understood it would be at their expense. It was inbuilt and inevitable. And so now, for you to come along and say that it all happened just because of the war, that otherwise the Zionists made all these plans for a happy minority to live there, that simply does not gel. It does not cohere. It is not reconcilable with what you yourself have written. It was inevitable and inbuilt. Now,
Since
in
one wasn't
other
enough, I brought 2.
situations you've said, that's true.
Ice
but I
cream.
think it was a greater good to establish a Jewish
You
state
scream for ice cream?
at the expense
I already
of the
screamed.
indigenous population. That's another kind of argument. That was Theodore Roosevelt's argument in our own country. He said, we don't want the whole of North America to remain a squalid refuge for these wigwams and teepees. We have to get rid of them and make this a great country. But he didn't deny that it was inbuilt and inevitable.
I think you've made your point. First, I'll take up something that Muin said. He said that the Nakba was inevitable.
As have you.
And predictable. No. I've never said that. It was inevitable and predictable only because the Arabs assaulted the Jewish community and state in 1947-48. Had there been no assault, there probably wouldn't have been a refugee problem. There's no reason for a refugee problem to have occurred, expulsions to have occurred, dispossession, massive dispossession to occur. These occurred as a result of war. Now, Norman
Straps. We need
that
straps.
I said
Lots of
that
straps.
transfer was inbuilt into Zionism in one way or another. And this is certainly true. In order to buy land, they had the Jews bought tracts of land on which some Arabs sometimes lived. Sometimes they bought tracts of land on which there weren't Arab villages, but sometimes they bought land on which there were Arabs. And according to Ottoman law and the British, at least in the initial years of the British mandate, the law said that the people who bought the land could do what they liked with the people who didn't own the land, who were basically squatting on the land, which is the Arab tenant farmers, which is, we're talking about a very small number actually, of Arabs who were displaced as a result of land purchases in the Ottoman period or the Mandate period. But there was dispossession in one way. They didn't possess the land, they didn't own it, but they were removed from the land. And this did happen in Zionism. And there's if you like, an inevitability in Zionist ideology of buying tracts of land and starting to work it yourself and settle it with your own people and so on. That made sense. But what we're really talking about is what happened in 47, 48. And in 47, 48, the Arabs started a war. And actually, people pay for their mistakes. And the Palestinians have never actually agreed to pay for their mistakes. They make mistakes, they attack, they suffer as a result. And we see something similar going on today in the Gaza Strip. They do something terrible. They kill 1,200 Jews. They abduct 250 women and children and babies and old people and whatever. And then they start screaming, please save us from what we did, because the Jews are counterattacking. And this is what happened then, and this is what's happening now. There's something fairly similar in the situation here. Expulsion, and this is important, Norman, you should pay attention to this. You didn't raise that. Expulsion, transfer, were never policy of the Zionist movement before 47. It doesn't exist in Zionist platforms of the various political parties, of the Zionist organization, of the Israeli state, of the Jewish agency. Nobody would have actually made it into policy because there was always a large minority, if there were people who wanted it, always a large minority of Jewish politicians and leaders would have said, no, this is immoral, we cannot start
You pick a brag a bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
a
state on the basis of an expulsion.
Good.
So it was never adopted, and actually was never adopted as policy even in 48, even though Ben Gurion wanted as few Arabs in the course of the war staying in the Jewish state after they attacked it. He didn't want disloyal citizens staying there because they wouldn't have been loyal citizens. But this made sense in the war itself. But the movement itself and its political parties never accepted it. It's true that in 1937, when the British, as part of the proposal by the Peel Commission to divide the country into two states, one Arab, one Jewish, which the Arabs, of course, rejected, Peel also recommended the Arabs, most of the Arabs in the Jewish state should be transferred, because otherwise, if they stayed and were disloyal to the emergent Jewish state, this would cause endless disturbances, warfare, killing, and so on. So Ben Gurion and Weizmann latched onto this proposal by the most famous democracy in the world, the British democracy, when they proposed the idea of transfer side by side with the idea of partition, because it made sense. And they said, well, if the British say so, we should also advocate it, but they never actually tried to pass it as Zionist policy, and they fairly quickly stopped even talking about transfer after 1938.
So just to clarify, what you're saying is that 47 was an offensive war, not a defensive war.
By the Arabs, yes.
By the Arabs.
Yeah.
And you're also saying that there was never a top-down policy of expulsion.
Yes.
Just to clarify the point.
If I understood you correctly, you're making the claim that transfer, expulsion, and so on was in fact a very localized phenomenon, resulting from individual land purchases, and that, if I understand you correctly, you're also making the claim that the idea that a Jewish state requires a removal or overwhelming reduction of the non-Jewish population was...
If the Arabs are attacking you, yes.
But that, let's say, prior to 1947, it would be your claim that the idea that a significant reduction or wholesale removal of the Arab population was not part of Zionist thinking. Well, I think there's two problems with that. I think what you're saying about localized disputes is correct, but I also think that there is a whole literature that demonstrates that transfer was envisioned by Zionist leaders on a much broader scale than simply individual land purchases. In other words, it went way beyond, we need to remove these tenants so that we can farm this land. The idea was, we can't have a state where all these Arabs remain, and we have to get rid of them. And the second, I think, impediment to that view is that long before the UN General Assembly convened to address the question of Palestine.
Where are we gonna place these?
Palestinian and Arab and other leaders
like here
as well
somewhere?
had been warning ad infinitum that the purpose of the Zionist movement is not just to establish a Jewish state, but to establish an exclusivist Jewish state, and that transfer, forced displacement, was fundamental to that project. And just responding to, sorry, was it
Stephen.
Bonnell or Donnell?
Bonnell, yeah.
With a B.
Yeah.
Yeah. You made the point that
This
the
guy
problem
doing?
here is
Hello?
that people don't recognize.
Let me talk to you, bro.
Is that
Oh.
the first and last result for the Arabs is always
Oh, that's
war.
what this guy's doing.
I think there's a problem with that. I think you might do well to recall the 1936 general strike conducted by Palestinians at the beginning of the revolt, which at the time
Is he running on now?
was the
What the
longest
fuck?
recorded general strike in history. You may want to consult the book published last year by Laurie Allen, A History of False Hope, which discusses in great detail the consistent engagement by
confusing?
Palestinians, their leaders, their elites, their diplomats, and so on, with all these international committees. If we look at today, the Palestinians are once again going to the International Court of Justice. They're consistently trying to persuade the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court to do his job. They have launched widespread boycott campaigns. So, of course, the Palestinians have engaged in military resistance. But I think the suggestion that this has always been their first and last resort, and that they have somehow spurned civic action, spurned diplomacy, I think really has no basis in reality.
I'll respond to that, and then a question for Norm to take into account, I think, when he answers Benny, because I am curious. Obviously, I have fresher eyes on this, and I'm a newcomer to this arena versus the three of you guys, for sure. A claim that gets brought up a lot has to do with the inevitability of transfer in Zionism, or the idea that as soon as the Jews envisioned a state in Palestine, they knew that it would involve some mass transfer of population, perhaps a mass expulsion. I'm sure we'll talk about Plan Dalet or Plan D at some point. The issue that I run into is, while you can find quotes from leaders, while you can find maybe
Nice try,
desires
Percival.
expressed in diaries, I feel like it's hard to truly ever know if there would have been mass transfer in the face of Arab peace, because I feel like every time there was a huge deal on the table that would have had a sizable Jewish and Arab population living together, the Arabs would reject it out of hand. So, for instance, when we say that transfer was inevitable, when we say that Zionists would have never accepted, a sizable Arab population, how do you explain the acceptance of the 47 partition plan that would have had a huge Arab population living in the Jewish state? Is your contention that after the acceptance of that, after the establishment of that state, that Jews would have slowly started to expel all of these Arab citizens from their country? Or how do you explain that in Lausanne a couple years later that Israel was willing to formally annex the Gaza Strip and
on the other
make
side of the
200,000 or
lake.
so people those citizens? But I'm just curious, how do we get this idea of Zionism always means
I was trying to talk to
mass
him, but he was
transfer,
getting attacked,
when there
so I
were
wouldn't.
times, at least early on in the history of Israel and a little bit before it, where Israel would have accepted a state that would have had a massive Arab population in it. Is your idea that they would have just slowly expelled them afterwards, or
is that question to me or Norm?
Or to either one? I'm just curious for the incorporation of the answer. Yeah.
There's some misunderstandings here, so let's try to clarify that. Number one, it was the old historians who would point to the fact, in Professor Morris's terminology, the old historians, what he called not real historians, he called them
We got some deer
chroniclers,
horns.
not real historians. It was the old Israeli historians who denied the centrality of transfer in Zionist thinking. It was then Professor Morris who, contrary to Israel's historian establishment, who said, now you remind me it's 4 pages, but it came at the end of the book. It was
No, it's at the beginning of the book.
Transfer.
Yeah, transfer is dealt with in 4 pages at the beginning
Okay.
of my first book on the Palestinian refugee problem.
It's a fault of my memory, but the point still stands. It was Professor Morris who introduced this idea in what you might call a big way.
Yeah, but I didn't say ever it
okay.
was essential to the
Okay,
Zionist
allow me,
experiment
okay,
or
allow
experience.
me.
You're saying centrality.
Okay.
I never said it was central. I said it was there,
Okay.
the idea.
It's, by the way, it's okay to respond back and forth. This is great. And also, just a quick question, if I may. You're using quotes from Benny, from Professor Morris. It's also okay to say those quotes do not reflect the
That
full
would be
context
fine.
of the.
That-
So, like, if we go back, if you know, to quotes we've said in the past, and you've both here have written, the three of you have written on this topic a lot. Is we should be careful and just admit, like, well, yeah, well, that's
Just real quick, just to be clear, the contention is that Norm is quoting a part and saying that this was the entire reason for this,
Okay.
whereas Benny's saying it's a part of that.
I'm not quoting a part. I'm quoting 25 pages where Professor Morris was at great pains to document the claim that appeared in those early 4 pages of his book. Now, you say it never became part of the official Zionist platform.
It never became part
Okay,
of policy.
Fine.
I know what you're saying, but
Yeah,
it
okay.
wasn't policy.
We're also asked, well, if this is true, why did that happen? Why did that happen? It's because it's a very simple fact which everybody understands. Ideology doesn't operate in a vacuum. There are real world practical problems. You can't just take an ideology and superimpose it on a political reality and turn it into a fact. It was the British mandate. There was significant Arab resistance to Zionism. And that resistance was based on the fact, as you said, the fear of territorial displacement and dispossession. So you couldn't very well expect the Zionist movement to come out in neon lights and announce, hey, we're going to be expelling you the first chance we get. That's not realistic.
Okay,
now,
let me respond. Look, you've said it a number of times that the Arabs, from fairly early on in the conflict, from the 1890s or the early 1900s, said the Jews intend to expel us. This doesn't mean that it's true. It means that some Arabs said this, maybe believing it was true, maybe using it as a political instrument to gain support to mobilize Arabs against the Zionist experiment.
gonna loot that guy.
But
I'm
the
sad.
fact is, transfer did not occur before 1947. And Arabs later said, and since then, have said that the Jews want to build a third temple on the Temple Mount, as if that's what really the mainstream of Zionism has always wanted and always strived for. But this is nonsense. It's something that Husseini used to use as a way to mobilize masses for the cause, using religion as the way to get them to join him. The fact that Arabs said that the Zionists wanted to dispossess us doesn't mean it's true. It just means that there's some Arabs thought that, maybe said it sincerely and maybe insincerely.
Professor Morris.
Later it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is true.
Professor
because
Morris,
the Arabs attacked the Jews.
Professor Morris, I read through your stuff. Even yesterday, I was looking through Righteous Victim.
You should read other things. You're wasting your time.
No, actually, no. I do read other things, but I don't consider it a waste of time to read you. Not at all. You say that this wasn't inherent in Zionism. Now, would you agree that David Ben-Gurion was a Zionist?
A major Zionist leader.
Right. Would you agree Chaim Weizmann was a Zionist?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe they were. I believe they took their ideology seriously. It was the first generation. Just like with the Bolsheviks, the first generation was committed to an idea. By the 1930s, it was just pure realpolitik. The ideology went out the window. The first generation, I have no doubt about their convictions. Okay? They were Zionists. Transfer was inevitable and inbuilt in Zionism.
You keep repeating the same thing.
Because I have, as I said, Benny, Mr. Morris, I have a problem reconciling what you're saying. It either was incidental or it was deeply entrenched. Here I read, it's deeply entrenched. Two very resonant words. Inevitable and inbuilt.
Deeply entrenched, I never wrote.
Well, I'm not sure.
It's something you just invented.
Okay.
But
In
it was
inevitable
there.
and inbuilt.
The idea.
Okay.
Let me concede.
Fine.
Let me concede
Fine.
something.
No.
The idea of transfer.
Say again.
Yeah, my box is gone for some reason. It takes it away when you make a bag.
Does it?
I'm not seeing my box anymore, and I had all my stuff in it.
What do you mean? Inside your house?
Yeah.
The fuck? Should be there. It shouldn't go away.
Yeah, it's just the bed.
There. Israel.
You in the right house?
British Zionists talked about it early on in the
This
century.
is where I made.
Even
I made
Herzl, in some way, talked about
According
transferring
to your 25,
population.
According to your 25 pages, everybody talked
Well,
about
that's like, we keep bringing up this line from the 25 pages and the 4 pages. You know, we're lucky to have Benny in front of us right now. We don't need to go to the quotes. Like, we can legitimately ask, how central is expulsion to Zionism
Too early to sleep.
in its early version of Zionism, in whatever Zionism is today,
Yeah, it's gone.
and how much power
I had my hole and
influence
everything
does
else in it.
Zionism and ideology have in Israel, and like influence the philosophy, the ideology of Zionism
Hang on.
have on Israel today.
The Zionist movement up to 1948, Zionist ideology was central to the whole Zionist experience, the whole enterprise up to 1948. And I think Zionist ideology was also important in the first decades of Israel's existence. Slowly, the hold of Zionism, like if you like Bolshevism, held the Soviet Union, gradually faded, and a lot of Israelis today think in terms of individual success and then the capitalism and all sorts of things which are nothing to do with Zionism. But Zionism was very important. But what I'm saying is that the idea of transfer wasn't the core of Zionism. The idea of Zionism was to save the Jews who had been vastly persecuted in Eastern Europe and incidentally in the Arab world, the Muslim world, for centuries, and eventually ending up with the Holocaust. The idea of Zionism was to save the Jewish people.
What do you mean you're just
by
as gone? It's like right here, dude.
a
What the
state
fuck?
or re-establishing a Jewish state on the ancient Jewish Holy
don't
Land,
see it.
which is something
You're
the
standing
Arabs
right on
today
top of
even
it.
deny
I
that there
know.
were Jews in Palestine or the
I mean, I
land
can
of
open it.
Israel 2,000 years ago.
I don't see it.
Arafat famously said,
Relock.
what temple was there on Temple Mount? Maybe it was in Nablus, which of course is nonsense. But they had a strong connection for thousands of years to the land to which they wanted to return, and returned there. They found that on the land lived hundreds of thousands of Arabs, and the question was how to accommodate the vision of a Jewish state in
Oh, shit, we're
Palestine
full.
alongside the existence of these Arab masses living on, who were indigenous, in fact, to the land by that stage. And the idea of partition, because they couldn't live together, because the Arabs didn't want to live together with the Jews, and I think the Jews also didn't want to live together in one state with Arabs in general. The idea of partition was the thing which the Zionists accepted. Okay, we can only get a small part of Palestine. The Arabs will get in 1937 most of Palestine. In 1947, the ratios were changed. But we can live side by side with each other in a partitioned Palestine, and this was the essence of it. The idea of transfer was there, but it was never adopted
There it is.
as
Yeah.
policy. But in
It all make
1947,
these pop
48,
back up.
the Arabs attacked, trying to destroy essentially the Zionist enterprise and the emergent Jewish state. And the reaction was transfer in some way, not as policy, but this is what happened on the battlefield, and this is also what Ben Gurion at some point began to want as well.
Well, one of the first
we making here?
books
A new
on
stockpile.
this issue,
First one's full.
I read when I was still in high school, because my late father had it, was the Diaries of Theodor Herzl. And I think, Theodor Herzl, of course, was the founder of the contemporary
They've been
Zionist
putting mushrooms
movement.
in here.
And I think if you read that, it's very clear. For Herzl, the model upon which the Zionist movement would,
here's
would
our
proceed,
fucking hymn.
his model was Cecil Rhodes.
Right here.
His, I think, Rhodes, from what I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, has quite a prominent place in Herzl's diaries. I think Herzl was also corresponding with him and seeking his support. Cecil Rhodes, of course, was the British colonialist after whom the former white minority regime in Rhodesia was named. And Herzl also says explicitly in his diaries that it is essential to remove the existing population from Palestine.
Can I respond to this?
In a moment, please. He says we shall have to spirit the penniless population across the borders and procure employment for them elsewhere, or something. And Israel Zangwill, who you mentioned, a land without a people for a people without a land. They knew damn well it wasn't a land without a people. I'll continue, but please go ahead.
Just to this, there is one small diary entry in Herzl's vast.
It's 5 volumes.
Yeah, 5 volumes. There's one paragraph which actually mentions the idea of transfer. There are people who think that Herzl was actually pointing to South America when he was talking about that. The Jews were going to move to Argentina, and then they would try and buy out or buy off or spirit the penniless natives to make way for Jewish settlement. Maybe he wasn't even talking about the Arabs in that particular passage. That's the argument of some people. Maybe he was, but the point is, it has only a 1/100th of a 1% of the diary which is devoted to this subject. It's not a central idea in Herzl's thinking. What Herzl wanted, and this is what's important, not Rhodes. I don't think he was the model. Herzl wanted to create a liberal, democratic, Western state in Palestine for the Jews. That was the idea. Not some imperial enterprise serving some imperial master, which is what Rhodes was about, but to have a Jewish state which was modeled.
We need
on
3
the
more
Western
straps, bro,
democracies
for this
in
fucking research.
Palestine. And this, incidentally, was more or less what Weizmann and Ben
Oh my
Gurion.
God, they're dropping everything on the goddamn floor.
Ben Gurion was more of a
Because it's full.
socialist. Weizmann was more of a
It's
liberal, a Westerner. But they wanted to establish a social democratic or liberal state in Palestine, and they both envisioned through most of the years of their activity that there would be an Arab minority in that Jewish state. It's true that Ben Gurion strived to have as small as possible an Arab minority in the Jewish state, because he knew that if you want a Jewish majority state, that would be necessary. But it's not something which they were willing to translate into actual policy.
Just a quick pause to mention that for people who are not familiar, Theodor Herzl, we're talking about over a century ago. And everything we've been talking about has been mostly 1948 and before.
Yes. Just one clarification on Herzl's diaries. I mean, the other thing that I recall from those diaries is he was very preoccupied with, in fact, getting great power patronage, seeing Palestine, the Jewish state in Palestine, I think his words, an outpost of civilization against barbarism.
Yes.
In other words, very much seeing his project as a proxy for Western imperialism in the Middle East.
That's the right word. Not proxy. He wanted to establish a Jewish state which would be independent. To get that, he hoped that he would be able to garner support from major imperial powers,
including the Ottoman Sultan, who he tried to cultivate. I just want to respond to a point you made earlier, which was that people expressed their rejection of the partition resolution on the grounds that it gave the majority of Palestine to the Jewish community, which formed only a third. Whereas, in fact, if I understood you correctly, you're saying the Palestinians and the Arabs would have rejected any partition resolution.
Yeah,
I think
a couple things. That one, they would have rejected any. Two, a lot of that land given was in the Negev. It was pretty terrible land at the time. And
Well-
then 3, the land that would have been partitioned to Jews, I think would have been, I think I saw it was like 500,000 Arab. It would have been 500,000 Jews, 400,000 Arabs, and I think like 80,000 Bedouin would have been there. So the state would have been divided pretty closely.
I think you raise a valid point, because I think the Palestinians did reject the partition of their homeland in principle. And I think the fact that the United Nations General Assembly then awarded the majority of their homeland to the Zionist movement only added insult to injury. I mean, one doesn't have to sympathize with the Palestinians to recognize that they have now been a stateless people for 75 years. Can you name any country, yours for example, or yours, that would be prepared to give 55%, 25%, 10% of your country to the Palestinians? Of course not. And so the issue was not the existence of Jews in Palestine. They had been there for centuries. And of course they had ties to Palestine, and particularly to Jerusalem and other places, going back centuries, if not millennia. But the idea of establishing an exclusively Jewish state at the expense of those who are already living there, I think it was right to reject that. And I don't think we can look back now, 75 years.
50%.
Say again?
Says raid increased by 50%.
Yeah, it's gonna happen constantly.
Later.
Especially because I killed like 10 dudes just now.
And say, well, you should have accepted losing 55% of your homeland because you ended up losing 78% of it, and the remaining 22% was occupied in 1967. That's not how things work.
Yeah.
And I can imagine an American rejecting giving 10% of the United States to the Palestinians, and if that rejection leads to war and you lose half your country, I doubt that 50 years from now you're going to say, well, maybe I should have accepted that.
Sure. So I like this answer more than what I usually feel like I'm hearing when it comes to the Palestinian rejection of the 47 partition plan. Because sometimes I feel like a weird switch happens to where the Arabs in the area are actually presented as entirely pragmatic people who are simply doing a calculation and saying like, well, we're losing 55% of our land, Jews are only maybe 1/3 of the people here, and we've got 45, and nah, the math doesn't work basically.
Skip the night.
But it wasn't a math problem. I think, like you
It
said,
was a matter of principle.
Oh
it was
shit,
an
I forgot the
ideology
smoke
problem.
shit.
No, it was a matter of principle.
Yeah, ideologically driven. That they, as a people, have a right to or are entitled to this land that they've never actually had an independent state on, that they've never had even a guarantee of an independent state on, that they've never actually ruled or governed on their own.
That last point is actually not correct, because for all its injustice, the mandate system recognized Palestine as a Class A mandate, which provisionally recognized the independence of that territory.
Of what would emerge from that territory, but not of the Palestinian.
It was provisionally recognized.
But not, but the territory itself was, but not of the Palestinian
Here.
people to have
Can I
a
trade
right
it to you
or a
directly?
guarantee to a government that would
it was
emerge
a
from
I'll
British
put it in your
mandate
chest.
to Palestine.
It's
not
food,
the
so
British
pick it up
mandate.
immediately. One of these, one of these, one of these. Boom.
There you go.
State of Israel.
The word exclusive, which you keep
I finished,
using,
yes.
is nonsense. The state which Ben Gurion envisioned would be a Jewish majority state, as they accepted the 1947 partition resolution, as Stephen said. That included 400,000 plus Arabs in a state which would have 500,000 Jews. So the idea of exclusivity wasn't anywhere in the air at all among the Zionist leaders in 47-48. They wanted a Jewish majority state, but were willing to accept a state which had 40% Arabs. That's one point. The second thing is the Palestinians may have regarded the land of Palestine as their homeland, but so did the Jews. It was the homeland of the Jews as well. The problem was the Arabs were unable and remain to this day
Every
unable
week,
to
dude.
recognize
Like it's
the
literally
Jews.
like
That is their
I
homeland.
think every 7 days, like winter or something, like for 2 days of winter.
Wow.
Right? Because it's probably like each 8 days. So day 7 and 8 is winter, and then day 15 and 16 is winter, something like that. I don't know. Day 14 and 15. I don't know.
As well. And the problem then is,
Close
how
enough.
do you share this homeland? Either with one binational state or
it should be
separate this
further than
partition
that.
into two states. The problem is that the Arabs have always rejected both of these ideas. The homeland belongs to the Jews, as Jews feel, as much as it does, if
I
not
would say
more, than
Zionists,
for the
not
Arabs.
Jews.
I would say for the Jews. It's the Jewish people's
I would also,
homeland.
real quick, I just want for both of you guys, because I haven't heard these questions answered. I really want these questions to be, I'm just so curious how to make sense of them. It was correctly brought up that I believe
Just
that Ben
saying.
Gurion had, I think Shlomo
I think it
Ben-Ami
should be
describes it as an
further than
obsession with
that.
getting validation or support from Western states. Great Britain, and then a couple decades later, it
That
became
explains the Suez War, the Suez
yeah,
crisis.
exactly, correct. That was one of the major motivators, the idea to work with Britain and France on a military operation
imperial
against Arabs.
stooge.
But then the question again I go back to, if that is true, if Ben Gurion, if the early Israel saw themselves as a Western fashion nation, how could we possibly imagine that they would have engaged in the transfer of some 400,000 Arabs after accepting the partition plan? Would that not have completely and totally destroyed their legitimacy in the eyes of the entire Western world? Would
No.
there not have been? How not?
Well, first of all, I think that the Zionist leadership's acceptance of the partition resolution, and I think you may have written about this, that they accepted it because it provided international endorsement of the legitimacy of the principle of Jewish statehood, and they didn't accept the borders. And in fact, later expanded the borders. Second of all,
No, they did
the borders
they did
were
accept the
expanded in
borders.
war.
They accepted the UN partition resolution, borders and all.
They
That's how they
accepted- they
accepted it.
accepted
You
the-
can say that some of the Zionists, deep in their hearts, had the idea
we
that
need
maybe
more
at some
read?
point
Including
they
their
would
most-
be able to get
yeah,
more.
including their most
they
senior
accept-
leaders who said
yes,
so,
but
and
they
I think you've
accept-
quoted
Maybe,
them.
But
yeah.
they grudgingly
I don't know.
accepted what the United
I'm nowhere near
Nations
this
World
village.
Community
Yes.
had said, this is what you're
Yes,
going to get.
and second of all, I mean, removing dark people, darker
Why dark?
people,
Jews are as dark.
it's
In Israel-
intrinsic. It's
in Israel,
intrinsic.
Jews are as dark as
it's
Arabs.
it's intrinsic to
nonsense.
Western history. So the idea that Americans or Brits or the French would have an issue with, I mean, the French had been doing it in Algeria for decades. The Americans have been doing it in North America for centuries. So how would Israel forcibly displacing Palestinians somehow besmirch Israel in the eyes of the West?
Even in the 1944 resolution of the Labor Party, and at the time even Bertrand Russell was a member of the Labor Party, it endorsed transfer of Arabs out of Palestine. As Muin's pointed out, that was a deeply entrenched idea in Western thinking that there was nothing
So
it
did we
doesn't in
use
any
the
way
money
contradict or violate or breach
Trading
any
and stuff?
moral values to displace
How do you
the
add more
Palestinian
people, though?
population. Now, I do believe there's a legitimate
What do you mean add more
question.
people? You gotta recruit them.
Yeah. What I'm,
Had
You just
it
talk
been
to
the
'em
case,
and-
as you said,
Yeah, some people can be
Professor
recruited,
Morris,
most can't.
that the Zionists wanted to create a
Well, make sure
happy
you look
state
at their
with a
stats,
Jewish
because most
majority, but
guys
a
you can recruit
large
immediately are
Jewish
garbage.
minority.
yeah.
And if by virtue of immigration, like in our own country, given the current trajectories, non-whites will become the majority population in the United States quite soon. And according to democratic principles, we have to accept that. So if that were the case,
We have.
I would say maybe there's an argument that had there been mass Jewish immigration, changed the demographic balance in Palestine, and therefore Jews became the majority. You can make an argument in the abstract that the indigenous Arab population should have been accepting of that, just as whites in the United States, quote unquote whites, have to be accepting of the fact that the demographic majority is shifting to non-whites in our own country. But that's not what Zionism was about. I did write my doctoral dissertation on Zionism, and I don't want to get now bogged down in abstract ideas. But as I suspect you know, most theorists of nationalism say there are two kinds of nationalism. One is a nationalism based on citizenship. You become a citizen, you're integral to the country. That's sometimes called political nationalism. And then there's another kind of nationalism, and that says the state should not belong to its citizens, it should belong to an ethnic group. each ethnic group should have its own state. It's usually called the German Romantic idea of nationalism. Zionism is squarely in the German Romantic idea. That was the whole point of Zionism. We don't want to be Bundists and be one more ethnic minority in Russia. We don't want to become citizens and just become a Jewish people in England or France. We want our own state.
Like the Arabs have 22 states.
No, wait. Before we get to the Arabs, let's stick to the Jews for a moment, or the Zionists. We want our own state, and in that concept of wanting your own state, the minority, at best, lives on sufferance, and at worst, gets expelled. That's the logic of the German Romantic Zionist idea of a state. That's why they're Zionists. Now, I personally have shied away from using the word Zionism ever since I finished my doctoral dissertation, because
Was that painful?
Because, as I said, I don't believe it's the operative ideology today. It's like talking about Bolshevism and referring to Khrushchev. I doubt Khrushchev could have spelled Bolshevik. But for the period we're talking about, they were Zionists. They were committed to their exclusive state with a minority living on sufferance or, at worst, expelled. That was their ideology. And I really feel there's a problem with your happy vision of these Western Democrats like Weizmann, and they wanted to live peacefully with the Arabs. Weizmann described the expulsion in 1948 as, quote, the miraculous clearing of the land. That doesn't sound like somebody shedding too many tears at the loss of the indigenous population.
Let me just respond to the word unsufferance. The unsufferance I don't agree with. I think that's wrong. The Jewish state came into being in 1948. It had a population which was 20% Arab when it came into being. After Arab refugees, many of them had become refugees, but 20% remained in the country. 20% of Israel's population at inception in 1949 was Arab.
80% went missing.
No. I was talking about what remained in Palestine, Israel, after it was created. The 20% who lived in Israel received citizenship and all the rights of Israelis, except, of course, the right to serve in the army, which they didn't want to. And they have Supreme Court justices, they have Knesset members. They enjoy
lived under emergency laws until 1966.
For a period, sure, they lived under emergency.
So they didn't immediately have citizenship.
No, wait a second. At the beginning, it's not fantasy. At the beginning, they received citizenship, could vote in elections for their own people, and they were put into parliament. But in the first years, the Israeli, the Jewish majority suspected that maybe the Arabs would be disloyal because they had just tried to destroy the Jewish state. Then they dropped the military government and they became fully equal citizens. So if the whole idea was they must have a state without Arabs, this didn't happen in 49, and it didn't happen in the subsequent
why did
decades.
You say, Professor Morris?
Yes.
Then why did you say without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established?
Because you're missing the first section of that paragraph, which was they were being assaulted by the Arabs, and as a result, a Jewish state could not have come into being unless there had also been an expulsion of the population which was trying to kill them.
Norm, I'm officially forbidding you referencing that again.
I think.
Hold on a second, wait. We responded to it, so the main point you're making, we have to take Benny at his word, is like there was a war, and that's the reason why he made that statement.
I think just one last point on this. I remember reading your book when it first came out, and reading, you know, one
Top
incident
left.
after the other,
Yes.
and one example after the other, and then getting to the conclusion where
Wait, how
you
the fuck do we
said
make-
the Nakba was a product of war, not design. I think were your exact. And I remember reacting almost in shock to that. That I felt you had mobilized overwhelming evidence that it was a product of design, not war. And I think our discussion today very much reflects, let's say, the dissonance between the evidence and the conclusion. You don't feel that the research that you have conducted and published demonstrates that it was in fact inherent and inbuilt and inevitable. And I think the point that Norm and I are making is that your own historical research, together with that of others, indisputably demonstrates that it does. I think that's a fundamental disagreement we're having here.
Get rid of
Can I,
the
wait, yeah, can I actually
bandit
respond to that?
count
Because this is actually,
near- we gotta-
I think this is emblematic of the entire conversation. I watched a lot of Norm's
That's what you're
interviews
doing?
and
Say again?
conversations in preparation for this, and I
Says get rid of the bandit camp
Yeah.
near.
Yeah. There's like 6 of them, so gonna need some help.
I hear Norm will say this all over and over and over again. I only deal in facts. I don't deal in hypotheticals. I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. And that seems to be the case, except for when the facts are completely and totally contrary to the particular point you're trying to push. The idea that Jews would have out of hand rejected any state that had Arabs on it or always had a plan of expulsion is just betrayed by the acceptance of the 47
I
partition
don't
plan.
think you understand politics. Did I just say that there is a chasm that separates your ideology from the limits and constraints imposed
settlement.
by politics and reality? Now, Professor Morris, I suspect, would agree that the Zionist movement from fairly early on was committed to the idea of a Jewish state.
2.5 minutes.
I am
Jesus.
aware of only one major study, probably written
Yeah.
40 years ago, the binational idea in mandatory Palestine by a woman. I forgot her name now. You'll remember her.
I'm trying to.
Yeah. Okay, but you know the
do
book.
we need any more ore?
Yeah, she is the only one who tried
Always.
to persuasively argue that the Zionist movement was
10,
actually, not
16
formally,
copper.
actually committed to the binational idea. But most historians of the subject agree the Zionist movement was committed to the idea of a Jewish state. Having written my doctoral
Yeah,
dissertation,
this ain't gonna
on
be
the
available for
topic,
some time.
I was confirmed in that idea
Good luck.
because Professor Chomsky, who was my closest friend for about 40 years, was very committed to the idea that binationalism was the dominant trend in Zionism. I could not agree with, I couldn't go with him there. But Professor Morris, you are aware that until the Biltmore Resolution in 1942, the Zionist movement never declared it was for a Jewish state.
adorable.
Why? Because it was politically impossible at the moment until 1942. There is your ideology, there are your convictions, there are your operative plans, and there's also separately what you say in public.
All right.
The Zionist movement couldn't say in public, we're expelling all the Arabs. They can't say that. And they couldn't even say we support a Jewish state until 1942.
You're conflating two things. The Zionists wanted a Jewish state, correct? That didn't mean
mean
expulsion of the
that's what I was
Arabs.
gonna say, yeah.
It's not the same thing. They wanted a Jewish state with a Jewish majority, but they were willing, as it turned out, both in 37 and in 47, and subsequently, to have an Arab minority, a large Arab minority.
There was a
They were
transfer.
willing to have a large Arab minority in the
on.
country, and they ended up with a large Arab minority in the country. 20% of the
They
population
ended
in
up-
49
they
was
ended
Arab,
up-
and it still is.
They ended up for
21%.
about 5 minutes before they were expelled. They agreed to it
No,
until 47, and then they were gone by March 1949.
What happened in between the rejection of the partition plan and the expulsion of the Arabs?
The Arabs launched the war.
Well, yeah. Well, I
That's
mean,
the
like,
point.
it's not. It wasn't random. Like, there's a potential
I
that
agree, it
even
wasn't random.
there was.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah,
it
but
was by design.
You can
It
say
wasn't
that.
random.
You can say that, but in this case, the facts betray you. There was no Arab acceptance of anything that would have allowed for a Jewish state to exist.
Of course
Number
not.
one, and number two, I
Guess
think that it's
what?
entirely possible, given how things
Oh, we
happen
get
after
the,
war, that this exact same
research?
conflict could have played out,
Nice.
and an expulsion would have happened without any ideology at play. That there was a people that disagreed
this
on who had territorial rights to a
vein
land. There was a
is
massive war
gone
afterwards, and then a
'cause it's
bunch
not
of their
giving me
friends
anything.
invaded after.
Oh my
to
god. Do you want
reinforce
to know
the
what this requires? To build?
A lot. Probably a lot.
15 logs, 15 nails, 30 rope, 90 wood, 80 planks, and 20 thatch.
I'm looking at it right now.
Oh my god, it's huge. It gives us like 1,000 renown though.
Yeah, I see that. Wow.
Name the settlement. Oh, that's easy. Raven Rock.
Nice. I know where you're going with that one.
Guess the faction name.
Oh my gosh. I don't know. I can't.
This is gonna take a while to build.
Yeah.
Fuck. Let me start chopping down shit.
Oh,
Jesus.
when he said that, I was like, Skyrim. Skyrim.
What? No, it's from Fallout, bro.
Raven Rock is Skyrim too, as well.
Yeah, but Raven Rock was Fallout first.
Because it's like, oh, you got to go to Raven Rock because the other Dragonborn is there.
Okay, that was probably a Fallout reference then. Raven Raven Rock's a Fallout Enclave base.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I really didn't know that. All of a sudden, when you said that name, I was like, "Fucking Skyrim."
Yo, I didn't even know it was in Skyrim. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, now that you say it, it does ring a bell. But yeah, I get it from Fallout, the Enclave.
You have the I know you have it. You had to have it. It's one of the DLCs, Dragonborn DLC. I think it is.
Yeah, like I said, it rings a bell, but I played Fallout a hell of a lot more than I played Skyrim.
Fucking wear out Skyrim.
My entire channel is like themed after Fallout, so I was like, yeah, what do you expect?
Alright, I'm gonna have to throw one of these out. Leather rock.
Oh, actually, let someone make these nails. I'm gonna start managing these villages so they do most of the shit, and we don't have to. Bronze, copper, tin. I want 5 bronze, 5 copper, 5 tin at all times. Also, we've got so much flax and stuff because we got that on the farm. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've been going around just picking shit.
Bro, we got way too much flax. Like, that's why the fucking inventory is full as fuck.
Flax is what is it made out of? String?
What? No, flax is the first thing. You make like simple cord and stuff out of it. Oh my god, we can't even make thatch, bro. Farming trees, crazy. Actually, Karina has farming tree. Hype, we can make thatch.
Because she's been doing the farm. That's why.
Oh, that needs straw. How do we get straw?
I need wood. I know you're working. Where's our... We have no wood? What? Yeah, we have no wood. Holy monkey.
No, I put everything in already.
In the forge? 'Cause I got to lock the forge.
Oh, wood. No, I meant logs. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Help me out. Make sure you're full on food, and you got your stuff equipped. Let's go. We gotta go kill these guys. There's like a little bit south of Padstow.
Yeah,
We can find wheat there. So follow me.
Hold on. Give me 1 second to switch out.
Idea that the Jewish people in this case couldn't have a state. There could have been a transfer regardless.
Anything could have been. That's not what history is about.
History is about Palestinian rejectionism to any peace deal
As I
over
said,
and over and over
as
again.
I said, when the ball was thrown into the court of the United Nations, they were faced with a practical problem. And I, for one, am not going to try to adjudicate the rights and wrongs from the beginning. I do not
Use this.
believe that
And
if
scroll the map a little
territorial
west.
displacement and
There's another
dispossession
travel
was
sign there.
inherent in the Zionist project, I do not believe it can be a legitimate political enterprise. Now, you might say that's speaking from 2022 or 2020. Where are we
Four
now?
now,
Four
I think.
Should have brought a
But we
companion.
have to recognize that from nearly the beginning, for perfectly obvious reasons, having nothing to do with anti-Semitism, anti-Westernism, anti-Europeanism, but because no people that I am aware of would voluntarily cede
this
its
dude.
country.
Except for all the people that sold land voluntarily.
You can perfectly understand Native American resistance to Euro-colonialism. You can perfectly
stop missing.
understand it without any.
Bro, how are you missing, dude? Oh my god, bro. I'm like literally standing fucking still. You're still missing. Jesus.
He's dead though.
Yeah, so am I.
They didn't want to cede their country to invaders. I think
You know there's like 5 of them, right? On the other one?
Damn. We're gonna have to have help.
Oh, you're gonna have to shoot better.
Because it has the circle, and I've been putting the dude in the circle, but
No, you have to like aim above them a little, depending on how far you shoot, right?
you know.
It's an arrow, it drops.
But when he's really close, yeah. Whoa, what does it say? There's a bag here. Is that yours?
No,
Oh,
it
no.
should be an enemy.
Oh, it's the other dudes.
Yeah.
The other dudes. We need shields.
I built one, but it's for the I gave it to the companion. Oh shit.
Yeah. Oh shit. Got the dude with shield. He's almost dead.
Dude, I'm so fucking. Did you not bring a melee weapon at all?
Yeah.
Then use it, bro. What the fuck, man? Oh my god, dude. Why would you just run away?
They do that.
No, you did that. You ran away. Not that. Not those guys.
No,
you ran
I didn't,
away.
I didn't run away.
Yes, you were. You jumped on the fucking cliff. Like you attack him, and then I just run behind him, and then you smack him, and you can't miss that shit, man. Like Jesus, he's got a shield at the front, right? You're not gonna do much. You gotta like stand in front of him, and someone has to like hit him in the back. It's that simple.
He was an inch when I jumped off.
Yeah, but if you jump off, he's just gonna turn to me with a shield. Then what am I gonna do? Like, you have to like hang on, just stay there. I would have like smacked him in the back, and then we would have been fine. I have no idea which one's yours. Oh, okay, it tells me. Good.
Yeah.
We're right on top of each other.
Yeah. Because I was trying to hit him because it was like a one shot.
Yeah, but that's not gonna happen from the front, right?
Yeah.
Unless you break the shield.
And then there's a dude right here that I killed.
Make sure you resupply on your food. Get your health back.
He's coming. I'm dead.
Dude, I can't fucking attack. What the hell?
Yeah.
What's this guy doing? Is he running away?
No, he's Archer.
No, he's running away. I guess he ran out of arrows. Your ass back here, bitch. Where you going?
Probably going back to his camp. Probably. Let's see.
You ain't going nowhere now.
Come on, fucking climb.
Where'd I kill the other one?
Right beside me.
Oh.
That's my bag.
Yeah, I know. I was looking for the corpse.
There are arrows.
Make sure you eat your food. Put your food in the box.
It's completely understandable.
You're minimizing the anti-Semitic element
You
in
minimized
in
it.
Arab
In
nationalism.
all your books, you minimized.
No. The Husseini was an anti-Semite. The leader of the Palestinian national
going up
movement
slowly.
in the 30s and 40s was an anti-Semite. This was one of the things which drove him, and also drove him in the end to work in Berlin for Hitler for 4 years, with giving Nazi propaganda to the Arab world, calling on the Arabs to murder the Jews. That's what he did in World War II. That's the leader of the Palestinian Arab national movement.
Why is it?
And he wasn't alone. He wasn't alone.
Professor
He
Morris,
wasn't.
why is it that if you read your book, Righteous Victims, you can read it and read it and read it and read it, as I have, you will find barely a word about the Arabs being motivated
Not sure. I don't think that works.
by anti-Semitism.
It exists, though.
Even I didn't say it doesn't exist.
You
Of course-
agree that it exists.
Hey, I don't know a single non-Jew who doesn't harbor anti-Semitic
We're talking about
sentiment.
Arabs now.
Yeah, but I don't know anybody. That's just part of the human condition. Just that-
Anti-Semitism.
Yes, I
Husseini
do,
was
I do.
an ordinary
And among the Arabs.
So, Professor Morris, here's my problem. I didn't see that in your Righteous
Damn, this has got
Victims.
5
Even
dudes
when
in
you
it.
talked about the first Intifada, and you talked about the second Intifada, And you talked about how
I feel like the idea is gonna be like just pick them off. So
by Hamas,
we'll
the
take a
Islamic
shot.
movement.
When they come running, try and kill one or two, and then run away. I can't really see one.
Yeah, I can't see one either.
Oh, I see one.
Got one.
I got another
Shield
one.
dude's coming.
Oh, run. Run, run. Keep running. What's with me? Jesus.
Nope. He's on you like white on rice in the Puff Daddy concert. Oh, shit.
Oh, I missed. Come here.
This dude's on me. This shield dude's on me. Can you get him?
Oh.
Nope.
Perfect.
He's running back.
You even stated that there is a lot of anti-Semitism in those movements, but then you went on to say, but of course, at bottom, it was about the occupation. It wasn't about. And
Get everybody
I've read
but
it.
one.
Yeah, yeah, but you're moving from different,
No,
different
I'm not moving.
ages, across
I'm
the ages.
talking about your whole book.
The
Your
occupation
whole book.
began in
I
67, the one
I
you're
looked,
talking about.
I looked and looked and looked for evidence of this anti-Semitism as being a chief motor of Arab resistance to
And then there were two.
Zionism. I didn't see it.
Did he make that claim?
I don't remember the word chief.
Yeah.
It's one of the elements.
It's very binary
It's one of the
thinking when it comes
elements.
to like, analyzing. Yeah, it's binary.
Please don't give me this postmodernism binary. You're the
No, but
one.
you are thinking in terms
You're
of black
the one
and
that
white.
said
He's
the
got- no,
chief
Stephen has a
motor.
point.
Do you have
do-
your book
you
here?
do talk about
page
black
137.
You talk in black and white.
Page 37.
You're talking in black and white concepts when history is much grayer. Lots of things happen because of lots of reasons, not one or the other. And you don't seem to see that.
Can I ask you a question? Because it's for them to talk to. Just two very quick
Yeah.
questions.
I'm out of
What
fucking
What do you think
arrows.
the ideal solution was on the Arab side from 47? What would they have preferred?
Well,
and what would
they
have
were
happened
explicit.
if? And then the second one. What would have happened if Jews would have
He's on
lost the
me.
war in 48? What do you think would have happened to the Israeli population, or
Well,
Jewish population?
I think the Palestinians
I'm out of stamina. I can't
and
keep the
the
draw
Arabs,
up.
were explicit that they wanted a unitary, I think, federal state, and they made their submissions to UNSCO.
You didn't run this bitch.
They made their
He's fist
appeals
to, yeah,
at the
he's fist
UN
to fucking
General
kill me.
Assembly.
What do you mean by unitary and federal? I don't get that.
Shit, I didn't have
They
my
wanted
fucking...
an Arab state. They wanted Palestine to be an Arab state.
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
Simply.
But I
Without
think
the word unitary, federal, they wanted Palestine
Yes, but
as
I
an
think-
Arab, an
Ow.
exclusively Arab state.
No, wasn't
That's what they wanted.
it wasn't an exclusively Arab state. I think we have to distinguish between Palestinian and Arab opposition to a Jewish state in Palestine on the one hand, and Palestinian and Arab attitudes to
He's on
Jewish
you.
existence in Palestine. There's a fundamental
Well,
difference.
Husseini, the leader of the movement,
Dude,
said
do you not have your
that all
stamina
the
back?
Jews
Come
who've
back here.
come
Let's
since
smack him.
1917,
I'm
that's the
almost
majority
dead.
of the Jews in Palestine in 1947.
One more hit
shouldn't
from
be
him.
there.
Well, he
They
did
shouldn't
say,
be citizens.
Smack him
they
from the
shouldn't
back,
be
bro.
he did,
PLO
he
Turner
did
said
say
that
that.
in 64.
they
I'm
said
not
the same.
denying
Yeah,
it.
the PLO
Of course.
also said
It's
that.
true. I can understand the
See?
sentiment, but I think it's wrong.
Problem
But
solved.
also,
I can
you guys
understand
are
that.
the ones.
We agree
you
on
guys.
this. I
Now we gotta
also-
get
I
it.
wanna
Alright.
answer
you
your
guys
question.
Yeah, he's still shooting at us, by the way,
that it
on
was
the lift.
Supremacy
Yeah.
and exclusivity.
I don't have any
because
arrows.
I
was
want to
built
answer
on,
your
but-
question. As you Husseini did say that, and I'm sure there
Well,
was
run
a
up and
very
smack him.
substantial
He's an archer, bro.
body of Palestinian Arab public opinion that endorsed that. But by the same token, I
He's
think
running. What the
a
fuck?
unitary Arab state, as you call it, or a Palestinian state, could have been established with arrangements with guarantees to ensure the security and rights of both communities. How that would work in detail had been discussed and proposed, but never resolved. And again, I think Jewish fears about what would
A
have
second
happened.
Holocaust. That's what.
Well, no, I think
that was the Jewish.
Watch out,
fear.
'cause the guy's still
Second
shooting.
Holocaust.
That
Oh, I
may
fall-
well have
I'm
been
stuck.
the Jewish fear. It was an unfounded Jewish fear.
I told you,
It
I'm
wasn't
still
founded?
shooting.
Of
I'm
course it wasn't
stuck.
What about like in
But
48 and 56
you
and
really
67?
think that the Palestinians, had they won the war, were going to import ovens and crematoria
I don't know if it
from
would have been
Germany?
that bad,
and,
but
and,
there were
no,
programs
that's-
across in almost every single Arab state where there were Jews living after 48, after 56, after 67. There were always pogroms. There were always flights from Jews from those countries to Israel afterwards. I don't think it would be.
I wouldn't say there were always pogroms in every Arab state. I think there was flight of Arab Jews for multiple reasons. In some cases, for precisely the reasons you say. If you look at the Jewish community in Algeria, for example, their flight had virtually nothing to do with the Arab-Israeli conflict. The issue of Algerian Jews was that the French gave them citizenship during their colonial rule of Algeria, and they increasingly became identified with French rule. And when Algeria became independent, and all the French ended up leaving out of fear or out of disappointment or out of whatever, the Jews were identified as French rather than Algerian.
This is a bit of a red herring. There were pogroms in the Arab countries, in Bahrain even, where there's almost no Jews. There was a pogrom in 1947. There was a pogrom in Aleppo in 1947.
I'm not denying
there were,
any of that history.
Killings of Jews in Iraq and
I'll come pick
Egypt
this up.
in 1948-49.
I'm not
So,
denying
so
What the fuck is that?
the Jews basically fled the Arab states not for multiple reasons. They fled because they
No, they-
felt that the governments there and the societies
people,
amid,
come down the road
amid
too,
which
by the
they
way.
had lived for hundreds of years.
Yeah, it says we're not done here because
Look,
the thing is still
without
here.
getting into the details, I
wonderful.
think we can both agree that ultimately a
What?
clear
Oh, no, we're done.
majority of
Yeah, we're
Arab
done.
Jews
Perfect.
who believe that after having lived
It's a
in
flag.
these countries for
Wait
we're
for,
going the wrong
wait
way.
before the
centuries,
Arabs. Wait
for
before the Arabs
centuries,
arrived there.
for centuries,
Way
if,
before the
for
Arabs arrived
centuries,
in Iraq.
for centuries, if not millennia, came.
I love
to
the way Storm's
unfortunate
looking this game, dude.
conclusion that their situation had become
We're
untenable.
gonna go this way, I think.
I also
No, I'm
think,
trying to find something.
that we can
Oh,
both agree
I gotta make some more
that
arrows.
this had never been an issue
Yeah, me too.
prior to Zionism and
This
the
is
emergence
true.
of the
There were
state of Israel.
pogroms prior to
Look,
Zionism.
I'm not.
Pogroms didn't begin with Zionism in the Arab world.
The issue is the point I raised, which is whether these communities had ever come to a collective conclusion that their position had become untenable in this part of the world. No, they were Arab Jews.
Well, because untenable meant there was no alternative, but with the creation of Israel,
So it's
there
a
was an alternative, right? A place where they could go and not be
raid.
discriminated
Pretty
against
much,
whether
yeah.
second-class citizens or be subject to Arab majority states. I also think it's interesting that, like, when you analyze the flight of Jewish people, and I've seen this, that it wasn't just. I agree with you. It wasn't just a mass expulsion from all the Arab states. There were definitely push factors. There were also pull factors.
Oh, I didn't drop anything.
Now,
What
I
the
don't know how you
fuck?
guys feel about the Nakba, but when the analysis of the Nakba comes in, again, it's back to that. Well, that was actually just a top-down expulsion. The retreat of wealthy Arab people in the 30s didn't matter. Any of the messaging from the surrounding Arab states didn't matter. It was just an expulsion from Jewish people or people running from their lives from Jewish massacres. Again, it's like that. I feel like
Again,
it's
I'm
that
a little
selective. It's a selective
uncomfortable
critical
always
analysis
using
of
the
the
term Jewish here because it wasn't the the Jews of England or the Soviet Jews.
Well, I say Jewish
Admit-
because prior to 48,
I
saying
thi-
Israeli. You shoot,
I
I
think
guess,
I think
whatever.
I think we should. I think it's useful to say refer to Zionists before 1948 and Israelis after 48. We don't need to implicate.
Well, sure, but
Jews
the
elsewhere.
Jewish people that were being attacked in Arab states weren't Zionists. They were just Jews living there, right?
Just comment on that. I was rereading Shlomo Ben Ami's last book, and he does at the end discuss at some length the whole issue of the refugee question, bearing on the so-called peace process. And on the question of 48 and the Arab emigration, if you allow me, let me just quote him. Israel is particularly fond of the awkwardly false symmetry she makes between the Palestinian refugee crisis and the forced emigration of 600,000 Jews from Arab countries following the creation of the State of Israel, as if it were, quote, and unplanned exchange of populations, unquote. And then Mr. Ben-Ami, for those of you who are listening, he was Israel's former foreign minister, and he's an influential historian in his own right. He says, in fact, envoys from the Mossad and a Jewish agency worked underground in Arab countries and Iran to encourage Jews to go to Israel. More importantly, for many Jews in Arab states, the very possibility of emigrating to Israel was the culmination of millennial aspirations. It represented the consummation of a dream to take part in Israel's resurgence as a nation. So, this idea that they were all expelled after 1948, that's one area, Professor Morris, I defer to expertise. That's one of my credos in life. I don't know the Israeli literature, but as it's been translated in English, there is very little solid scholarship on what happened in 1948 in the Arab countries and which caused the Jews to leave.
Arab Jews.
Arab Jews, right. But Shlomo Ben-Ami knows the literature. He knows the scholarship. He's a historian. Yeah,
He's from Morocco.
Right. So
you have
he
Abi
knows this.
Schleim from Iraq
And-
has written on this issue.
And they
as
wrote
well.
that the Jews in the Arab lands were not pro-Zionist. They weren't Zionists at all. So, certainly Avi Schleim's family was anti-Zionist.
And Avi Schleim, when he was interviewed by Meron Rappaport on this question, he said, you simply cannot say that the Iraqi Jews were expelled. It's just not true. And he was speaking as an Iraqi Jew who left with his father and family in 1948.
They were pushed out. They weren't expelled.
Well,
that's probably the right phrase.
I
They
think
were
it's
pushed out.
more complex than that. I think it was. Sorry, I interrupted
no,
you.
you're not interrupting me because I don't know. I only know what's been translated into English, and the English literature on the subject is very
So I'm
small
guessing that's
and
two
not
groups.
scholarly. Now there may be an
no,
in
just one
Hebrew
group.
literature. I don't know. But
They'll
I
be
was
better equipped,
surprised
though.
that even Shlomo Ben-Ami,
Oh, it's the
a
number
stalwart
of
of
how
his
hard
state,
they are.
fair
Yeah.
enough, on this particular
Like
point,
threat
he called it
rating.
false symmetry.
No, Stephen is right. There was a pull and a push mechanism in the departure of the Jews from the Arab lands post-48. But there was also a lot of push. A lot of push.
That's indisputable. There was put.
And on the
Stephen
point
was
of
saying.
agreement, on this one brief light of agreement, let us wrap up with this topic of history and move on to modern day. But before that, I'm wondering if we could just say a couple of last words on this topic. Stephen?
Yeah, I think that when you look at the behaviors of both parties in the time period around 48, or especially 48 and earlier, there's this assumption that there was this huge built-in mechanism of Zionism and that it was going to be inevitable from the inception of the first Zionist thought, I guess, that appeared in Herzl's mind, that there would be a mass violent population transfer of Arab Palestinians out of what would become the Israeli state. I understand that there are some quotes that we can find that maybe seem to possibly support an idea that looks close to that, but I think when you actually consult the record of what happened, when you look at the populations, the massive populations that Israel was willing to accept within what would become their state borders, their nation borders, I just don't think that the historical record agrees with the idea that Zionists would have just never been okay living alongside Arab Palestinians. But when you look at the other side, Arabs would out of hand reject literally any deal that apportioned any amount of that land for any state relating to Jewish people or the Israeli people. I think it was said even on the other end of the table that Arab Palestinians would have never accepted, the Arabs would have never accepted any Jewish state whatsoever. So it's interesting that on the ideology part, where it's claimed that Zionists are people of exclusion and supremacy and expulsion, we can find that in diary entries, but we can find that expressed in very real terms on the Arab side, I think, in all of their behavior around 48 and earlier, where the goal was the destruction of the Israeli state. It would have been the dispossession of many Jewish people. It probably would have been the expulsion of a lot of them back to Europe. And I think that very clearly plays out in the difference between the actions of the Arabs versus some diary entries of some Jewish leaders.
Benny?
Well, one thing which stood out, and I think Moin made this point, is that the Arabs had nothing to do with the Holocaust, but then the world community forced the Arabs to pay the price for the Holocaust. That's the traditional Arab argument. This is slightly distorting the reality. The Arabs in the 1930s did their utmost to prevent Jewish immigration from Europe and reaching Palestine, which was the only safe haven available because America, Britain, France, nobody wanted Jews anywhere, and they were being persecuted in Central Europe and eventually
noticed
would
that.
be massacred in large numbers. So the Arab effort to pressure the British to prevent Jews reaching Palestine's safe shores contributed indirectly to the slaughter of many Jews in Europe because they couldn't get to anywhere and they couldn't get to Palestine because the Arabs were busy attacking Jews in Palestine and attacking the British to make sure they didn't allow Jews to reach this safe haven. That's important. The second thing is, of course, there's no point in belittling the fact that the Palestinian Arab National Movement's leader, Husseini, worked for the Nazis in the 1940s. He got a salary from the German Foreign Ministry. He raised troops among Muslims in Bosnia for the SS, and he broadcast to the Arab world calling for the murder of the Jews in the Middle East. This is what he did. And the Arabs since then have been trying to whitewash Husseini's role. I'm not saying he was the instigator of the Holocaust, but he helped the Germans along in doing what they were doing and supported them in doing that. So this can't be removed from the fact that the Arabs, as you say, paid a price for the Holocaust, but they also participated in various ways in helping it happen.
Right. I'll make 2 points. The first is you mentioned Haj Amin al-Husseini and his collaboration with the Nazis. Entirely legitimate point to raise, but I think one can also say definitively, had Haj Amin al-Husseini never existed, the Holocaust would have played out precisely as it did.
Certainly.
As far as Palestinian opposition to Jewish immigration to Palestine during the 1930s is concerned, it was of a different character than, for example, British and American rejection of Jewish immigration. They just didn't want Jews on their soil.
Yeah, but objectively, it helped the Germans kill the Jews.
In the Palestinian case, their opposition to Jewish immigration was to prevent the transformation of their homeland into a Jewish state that would dispossess them. And I think that's an important distinction to make. The other point I wanted to make is we've spent the past several hours talking about Zionism, transfer, and so on. But I think there's a more fundamental aspect to this, which is that Zionism, I think, would have emerged and disappeared as yet one more utopian political project had it not been for the British. What the preeminent Palestinian historian Walid Khalidi has termed the British Shield. Because I think without the British sponsorship, we wouldn't be having this discussion today. The British sponsored Zionism for a very simple reason, which is that during World War I, the Ottoman armies attempted to march on the Suez Canal. Suez Canal was the jugular vein of the British Empire, between Europe and India. And the British came to the conclusion that they needed to secure
actually, we need to swap
the
it
Suez
first, man.
Canal from
Just
any
noticed.
threat. And as the British have done so often in so many places, how do
Pizza,
you deal
sorry.
with this? Well,
Pizza.
you know,
That one.
you,
This one
you
first.
bring in a
Oh, we can do that already. Just
foreign
need to
minority, implant
knock
them
down a couple of trees.
amongst a hostile population and establish a protectorate over them. I don't think a Jewish state in Palestine had been part of British intentions. And the Balfour Declaration very specifically speaks about a Jewish national home in Palestine. In other words, a British protectorate. Things ended up taking a different course. And I think the most important development was World War II. And I think this had maybe less to do with the Holocaust and more to do with the effective bankruptcy of the United Kingdom during that war and its inability to sustain its global empire. It ended up giving up India, ended up giving up Palestine. And it's in that context, I think, that we need to see the emergence of a Jewish
Research
state
range.
in Palestine. And again, a Jewish state means a state in which the Jewish community enjoys not only a demographic majority, but an uncontestable demographic majority, an uncontestable territorial hegemony, and an uncontestable political supremacy. And that is also why, after 1948, the nascent Israeli state confiscated, I believe, up to 90% of lands that had been previously owned by Palestinians who became citizens of Israel. It is why the new Israeli state imposed a military government on its population of Palestinian citizens between 1948 and 1966. It is why the Israeli state effectively reduced the Palestinians living within the Israeli state as citizens of the Israeli state to second-class citizens, on the one hand promoting Jewish nationalism and Jewish nationalist parties, on the other hand doing everything within its power to suppress and eliminate Palestinian or Arab nationalist movements. And that's why today there's a consensus among all major human rights organizations that Israel is an apartheid state, what the Israeli Human Rights Organization B'Tselem describes a regime of Jewish supremacy between the river and the sea.
You're really tempting a response from the other side on the last few sentences. And we'll talk about the claims of apartheid and so on. It's a fascinating discussion. We need to have it. Norm?
On the question of the responsibility of the Palestinian Arabs for the Nazi Holocaust, direct or indirect, I consider that an absurd claim. As Gromyko said, and I quoted him, the entire Western world turned its back on the Jews. To somehow focus on the Palestinians strikes me as completely ridiculous. Number two, as Moeen said, there's a perfectly understandable reason why Palestinian Arabs wouldn't want Jews, because in their minds, and not irrationally, these Jews intended to create a Jewish state which would quite likely have resulted in their expulsion. I'm a very generous person. I've actually taken in a homeless person for 2.5 years. But if I knew in advance that that homeless person was going to try to turn me out of my apartment, I would think 10,000 times before I took him in. Okay? As far as the actual complicity of the Palestinian Arabs, if you look at Raoul Hilberg's 3-volume classic work, The Destruction of the European Jewry, he has in those 1,000+ pages one sentence on the role of the Mufti of Jerusalem. And that, I think, is probably an overstatement, but we'll leave it aside. The only 2 points I would make aside from the Holocaust point is, number one, I do think the transfer discussion is useful because it indicates that there was a rational reason behind the Arab resistance to Jewish or Zionist immigration to Palestine. The fear of territorial displacement and dispossession.
What else do we need for this?
And number two, there are 2 issues. One is the history, and the second is being responsible for your words. Now, some people accuse me of speaking very slowly, and they're advised on YouTube to turn up the speed twice to 3 times whenever I'm on. One of the reasons I speak slowly is because I attach value to every word I say. And it is discomforting, disorienting, where you have a person...
It says wrong tool.
For what?
For the house, the hall, village hall.
You need a carpenter. I'm guessing. Carpenter's hammer. which we still have to research.
Right here it is. It takes 1 scrap, 3 bronze, and 8 of the wood to make one. We can do. Ooh. You know, we could research the sword.
Yeah, we can research a lot of things.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Like, we got so much still to do. Holy shit.
There's a pitchfork here that we'll need. That's a warhammer. A wood cutter. Fence. Weapons rack. Okay. How many bronze do we have?
If I'm not
Four.
mistaken, yeah, I set them to make 5, top up 5, but we need to get the main resources. Because they're not gonna make bronze without copper and tin.
Yeah. Well, it's already made. And just stop.
Yeah, I've set like most things to be. I managed the villagers so they're making at least like 5 or 10 of the base resources, so we can just grab it and make what we want.
I mean, it has to be in the warehouse, doesn't it? For them to research it.
Yeah. Or stick it straight in the research thing.
Oh, I think we need wood.
I'm working on it.
The wood, yeah, the wood scraps, yeah.
Who's produced a voluminous corpus, rich in insights and rich in archival sources, who seems to disown each and every word that you pluck from that corpus by claiming that it's either out of context or it's cherry picking. Words count. And I agree with Lex. Everybody has the right to rescind what they've said in the past. But what you cannot claim is that you didn't say what you said.
I'll stick to the history, not the current propaganda. 1917, the Zionist movement began way before the British supported the Zionist movement for decades. In 1917, the British jumped in and issued the Balfour Declaration supporting the emergence of a Jewish national home in Palestine, which most people understood to mean eventual Jewish statehood in Palestine. Most people understood that in Britain and in among the Zionists and among the Arabs. But the British declared the Balfour Declaration, or issued the Balfour Declaration, not only because of imperial self-interest, and this is what you're basically saying. They had the imperial interests, a buffer state which would protect the Suez Canal from the east.
Make a hammer.
The British also were motivated by idealism, and this incidentally is how Balfour described the reasoning behind issuing the declaration. And he said the Western world, Western Christendom owes the Jews a great debt, both for giving the world and the West, if you like, values, social values as embodied in the Bible, social justice and all sorts of other things. And the Christian world owes the Jews because it persecuted them for 2,000 years. This debt we're now beginning to repay with the 1917 declaration favoring Zionism. But it's also worth remembering that the Jews weren't proxies or attached to the British imperial endeavor. They were happy to receive British support in 1917, and then subsequently when the British ruled Palestine.
You restocked your arrows, right?
20, 30 years.
Just
but they weren't part of the British imperial design or mission. They wanted a state for themselves, the Jews, happy to have the British support them, happy today to have the Americans support Israel. But it's not because we're stooges or extensions of American imperial interests. The British, incidentally, are always described in Arab narratives or propaganda as consistent supporters of Zionism. They weren't. The first British rulers in Palestine, 1917, 1920.
Herbert Samuel.
No, before Herbert Samuel. Samuel came in 1920. The British ruled there for 3 years previously, and most of the leaders, the British generals and so on, who were in Palestine, were anti-Zionist. And subsequently, in the 20s and 30s, the British occasionally curbed Zionist immigration to Palestine, and in 1939 switched horses and supported the Arab national movement and not Zionism. They turned anti-Zionist and basically said, you Arabs will rule Palestine within the next 10 years. This is what we're giving you by limiting Jewish immigration to Palestine. But the Arabs didn't actually understand what they were being given on a silver platter, Husseini again, and he said, no, we can't accept the British White Paper of May 1939, which had given the Arabs everything they wanted, basically.
So does that fence get bigger,
in an Arab majority state. So what I'm saying is the British
What fence?
At some point did support.
What fence?
We can research fences.
Yeah, I know.
Fence.
Press
That
U.
goes around our... There's an outpost. Bows. There's more here.
Support the Zionist enterprise, but at other points were less consistent in the support. And in 1939, until 1948, when they didn't vote even for partition, for Jewish statehood in Palestine in the UN resolution, they didn't support Zionism during the last decade of the mandate.
No,
it's worth remembering that.
I'd like to respond to that. I mean, speaking of propaganda, I find it simply impossible to accept that Balfour, who, as British Prime Minister in 1905, was a chief sponsor of the Aliens Act, which was specifically...
He changed his mind.
Which was specifically designed to
keep out Jews.
Persecuted Eastern European Jews out of the streets of the UK, and who was denounced as an anti-Semite by the entire British Jewish establishment. A decade later, all of a sudden...
Changed his mind.
People change their minds, but when the changing of the mind just coincidentally happens to coincide with the British imperial interest, I think perhaps the transformation is a little more superficial than he's being given credit for. It was clearly a British imperial venture, and if there had been no threat to the Suez Canal during World War I, regardless of what Balfour would have thought about the Jews and their contribution to history and their persecution and so on, there would have been no Balfour Declaration.
Can I ask real quick as a question on that? Why did the British ever cap immigration then from Jews to that area at all?
Well, we're talking now about 1970.
Sure, but I'm saying that if the whole goal was just to be an imperialist project, like there were terrorist attacks from Jewish.
Yes, but you're talking. I'll answer.
Yeah, in the 40s. Yeah.
And we're talking now about 1917, and as I mentioned earlier, I don't think the British had a Jewish state in mind. That's why they used the term Jewish national home. I think what they wanted was a British protectorate, loyal to and dependent upon the British. I think an outstanding review of British policy towards these issues during the mandate has been done by Martin Bunton of the University of Victoria, and he basically makes the argument that once the British realized the mess they were in, certainly by the late
It's time consuming, but it's starting to look
30s,
like something.
They recognized the mess they were in, the irreconcilable differences, and basically pursued a policy of just muddling on. And muddling on in the context of British rule in Palestine, whose overall purpose was to serve for the development of Zionist institutions, Yeshuv's economy, and so on, meant, even if the British were not self-consciously doing this, preparing the groundwork for the eventual establishment of a Jewish state. I don't know if that answers your question.
Except they did turn anti-Zionist in 1939.
Yes, of course.
And
Because
maintained
they were being
that
shot up by,
maintained that Zionist.
Yeah.
No, before they were being shot up, but maintained that anti-Zionist posture until 1948.
Okay.
And if I may, just also one point. You mentioned Haj Amin al-Husseini during World, entirely legitimate. But what I would also point out is that you had a Zionist organization, the Lehi.
300 people.
300 people, one of whom happened to become an Israeli prime minister,
You
an
have the
Israeli
other one?
foreign minister, a speaker.
Other one what?
What is it? Modern Dynasty or something?
Oh yeah, I do.
That's a hard winner.
Yeah. yeah. It's definitely not the same as this game. You don't even notice there's a winner.
Yeah.
If it wouldn't snow, I would have no fucking idea.
Of Israeli parliament.
Maybe you should give his name.
Yitzhak Shamir, proposing
I do
an
have that one
alliance
too,
with Nazi
so
Germany
you ever
in
wanna play with that one?
1941.
Shamir proposed the
Well, no,
Nazi-
the Lehi proposed.
Some people in the Lehi proposed.
Of which Shamir
Yeah,
was a
but
prominent
this is a red
leader.
herring.
Immediately, I swear to God, I look at what I need and then I go to the stock and I forgot
The
already.
Lehi was an
is a red whale. I'm sorry.
The Lehi was an unimportant organization in the Yishuv. 300 people versus 30,000 belonged to the Haganah.
I need
So
two
it was
wood.
not a very important organization. It's true, before the Holocaust actually began, they wanted allies against the British where they could
We're
find
talking
them. and they-
1941 here, not
1940.
1931.
We're talking 1940.
41 from what I recall.
1940. They approached the
The
German
Brit-
emissary in
Ankara,
Istanbul or something.
yes.
Istanbul.
And if I may, proposed an alliance with Nazi Germany on what
don't
the
see any
Lehi
more
describes
white
as on the
Lehi
basis
was
of
reviled by the
shared
regime of Zion.
shared
they were-
ideological
no, they didn't
principles.
share ideological.
Well, they said they did.
No,
They said.
they reviled.
Why are you doing these things? Of
the
course
Lehi
they
was
said it.
reviled
You
by the
know the
majority.
state, but
The
you
Lehi
know
was
that
reviled.
you know what the statement said on the basis of a shared ideology. Why do you say no?
Do you think that
You
the
could
Lehi,
just-
wait, the
when you
Lehi people
say-
were Nazis? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying
They
that
said
you
what
they
saying
were.
they
that?
said.
No, are you saying that? Forget statements. You like to
okay.
quote things, but
I do
were
like
they
to quote
were they
things, to
Nazis?
quote
Were
facts.
were the Lehi Nazis? That's what I'm asking.
What did he
Some of
just
them supported
say?
Stalin,
Did he say that the
incidentally.
basis of the
Well,
pact
Jesus,
was
it
their
scared the shit out of
agreement
me,
on
dude.
ideology?
There wasn't any pact. They
Fucking
suggested.
cat.
I
They
said,
proposed
wasn't
an agreement.
It right? And what did the agreement say?
They wanted arms against the British. That's what they
did the
wanted.
agreement
Yeah, well,
say?
that's what Haj Amin al-Husseini wanted also. That's what
No, but
others
they didn't.
in India
The
and
Lehi people
elsewhere.
didn't work in Berlin helping the Nazi regime.
I mean, it's what the IRA wanted also.
No, but this is
you
what
know.
Haj Amin al-Husseini did. You know that he was an anti-Semite. You've probably read some of his works.
Yes.
He wasn't just anti-British.
and-
he was also anti-Semitic.
And
So he had a common ground with Hitler.
I
It's as
think
simple as that.
we can agree.
Not every anti-Semite is a Hitlerite.
I think
I
we
thought
can.
that part.
He literally
we didn't
worked
even
with the
have
Nazis
say.
to recruit people. He wasn't just
Yes,
a guy posting
and he was
or
an absolutely revolting, disgusting human being.
This I'm happy
I
to
have
hear.
no.
But the
If
problem
you
is you're
think
saying that
I
Husseini
don't
was his
believe
influence.
that,
You're saying the Mufti
But
was.
I don't even understand. Of all the crimes you want to ascribe to the Palestinian people, trying to blame them directly, indirectly, or indirectly 3 times removed for the Nazi Holocaust is completely lunatic.
Hold on. Wait, there's not a. He's not blaming them for the Holocaust. He's saying that from the
course he is.
perspective.
No.
Wait. No, he's saying that from the perspective of Jews in the region, Palestinians would have been
That's not
part
what
of the
he's
region.
saying.
That is exactly.
You have not
that is
read
literally
him.
what he said.
I've read him.
You've read him, you don't understand
you've
him.
read
He sits right
Wikipedi-
here.
Believe me, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
I'm gonna believe the guy that
You
wrote the
read
stuff.
what Wikipedia said.
That's great.
I
And you
read
don't even
Benny
speak
Morris.
Hebrew, and you call yourself an Israeli historian.
I
Okay?
just-
We're all
I
here on
just-
different grounds. Okay?
I just
But the
want, if I
reality
can
is-
just respond.
Well,
to
no,
you.
I'm just saying that there were two
nothing,
tricks.
as
That's fine. There were 2 tricks that are being played here that I think is interesting. One is you guys claim that the Lehi was trying to forge an alliance with Nazi Germany because
not
of
a
a
trick.
shared ideology.
That's what they said.
Yeah, but hold on. No. Wait. No. It's about what you said. You brought that up to imply that Zionism must be inextricably linked to.
I'm
you're
sorry.
Not, wait,
no,
hold
you're
on.
putting words in my mouth.
No. Okay, wait. Well, then, what was the purpose of saying that the Lehi claimed that the Lehi, who were
The reason I
a small
brought
group
it
of
up-
people that were reviled by many in Israel,
Not many, by everybody practically.
Well,
they were
compare
called
them-
terrorists.
so
The
reviled.
Zionist movement called them terrorists.
Yes, yes,
so what was the
and
purpose?
hunted them.
And
And hunted
Shamir,
them.
shared
and
ideology
Shamir
come?
called himself a terrorist. They were so irrelevant that their leader ended up being kicked upstairs to the leader of the Israeli parliament,
That's Israeli
to
politics
the
50
Israeli
years hence.
to Israeli foreign minister.
And Begin was
And-
also a part.
Yes,
in
you
the
want to
Irgun.
you
I
want
mean,
to
it-
characterize him as irrelevant as well? Go ahead.
No. Characterize them as relevant or irrelevant based on what happens decades later. The timeline matters.
Well,
the question is, what is the point of saying that the Lehi tried to forge an alliance?
Why is
relevant is bringing up the Mufti of Jerusalem and trying to blame the Holocaust indirectly.
The Mufti was the leader of the Palestine Arab National
And he had
Movement.
about as
The
much
Lehi was 300
and
people.
he had as much to do with the Nazi Holocaust as I did.
No, he recruited people for the SS. How can you get away from that?
No, he recruited
People
soldiers.
for the SS.
He recruited soldiers in the Balkans, mostly Kosovars, which was disgusting. I have no doubt about that. But he had
He
one.
also wrote letters
he
to
got.
foreign
he
ministers.
got
swear I
one
said to
thing
them,
I
make
don't
that.
care.
The Jews out.
I knew
The,
Raoul
Can
Hill-
I say? Can I
knew
say?
The Hungarian
Raoul
foreign
Hilberg.
minister,
I
the
knew
Italian
Raoul-
foreign minister
I don't know.
received letters from Husseini.
Oh yeah, we need
during the
straw.
Holocaust.
Never mind.
During the
We're over
Holocaust,
there.
don't let
yeah,
the Jews
we
out.
was
Don't
fighting
let the Jews
over
out.
there.
I'm not saying he was a
Over there.
major
He
architect
wasn't
of the
even
Holocaust.
minor.
But if
One
we're agreed,
sentence.
if we're
I mean, you
agreed
can go over for
that Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the Mufti
some
of
of it. but
Jerusalem,
I don't think you can get too much
collaborated with the Nazis
Because
during
we
World War
do-
II and actively
We gotta go
sought
to the
their
wheat field
sponsorship.
south of Patstow. It's on the
Why
map
is it
already, even though I haven't
irrelevant?
been
He
there.
probably wanted the destruction of European Jewry.
He probably wanted a
of it.
lot
Oh,
of
they
things.
mark
Okay.
it. That's what it is.
If that's
They mark the
relevant,
place for you.
why is it irrelevant that a prime minister of Israel,
Not prime minister. In 1941, he wasn't prime minister of Israel. He was a leader of a very small terrorist group.
So do you consider it-
denounced as terrorists
do you
by the
consider
mainstream
it-
of Zionism?
do you consider it irrelevant that many years ago Mahmoud Abbas wrote a doctoral thesis, which is basically
it showed something
tantamount?
about Mahmoud Abbas.
Okay, but
I
this-
didn't bring it up. You're the one who's bringing
Yes,
it up.
but
That he
you
wrote
consider
things
that
belittling
relevant.
the Holocaust. That's what you're saying. The president of the Palestinian National Authority belittled the Holocaust, said it didn't happen, or only a few Jews died.
I think that's a fair characterization of.
But I didn't
Mahmoud
bring it up.
Abbas. I brought it up.
Yeah.
Okay, because my question is, then why is Shamir's antecedents irrelevant?
He was a terrorist leader of a very small marginal group.
Who became
Hajj Amin al-Husseini
Israel-
was the head of the movement at the time.
Also, the point of bringing up
It's no
Husseini's, I
comparison.
think
There's
the point,
no
the point of bringing up Husseini's stuff wasn't to say that he
Yo,
was
now
a
what's
great
up, dude?
further of the Holocaust. It's that he might have been a great
you
further in the
doing?
prevention of Jews fleeing to go to Palestine to escape the
Yes,
Holocaust.
but the point
that
I
was
make,
that was the point.
That, and I explained why I think that's not an entirely
How's your
accurate
Friday?
characterization. But and then I wanted to make another point. If it's legitimate to bring up his role during World War II, why is it illegitimate to bring up a man who would become Israel's Speaker of Parliament, Foreign
30 years
Minister?
hence, 40 years
yes.
hence.
Why is it? And also
He was a young terrorist.
and was also responsible for the murder of the United Nations' first international envoy, Bernadatti, Foki
LOL.
Bernadatti. Why is all that irrelevant?
I don't think anybody
I don't
would say- wait,
understand.
also, I think that the reason why he was brought up was because Jewish people in this time period would have viewed it as there was a prevention of Jews leaving Europe because of the Palestinians pressuring the British to put a curb that 75,000
Yeah,
immigration
but-
limit. Yes, but it's not about them furthering the Holocaust or being an architect, major or minor player in the Holocaust.
Well,
but he was
actually-
a major player in that region. So if
But
you wanted to bring up
actually,
like
Benny Morris was made the specific claim that the Palestinians played an indirect role in the Holocaust.
the indirect role would have been the prevention of people escaping from
Yes,
Europe to
and my
Palestine.
response to that is, first of all, I disagree with that characterization. But second of
How
all,
can you disagree with that? They forced the British to prevent emigration of Jews from Europe and reaching safe shores in Palestine.
well,
That's
again,
what they did.
Again,
And they knew that the
was
Jews were
Palestine
being persecuted in Europe
was
at the time.
Palestine the only spot of land on
Basically,
earth?
Yes, basically that was the problem. The Jews couldn't emigrate anywhere else.
What about your great friends in Britain, the architects of the Balfour Declaration?
By the late 1930s,
what about the United
weren't
States?
happy to take in Jews, and the Americans
and
weren't happy to take in Jews.
And why are Palestinians, who were not Europeans, who had zero role in the rise of Nazism, who had no relation to any of this, why are they somehow uniquely responsible for what happened in Europe and uniquely
helping to close
culpable?
the only safe haven for Jews? That's all.
Really? The United States wasn't a potential safe haven. The only one was Palestine.
At the
The
time.
United States had no room.
No,
from
it did
the
have
Atlantic
room.
to Pacific
It did have room
for Jews.
It did have room, but it didn't
So
want
that
Jews.
wasn't the only.
Sorry? Up?
I said my game crashed.
Oh, rip.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's an early access, so it's.
I haven't crashed yet. Knock on wood. So it stays that way. I'm gonna save just in case.
Yeah, yeah. Just make sure you save. Alright, I'll be right back. I need some drink.
Could have just bought this game instead. Eat some bread. Well, trash to you. I'm enjoying the crap out of it. Pretty cool. I'm about to plant another fast travel. Yeah, okay, but trash has like very negative connotations, right? So. Yeah. Oh shit, it does work. Nice. I took the opportunity.
Safe haven.
This is
But
something
shouldn't you be focusing your anger and
America
outrage?
should be blamed for not letting Jews in during the 30s
They are
and 40s.
blamed, but nobody blames them for the Holocaust.
Well,
No,
indirectly.
I've never heard it said that Franklin Delano Roosevelt
Long time ago.
was indirectly responsible for the Holocaust. I never heard that.
Lol.
Now,
Done
maybe
by
it's
Grey
in
War
Israeli
Zone.
literature because the Israelis
Grey
have gone
Zone
mad.
warfare.
Yes, your prime minister said the whole idea of the gas chambers came from the Mufti of Jerusalem.
That's nonsense.
Yeah,
That-
but
we
he
all know
said
that's
it,
nonsense.
But we also know that Netanyahu
Bingo-
said it.
Netanyahu says so many things which are
And he
absurd
happens to
or
be the
simple lies. I
longest
cannot
serving
be
prime
responsible
minister
for
of
them.
Israel. No,
I can't be responsible.
you're not
for them.
responsible for them, but it is relevant that he's the longest serving prime minister of Israel.
Unfortunately, it
And-
says
and
something
that-
about the Israeli public.
Yes,
I
and he
agree.
gets
I agree.
elected not despite saying such things, but because he says
His voters don't care about Haj Amin al-Husseini or Hitler. They know nothing about his
You may
voters.
well be right.
His base know nothing about anything, and he can say what he likes, and they'll say yes, so they don't care if he says these things.
You may well be right, but anyway, not to beat a dead horse, but I still don't
Let's not beat a
understand.
dead horse, you're right.
I'll just conclude by saying I don't understand why the Mufti of Jerusalem is relevant.
He is relevant. He is relevant.
What does he want?
But
The head of the
Yitzhak
national,
Shamir
the
is not
Palestinian,
relevant. That-
because
I don't-
Shamir wasn't the head of the national movement. He represented 100 or 200 or 300 gunmen who were considered terrorists by the Zionist movement at the time. The fact that 30 years later he becomes prime minister, that's the crux of history.
and his
but
history
Haj
is
Amin
not-
al-Husseini was the head of the Palestine Arab National Movement at the time.
Anyway,
What can you do?
I think we're speaking past each other.
We're
but,
not.
I'll leave it there.
I'm talking facts.
Let's move to the modern day, and we'll return to history.
Yeah,
maybe
same. Honestly,
67
same.
and other important moments.
But it's like,
let's
I'm not
look
sure
to
if it's gonna
today, in
survive,
the recent months.
because it's like
October
very
7th.
The performance
Let me
garbage.
ask sort of a pointed question.
Kishi
Was
bought it
October
too,
7th
and he refunded it as well because it's just unplayable. Like rubber banding, performance problems, you name it.
attacks by Hamas on Israel genocidal? Was it an act of ethnic cleansing? Just so we lay out the moral calculus that we are engaged in. I don't. Maybe it was
The problem with October 7th is this: the Hamas fighters who invaded southern Israel were
I'm not
sent,
supposed to be here, by the way.
ordered to murder, rape, and do all the nasty things that they did, and they killed some 1,200 Israelis that day and abducted, as we know, something like 250 civilians, mostly civilians, also some soldiers, took them back to Gaza, dungeons in Gaza. But they were motivated not just by the words of their current leader in the Gaza Strip, but by their ideology, which is embedded in their charter from 1988, if I remember correctly. And that charter is genocidal. It says that the Jews must be eradicated, basically, from the land of Israel, from Palestine. The Jews are described
Run for
there
your
as sons of apes
lives.
and pigs. The Jews are a base people, killers of prophets, and they should not exist in Palestine. It doesn't say that they necessarily should be murdered all around the world, the Hamas charter, but certainly the Jews should be eliminated from Palestine. And this is the driving ideology behind the massacre of the Jews on October 7th, which brought down on the Gaza Strip, and I think with the intention by the Hamas of the Israeli counteroffensive, because they knew that that counteroffensive would result in many Palestinian dead, because the Hamas fighters and their weaponry and so on were embedded in the population in Gaza, and they hoped to benefit from this in the eyes of world public opinion as Israel chased these Hamas people and their ammunition dumps and so on, and killed lots of Palestinian civilians in the process. All of this was understood by Sinwar, by the head of the Hamas, and he strived for that. But initially,
that was
he
a deep
wanted
one,
to kill
sorry.
as many Jews as he could in the border areas around the Gaza Strip.
I'll respond
I might
directly
be
to the points you
Thank you.
made, and then I'll leave it to Norm to bring in
how so?
historical context.
Because she's hammering the same spot and it's not putting the shit on the building.
Try a different spot.
I did. I did. Because I was doing the middle, and then I was like, wait a minute, she's not supposed to be doing this. It's supposed to go up. Like, I'm supposed to put it there, and not just, she just constantly just hammers the same spot.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you need something that we don't have yet, right now.
No, no, that it wouldn't. It would say requirements. All right. Yeah, she's hammering in the same fucking spot.
Drop the hammer? Let me try.
Okay. I'll drop the hammer.
Apparently I dropped my simple axe instead, whoops.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Till the fighting starts.
It's building for you, but it's not building for me for some reason. Yeah. fuck is going on?
Don't know.
Maybe I needed. Wait a minute. Let me do this. All right. Drop the hammer, cause I had the shield on. You don't. I don't think you're supposed to have a shield on. Now it says requirements. Oh, tools requirements. Shit. Okay.
Did you drop arrows or something? All of a sudden I have like 60 arrows in my inventory.
Yeah, I probably did on accident.
They're in the stockpile.
Yeah, I did. Because it makes you drop arrows. Because of the shield, I guess. Yeah, it's doing the same shit again. I don't know.
Just let the other guys do it, man. Fine. Put the hammer in the chest and one of the peasants will do it.
Damn, I was gonna finish this building. I started it.
You ain't finishing that shit for a long time, son. We can't even make that shit. Let alone the 80 wooden planks.
Did you pick up a did you pick up a axe?
Yes.
It was probably mine. Yep. Because that hammer goes to in the hammer slot or the hatchet slot.
It goes into a one-handed slot, yes.
No, the hatchet slot.
You can stick it in the first slot too.
That Hamas charter is from the 90s, I think.
1988.
1988, so it's from
I
the
picked
80s.
up a bow too, man.
Like,
I
I
just
think
noticed.
your characterization of that charter
You dropped
as,
everything, dude. Jesus.
Anti-Semitic is indisputable.
Yeah, everything
I
in
think
your damn
your
inventory goes.
characterization of that charter as genocidal is off the mark.
It's implicit.
And more importantly, that charter has been superseded by a new charter. It, in fact, has been there is
no new charter.
There is
a explanation, a statement they made
2018,
in
a political
2000 and something,
18.
2018, supposedly clarifying things which are in the charter, but it doesn't actually step back from what
Come on,
the charter
research
says.
guy.
Eliminate Israel, eliminate the Jews from the land of Israel.
In 2018, the Hamas charter, if we look at the current version of the charter,
it's not called a
whether
charter. You're calling it a charter. It wasn't. The only thing called a charter is what was issued in 1988 by Yassin himself.
Anyway, it makes a clear distinction between Jews and Zionists in 2018. Now, you can choose to dismiss it, believe it, it's sincere, it's insincere, whatever.
Insincere is probably the right word.
Secondly, I'm really unfamiliar with fighters who consult these kinds of documents.
Indeed.
Before they go on.
I made me a shield, by the way.
Told, kill the Jews. They practice make-believe guns and uniforms when they're 5 years old in the kindergartens of the Hamas.
At the instruction of the Commissioner General of UNRWA, right?
I didn't say that. I said the Hamas has kindergartens and summer camps in which they train to kill Jews. Children.
Secondly, you keep saying Jews, to which I would respond. To which I would respond that Hamas does not have a record
thing we're missing
of
is
deliberate.
The straw. That's it.
Yeah, I know.
Everything else is built.
Yeah, but it's kind of important, right? Without it, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like, I'm working on it.
Yeah, I know.
Well, technically the other guy's working on it, but yeah.
Targeting Jews who are not Israelis. And in fact, it also doesn't have a record of deliberately targeting either Jews or Israelis outside Israel and Palestine. So, you know, all this talk of...
Unlike the Hezbollah, which has targeted,
well, we're talking about
Jews outside,
outside
Palestine.
We're talking about October 7th and Hamas. If you'd also like to speak about Hezbollah, let's get to that separately, if you don't mind. So again, genocidal. Well, if that term is going to be discussed, my first response would be, let's talk about potentially genocidal actions against Israelis rather than against Jews, for the reasons that I just mentioned. And again, I find this constant conflation of Jews, Israel, Zionism to be a bit disturbing. Secondly, I think there are quite a few indications in the factual record that raise serious questions about the accusations of the genocidal intent and genocidal practice of what happened on October 7th. And my final point would be, I don't think I should take your word for it. I don't think you should take my word for it. I think what we need here is a proper, independent, international investigation. And the reason we need that of genocide during this conflict, whether by Palestinians on October 7th or Israel thereafter. And the reason that we need such an investigation is because there won't be any hearings on what Hamas did on October 7th at the International Court of Justice.
That's important.
Because the International Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide deals only with states and not with movements.
Mushrooms.
I think the International Criminal Court, and specifically its current prosecutor, Karim Khan, lacks any and all credibility. He's been an absolute failure at his job. He's just been sitting on his backside for years on this file. And I think I would point out that Hamas has called for independent investigations of all these allegations. Israel has categorically rejected any international investigation, of course fully supported by the United States. And I think what is required is to have credible investigations of these things, because I don't think you're going to convince me. I don't think I'm going to convince you. And this is two people sitting across the table from each other.
No, there's certain things you don't even have to investigate. You know how many citizens, civilians died in the October 7th assault.
Yes, but that's not...
You know that there are lots of allegations of rape. I don't know how persuaded you are of those. They did find bodies without heads, which is
there were no beheadings
Islamic.
of infants.
There were some beheadings, apparently.
The Israelis didn't even claim that in the document they submitted before the ICJ. Go read what your government submitted. It never mentioned beheadings.
Well, as far as I know, there were some people who were beheaded, but
we could bring it up right now.
You also deny that there were rapes there.
I didn't deny. I said I've not seen convincing evidence that confirms it. I've said that from day one, and I'll say it today, 4.5 months later.
Do you know that they killed 800 or 900 civilians in their assault?
Absolutely. Yes. That seems to me indisputable.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm
glad
that you're
I've said that,
I've said that from day one.
Well, to be clear, you haven't. You did a debate.
Yeah, and it lasts longer as well.
That there was a lot of crossfire, and then it might have been the IDF that killed a lot of.
I said that there is no question, because the names were published in Haaretz. There is no question that roughly of the 1,200 people killed, 800 of them were civilians. I see 850, fine. So I never said that, but then I said, no, we don't know exactly how they were killed, but 800 civilians killed, no, 850, no question there. And I also said on repeated occasions, there cannot be any doubt, in my opinion, as of now, with the available evidence, that Hamas was responsible for significant atrocities, and I made sure to include the plural.
There's a lot of tricky language being employed here. Do you think of the
There's nothing
850?
tricky. It's called attaching value to words and not talking like a motor mouth.
He's getting so
careful
pissed
about qualifying, because that's what
Then let me
language
just ask,
is
leaning
about.
forward.
That's great. Then let me
and
just
everything,
ask a clarifying question.
Holy
Do you
shit, this
firmly
guy's such a
believe that the
joke.
majority of the 850 civilians were killed by Hamas?
My view is, even if it were half, 400 is a huge number by any reckoning. It's
Okay, wait, you didn't.
I said
wait,
even
hold on.
if
wait.
because Professor Morris, I don't know. I agree with Mouin Rabbani. I'm not sure if he concedes the 400. I'll say
why 400?
Because I have
thought up the
because
number
The hell is
400?
this?
right. As
It's
I
like
said,
of the 850
assault?
slaughtered by Hamas.
Yeah,
But
for
I
to make
don't
planks,
know.
A couple
we
of
need planks.
individuals were killed in the Israeli
Like 80.
I don't know.
For the tunnel hall.
Day
Professor
one, you
Morris,
believe this
Professor-
particular thing,
Professor
and you clearly
Morris,
don't. You clearly
I
don't
said
believe this
from
thing.
Is that
day
or the,
one, I
You said
no,
people died.
the house?
That's not
No.
controversial.
Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. If I may.
That's not
Mr.
controversial.
Mr. Bennell,
Then I just take the
Mr. Bennell, I attach
Oh, what?
value
What did I- what?
to words.
Yes, you said
Oh,
that.
these
When
fucking
I-
guys made
when
bronze.
I was,
So
yes,
much.
Mr. Bennell, please slow down the speech and attempt to listen. When I was explicitly asked by Pierce Morgan, I said there can be no question that Hamas committed
atrocities.
atrocities
I've heard this,
on
yes.
Like,
October 7th. If you want me to pin down a
While they was
number,
making that.
I can't do that.
I didn't ask you to
but
pin
I
down a
may-
number. You can listen to
You
what I'm
didn't
saying.
ask me?
No, my question is.
Okay.
I'll ask a
Bennell,
very
I
precise
cannot
Sorry,
question.
if
I don't
you-
understand
because
why
it's
they're,
not-
they're
It's
making
a very,
that.
it's a very easy
If I
question.
understood your
We-
question correctly.
My
we
question
don't
is, do you think the
even- we're
majority
not
of the
even- I
people
don't
that
even
were
think we're in
killed on
bronze,
October
are
7th,
we?
civilians, were killed by Hamas?
Yes.
Or
Say again?
Are we even in bronze?
Are we what?
Are we in the bronze stage?
Are we using bronze? Yeah, of course we're using
Yeah.
bronze. It's like the gold-looking ingot.
are we subscribing to the idea that the IDF killed hundreds,
No,
400 or
but-
500
No,
in the
but
crossfire?
let me explain why that's a difficult question to answer. The total number of civilians killed was 800, 850. We know that Hamas is responsible probably
Oh my
for
God,
the
this
majority
is-
of this killing.
Oh,
We also
wow.
know
I need
that there were
crafting
killings by Islamic Jihad.
to make wood
We
planks.
also know
Well, we're bunching together the Islamic Jihad and the Hamas. So that's
Well, his
splitting hairs
question
now.
was
No, but he
specifically
means
about-
he means
No, it's
the
clear.
Raiders. He means the Raiders.
I'm speaking in opposition to the conspiracy theory that people like. Do you prefer Norm or Professor Finkelstein,
is
or
my
what do you?
crashing?
I don't know how do you prefer
well,
to be
it's not a
addressed?
conspiracy theory.
Well, the
because
conspiracy theory is the
Take
idea
tree,
that
right?
the IDF killed the majority of them.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
And then
Oh,
there's
the
also
majority- no.
a theory that, as Norm pointed out on the show that he was on, that he thought that it was very strange that, given how reputable Israeli services are when it comes to sending ambulances, retrieving bodies, he thought it was very strange that that number was continually being
yes.
adjusted.
And do you know
so
why-
when you say that in combination with, well, I'm not sure how many were
Well,
killed
do
by
you know
Hamas
why
with
the
IDF.
number? Do you know why the number went down? The number went down because
said
the
no.
Israeli authorities were in possession of 200 corpses that were burned to a crisp, that they assumed were Israelis who had been killed on October 7th. They later determined that these were in fact Palestinian fighters. Now, how does a Palestinian fighter get burned to a crisp?
No, you're mixing two things.
I don't
Some
think
of the bodies they weren't able to identify, and eventually they ruled that some of them were actually Arab marauders rather than Israeli victims. A few of them also, of the Jews, were burnt to a crisp. And it took them time to work this out. And they came out initially with a slightly higher figure, 1,400 dead, and eventually reduced it to 1,200
and the
dead
reason
Israelis.
is, and the reason is that a
Just do
proportion of
stunts
Israeli civilians
by
killed
my
on October
gorgeousness.
7th. I don't believe it was a majority. We don't know how many. Some were killed in crossfire. Some were killed by Israeli shell fire, helicopter fire, and so on. And the majority were killed by Palestinians. And of that majority, we don't know. I mean, again, I understood your question as referring specifically to Hamas, which is why I tried to answer it that way. But if you meant generically Palestinians, yes. If you mean specifically Hamas, we don't have a clear breakdown of how
No,
many
I don't mean
were
specifically
killed.
Hamas.
Okay.
But I just think when you use the word some, that's doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Who used some?
That's fine, but some can mean anywhere from 1% to 49%.
But we don't know.
So the numbers here and the details are interesting and important almost from a legal perspective. But if we zoom out, the moral perspective, are Palestinians from Gaza justified in violent resistance?
Well, Palestinians have the right to resistance. That right includes the right to armed resistance. At the same time, armed
think
resistance
that,
is subject to the laws of war, and there are very clear regulations that
logging camp
separate
is, I
legitimate
think,
acts
full
of armed resistance
as
from
well.
acts of armed resistance.
It doesn't go full.
That are
well,
not
the logs go in
legitimate.
the
The
stockpiles.
attacks of October 7th, where did they land for you?
There's been
That's just how it
almost
looks.
exclusive focus
No, it's in the
on
inventory.
the attacks on civilian population centers and the killings of civilians on October 7th. What is much less discussed, to the point of amnesia,
I guess,
is that there were
somebody's
very extensive attacks on Israeli
carrying it.
military and intelligence facilities on October 7th. I would make a very clear distinction between those two. And secondly, I'm not sure that I would characterize the efforts by Palestinians on October 7th to seize Israeli territory and Israeli population centers as in and of themselves illegitimate.
You mean attacking Israeli civilians is
No,
legitimate?
no, that's not what I
I didn't
said.
understand what you said.
I think what you had on October 7th was an effort
How do we
by
remove
Hamas
all of this
to
shit?
seize
I wanna
Israeli
plant wheat now.
territory and population
And
centers.
kill civilians.
That's not what I said. What I said is I think
Oh, here we go.
I would not describe the effort to seize Israeli territory as in and of itself illegitimate, as a separate issue from the killing of Israeli civilians, where in those cases where they had been deliberately targeted, that's very clearly
Whole
illegitimate.
families were slaughtered in kibbutzim.
But I'm making
many of them left-wingers, incidentally, who helped Palestinians go to hospitals in Israel and so on.
Again-
Even drove Palestinian cancer patients to hospitals in
Again,
Israeli.
I'm making a
But
distinction
you don't seem
here.
to be very condemnatory of what the Hamas did.
Well, I don't do selective condemnation.
I'm not talking about selective.
I
I'm
don't
talking
do
about
selective
specific
outrage.
condemnation of this specific
Well, you know
assault
what it, you
on
know what it
civilians.
is. You know,
I would, for example, condemn Israeli assaults on civilians, deliberate assaults on civilians.
Yes,
I
and-
would condemn them, but you're not doing that
You know,
with the Hamas.
You know what the issue is?
What?
I've been speaking in public now, I would say since the late 1980s, and interviewed and so on. I have never on one occasion ever been asked to condemn any Israeli act. When I've been in group discussions, those supporting the Israeli action or perspective, I have never encountered an example where these individuals are asked to condemn.
They need
what
to cut down on
Israel is
how long
doing.
it takes to make stuff.
The
though. But like,
the
you know,
demand
half.
and
Jesus
obligation of condemnation is exclusively applied, in my personal experience over decades, is exclusively applied to Palestinians
No, this
and those.
Israel is condemned day and night on every television channel, on every, and has been for the
I'm
last
telling
decade.
you about a personal experience lasting
I don't know if they're
decades.
making planks or not.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
I'm trying to quote what you just said.
I don't
I
see
shouldn't have
any.
said anything at any time.
And I put like
You said-
3 things of wood in
Professor
here.
Morris,
Yes.
you just said, I would
mean
condemn
logs?
And I have
anytime
condemned.
Israel
Hang on, let me come check.
deliberately attacks civilians.
Yes.
Okay?
It's all gone now.
The problem,
I guess they-
Professor
I
Morris,
seen the
is
dude pick the
over
fucking
and
log out of
over
the.
again.
Yeah, you probably used it.
claim
Yeah, they're
in
using
the
it for
face
something
of
else.
overwhelming evidence that they didn't attack civilians.
That's not true. I've said
Really?
Israel has attacked
Professor-
civilians.
Oh, here we
In
come.
Libya, Israel
I can actually make the
Okay,
planks.
Professor
And I've written
Morris.
extensively
Okay,
about
I
it.
know that.
In Kafir Qasim, they killed
yes.
civilians, and I've written
And now
that.
let's.
So you're just
Okay,
eliminating,
okay.
you're selecting,
Okay.
as Stephen says, you cherry pick.
If I were you,
Before you do- you cherry pick.
Let's fast forward when you were an adult. What did you say about the 1982 Lebanon War?
What did I say?
You don't remember? Okay. Allow me.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So, it happens that I was not at all I had no interest in the Israel-Palestine conflict as a young man until the
This is true.
until the 1982 Lebanon War.
Yeah.
Be careful, because there's gonna be like
I'll
a ton of
find
them.
Okay, real quick, while he's searching for that,
Yeah, allow me.
you
That's
bring up
good.
something that's really important that a lot of people don't draw a distinction between, in that there is just causes for war and there is just ways to act
within a war, and these two things principally do have a distinction.
Equip your
from
bow,
one
take a
another.
couple of shots before they get to you, and then
while I
use
appreciate
the
the recognition of the distinction,
shield.
the idea that the cause for war that Hamas was engaged in, I don't
four
believe,
guys.
if we look at their actions in war or the statements that they've made, it doesn't seem like it had to do with territorial acquisition.
No. The
Like
point,
taking land
no,
back.
the point I was making was what was Hamas trying to achieve militarily on October 7th? And I was pointing out that the focus has been very much on Hamas attacks on civilians and atrocities and so on. And I'm not saying those things should be ignored. What I'm saying is that what's getting lost in the shuffle is that there were extensive attacks on military and intelligence facilities. And as far
stamina.
as the, let's say, the other aspects are concerned, because I think either you or Lex asked me about the legitimacy of these attacks. I said, I'm unclear whether efforts by Hamas to seize Israeli population centers in and of themselves are illegitimate, as opposed to actions that either deliberately targeted Israeli
Maybe
civilians
we need to make some of those.
or actions that should reasonably have been expected to result in
drop
the killings of
consume.
Israeli civilians. Those strike me as by definition
I not consume
illegitimate. And I want to be very clear about that.
You full health?
I have where
Illegitimate means you condemn them.
I'm not full
illegitimate means they are not
They
legitimate.
didn't get close to us,
I
bro.
have a problem
Condemning
with-
your side, yes.
No, not condemning my side. I have a problem
was
with
easy, yeah,
selective
sometimes.
outrage, and I have a problem with
If we hit,
selective
then it's easy.
condemnation.
If
And
we
as
miss,
I
not so much.
explained to you a few minutes ago, in my decades of appearing in public and being interviewed,
Malika might no
I
joke.
have never seen, I've never been asked to condemn an Israeli action. I've never been asked for a moral judgment on an Israeli action. Exclusive request for condemnation has to do with what Palestinians do, and just as importantly, I'm sure if you watch BBC or CNN, when is the last time an Israeli spokesperson has been asked to condemn an Israeli act? I've never seen it.
I don't think we condemn the Arab side either, though, right? I don't think there was any condemnation. There
No,
wasn't
but
much.
now that we're talking about Israeli victims, all of a sudden morality is
Well, I
central.
think the reason why it comes up is because there's no shortage of international condemnation for Israel. As Norm will point out 1,000,000 times, that there are 50 billion UN resolutions, you've got Amnesty International, you've got multiple bodies of the UN, you've got now this case for the ICJ, so there's no question of if there's condemnation for
But
Israel.
sorry if I can interrupt you. In 1948, the entire world stood behind the establishment of a Jewish state, in the entire
No,
world.
except the Arab states and the Muslim states.
Well,
not the entire world.
Okay, but I think you know what I mean by that.
The Western democracies, that's what you're saying.
Well, and then also just my
Western
quick question-
democracies supported the establishment of Israel.
My
That's
quick
what you're
question was:
saying.
you said that you believe that this is a very short one. You don't have to. It's just you think that there's an argument to be made that the people in Gaza, that Hamas and Islamic Jihad, or whoever participated, had a just cause for war. Maybe they didn't
Yes.
do it in the correct way, but they maybe had a just cause for war.
I
Would
don't
you
think there's a maybe there. The Palestinians
Okay, you think they
have-
absolutely had a just cause for it. Do you
Yes.
think that
Oh, you
Israel
gotta
has a just
hold.
cause for Operation Swords of Iron?
No, of course not.
That's what
Alright.
it is.
You can say your quote.
Okay.
You gotta
First of
hold,
all,
right
on
click
this issue of double standards, which is the one
to
that,
actually make it work.
To consume?
irks
Yeah, there's a
or
little literal
irritates
bar that shows up.
Wayne,
I didn't
you
know if you had to
said
hold it or click
that
it.
You
No,
are
no,
not
yeah,
a
hold it
person
down.
of double standards, unlike
I'm
people
researching
like
that
Wayne.
bitch.
You hold high a single standard, and you condemn deliberate Israeli attacks on
Requires. we got all. I
when
think
they
we got all
occur.
that.
And I would say that's true for the
Oh, we got
period
that. Yep.
up
We
to
got a shit ton of that.
1967, and I think it's accurate. Your account of the First Intifada. There, it seems to me, you were in conformity with most mainstream accounts. And the case of the First Intifada, you also used, surprisingly, you used Arab human rights sources like Al-Haq,
It's gonna
which
take
I
a
think
while.
Wayne worked for during the First
The
Intifada.
wooden planks.
That's true. But
I'm making
then
the bandages, by the
something
way.
very strange
Researching the
happened.
bandages.
So let's illustrate it.
Wait, there's something strange which happened.
And it's
The
done.
Arabs rejected the
Okay, wait.
Drag them into your
Let-
quick
let-
slopes, by the way. Then you can just press
By
4.
accepting the Oslo Agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the.
By rejecting, he's talking about Camp David.
Okay.
and Camp
If we have time,
That was just
I know the
research.
record very well. I'd be very happy to go through it.
And
But let's get to those double standards. So, this is what you have to say about
where do we make
Israel's
'em?
invasion of Lebanon in 1982. You said Israel was reluctant
I don't know where the
to
fuck to make 'em.
harm civilians, sought to avoid casualties on both sides, and took
gonna be at
care
the Weaver.
not to
Is it?
harm
I didn't see it in
Lebanese
there.
and Palestinian civilians. You then went on to acknowledge
You would think it'd be at the Weaver.
the
I guess
massive
not.
use of IDF firepower against civilians.
A simple workbench. Two
during
sage,
the
one
siege
flex.
of Beirut,
I got it.
which traumatized Israeli society. Morris quickly enters the caveat that Israel, quote, tried to pinpoint military targets, but inevitably many civilians were hit. That's your description of the Lebanon War. As I say, that's when I first got involved in the conflict. I am a voracious reader. I read everything on the Lebanon War. I would say there's not a single account of the Lebanon War in which the estimates are between 15 and 20,000 Palestinian and Lebanese were killed, overwhelmingly civilians. The biggest bloodletting until the current Gaza genocide. Biggest bloodletting, I would say, I can't think of a single mainstream account that remotely approximates what you just said. So, leaving aside, I can name the books, voluminous, huge volumes. I'll just take one example. Now, you will remember, because I think you served in Lebanon in '82, am I correct on that?
Alrighty.
Yeah. So you will remember that Dov Yarmia kept a war diary. So, with your
Throw this in
permission,
there.
allow me to describe what he wrote during
Throw
his
that
diary.
in there.
So, he writes, the war machine
That box
of
is
the
not very
IDF
big.
is galloping and trampling over the conquered territory, demonstrating a total insensitivity to the fate of the Arabs who are found in its path. A PLO-run hospital suffered a direct hit. Thousands of refugees are returning to the city. When they arrive at their homes, many of which have been destroyed or damaged, you hear their cries of pain and their howls over the deaths of their loved ones. The air is permeated with the smell of corpses. Destruction and death are continuing.
The point you're making,
does that
actually,
sound like your
the point
description
you're-
of the Lebanon War?
Forget my description.
Forget it?
The point you're
Words
making.
are in print. We can't
no,
just
let me
forget them.
just finish my sentence. The point you're making,
Yeah, it says missing
which you
requirements.
somehow forget, is that there are Israelis who
Blanks.
strongly criticize their own side and describe how Israelis are doing things which they regard as immoral. You don't find that on the Arab side.
I'm talking about
don't
you,
find that.
Mr. Morris.
Don't
I'm not
forget
talking
me.
about Dev
Don't
Yarmia.
hear me out. It's the
I'm
left
talking
wing.
about you, the historian.
not
How
telling
did
me-
you depict the Lebanon
Because I
War?
believe
Yeah.
that the Israeli military tried to avoid committing a civilian casualty.
So Dev,
as I think they
Dev,
tried,
Dev
as I think they
all
tried to
the
do in
all
Gaza
the
now.
accounts by Robert Fisk and Pity the
Robert
Nation.
Fisk is
yeah, I
an
know. All the I know.
anti-Zionist
I know.
journalist.
I know.
Has always been.
Right. So
always
that's why you can say with such confidence that you don't condemn deliberate Israeli attacks on
There weren't
civilians.
any. I do.
Because there weren't any.
No, I didn't say there weren't any.
Yeah, you
And
didn't?
You agreed that I have condemned Israeli attacks
Yes, there are
on civilians.
I never quarrel with facts. Your description of the 1982 war is so shocking, it makes my innards writhe. And then your description of the Second Intifada, your description of defensive shield.
When the Arabs were bombing, when Arab suicide bombers, were destroying Jews in masses in buses and in restaurants. That's the Second Intifada. Do you remember that?
You can try
suicide bombers in Jerusalem's buses and restaurants.
I am completely aware of that. But
The waitings would
forgot
get to
the
me when I'm
numbers.
crafting. Holy
It was
shit! I just sit here.
3
That's
to
like
1.
there's nothing to do.
They killed mostly armed Palestinian
I know
gunmen.
that's what you say
That's
in
what
the
I
book.
say. That's what
but
I
that's
say.
not what Amnesty International said. That's not what Human Rights Watch said.
I don't remember what they
That's not
said.
I do.
No,
That's not what
I don't know
B'Tselem
whether their
said.
figures are right.
Listen,
My figures are right.
Listen.
In the Second
Professor
Intifada,
Morris,
some
Professor
4,000
Morris,
Palestinians
Professor
were killed.
Morris,
Most of them armed people, and the Israelis,
that's a
1,000
complete-
Israelis were killed.
No,
almost all of them civilians.
Professor Morris, fantasy, but I'm not going to argue with here. Here's a simple challenge. You said not to look at the camera.
Sometimes.
Scares the people. I'll make the open challenge.
You are going to scare them.
No.
I mean, right there's the
Professor
planes.
Morris. Words
Oh,
are
okay.
in print. I wrote 50 pages analyzing all of your work. I quote, some would say
Do we
cherry
need
pick,
nails?
but I
Is that
think
one?
accurately
Yeah, we need nails.
quote you. Here's a simple challenge.
We don't have any more nails.
Answer
No,
me
we need to make
in
copper ingots first.
Answer what I wrote and show where I'm
That's why I can't
making
build probably
things up.
because I don't have the.
Answer me.
There's no stuff in there.
I'm sorry, but
Okay.
I'm not familiar
no,
with
that's no problem. You're a busy man. You're an important historian. You don't have to know everything that's in print, especially by modest publishers. But now you know. And so here's the public challenge. You answer and show where I cherry picked, where I misrepresented.
Send me the article.
And then we can have a civil, scholarly discussion.
Yeah, copper
I'm not sure
ingots.
we will agree, even if
We don't have to agree. It's for the reader to decide.
1 per 5
looking
nails.
at both sides, where does truth
I think-
stand.
Norman, and if I may ask, it's good to discuss ideas that are in the air now as opposed to citing literature that was written in the past as much as possible, because listeners were not familiar with the literature. So, like, whatever was written, just express it, condense the key idea, and then we can debate the ideas or
No,
discuss the
there are
ideas.
two aspects. There's a public debate, but there's also written words.
Yes, I'm just telling you that you,
one
as an
thing
academic
would-
historian, put a lot of value in the written word, and I think it is valuable. But in this
He's
context,
incidentally not the only historian who puts value to words.
Yes.
I also do, actually.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
so we
in
don't
More
give
than
a-
just one or two sentences at a time.
And-
yeah.
But in this context, just for the educational purpose
Well, the
of teaching people.
educational purpose is, why would people commit what I have to acknowledge, because I am faithful to the facts, massive atrocities on October 7th? Why did that happen? And I think that's the problem. The past is erased, and we suddenly went from
Wait, what?
1948 to October 7th, 2023. And there's a
fuck?
problem there.
So first of all, you have complete freedom to backtrack, and we'll go there with you. Obviously, we can't cover every single year, every single event, but there's probably critical moments in time.
Can I respond to something relating to the Lebanon War? I looked at the book that he got this from and what the quote was from. It sounds cold to say it, but war is tragic and civilians die. There is no war that this has not happened in the history of all of humankind. The statement that Israel might take care not to target civilians is not incompatible with a
fucking
diary
making
entry from
bronze
someone who said
again.
they saw civilians getting killed. I think that sometimes we do a lot of weird games when we talk about international humanitarian law or laws that govern conflict, where we say things like civilians dying is a war crime, or civilian homes or hospitals getting destroyed is necessarily a war crime, or is necessarily
Because
somebody
you got it
intentionally
where
targeting
they're making
civilians without
bronze.
making distinctions between military targets or civilian ones. I think that when we analyze different attacks, or when we talk about the
I'm making
conduct of the
work church
military,
right
I
now
think
for
it's
the
important
quest.
to understand, like prospectively, from the unit of analysis of the actual military committing the acts, what's happening and what are the decisions being made, rather than just saying retrospectively, oh, well, a lot of civilians died, not very many, military people died, comparatively speaking, so it must have been war crimes, especially when you've got another side, I'll fast forward to Hamas, that intentionally attempts to induce those same civilian numbers, because Hamas is guilty of any war crime that you would potentially accuse, and this is according to Amnesty International, people that Norm loves to cite. Hamas is
Holy
guilty
shit,
of all
sorry.
of these same war crimes,
Big
of them
yawn.
failing to take care of the civilian population, of them essentially utilizing human shields to try to fire rockets free from attack. Essentially, yes. I'm just saying that essentially, as in terms of how international law defines it, not how Amnesty International defines it, but Amnesty International describes times of human shielding, but they don't actually apply the correct international legal standard.
Know what's the
I
correct
know absolutely.
international law. You
No,
haven't the
Norm,
clue.
I absolutely
You
do,
haven't
Norm.
the clue.
I absolutely
I
do.
think-
But I'm just
Find it
saying.
on Wikipedia.
I'm just saying.
find
Believe
it
it or
on
not, Norm,
Wikipedia.
the entire Geneva Convention is all on Wikipedia. It's a wonderful
Okay, well,
website.
you know what-
But I'm just saying that on.
If you're also listening to this, I just want to point out the guy next to Finkelstein just tapped him on the leg, like, calm the fuck down, dude. You're making us look bad.
The Hamas side, if there's an attempt to induce this type of military activity, attempt to induce civilian harm, that is not just enough to say, like, well, here's a diary entry where a guy talks about how tragic these attacks are.
I think the problem with your statement is that if you go back and listen to it, the first part of it is war is hell, civilians die. It's a fact of life, and you state that in a very factual manner. Then when you start talking about Hamas, all of a sudden you've discovered morality, and you've discovered condemnation, and you've discovered intent, and you are unfortunately far from alone in this. I'll give you. You know who for me is a perfect example.
Well, wait, hold on. Just in response, we don't need examples.
That's probably why I couldn't build,
wait,
because
the false
I didn't have
equivalency
the
of
nails.
the two sides is astounding.
Sure.
When Hamas kills civilians in a surprise attack on October 7th, this isn't because they are attempting to target military targets and they happen to stumble into a giant festival of people that.
Well, they did happen to stumble into it.
They did, but
And they killed 300
yeah,
people.
but they did. But
In
when
the
they
Yes.
stumbled
Festival.
into it, it wasn't an issue of trying to figure out a military target or not. They weren't failing a distinction. There wasn't a proportionality assessment done. It was just to kill civilians. Even the Amnesty International in 2008 and in 2014 and even today will
Look, I
continue to
don't
say
think
that
there's.
things like
I
the
don't think
types of
you'll
attacks.
find anyone who will deny that Hamas has targeted civilians.
Sure.
You gave the example
But there's
of,
a difference because
of suicide bombings during the Second Intifada. I mean, facts are facts.
Sure, but I'm just saying that the Hamas targeting of civilians
me
is
some dinner.
different than the incidental loss of life that
Be right
occurs
back.
like Israel does.
How
That is-
genocide is the intentional mass murder.
Genocide is an entirely separate claim.
Yeah,
right?
but the idea that Israel is not in the business of intentionally targeting civilians, I know that's what we're supposed to believe, but the historical record stands
No, that's
No,
very
it doesn't.
clearly.
I don't believe it does.
You've written about
Well,
it
when you say
yourself.
historical, do you mean like in the 40s to the 60s, or do you mean like
I
over
would
the
say
past, like Gaza?
from the 30s of the last century to the 20s of this century. I just like to make the way you characterized it. I think the best example of that I've come across during this specific conflict is John Kirby, the White House spokesman. I've named him Tears Tosterone for a very good reason. When he's talking about Palestinian civilian deaths, war is hell, it's a fact of life, get used to it. When he was confronted with Israeli civilian deaths on October 7th, he literally broke down
But
in
he
tears.
understood that one is deliberate and one isn't. He understood that.
No, that's what he tried to make us
No,
understand.
he was speaking facts. The Hamas guys who attacked the kibbutzim, apart from the attacks on the military sites, when they attacked the kibbutzim, were out to kill civilians, and they killed family after family, house after house. The Israeli attacks on Hamas installations
better.
and
You know
I don't
better.
know better. No, you don't know Israeli pilots. That's the problem.
Thank God.
You don't know Israeli
know, thank
pilots.
God.
They believe that they are killing Hamasniks. They're given certain
I'm sure they believe it.
objectives, and
I'm
that's
sure
what
they
they
believe
attack.
it.
And if the
I'm
Hamas
sure
is
they believe
hiding
it.
behind
I'm sure they
civilians,
believe
civilians
every
die.
time they
It's as
target,
simple as
every
that.
time they target a kid, I'm sure they believe it's Hamas. When they when they killed the 4 kids in the
they believed
Yeah,
they
I
were
know they believed it,
Hamasniks.
even though they were
You know that,
diminutive
but
size. Even though they were
Nah, from
diminutive.
that angle, you don't see the size.
Yeah, no, they saw
You
the
don't
size.
see the
Let's-
size.
Let's see the size.
Oh, I
Here.
know what he's quoting,
Here,
Fred, but you've lied about this
Yeah.
particular instance in the
Oh,
past.
Mr.
Those kids weren't just on the beaches, as often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they had operated from. They literally did. You could Google it. You could
Mr.
Google it.
Borelli, with all
Mr.
due
Finkelstein,
respect, with all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's
Uh-huh.
terrifying. that wharf was
We finally got to the
filled
good
with
part.
journalists. There were tens, scores of journalists.
I
That
can't talk
was
at
an
normal speed,
old
guys. Getting really mad.
fisherman's shack. What are you talking about? It's so painful.
Hamas naval-
It's so painful to listen to this idiocy.
And to
But
be
let's-
clear, on the other side, you're implying that a
okay.
strike was okayed on the Israeli
Okay.
side, where they said, we're just
I
going to kill
said-
4
hey,
Palestinian
hey,
children today for no
hey,
reason.
Do you believe that?
You know,
Do you believe that? Do you
okay,
believe that?
let's-
Right, right.
okay,
As you said,
do
right,
you
there was a
believe-
hotel
okay,
of journalists. Do you
here-
think that they
here
would
we go.
actually kill
Here
4
we
more
go.
children? You won't answer the
here we
question.
go.
You will never answer that
I
question.
will answer the question.
Pilots were out to
I will
kill
even
4
answer
children.
And it was approved
morons'
because that was a strike. That was a
questions.
drone strike.
Here.
So it was approved all the
You
way up
said
the
you-
chain that we're going to
okay,
kill
you
children
want-
today. We're going to
okay,
kill Palestinian
You want me
children
to
today.
answer, or do you want your motor mouth to go? Okay, answer. In 2018, there was the Great March of Return in Gaza. By all reckonings of human rights organizations and journalists who were there, it was overwhelmingly nonviolent.
But organized by the Hamas.
Whoever organized
It's organized
it,
by
it was,
Satan. Let's start
Satan,
with
yeah.
that.
Hamas.
Okay,
No, by
Satan.
yeah.
I agree. Let's go for the big one, the big Megillah. It's Satan. Okay, overwhelmingly organized, overwhelmingly nonviolent. Resembled at the beginning the first Intifada.
They
represent the
here and
first.
there, yeah.
Okay, not bombs. But
They tried to make
okay.
holes in the fence.
Okay,
obviously.
Let's continue.
Yeah.
So.
But I'm not sure Israel behaved morally in that respect.
Okay.
No.
Wait.
I'm willing to grant you that.
Please.
I'm willing
allow
to
me.
grant
Allow me to.
You don't have to pursue
allow
it
me.
because I'm willing to grant.
Allow me to finish.
I don't know anything about this. I'd like to.
Okay. So, as you know, along the Gaza perimeter, there was Israel's best trained snipers. Correct?
I don't know best trained. There were
But
snipers.
Fine.
Snipers.
Okay. All right.
The
Because
editorializing
hey,
support.
laugh. It's hilarious. The story's so funny.
You're lying about
It's
the Great
so
March of Return
funny.
had aspects
Okay.
of violence to it.
Okay.
According, even the UN says it themselves.
Okay.
But you only collect what the UN says that you like.
You see, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English
Dude, this
language.
fucking retard
You
said
don't
that
know
every
from the
single
UN
time I
website.
say it
I
wrong.
say-
To the Great March of
I
Return,
love
they
that
said,
fact.
well, the vast majority of protesters
idiotic.
acted in a peaceful.
He's like acting like I'm just gonna call him by. I'm just gonna act like I don't remember his fucking name. Make me sound like an imbecile. What an imbecile.
manner.
No, listen to
during
what he
There you
said.
go on this guy, dude.
Dozens have
Could you
approached
just
the fence,
agree with
attempting
me,
to
Mr.
damage it,
said there were
burning
moral
fires,
Did I
throwing
say
stones and Molotov
overwhelmingly
cocktails
nonviolent?
towards Israeli forces, and
Okay.
flying incendiary
Okay,
kites and balloons
okay.
into Israeli territory. The latter resulted
Yeah,
in
but-
extensive
but you
damage to
don't-
agricultural land and
okay.
nature reserves inside
Okay.
Israel, and risked the lives
Yeah,
of Israeli
because
civilians.
Mr.
Some incidents of
Mr.
shooting and throwing
Borelli-
of explosives
Yeah,
have also been
talk
reported.
fast,
I'm
so
just
people
trying to-
think that you're coherent.
I'm just reading from the UN.
The annoying old slow guy.
Yeah, but you see,
I know you like them sometimes, only when they agree with you,
You
though.
got the months wrong. You got the months wrong. We're talking about the beginning in March 30th, 2018.
You just described that march as mostly peaceful.
Okay, allow me to finish. So there were the snipers, okay? Now you find it so far-fetched. Israelis purposely, deliberately targeting civilians? That's such a far-fetched idea. An overwhelmingly non-violent march. What did the international
It wasn't a
investigation?
march, it was a campaign
Yeah,
which
whatever
went
you
on
want to
for-
call
for
it.
months.
Whatever you want to call
For
it.
months.
Yeah. What did the UN investigation find?
Well, he just read it to you.
I read the report. I don't
Clearly
read things
not.
off of those machines.
For
I
that-
read the report.
I don't read things off of those machines. I'm not gonna read something off of a fucking phone or a computer. No, I need paper. Don't you look at me? Look at me, man. I'm old as fuck. You think I know how to turn a computer on?
What did it find? Brace yourself. You thought it was so funny, the idea
Bro, these people are so archaic, dude. Holy shit.
of IDF targeting civilians. It found. Go look this up on your machine.
I already know what you're going to say. You're
It
going to say it found that
targeted
only one or
children,
two of them were
targeted
justified
children,
killings.
Targeted journalists, targeted medics, and here's the funniest one of all. It's so hilarious. They targeted disabled people who were 300 meters away from the fence and just standing by trees.
This is true. If what you're
If
saying
it's
is true.
true.
If what you're
By the way,
saying is true.
just quick pause.
Mhm.
I think everything was fascinating to listen to, except the mention of hilarious. Nobody finds any of this hilarious. And if any of us are laughing, it's not at the suffering of civilians or suffering of anyone. It's at the obvious joyful camaraderie in the room. So I'm enjoying it, and also the joy of learning. So thank you.
Can we talk about the targeting civilian thing a little bit? I think there's like an important
Great
underlying,
March, you mean? Yeah.
not necessarily that. I think it's important to understand. Yeah, I think it's important to understand. There's like three different things here that we need to think about. So one is a policy of killing civilians. Do we? So I would ask the other side. I'm going to ask all three because I know there won't be a short answer. Do you think there is a policy top down from the IDF to target civilians? That's one thing. A second thing is
He said
is
yes,
when
just
I
answer.
yeah, sure, okay,
Muy-
yeah, that's fine.
muy
Okay,
manso
but
yes.
then the second thing is, or there's two distinctions I want to draw between. I think Benny would say this. I would say this. I'm sure, undoubtedly, there have been cases where IDF soldiers, for no good reason, have targeted and killed Palestinians that they should not have done. That would be prosecutable as war crimes, as defined by
And
the Rome
some,
Statute and the
and
ICC.
some have been prosecuted.
Yeah, and I'm
According to
absolutely
you
sure.
in
Hold
your
on, wait,
books,
wait,
practically none. According to you in your books, practically none.
I'm sure that we would all agree for soldiers that happens. But I think that it's important. I think that it's important that when we talk about military strikes, or we talk about things especially involving bombings or drone attacks, these are things that are signed off by multiple different layers of command, by multiple people involved in an operation, including
You got a bunch of stuff inside the what?
Workbench.
Oh.
intelligence gathering, including weaponeering, and they also have typically
nails.
Oh, nice.
They haven't made them yet, so they're asleep.
Involved. When you make the claim that an IDF soldier shot a Palestinian, those three people, the three hostages that came up with white flags, and something horrible happened, I think that's a fair statement to make, and I think a lot of criticism is deserved. But when you make the statement that 4 children were killed by a strike, the claim that you're making, the claim that you're making is that multiple levels of the IDF signed off on just killing.
I have no idea what
That's
motivated
great. If you don't
them.
understand the process, then let me educate you. I can tell you, I
understand
do
the
understand the
process.
process. I'm telling you. I'm trying to explain to you
you're
right
in the
now.
IDF.
Yes. It's
You've
basic
studied
military.
the
You can ask
IDF.
anybody.
$30? Pretty sure? 30?
Yeah, it's 30.
Yeah.
Aside from Wikipedia, can you tell me what your knowledge of the IDF
talk to
is?
people who
Apart from
work in the
Wikipedia,
military.
What's your knowledge of the IDF?
The audience can look this up. Do you think that bombing and strikes are decided by one person in the field? Do you think one person
Can I
is in control of
respond
an
to that?
airplane or a drone strike?
As a pilot doesn't do it on
Yes,
his own.
strike cells have
respond?
entire
Whole
apparatuses
hierarchy.
that are designed to figure out how to strike and who to strike. So when you say that 4 children are targeted, you're saying that a whole apparatus is trying to murder 4 Palestinian
Yeah,
children.
I'm enjoying it so far.
Ridiculous argument.
Because, really, that it's impossible at the command level.
You can make squads and stuff out of your guys as well, and start go liberate towns and shit, but we're not nowhere near that.
You don't understand the strength.
We're still trying to fucking survive, so to speak.
You're saying that from a top-down level, that lawyers, multiple commanders, and all these people signed off
Do not tell me what I don't
killing
understand.
4 Palestinians.
It's true.
Children.
It's true. I don't spend my nights on Wikipedia. I read books. I admit that as a singular.
Waste of time.
Yeah,
Wasting time.
I know books are a waste of time. With all due regard,
It's early access.
The only thing you take from them are 2 or 3 quotes that you use.
I completely respect the fact, and I'll say it on the air, as much as I find totally disgusting what's come of your politics, a lot of the books are excellent. And I'll even tell you, because I'm not afraid of saying it, whenever I have to check on a basic fact, the equivalent of going to the Britannica, I go to your books. I know you got a lot of the facts right.
Benny Moore's books for the listener.
I would never say books are a waste of time, and it's regrettable to you that you got strapped with a partner who thinks that all
Go
the
get
wisdom,
some stuff.
all the wisdom.
To make the roof. I don't know.
I'd like to respond to what you were saying. I think the question.
I never played Conan, so I can't really.
Trying to answer. I think
you don't understand Israel. You know.
Let me finish,
really
please.
understands Israel.
Say again.
I said, what are they saying? I don't have your chat. I've got your video, your Twitch up, but no comments.
He said, reminds me of Conan, but actually good.
I think we're all. It works. I think we're all agreed that Palestinians have delivered.
You did it wrong again, by the way. You queued up copper nails for you. You have to click on manage, not craft, and then queue up copper nails.
Oh. Okay.
It's fine.
Are you the one
targeted civilians?
It's in the
Whether we're
workbench
talking
anyways.
about
Yeah, I
Hamas
took
and
some out.
Islamic
I'm making them
today, or previously.
I prefer the word murdered and raped rather than targeted. Targeted is too soft for what the Hamas did.
I'm not talking about.
I'm talking about this now.
Yeah, but I'm trying to answer his question.
Yeah.
Historically, there is substantial evidence that Palestinians have targeted civilians. Whether
They need to speed up
whether
the
it's been
drafting, though.
incidental or
So
systematic is a
annoying.
different discussion. I don't want to get into that now. For some reason, there seems to be a huge debate about whether any Israeli has ever sunk so low as to target a civilian. I don't
No,
know.
we've agreed, both said that. We've just said that this has happened here and there.
And I think
We've agreed on that.
okay, I think
They might do
What we're saying
something
is
like
it's not policy, which is what you guys are
Okay.
implying, that they kill civilians
like,
deliberately.
where
if
you
I
can adjust
understand
it
you correctly,
how quick
you're
or
basically making
how
the
slow you
claim
want it.
that none of these
Most
attacks
games
could
do
have
that.
happened without going through an entire chain of
For
command.
I'm sure
strike
there'll be
cells that are
mods
involved
too.
in like drone attacks or
Yes.
plane attacks
Yes.
or yes.
My understanding
Yeah,
of
probably.
the Israeli military, and you could perhaps,
know.
you've served in it, you would know better. It's actually a fairly chaotic organization.
No, that's not true. Especially not the Air Force. Extremely organized. The Air Force
Well-
works in a very organized fashion. As he says, with lawyers, a chain of command, and ultimately the pilot drops the bomb where he's told
Was
to
it
drop it.
in Protective Edge? Was that 200 strikes in like 60 seconds? I think at the opening of Protective Edge, like the coordination between.
You're talking
the
about
military and everything.
2008.
I think
Yeah.
Protective Edge was 2014, but I'm just saying that the coordination in the military is pretty
Well,
tight.
my understanding of the Israeli military
It's very
is that it's quite chaotic, and there's also a
that's
lot of
nonsense.
testimonies from Israel. But be that as it may, okay, I'm prepared to accept both of your contentions that it's a highly
Every time I come over
organized
here-
and
Especially the Air
disciplined
Force.
force. Air Force, under any scenario, is
Put
going to be more
fucking
organized than
shit
the other
up in there.
branches. And you're saying such a strike would have been inconceivable.
I'm not necessarily
Or-
saying inconceivable. I'm just saying
okay.
that like that would have required
Okay,
like,
you're basically
murderous intent from so many
yes,
different levels.
you're.
I don't think good evidence has been presented to say that that's
Your basic claim is that we it would be fair to assume that such a strike could have only been carried out with
All thanks to
multiple levels of authorization and signing off. Okay, let's accept
We
that
ain't
for the
doing
sake
nothing.
of argument.
What?
So like all happy days because of us. I'm like, excuse me?
We have
We
now
didn't do
seen
shit.
We gave them everything, man.
incident after incident after incident after incident.
It's good they know their
where
place.
Entire families are vaporized
Oh, did you make some more nails for me?
in single strikes.
I'm working
Who
on it,
is
man.
in the
See-
families? Who
Okay.
lives in the house?
Family
inside?
members.
No, or
Family
next
members.
to the house.
2.5
Family
minutes
These,
for one
families
fucking
We have
nail.
seen
Fuck off.
incident after.
Do you know
Come
that
on.
Hamasniks
Let me
weren't
have
in that
fucking
house?
food.
Do you know that their
know they
ammunition
were.
dumps weren't
Why
in
do I
those
have
houses?
to prove a negative?
You're saying that they deliberately targeted families.
Professor Mark, how
If
do you-
Israel wanted to kill civilians in Gaza, they could have killed 500,000 by now with the number of
And
strikes
therefore-
they've done.
and
the
therefore-
fact that they've only
Actually,
killed a certain small number,
30,000 is a small number.
small number in
You
proportion.
consider 30,000
small
a small
number in
number.
proportion
You're-
over 4 months.
12,000
Aren't there like 2
Probably
million
is an
people there? Yeah,
indication
30,000 is
that
kind of a small number.
targeted and that there are Hamas targets in these
Doesn't
places.
mean it ain't horrific.
So I've given
12,000 children is only. And if that's the case, why is
Did I
it?
use the
Yeah,
word
you said only. Only. So, Professor Morris, here's a question for you. If we take every combat zone in the
Oh,
world
did you
for
find
the
the place
past 3
for
years, every combat zone in the world.
for the
Vietnam, Americans killed
I said,
a million
I'm not
people.
talking about
Well, they could have
Vietnam.
killed
I was
40 million.
I wasn't. Yeah, I was against
The place for the
anti-war
stuff.
movement.
the stuff for the roof? Did you plant the stuff for the roof?
Yeah.
So don't
Americans
strap
killed
me.
a million people in Vietnam.
Fine. And 30 million Russians were killed. So during World War II, so everything else is irrelevant. Okay.
Not
Here's the
everything
question,
Stick to
Professor Morris.
proportionality.
Professor Morris. Here's a question. It's very perplexing.
Matt,
If you take every combat zone in the world
are we putting more
for
of
the
those
past
out or
3
what?
years, and you multiply the number of children
They should do it
killed
automatically.
No, the
by
farms.
4,
Are we putting more farms out?
every
so we can
combat
grow
zone
more
in the world,
stuff
you get
eventually.
Eventually, yeah.
So when you
What is
say
that supposed to prove?
I think
Okay,
right now
I'm
we're
gonna
pretty
tell you-
good.
Firstly,
just
you're relying,
shut up.
You're relying
And
on
I'll tell you,
Hamas numbers.
no, I'm not
Hamas
relying.
numbers are
I'm
not
relying on the
necessarily
numbers
true.
that
You know
everybody
that.
else.
Oh my
I'm
god, this
relying
is
on
so
the
much
numbers
flex out of
that
even
everybody
one
else.
of these.
Those are
Holy
Hamas
shit. No wonder we got
numbers.
like 90.
This may not be true.
Fine.
Jesus,
They
it's like
say they're not
11
anything 'cause you
I
know
think-
that they
off
are
of
a
one.
mendacious
I think we
organization.
all. I know mendacious. Believe me.
You like words.
mendacious, as in the
mendacious
Israeli
organization.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Okay, so
No,
here's
I
the
will
thing.
talk to you.
You say they could have killed 500,000, but they only killed only That's your word.
I'm
they
I'm
only
saying that
killed
if you,
30,000.
You believe
would
that
you,
they
you still got
deliberately
those
targeted
nails, or did you
civilians,
put them in
they
the-
would have
the little
killed
thing?
many,
No,
many
you
more.
see,
The fact is that they don't
Professor Morris,
deliberately target civilians.
Professor Morris, for a
And you don't understand
for a
Israeli society.
historian, I
You
don't want to
understand how it
understand
works.
Israeli society.
You
If you want to know the
don't understand
truth,
how it
I don't want to. I don't want to get inside their heads.
That's the problem.
90% of
a good historian, tries to get into the heads of
there's a limit.
the various
There's a limit.
protagonists.
There's a limit. When
That's what a good
90%
historian does.
when 90% of Israelis think that Israel's using enough or too little force in Gaza, I don't want to get inside that head. 40% think
Maybe
that
lagging
Israel's
too.
using
I don't know.
insufficient force in Gaza. I don't want to get inside that head. I don't want to get inside the head of people who think they're using insufficient force
Historians
against
must
a population, against a population half of which is children. I don't want to get inside
dumping?
that head. But here's the point, because
somebody
your
dumped
partner
fucking ore on the
wants to know
ground.
the point. You
Like,
don't understand
it's not
political
cool, dog.
constraints. One of your ministers said, let's drop an atomic bomb on
Do you
Gaza.
think he really meant that?
Well, you,
No.
hey,
It was said in a sort of a
Professor
very
Morris,
questionable way. He didn't say they should drop an
Professor
atomic
Morris,
bomb.
the day
I'm not
after
supporting
the
him. He's an
Professor
idiot.
Morris,
This
none
minister
other-
is
none
a
other
messianic
other
idiot.
than
But
Israel's-
he didn't say drop an atomic bomb.
None other than Israel's chief historian, the famed,
It's got such a grating
justifiably
voice too,
famed
man.
Benny Morris thinks we should be dropping nuclear weapons on Iran.
Add material.
Iran has
Don't
for
you have a
years,
bunch
for
of
years,
shit
has
over
said
here?
we should destroy Israel. You agree with that? They've said we should destroy Israel. Israel must be destroyed.
Says that.
Is that correct? This is what the Iranian leaders have been saying since Khomeini.
I would say Iranian
Do we have to
leaders
have
have
all
sent
of them?
mixed messages.
All 80?
Okay, but some of them have
To even
said,
construct
including
this?
Khamenei
Or can we
and
use some?
Khomeini.
Evidence. If you don't
Wait,
know
wait,
the
wait.
evidence, why are you laughing?
It's very funny.
It's funny
Iran
because
that supports
it's-
Hezbollah
okay,
and the Houthis
okay.
and Hamas.
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
they want
Wait,
Israel destroyed.
Brace yourself.
Wait.
To the extent that the Houthis
It's
are trying,
complicated.
to the extent that the Houthis are trying to stop the genocide in Gaza,
One, there is no genocide. They have the right to attack civilian ships.
I
I know you
support
selectively
the
support
Houthis.
international law when
I
it agrees
support-
with you,
okay.
and then when it doesn't, you decide to throw international
There's
law to the
no
wind.
genocide in Gaza.
If
There's
you
no
like,
genocide.
Yo, hold on a
you
sec.
wanna
Norm,
let me read what you said.
Norm, stop, please. Norm, just for me, please. Just give me a second. You said that there's no genocide going on in Gaza.
Yes.
Let me ask that clear question.
Yes.
The same question I asked on Hamas attacks. Is there, from a legal, philosophical, moral perspective, is there genocide going on in Gaza today?
Is there a genocide going on in Gaza? Well, in several years, we will have a definitive response
But at the
to
moment-
that question.
So,
What has happened thus far is that on the 29th of December, the Republic of South Africa instituted proceedings against Israel pursuant to the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. South Africa basically accused Israel of perpetrating genocide in the Gaza Strip. On the 26th of January, the court issued its initial ruling. The court at this stage is not making a determination on whether Israel has or has not committed genocide. So just as it has not found Israel guilty, it certainly also hasn't found Israel innocent. What the court had to do at this stage was take one of two decisions. Either South Africa's case was the equivalent of a frivolous lawsuit and dismiss it and close the proceedings, or it had to determine that South Africa presented a plausible case that Israel was violating its obligations under the Genocide Convention, and that it would, on that basis, hold a full hearing. Now, a lot of people have looked at the court's ruling of the 26th of January and focused on the fact that the court did not order a ceasefire. I actually wasn't expecting it to order a ceasefire, and I wasn't surprised that it didn't, because in the other cases that the court has considered, most prominently Bosnia and Myanmar, it also didn't order a ceasefire. And South Africa in requesting a ceasefire, also didn't ask the court to render an opinion on the legitimacy or lack thereof.
We got
of
way too much
Israel's,
shit, dude.
Of Israel's military
We
operation.
got like almost 200
From my
flags.
perspective, the
If not
key
more.
issue on the 26th of January was whether the court would simply dismiss the case or decide to proceed with it.
Use it to make
they decided to
whatever the
And
road.
it decided to proceed.
I'm
I
pretty
think
sure
that's
then what?
enormous.
Bunch of that.
I think that's enormous.
But you
Then
said
we got
they
200
committed
rows.
genocide.
I
You
mean-
already said they committed genocide.
I also
If
like-
Israel
Oh,
is
it
committing
takes like so
genocide-
many
But if I
to
could
make
just-
one road.
Allow me.
No, it
allow
takes like
me-
one.
That's correct.
What?
Now,
I don't run
Kinda
away.
figured it would
Norman, you
take
did say
more
Israel
than
committed
one.
genocide.
No, it takes one flex and 2 him
Well,
for
the
a
end of
rope
the
and
story
1
is
flex
you
for a simple
specifically
cord.
asked
So I'm just making
whether
simple cords
I
right
think
now.
Israel's
See if I
committing
can sell them or
genocide.
something.
I explained formally there is no finding, and as you said, we won't know for a number of years. And I think there's legitimate questions to be
I
raised.
literally need to
mean,
go to
in
the merchant to
Bosnia
give him the
case,
rugged
which
sheep
I think all 4 of
shirts
us would
for the
agree was
quest anyway,
clearly
so-
a case of genocide. The court
You
determined.
mean by the Serbs?
Yes. In the Bosnia case, the court determined that of all the evidence placed before them, only Srebrenica qualified as genocide, and
So
all
do
the
we
other
need all
atrocities
80?
committed did not qualify as
Fucking
genocide.
Yeah, of
No,
course.
International law is a developing
You mean ropes?
organism. I don't know.
Or planks? Yeah, yeah,
how
planks.
The
Yeah,
court
yeah,
is
yeah.
going to respond.
All of the, all 80.
In this case, so I wouldn't take it as a
even build
foregone
it? What?
conclusion.
Yeah, and you make
how the court
one
is going
log
to
is 3
respond.
wooden
Norman
planks.
has
So
determined already.
I have 2 because you're asking my personal
opinion is also-
25.
So as a
essentially,
matter
or
of law, I want
24.
to state very clearly, it has not been determined and won't be determined for several years.
No.
Based on my observations and the evidence before me, I would say it's indisputable that Israel is engaged in a genocidal assault against the
cut down
Palestinian
more
people of the
trees.
Gaza
Which is
Strip.
the PLO line.
Yeah, but the program, the PLO is long past.
Okay, the
What
Palestinian
defines,
Authority.
as you were saying, genocide is not a body count. Genocide consists of 2 elements: the destruction of a people in whole or in part. So, in other words, you can commit genocide by killing 30,000 people. It doesn't have 5 probably is below
There
the
is a problem
threshold.
with numbers.
Yes, but I think 30,000 crosses the threshold, and not reaching 500,000 is probably irrelevant. And the second element is there has to be an intent. In other words,
and you believe there's an intent?
Yes, I think if there is any other plausible reason for why all these people are being murdered, it's not genocide. And as far as intent is
What about
concerned,
hiding behind a human shield? You don't think that's a reason for them being killed?
well, let's get the intent part out of the way first. South Africa's.
Forget South Africa. They're not the party.
Well, I'd like to finish.
They're
I'd
just
like-
pro-Hamas
I-
government. That's got nothing to do with anything.
I think they're pro-Satan as well. Last time.
No,
I
they're
checked.
pro-Hamas.
You know, for some reason, you don't have a problem with people being pro-Israeli at the time of this, but if they support Palestinians' right to life or self-determination, they get demonized and
Not because of
delegitimized
that,
as
because they
pro-Hamas.
supported an organization which murdered 1,200 people deliberately. That's my problem.
But supporting a state that has murdered 30,000.
But they haven't,
people,
because these are 30,000
Okay.
are basically human
Well, just to
shields
get back-
used by the Hamas,
Okay.
in which the
Just-
Hamas
just-
wanted,
please, Norman.
killed.
Okay, if
They
I
wanted
could-
them killed.
All right, if I
The
could-
Hamas wanted these people
Sure.
killed.
If I could just get.
You don't think they wanted them killed? They
No,
didn't
I don't.
provide them with shelters.
Don't know what
they
this
built
is, but
tunnels for their
we got
fighters,
two
but
red
not
dots
one
here.
shelter
point.
for their
Kill
own
'em.
civilians.
You asked me about
Of
intent.
course they want them killed.
Okay, you asked me about
trees.
intent.
It sounds like
And the
wolves.
reason that I
Yeah,
bought
kill
in the South African application is because it is actually exceptionally detailed
Murder, death, kill.
on intent by quoting
All
numerous.
sorts of idiotic ministers in Israel.
Well, yeah, including the prime minister, the defense
the Prime
minister,
didn't say
the
kill,
chief of
didn't
staff.
say genocide. the chief
No, he
of
said
staff.
Amalek.
According to
He
Asa
said
Kasher,
Amalek.
Use the word
according
Amalek
to Asa
because the
Kasher,
Hamas are a really
according
evil
to Asa
organization.
Kasher,
if I may.
according to Asa Kasher,
Try this shield
the
out.
philosopher of the
Asa Kasher,
IDF,
yeah.
he said that Netanyahu
He's
was,
just an old
was
Iranian.
Avowing genocide.
So-
Now, he's an idiot?
So
I
the
didn't
point.
say he's an idiot, but he is
Yeah.
past it.
So the reason I raised the South African application is twofold:
Yeah.
Hamas or no Hamas. It's exceptionally detailed
Okay.
on the question of intent, and secondly,
Yep.
when the
So if-
International Court of Justice issues a ruling, individual justices have
Can
the
give
right
their
can
own,
give their own opinion.
yeah.
And I found the German one to be the most interesting on this specific question, because he was basically saying that he didn't think
Run, little puppy,
South Africa
run.
presented a persuasive case.
Got him.
But he said their section on intent was so
He's still growling.
overpowering
What the fuck?
that he
He's
felt
dead.
he was left with no
D-A-D.
choice but to vote with the majority. So I think that answers the intent part of your question.
So for the ICJ case that South Africa's brought, I think there's a couple things that need to be mentioned. One is, and I saw you two talk at length about this, the plausibility standard is incredibly low. The only
This
thing we're
guy
looking
doesn't
for is a
want,
basic
the
presentation of
ropes.
facts that make it conceivable,
Wouldn't they sell
possible,
ropes before?
that- plausible, which legally this is obviously below
Nope.
criminal conviction, below
Yes, of course.
below.
Think of it as an
Selling some
indictment.
ropes.
Sure, possibly, maybe even a lower level than even an indictment. So plausibility is an incredibly low standard. Number one. Number two, if you actually go through and you read the complaint that South Africa filed, I would say that if you go through the quotes and you even follow through to the source of the quotes, the misrepresentation that South Africa does in their case about all of these horrendous quotes, in my
yes,
opinion,
please.
borders on criminal.
Well,
I just
16
recruited
ICJ
somebody.
judges
Check the
disagree.
fucking
That's fine if
stats.
16 ICJ judges disagree,
They must
but
be
I'm going to
awful
give.
Oh wow. Cool.
You know, they could be,
It
but
must be. Even the American judge, she must have been awful incompetent if she was unable to see the misrepresentations that Mr. Bonnell, based on his Wikipedia entry, was able to
so
find.
this is based on the official ICJ report that was
Yeah,
released. I'm not sure if you read the entire
I
thing or not.
read
Okay, that's
every
great. Did you
aspect.
go through and actually identify
here's
any of
the
the
thing.
sources for the
Actually,
underlying
when you're
quote?
actually,
aiming, you
brace
have to
yourself for
point
this, and
down
Marine could confirm it.
to fucking hit.
Yaniv Kogan,
Well, if you're up
an
above
Israeli,
them, yeah.
and Jamie
Yeah.
Stern Weiner,
You shoot in a ballistic
half
arch, man.
Israeli, they
It's like-
checked every single quote.
Think about how an artillery piece shoots. That's how an arrow shoots. If that makes any sense at all.
Yeah. I know.
In the Hebrew original, and Yaniv Kogan, love the guy. He has terrifying
that's not
powers of
right
concentration.
ones.
He checked every single quote. Is that correct, Muin? And Jamie checked every
this one
single
has
quote in the English.
Jamie, pull that up.
In the context. And were there any contextual questions, they told us.
I think they found one.
Yeah, I think they found one.
And
So
Yeah, he bought that
I
shit like
do not
instantly, bro.
believe that those 15 judges, it was 15 to 2.
16 to 2, I think.
There are 15 in the court plus 2, so it's 17, so it's 15 to 2. I don't think those 15 judges were incompetent.
Oh.
And I certainly don't believe the president of the court, an American, would allow herself to be duped.
Okay,
Because
well, let me read.
You might recall, Mr. Burrell. Mr. Burrell.
I think want to read one.
Let him read.
Sure. So this was taken from the
Oh,
South
I
African
gotta
complaint. There's
hide
tons
the
of these.
shield.
But so here's one. In the complaint for the ICJ, they said that on the 12th of October, 2023, President Isaac Herzog made clear that Israel was not distinguishing between militants and civilians in Gaza, stating in a press conference to foreign media in relation to Palestinians in Gaza, over 1 million of whom are children, quote, "It's an entire nation out there that is responsible.
Yeah.
It is not true, this rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved.
I saw that
It's
reference.
absolutely not true, and we will fight until we break their backbone," end quote. If you actually go to the news article that they even link it in their complaint, the full context for the quote was, quote, "It is an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true, this rhetoric about civilians not being aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. They could have risen up. They could have fought against that evil regime, which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat. But we are at war. We are defending our homes. We are protecting our homes. That's the truth. And when a nation protects its home, it fights, and we will fight until we break their backbone." He acknowledged that many Gazans had nothing to do with Hamas, but was adamant that others did. Quote, "I agree. There are many innocent Palestinians who don't agree with this, but you have a missile in your goddamn kitchen and you want to shoot it at me. Am I allowed to defend myself? We have to defend ourselves. We have the right to do so.
This is not the same as saying there's no distinction between militants and civilians in Gaza. His statement here is actually fully compliant with international law to the letter, because if you are storing military supplies in civilian areas, these things become military targets, and you're allowed to do proportionality assessments afterwards. So if this is supposed to be one of many quotes that they've shown that is supposed to demonstrate genocidal intent, but it is very easily explained by military intent or by a conflict between two parties.
I saw that press conference.
Wait, let me just say something. All of this talk is a bit irrelevant because it may sound to the listeners
Would you
that
put her?
the court in The Hague
Who?
has ruled that Israel is committing
The new
genocide.
one.
No, I think
But it
She's
hasn't.
ringing behind me.
No. It's just going in the next few years to look at the whole subject.
Okay.
There
I think
has
we're
been
agreed on that.
no
There-
determination
there-
at all.
fine.
And as
gearing
Stephen
her up.
says, some of the quotes are not exactly accurate quotes
Okay.
or taken out of
Total
context.
mischaracterization.
Yes.
Okay. It is correct, as Muin put it, that it'll be several years before the court makes a determination.
And my guess is that it will determine there was no genocide.
don't
We can
know.
only
That's my
I
guess.
can't-
Yes, no, I'm just giving you my guess.
I can't predict. I got it all wrong, actually, as Muin will attest. I got it all wrong the first time. I never thought the American judge would vote in favor of plausibility.
So you admit that you were wrong.
Yeah, of course. I think I tell Muin twice a day I was wrong about this and I was wrong about that. I'm not wrong about the facts. I try not to be, but my speculations, they can be wrong. Okay, leaving that aside.
So when does
First of
the
all, as
tree
Muin pointed out,
refresh?
there's a difference between the
I
legal
think it just
decision
happens automatically,
of the
like
ruling and an independent
trees just come back
judgment.
occasionally.
Now, South Africa was not filing a frivolous case.
What, like
That was
we have to go
84
through
pages.
winter or something?
It
And
was
then-
single.
Even 84.
Well, they're not all just gonna
Single
pop
space.
back up. I'm just like saying naturally, like
It was not
Single-
a massive case.
just
It was
pop up.
single-spaced, and it
But
had
not like, you know, all at
hundreds
once.
of
It
footnotes
can still be
Yeah, right.
frivolous.
It's
Of course,
possible.
of course.
But
It could
it
be.
also could depend
Yeah,
on
I
which
read the
one
report.
you
To
like,
tell you the truth,
drop
I
down
followed
first.
very
Could
closely
it have a
everything
timer?
that's been happening to October 7th.
I think that's how it
Next
works.
one,
Yeah.
I
like
couldn't believe the comprehensiveness of that particular report. Number two, there are two quite respected judges, there were two quite respected experts of international law sitting on the South African panel, John Dugard and Vaughan Lowe. Vaughan Lowe, as you might know, he argued the Wall case in 2004 before the International Court of Justice. Now, they were not, they were alleging genocide, which in their view means the evidence in their minds, we're not yet at the court, the evidence in their minds compels the conclusion that genocide is being committed. I am willing, because I happen to know Mr. Dugard
What'd you put
personally and
there?
have corresponded
Another
with
house.
Vaughan Lowe. I've heard their claim. I've read the report. I would say they make a very strong case. But let's agree plausible. Now, here's a question. If somebody qualifies for an Olympic team, let's say a regional person qualifies for an Olympic team, it doesn't mean they're going to be on the Olympic team. It doesn't mean they're going to win a gold medal, a silver medal, or a bronze
But they
medal.
can swim, that's what you're saying.
No, I would say that's a very high bar.
You're saying they can swim.
To even qualify.
Swim well enough to have a realistic prospect
yeah,
of
got
winning
that.
a medal.
So, to even make it to plausible.
That is
a
not
high
true.
bar.
That is not
it's
what
a
plausible
very
means.
high-
It is absolutely not. You're
Mr.
dead
Borelli,
wrong.
Mr. Borelli, please don't teach me about the English language.
So the declaration of Judge
I
Boyd
said
says that the court
plausibility
is not
is the
asked
same
in the
concept
present
as
phase.
qualifying.
The court is not
Figure away
asked
from
at
it.
this present phase of the proceedings to determine whether South Africa's allegations of genocide
Didn't I
are
just
well
say
founded. They're not
Didn't I just
well
say
founded. They're not
that?
even well founded.
Did
The
I-
court is. You said that plausible was a
I-
high standard. It is absolutely not. It is a misrepresentation of the strength of the case against Israel, just like the majority
Not-
of the quotes
not
they have in this
every-
case are. And also, you said it was an extremely well-founded case. They spend like 1/4 of all of the quotations, some even pulled from the Goldstone report, that try to that actually deal with the intent part. Which is, by the way, I think you guys, I don't know if you use the phrase the dolo specialis, that the intentional part of genocide.
I don't know that term.
I think it's called dolo specialis. It is the most important part of genocide, which is proving the special. It is a highly special intent to commit genocide. It's possible
Marvin,
that
what's up?
Israel could-
That's mens rea.
No.
I did, yeah.
The
Another
mens rea-
whistleblower
yes,
did.
I understand the state of mind, but for genocide, it's called dolo
A lot of
specialis,
Bowen people
highly
started
special
dropping
intent.
dead all of a
Did you read
sudden.
the case? It is
Mr.
a highly
Pirelli,
special intent
I'm
to be
going to
convicted
ask you
of
again.
genocide. Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility.
I'm sorry if you think the Declaration of the College is imbecile.
Don't put on public display that you're a moron. At least have the self-possession to shut up. Did I
I'm
read the
comfortable putting
case?
my display on camera if you're
Mr.
comfortable putting yours in
Mr.
books,
Pirelli,
okay?
I read the case around 4 times. I read all of the majority opinion declarations. I read Aaron Barak's declaration.
Then why are you lying and saying plausible is a high standard?
Because I said even reaching the benchmark of plausibility is a very high standard in the world. It's the equivalent of a regional player qualifying for an Olympics. It's still 2 steps removed. You may not be on the team, and you may not get a medal, but to get qualified, which in this context is the equivalent of plausible, you must be doing something pretty horrible. And as it happens, Professor Morris,
there was no genocide. That's what the court will rule. Remember what I just told you. The court will
I don't
rule
expect
there
to
was
be
no
even
genocide.
around when the court reaches its final decision.
Why?
Why? It'll take a long, long time.
2 years, 3 years.
No, I don't think it'll take 2 or 3 years.
I mean,
but-
Bosnia, which was admittedly a special type of case because they were accusing Serbia of sponsoring the Bosnian Serbs, that took, I think, 17 years from 90.
I assume they'll take 2 or 3 years.
But the point you're making. So this
I'm
is
saying
illegal.
that something horrible must be happening to even achieve.
It is horrible. It's a war.
Yeah,
It's true. It's horrible.
But I
Except
think
they weren't rendering a ruling on a war. They were rendering a ruling on a genocide.
And I
We need
think,
more
I
water
think
collectors.
the suggestion.
And they said it was
They just said
plausible. They also said it
we'll
was
talk about
plausible
it.
that Israel is committing a
But
military operation as well.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
think
we're
the
not
problem with,
keeping
with
up with
your
the water the farm
characterization
needs.
is you're saying in so many words, the South Africans basically only have to show up in court with a coherent
Right.
statement.
Right.
That is correct.
In
They
today's
needed-
atmosphere, that's probably correct.
They needed to do a lot more.
Like saying
They,
is
they
don't
needed
more.
they needed
The
to
American
persuade.
judge?
Today's
Like around
atmosphere-
town,
American
around,
judge?
They
around
needed
the
to
settlement.
persuade.
Judges go according to what the majority want to hear.
Yeah, but
She
they
was
needed
the president.
they needed to persuade the court that it was worth investing several years of their time in
They're probably
hearing
well
this
paid
case.
for it,
To
so
they're well paid whether
they
they
have
take
time
this
for it.
case or not. I mean, you know, they have a full docket whether they accept or reject this case. And I don't think we should.
Remember what I just said. They won't rule there was genocide. Remember what I said.
Also, I recommend people actually read the case and follow through a lot of the quotes. That they just don't show genocidal
Mr. Pirelli,
intent.
brace
don't think so
yourself.
either.
The Israeli Minister of
Mr.
Finance on the
Pirelli.
8th of October 2023, this is taken from the ICJ, this is from South Africa's submission, Bezalel Smotrich, I can't read this, stated,
Smotrich.
there you go, okay, at a meeting of the Israeli cabinet that, quote, we need to deal a blow that hasn't been seen in 50 years and take down Gaza, end quote. But again, if you click through and you read the source, their own linked source, it says, as per this own source, quote, the powerful finance minister, settler leader Bezalel Smotrich, I can't pronounce this, demanded at the cabinet meeting late Saturday that the army, quote, hit Hamas brutally and not take the matter of the captives into significant consideration, end quote. Quote, in war, as in war, you have to be brutal, end quote. He was quoted as saying, quote, we need to deal a blow that hasn't been seen in 50 years and take down Gaza, end quote. You can't strip the quotation of Hamas, a entity that you're at war with, and then pretend that there's genocidal intent. That's not how it's...
That's not genocide.
So when the Ukrainians say we need to defeat Russia,
That's not genocidal.
no. When Ukraine says we need to defeat Russia, is that genocidal? Do they mean killing all Russian citizens?
Professor Morris, here's
It's
another one. When the defense, ridiculous.
Yes, ridiculous.
The American judge.
He also doesn't determine policy. but
The American judge.
neither here nor
The
there.
American judge read.
You are holding the American
we need
judge
a better
to,
tool.
Well, she was the president.
Because he'll
So
appeal to
what?
authority when it agrees, and we won't deal with the actual facts of the matter, ever.
Okay. The American judge read several of the quotes.
Look at the American Supreme Court today. They may support Trump.
Okay, look.
It shows you
Okay,
how worthy
Professor
American
Morris,
judges are.
Professor Morris, without going too far afield, if you heard a statement by the defense minister, the defense minister said, we are going to prevent any food water, fuel, or electricity from entering Gaza.
Did they do that?
He wanted to make
Did
them
Israel do that?
Okay, no, I'm wondering.
What he said.
I'm asking you.
Isn't Israeli government
wait,
policy?
but we're talking about statements
Are we
now.
at
intent.
Iraq?
How would you interpret that?
After
Maybe.
1,200
Can't
of
be.
your
We
citizens are
can't be at
murdered the
Iraq,
way they
dude.
were, I would
Let's-
expect extreme statements
Okay,
by
okay.
lots of politicians.
But you're
Yeah,
by lots
we
of
are.
politicians.
but you don't accept extreme
But that's not Israeli
Palestinian.
policy.
Wait,
We had
but you don't
four.
accept.
What he said isn't Israeli
left.
policy.
But you don't.
They let in
please.
water, they let in gas.
Untrue.
They
But
let
you don't
in
accept.
electricity.
But you don't accept extreme
Untrue.
Palestinian
I need
statements
one
after
more.
they lost their entire
Bro, it
country.
takes
not
5
just
straw
1,200
for
people.
one thatch.
No, it's a good point.
And on
We
that,
need 20.
on that moment,
For
brief
just the
moment of
village,
agreement, let's just take a quick pause.
House.
We need a smoke break. We need a water break. We need a bathroom break.
Down Gaza is not a
I
genocide.
don't know
Defeat
what it
Russia
means.
is a genocide
What does
statement.
take down
When we
Gaza
went
mean?
to war with Iraq and we wanted to destroy Iraq, that was a
Take down
genocidal
Gaza.
statement. There's a reason why genocide is such an importantly guarded concept, and it's not to condemn every nation that goes to war.
Mr. Bonnell, I
What are you doing? How to pronounce my name? Are you mispronouncing it intentionally?
Yeah, he made you into an Italian all the time.
by your solicitude for international law.
Need some rock.
You should try learning it sometime. It would help you sort out a lot of the civilian deaths.
Unfortunately, 15 judges disagree.
You could keep citing the judges. You should actually try reading the actual statements.
This is tiring.
How you
You've
doing?
invited us to a tiring session.
Yeah, there you go. How you guys doing?
Okay. There are major things to
Rate
discuss here,
threat
not just
increased
what some
by
court is doing and going to
10%.
judge in 2 years' time.
Yes. Okay. So what you just said is one of the reasons why I feel so strongly about this particular conflict is
that's
because
granite.
there are really important things to discuss, but they will never be discussed.
They're not being
We're not going to
discussed
talk
here,
about
Bobby.
area A, B, and C, or what a transference of territory. Instead, we're going to talk about apartheid. We're not going to talk about the differences in how do you conduct war in an urban environment where people use. We're just going to talk about genocide. We're not going to talk about
No, you're right.
what's a good solution
We're
for the
missing-
Palestinians. We're just going to say ethnic cleansing.
Possible to talk, be productive over the next 2 hours and talk about solutions?
About solutions, I have no idea what to say. I mean, I don't see any solutions on. If you wanted a positive end to this discussion, which is what you said at the beginning, I can't contribute to that because I'm pessimistic. I don't see any way forward here.
But the lack of the solution is easy. The reason why the solution is hard is because the histories and the myths are completely. There's a different factual record, right?
One of the things it would be good to talk about solutions with the future is going back in all the times it has failed. So every time.
But even at that, we're probably not going to agree. He's going to say, you can write that. I can predict
what?
the whole line. He's going to
I
say
thought I
from
referred
93 to
that
99,
bitch.
he's going to say Israel didn't adhere to the Oslo Accords ever. Settlement expansion continued. Raids happened into the West Bank. That there was never a legitimate. That Netanyahu came in and violated the Y.
I'm
memorandum,
guessing
the
this
transparency.
raid
He's
is
going to say all of this. He's not going to bring up anything on the Palestinian side. And
Yeah.
at Camp David, he's going to say that that Arafat
Slowly,
was trying, that
but
the
yeah.
maps and the territorial exchange wasn't good enough, that they were asking Palestinians to make all the concessions, that Israel would have. Like, it's, yeah.
Well, lay it all out. Lay it out.
You do talk quickly.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. My future book should interest you guys.
Well, lay it all out. Lay it out.
You do talk quickly.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
That's funny.
What?
No, just something on the stream.
There's
It is
there's
actually really fun,
wood.
Marvin.
There's wood in the storage for that place too, by the way.
And my future book should interest you guys.
And there's like 5, 6.
No, it's not working on it.
The Fallout 2 Enclave power armor?
Ah.
Advanced power
it
armor
deals with
Mark II.
Israeli and Arab atrocities, war crimes, I call them, in the 48 war. That's
Oh,
my new
really?
Book, yeah.
Yeah.
Just deals with that subject.
Is this
You get the
because I know you've
ones I have
also
in there.
talked about the closure of the
My inventory
archives
is full.
and stuff.
I came back with
it's
3 full loads.
marginal. Because They do. It deals with that
Well,
as well.
there's
but
like
they have
6 of
tried
them in
to
there.
peel off documents
Completely
which
6.
I've already used and
Yeah.
seen.
In the inventory.
So
Now
you-
they don't let people see them.
While it still works.
That's happened, but it's marginal in terms of its effect
Yeah.
on.
Were the British
production of
archives
historiography.
useful for you for this
Yeah.
new book?
Well, for this less, it's mostly Israeli archives.
Yeah.
The British and the Americans and the UN did deal with these subjects, but not as well as Israeli documents.
What's your casualty count for Deir Yassin?
It's about 100. I think there's agreement on that by Israelis and Arabs.
Yeah.
100, 105.
Because before they were.
They used to say 245
Yeah.
or 254.
Yeah.
Those were the figures the British and the Arabs and the Haganah
So
agreed on
what do we
at the
do with
beginning.
the
because
other
the Red
eggs?
Cross, I think,
Just throw
was
it
the one
out
that
or
first
what?
put out that number.
I don't remember. Maybe
The
it's
small axe?
The simple axe.
There are two different things.
Really?
Yeah, the bigger axe is two-handed. You can only put it on your back.
It was, what's his name, Jacques de Reynier, maybe. Yeah, maybe
Okay.
he came up with that number.
But it says.
But it was
wood
just, he didn't count. They didn't
cutter's
count
axe.
bodies. They just threw the number out.
Yeah, I
and
know. But it
everybody
goes
was
on your
happy
back, it's a
to
two-hander.
blame the Irgun and the Lehi
Yeah.
for, killing more Arabs than actually.
Well, and they put it to good use as well.
Well, they said that it helped precipitate more evacuation, so they were
I think
happy with
Begin
that.
in his
yeah,
memoirs.
they also
goes
used that
into
number.
this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Alright.
Yeah.
So first of all,
What
thank you for that heated discussion about the
Versus-
present. I would love to go back into history in a way that informs what we can look for in by way of hope for the future. So when has in Israel and Palestine have we been closest to something like a peace settlement?
Gets rid of these
To something that
weeds.
like where both sides would
trees
be
right here.
happy
No?
and enable the flourishing of
Better cut requires better tool. That's all?
Just making really weird noises. Oh yeah, that's the one. That looks cool as fuck.
both peoples.
Well, from my knowledge of the 120 years or so of conflict, the closest I think the two sides have been to reaching some sort of settlement appears
hope
to
that
have
didn't
been
come
in the
through.
year 2000 when Barack and then subsequently Clinton offered a two-state settlement to PLO Palestinian Authority Chairman Yasser Arafat. And Arafat seemed to waver. He didn't immediately reject what was being offered, but ultimately came down at the end of Camp David in July 2000. He came down against the proposals, and Clinton, who said he wouldn't blame him, later blamed Arafat for bringing down the summit and not reaching a solution there. But I think they're on the table, certainly in the Clinton parameters of December 2000, which followed the proposals by Barack in July. The Palestinians were offered the best deal they're ever going to get from Israel, unless Israel is destroyed, and then there'll just be a Palestinian Arab state. But the best deal that Israel could ever offer them, they were offered, which essentially was 95% of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, half of the old city of Jerusalem.
Let's skip the
some
night
sort of
when
joint
it loads,
control
more trees
of the
appear.
Temple Mount.
No,
And the Gaza
hold on.
Strip, of
Give me
course.
one
until-
second. Just one
and
second.
the Palestinians said no to this deal.
My simple
And
pick
nobody
needs
really
repair.
knows why Arafat said no. That is, some people think he was trying to hold out for slightly better terms. But my reading is that he was constitutionally, psychologically incapable of signing off on a two-state deal, meaning acceptance of the existence of a Jewish state. This was really the problem. And
Of Israel or of a Jewish state?
of a Jewish state, the Jewish state of Israel. He wasn't willing to share Palestine with the Jews and put his name to that. I think he just couldn't do it. That's my reading. But some people say it was because the terms were insufficient and he was willing, but was waiting for slightly better terms. I don't buy that. I don't think so. But other people disagree with me on this.
What do you think?
Well, just briefly in response, Arafat formally recognized Israel in 1993.
Yeah, earlier.
I don't think actually that in 2000, 2001 a genuine
your stuff
resolution was on offer, because I think the maximum Israel was prepared to offer,
Says weeding.
admittedly more than it had been prepared to offer in the past, fell short of the minimum that the Palestinians considered to be a reasonable two-state settlement, bearing in mind that as of 1949, Israel controlled 78% of the British Mandate of Palestine. The Palestinians were seeking a state on the remaining 22%, and this was apparently too much for Israel. My response to your question would be...
Wait, they were being offered something like 22 or 21%.
They were being offered, I think, less then a withdrawal to the
I'll put some,
1967 borders with
some more of
mutual
that
and
in
minor
the,
and reciprocal land swaps and the just resolution of
the refugee problem was one of the
question. Yes.
The
You know,
storage,
I
by the way.
worked for a number of years with International Crisis Group, and my boss at the time was Rob Malley, who was one of the American officials present at
was
Camp
recently
David.
thrown out of the State Department or whatever.
The point I want to make about Rob was he wrote, I think, a very perceptive article in 2001 in the New York Review of Books. I know that you and Ehud Barak have had a debate with them, but I think he gives a very compelling reason of why and how Camp David failed. But rather than going into that,
He wrote that together with Hussein Ara.
Hussein Ara, yes, who was not at Camp David.
Yes.
But in response to your question, I think there could have been a real possibility of Israeli-Palestinian and Arab-Israeli peace in the mid-1970s, in the wake of the 1973 October War. I'll recall that in 1971, Moshe Dayan, Israel's defense minister at the time, full of triumphalism about Israel's victory in 1967, speaking to a group of Israeli military veterans, stated, you know, if I had to choose between Sharm el-Sheikh without peace or peace without Sharm el-Sheikh, this is referring to the resort in Egyptian Sinai, which was then under Israeli occupation, Dayan said, I will choose for Sharm el-Sheikh without peace. Then the 1973 war came along.
Oh, have you checked the traps?
I think Israeli calculations began to change very significantly. And I think it was in that context that had there been a joint U.S.-Soviet push for an Arab-Israeli and Israeli-Palestinian resolution that incorporated both an Israeli withdrawal to the 1967 lines and the establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories. I think there was a very reasonable prospect for that being achieved. It ended up being aborted, I think, for several reasons, and ultimately the Egyptian president, Anwar Sadat, decided for reasons
we got two people
later, to launch a separate unilateral initiative for
they should do it automatically,
Israeli Egyptian,
you don't have to like put
rather
anyone
than
anywhere.
Arab-Israeli peace. And I think once that set in motion,
Because I've got 10
the
logs in there right now.
disappeared because Israel essentially saw its most powerful adversary removed from the equation and felt that this would give it a free hand in the occupied territories, also in Lebanon, to get rid of the PLO and so on. So,
no, you can't queue them up.
You ask when were we closest?
Again, if you queue that up, you queue it up for yourself. You have to click on the manage thing.
I can only tell you when
and then
I
do
think
the top up.
We could have been close, and that was a lost opportunity. If we look at the situation today, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about a two-state settlement. My own view, and I've written about this, I don't buy the arguments of the naysayers that we have passed the so-called point of no return with respect to a two-state settlement. Certainly, if you look at the Israeli position in the occupied territories,
that's the number. They'll always try to make, like, I set it to 10, so they always try to have 10 in the
Algeria in 1954,
in the stockpile.
Then was a British
considering we're
position
using
in Ireland in 1916.
They'll just move it straight to the building.
Then was the Ethiopian position in Eritrea
or they should
in 1990. And so, as a matter of practicality, as a matter of principle, I do think the establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories remains realistic. I think the question that we now need to ask ourselves,
I mean, in this
one I'm certainly asking myself.
Oh yeah, but we need 80
since October 7th, and looking at Israel's genocidal campaign, but also looking at larger questions. Is it desirable? Can you have peace with what increasingly appears to be an irrational, genocidal state that seeks to confront and resolve each and every political challenge with violence, and that reacts to its failure to achieve solutions to political challenges with violence by applying even more violence, that has an insatiable lust for Palestinian territory, that, you know, a genocidal apartheid state that seems increasingly incapable of even conceiving of peaceful coexistence with the other people on that land. So I'm very pessimistic that a solution is possible. I look at, I grew up in Western Europe in the long shadow of the Second World War. I think we can all agree that there could have been no peace in Europe had certain regimes on that continent not been removed from power. I look at Southeast Asia in the late 1970s, and I think we're all agreed that there could not have been peace in that region had the Khmer Rouge not been ousted. I look at Southern Africa during the 1990s, and I think we can all be agreed that had the white minority regimes of that ruled Zimbabwe and South Africa not been dismantled, there could not have been peace in that region. And although I think it's worth having a discussion, I do think it's now a legitimate question to ask, can there be peace without dismantling the Zionist regime? And I make a very clear distinction between the Israeli state and its institutions on the one hand, and the Israeli people, who I think, regardless of our discussion about the history, I think you can now talk about an Israeli people and a people that have developed rights over time, and a formula for peaceful coexistence with them will need to be found, which is a separate matter from dismantling the Israeli state and its institutions. And again, I haven't reached clear conclusions about this, except to say, as a practical matter, I think a two-state settlement remains feasible, but I think there are very legitimate questions about its desirability and about whether peace can be achieved in the Middle East with the persistence of an irrational, genocidal,
you're buying books.
apartheid regime.
No, it's Equestrian work.
Particularly because Israeli society
I'm just trying to figure out which one I'm getting.
Beginning
Crafting,
develop
apprentice, one hand,
many extremely
one-handed, two-handed,
distasteful, supremacist, dehumanizing aspects that I think
I
also
didn't learn the other
stand
ones.
in the way of coexistence that are being
You have to
fed
constant. They only give you like
by
500
this,
experience.
Regime.
So if you look back into history, when we're closest to peace, and do you draw any hope from any of them?
I feel like in 2000, I feel like the deal that was present, at least at the end of the Taba summit, I think in terms of what Israel, I think, had the appetite to give and what the Palestinians would have gotten, would have definitely been the most agreeable between the two parties. I don't know if in 73, I'm not sure if the appetite would have ever been there for the Arab states to negotiate alongside the Palestinians. I know that in Jordan, there was no love for the Palestinians after, 1970, after Black September.
the other one?
I know that Sadat had no love for the Palestinians.
What the fuck is this?
Due to their association with the Muslim Brotherhoods, attempted assassinations in Egypt.
Sorry, which? PLO and the Muslim Brotherhood?
Sadat was upset because there were attempted assassinations by people in, an assassination. It was a personal friend of his, Yusuf al-Sibai. I can't pronounce that. He was assassinated in Cyprus by a Palestinian
He was killed by the Abu Nidal organization.
Sure,
which was
yeah.
not part of the
Admittedly,
PLO,
yeah,
had
he says
nothing
as
to
much,
do
belongs
with
to a Sunni
Muslim
group, not the
Brotherhood.
PLO directly, but I think that there was a history of the Palestinians sometimes
fighting with their neighboring states that were hosting them if they weren't getting the political concessions they wanted. The assassination of the Jordanian king in '51 might be another example of that in Jordan. It feels like over a long period of time, it feels like the Palestinians have been kind of told from the neighboring Arab states that if they just continue to enact violence, whether in Israel or abroad, that eventually a state will materialize somehow. I don't think it's gotten them any closer to a state. If anything, I think it's taken them farther and farther and farther away from one. And I think as long as the hyperbolic language is continually employed internationally, the idea that Israel is committing a genocide, the idea that there is an apartheid, the idea that they live in a concentration camp, all of these words, I think, further the narrative for the Palestinians that Israel is an evil state that needs to be dismantled. I mean, you said as much about the institution, at least, of the Zionist government. Israel's government is probably not going anywhere. All of the other surrounding Arab states have accepted that, or at least most of them down in the Gulf, Egypt and Jordan have accepted that. The Palestinians need to accept it too. The Israeli state or the state apparatus is not going anywhere, and at some point they need to realize, like, hey, we need a leader that's going to come out and represent us, represent all of us, is willing to take political risks, is willing to negotiate some lasting peace for us. And it's not going to be the international community or some invocation of international law or some invocation of morality or justice that's going to extricate us from this conflict. It's going to take some actual difficult political maneuvering on the ground
of accepting Israel.
Which
they formally did in 1993.
Which they formally did in 1993. Yeah, but then no lasting peace came after that in 2000.
No, because 1993 was not a peace agreement.
Sure, the Oslo Accords didn't have a final solution.
Were an interim agreement, and Palestinians actually began clamoring for commencing the permanent status resolutions on schedule, and the Israelis kept delaying them. In fact, they only began, I believe, in '99 under American pressure on the Israelis. And
I think you're being a bit one-sided. Both sides didn't fulfill the promise of Oslo and the steps needed for Oslo. There was Palestinian terrorism which accompanied Israel's expansion of settlements and other things. The two things fed each other and led to what happened in 2000, which was a breakdown of the talks altogether when the Palestinians said no. But I think I don't agree, incidentally, with this definition of Israel or the Israeli state as apartheid. It's not. There is some sort of apartheid going on in the West Bank. The Israeli regime itself is not an apartheid regime. This is nonsense by any definition of apartheid.
By the formal definition, I think it qualifies.
No, it doesn't qualify. Apartheid is a race-based distinction between different segments of the population, and some of them don't have any representation at all, like the blacks in South Africa. No rights at all. In Israel itself, the minority, the Arabs, do have representation, do have rights, and so on. I don't think Israel is also genocidal. I don't think it's been genocidal. It wasn't so in '48. It wasn't so in '67, and it hasn't been recently, in my view. And talk about dismantling Israel, and that's what you're talking about, is, I think Stephen said it correctly, is counterproductive. It just pushes Israelis further away from willing to give Palestinians anything.
Please, Norm, tell me you have
something
optimistic to say.
No, even though I agree, I've thought about it a lot, and I agree with Muin's analysis. I'm not really in the business of punditry. I rather look at the historical record where I feel more comfortable, and I feel on terra firma. So I'd like to just go through that. I agree and I disagree with Muin on the '73 issue. After the 1973 war, it was clear that Israel was surprised by what happened during the war, and it took a big hit. The estimates are, I don't know what numbers you use, but I hear between 2,000 and 3,000 Israeli soldiers were killed during the 1970s.
It was 2,500?
Yeah, 2,700.
Yeah, okay, so I got it right. Yeah. I read different numbers. That's, it's a very large number of Israelis who were killed. There were moments at the beginning of the war where there was a fear that this might be it.
No, there wasn't.
No,
this is nonsense. Everybody forgets Israel's atomic weaponry.
I know, but
So how could they have been
Because
defeated?
Didn't Diane talk about the
expressed
collapse of the
her
Third
attempt.
Temple?
He did,
Yeah.
but it was hysterical and
Oh, well,
silly
but I
because
can't- I
Israel
don't
had
know if it
atomic
was
weapons. They
okay.
wanted to stop
I don't know
the
if it
Syrians
was-
or the Egyptians.
But we're talking about perceptions
Yeah,
here.
I'm not. I can't tell you if he was hysterical or not.
No,
I
he
wasn't in
was.
the-
For a
I wasn't
day, he
in
was
the same
hysterical.
room with him.
For a day, he was
But
hysterical.
I'm just saying, let's not bog down on that. The war is over,
bronze ingots.
and when President
do we
Carter
have any
comes
more
into
bronze?
power, Carter was an extremely
I sent him
smart
to make
guy,
5.
Jimmy Carter, extremely
Yo, what's up,
smart
what's up?
guy, and he was very fixed up.
It's Israel-Palestine debate.
On details, extreme.
We're almost 4 hours into it of a 5-hour debate.
He was probably the most impressive of modern American presidents, in my opinion, by a wide margin. And he was determined to resolve the conflict
No, we don't
on the
have
big
any
scale,
more.
on the Arab-Israeli scale. On the Palestinian
10.
Issue,
Gotta
he
get some
wouldn't
more
go
10.
past what he called the Palestinian
at 6
homeland.
right now.
He wouldn't accept
Palestinian national home.
on the Palestinian national home. He wouldn't go as far as a Palestinian state. I'm not going to go into the details of that.
Oh, we got
I
one
don't think
bronze.
realistically,
Sorry.
given the political balance of forces, that was going to happen, but that's a separate issue. Let's get to the issue at hand, namely what is the obstacle, or what has been the obstacle since the early 1970s. Since roughly 1974, the Palestinians have accepted the two-state settlement of the June 1967 border. Now,
Do I have my?
as it got,
yeah, I got it.
as more pressure was exerted on Israel because the Palestinians seemed reasonable,
I'm gonna go
the
get some,
Israelis,
10,
to
by the way.
quote the Israeli political scientist Avner Yaniv, he's since passed
So
from
we
the
can have-
scene. He said,
says 3
Yaniv in his
bronze,
book
and
Dilemmas
we
of
only have
Security,
1.
he said that the big Palestinian
going towards the copper?
Israeli fear was what he called the
yeah,
Palestinian
bronze
peace
is
offensive.
down.
That was their worry.
Use
that
the
the
thing, man. I put a
Palestinians were
travel post
becoming
right next to the
too
tin.
Moderate. And unless you understand that, you can't understand the June 1982 Lebanon War.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
The purpose of the June 1982 Lebanon War was to liquidate the
Yeah, I know,
PLO
that's-
in southern Lebanon because they were too
I see
moderate.
that one.
The
Yeah,
Palestinians
there's
were
still
too
right next to it.
offensive. I'm going to have to fast forward. There are many events. There's the
I
first
just
Intifada.
warped there.
And there's the Oslo Accord. And let's now
Mud.
go to
Yeah, no, I see.
the heart of the
And I'm
issue,
going the wrong
namely
way. That's
the
right.
2000-2001 negotiations. Well,
I was supposed to go down.
the negotiations are divided into 3 parts for the sake of
There's
listeners.
one at the bottom
There's
of
Camp
our
David in
village.
July 2000. There are the Clinton parameters in December 2000. And then there are negotiations in Taba in Egypt, in 2001. Those are the 3 phases. Now, I have studied the record probably to the point of insanity because there are so many details you have to master.
I'll vouch for that. The insanity
Yeah,
part. Yeah.
I will vouch for it. I will personally vouch for it. There is one extensive record from that whole period from 2000 to, you could say, 2007. And that is what came to be called the Palestine Papers, which were about 15,000
They're
pages
actually gonna make me wait a day.
of
Fucking
all the
hell.
records of the negotiations. I have read through all of them, every single page. And this is what I find. If you look at Shlomo Ben Ami's book, which I have with me, Prophets Without Honor, it's his last book. He says, going into Camp David, that means July, going into Camp David, July 2000, he said the Israelis were
How many spots do I
willing
have?
to return about, not
I've got
return,
plenty.
but will withdraw from 92% of the West Bank.
Ben Ami was at Camp David.
Yeah, he was at Taba. He was also at Camp David. Israel wanted to keep all the major settlement blocks. It wanted to keep roughly 8% of the West Bank. They were allowing for, you put it at 84 to 90% in your books.
Starting to
They put
become
it at roughly
complex.
92%. Israel was
It also
willing to give up.
depends how you calculate.
village?
Yeah, that
It
was
also
another
depends
issue.
what
What we
state
gotta do.
Camp
Right.
David, because there were 2 weeks.
Yeah,
The-
I'll get to that.
proposals changed during
So
those 2 weeks.
Israel wants
we have
to
the
keep all
logs.
the major
We just
settlement
need
blocks.
2 more
the
bronze
border area
units.
of the West
Well,
Bank.
not the border. We have Ariel, we have Male Adumim,
And
we
I think
have
we
a
have
but it's
copper
mainly the border
Condoleezza
area
Rice,
over there.
Condoleezza Rice called Ariel. She said it was a dagger into the heart of the West Bank. So they want to keep
And I'm getting
8%
10
of the
right
land.
now.
They want to keep the settlement blocks. They want to keep 80% of the settlers.
Does this thing fucking
They
break?
will not
is it,
budge
like,
an
forever?
inch on the question
What
of
thing?
refugees. To
The
quote
10
Ehud Barak in
big
the
boulder
article
over here.
he co-authored with you in the New
Does
York
it
Review
actually
of Books,
break or does it
we will
like
accept,
run
and I
out?
think the quote's accurate.
It's not
no
run out for
moral,
being it.
legal or historical
Yeah, it's
responsibility
mean that-
for what
that
happened
me
to the
either.
refugees. So
I
forget
don't
about
actually
them
know.
allowing refugees
Maybe
to
someday.
return.
yeah.
We accept no moral, legal, or historical responsibility for the refugees. And on Jerusalem, they wanted to keep large parts of Jerusalem. Now, how do we judge who is reasonable and who is not? Ben Ami says, I think the Israeli offer was reasonable. That's how he sees it. But
Give
what
me
is the standard of reasonable? My standard is,
I don't need
what
rock.
does international law say?
Do we need rock?
International law says the settlements
back
are
his rock.
illegal.
I was gonna throw it
Israel
on the
wants to
ground.
keep all the settlement blocks. 15
If we didn't need
judges, all 15, in the Wall decision in 2004, in July 2004, all 15 judges, including the American Judge Bergethal, ruled the settlements are illegal under international law.
Sorry, I'm 11 hours
They
in.
want to keep 80% of the settlers. Under international law, all the settlers are illegal in the West Bank. They want to keep large parts of East Jerusalem. But under international law, East Jerusalem is occupied Palestinian territory. That's what the international...
not Palestinian, because there was no Palestine.
Okay.
There's never been a Palestinian state. How could it be Palestinian?
I listened patiently to you.
rock.
Sorry. Under international law,
It's so
if you
polite,
read the
sorry.
decision, all territory, the 2004 wall decision, all territory beyond the Green Line, which includes East Jerusalem, is occupied Palestinian territory.
The exception of the Golan Heights.
The designated unit, according to the International Court
fuck?
of Justice, the designated unit for Palestinian
Just
self-determination.
automatically turn to nighttime for some
And
reason.
They deny
it's 8.
any right whatsoever on the right of return. The maximum, I don't
It's
want to
just a
go
little
into the details
drastic.
now. The maximum
Mhm.
formal offer was by Ehud Omar in 2008. He offered 5,000 refugees could return under what was called family reunification, 5,000 in the course of 5 years, and no recognition of any Israeli responsibility. So, if you use as the baseline what the UN General Assembly has said and what the International Court of Justice has said, if you use that baseline, international law, by that baseline, all the concessions came from the Palestinian side. Every single concession came from the Palestinian side.
I'll be right back. I'm
None
making bars
came
for
from
us.
the Israeli
All right.
side. They may have accepted less than what they wanted, but it was still beyond what international law allocated to them. Now, you
sorry.
say
Allocated to the Palestinians.
allocated to Palestinians, yes. Thank you for the clarification. Now, about Arafat. Like the Mufti, never liked the guy. I think that was one of the only disagreements Mouin and I had when Arafat passed. You were a little sentimental, I was not. Never liked the guy. But politics, you don't have to like the guy. There was no question, nobody argues it, that whenever the negotiations started up, the Palestinians just kept saying the same things.
No.
No.
They kept saying no.
No. Professor Morris, with due respect, incorrect. They kept saying international legitimacy, international law, UN resolutions. They said, we already gave you what the law required. We gave that in 1988, November 1988, and then ratified again at Oslo in 1993. And they said, now we want what was promised us under international law. And that was the one point where everybody on the other side agreed. Clinton, don't talk to me about international law. Livni, during the Omar administration, he said, I studied international law. I don't believe in international law. Every single member on the other side, they didn't want to hear from international law. And to my thinking, that is the only reasonable baseline for trying to resolve the conflict. And Israel has, along with the U.S.
When has international law been relevant to any conflict basically in the world?
Hey, that's why
over the last 150 years.
That's why the Palestinians had to recognize Israel, because that's international law.
No, but international law is meaningless.
That was UN Resolution 242.
Conflicts are not solved by international law or in accordance with international law.
But then, Professor Morris, for argument's sake, let's agree on that. Strictly for argument's sake. What's the alternative? Dennis Ross said, we're going to decide who gets what on the basis of needs. So he says, Israel needs this, Israel needs that, Israel needs that. Dennis Ross decided to be the philosopher king. He's going to decide on the basis of needs. Well, if you asked me, since Gaza is one of the densest places on earth, it needs a good chunk. Yes, it
needs part of Sinai.
It needs a nice big chunk
of Sinai.
Well, not Sinai.
That's what it actually needs.
Okay, I don't even want to go there. It needs a nice big chunk.
Okay, you got three in there.
I have to accept
PG.
international law.
Sorry?
Says no. Okay.
International law.
You got three runs and the other one.
Ben Ami says, I think the Israeli offer was reasonable. Okay, that's
and he's a reasonable guy.
That's here. He seems that, even though, okay, I don't want to go there. I've debated him, and partly agree with you. But who decides?
Let's give it night so I
what's
can hand in the
reasonable?
questions.
I think the international community, in its political incarnation, the General Assembly, the Security Council, all those UN Security Council resolutions saying the settlements are illegal, annexation of East Jerusalem is null and void, and the International Court of Justice. That, to me, is a reasonable standard, and by that standard, the Palestinians were asked to make concessions, which I consider unreasonable, or the international community considers unreasonable.
I think that the issue is when you apply international law or international standards. I wouldn't say what Benny Moore says that they're irrelevant, but I think that these have to be seen as informing the conversation. I don't think these are the final shape of the conversation. I don't think historically Israel has ever negotiated within the strict bounds, whether we're talking Resolution 242, whether we're talking about any General Assembly resolutions. That's just not how these negotiations tend to go. You might consider international opinion on things, but at the end of the day, it's the bilateral negotiations, oftentimes historically started in secret, independent of the international community, that end up shaping what the final agreements look like. I think the issue with this broad appeal to international law is, again, going back to my earlier point about all of the euphemistic words, all it simply does is drive Palestinian expectations up to a level that is never going to be satisfied. For instance, you can throw that ICJ opinion all you want. It was an advisory opinion. That came in 2004. Have Palestinians gained more or less land since that 2004 advisory opinion was issued?
So what would your standard be then?
Both sides have to have a delegation that confronts each other, and they assess the realistic conditions on the ground, and they try to figure out within the confines of international law, and within what both sides are reasonable for. But like, for instance, this statement of like full retreat from the West Bank, what is it, 400,000 settlers? How many settlers live in the West Bank now?
Probably 500,000.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Depends if you include the Jerusalem suburbs.
Yeah,
or not.
400,000 or 500,000 people are never
with the Jerusalem suburbs, perhaps.
Yeah,
but Israel calls
half a million people
Jerusalem, not settlements.
I know that, but that's not what the law calls it null and void.
We can say whatever we want until we're blue in the face, but like there's half a million Israeli people are not being expelled from the way.
My
It's not going to
response,
happen.
you're basically saying, if I understand correctly, there's only one way to resolve this, and that is through direct bilateral negotiation.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. So,
or ideally, but
I've taken over your house. Okay. You're not going to go to the police because, you know, the law is only of limited value. So you come over and sit in what is now my living room that used to be your living room, and we negotiate. The problem there is that you're not going to get anything unless I agree to it. And standards and norms and law and all the rest of it be damned. So you need to take into account that when you're advocating bilateral negotiations, that effectively that gives each of the parties veto power. And in the current circumstances, the Palestinians have already recognized Israel. They have.
What you keep bringing that up like it's a significant
not
concession,
true. It's not
and I don't.
true.
And even if
It's not even true.
it
Even
doesn't,
though
but it
they
doesn't. The
signed a
recognition
piece
from
of paper.
Palestine isn't doing anything for.
You're
Hamas totally rejects.
I'm not talking about Hamas.
Hamas is the majority in among the Palestinian people. They won the elections in 2006.
They won a majority of the seats.
Yes, exactly.
They didn't win a majority of the votes.
Every opinion poll today says the majority of Palestinians support the Hamas.
That sounds
and the Hamas absolutely rejects Israel. So if Arafat in 2003, 1993 or whatever, issued a sort of recognition
It wasn't
of Israel.
a sort of recognition.
Okay, a
It was
recognition of Israel. It's meaningless. It's meaningless.
It's meaningless.
And anyhow, I don't believe that Arafat was sincere about it.
Does it matter what you or I think
Well,
about
most
what you
Israelis
felt?
do, and that does matter.
Okay,
That
so
does matter. But Hamas says no, and Hamas is the majority today.
for years, for years, the Israeli and U.S. demand was that the Palestinians recognize 242 and 338. They did, but you're saying, okay, we demanded that they do this, but it was meaningless when they did it. Then the demand was
It was
that
a tactical thing, yes.
Then the demand was the PLO recognize Israel.
Tactical.
Okay, we demanded that they did this, and they did it, but it's meaningless.
And they never changed their charter, the PLO. You may remember that.
In fact, in
They supposedly abrogated the old charter, but never came up with a new one.
No,
so there's no new charter.
But in 1996,
and Farouk Kaddoumi said, of course, the old charter is still in force.
Yes. But the point is, you know, the Palestinians' demands are constantly made of them, and when they accede to those demands, they're then told actually what you did is meaningless. So here's a new set of demands. I mean,
that's
it's like a
dumb.
hamster.
I built 3 already.
It's like a hamster.
Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what.
That will be told if you run fast enough, you'll get out of the cage.
No. The bottom line is that Israel would like a Palestinian Sadat. It wants the Palestinians. Listen. Just let me
really
finish.
a worst-case scenario.
Okay, let me just because they shot Sadat. But anyhow, the Israelis want the Palestinians. Israelis want the Palestinians to actually accept the legitimacy of the state of Israel and the Zionist project, and then live side by side with them in 2 states. That's what the Israelis. I don't even know if it's true. I don't even know if that's true today.
And what is the formal position of this Israeli government?
No, I'm saying I don't know if it exists.
Okay,
today,
its predecessor
and its
predecessor. Come on.
That's what Israelis want. They want a change of psyche among the Palestinians. And if that doesn't happen, there won't be a Palestinian state. There just won't be.
Mouin has an interesting point.
Because
I know you want to forget it, just like you want to forget the genocide charge. But I know you want to forget that.
Well, the Palestinians want to forget it too when it doesn't suit them as well, right?
But here's the problem, and it's exactly the problem that Mouin just brought up. Now, I read carefully your book, One State, Two States. With all due respect, absolutely a disgrace. Coming from you,
most reviewers didn't agree with you.
Yeah, coming from you was like you wrote it in your sleep. It's nothing compared to what you wrote before. I don't know why you did it. In my opinion, you ruined your reputation. Not totally, but you undermined it with that book. But let's get to the issue that Mouin wrote. Here's what you said. You said...
Not for him.
Formally,
I don't think you've ever slept.
Yes, it's true. The Palestinians recognize Israel. But then you said viscerally, in their hearts, they didn't really recognize Israel. So I thought to myself, how does Professor Morrison know what's in the hearts of Palestinians? I don't know. I was surprised as a historian you would be talking about what's lurking in the hearts of Palestinians. But then you said something which was really interesting. You said, even if in their hearts they accepted Israel, you said, quote, rationally, they could never accept Israel because they got nothing. They had this beautiful Palestine, and now they're reduced to just a few pieces, a few parcels of land.
So they will never accept it.
So, yes, so you said there's no way they can accept it.
No, I would say that as well.
Yeah,
the two-state solution, as proposed, doesn't make any sense.
Exactly as Moeen said, you keep moving the goalposts until we reach the point where we realize, according to Benny Morris, there can't be a solution.
Oh, we're really close.
So why don't you just say that outright? Why don't you say it outright? That according to you, the Palestinians can never be reasonable. Because according to you...
They want all of Palestine.
According to you, they couldn't possibly agree to a two-state settlement because it's such a lousy settlement. That's what you said. Because you said rationally they couldn't accept it, not their feelings.
It's both.
You said rational. You went from formally, viscerally,
are we done?
rationally.
Are we done?
So
Then
now we're reaching the point where, according to Benny Morris,
yes, we are.
The Palestinians can't.
Now we just did the thatch.
Because
so we're not.
Reasonably, they have to reject
with the wood.
two
That's 80
states.
wood, dog.
Moeen is absolutely correct. There's no way to resolve the problem according
to
your logic.
Palestine. He said that himself. He said they should dismantle Israel. That's what he's saying.
What I said.
He didn't say
dismantle
that.
Israel.
What I said, and I've written.
I'm glad you didn't deny it.
I've written extensively on this issue, on why a two-state settlement is still feasible, and I came out in support of that proposition. Perhaps in my heart, you can see that I was just bullshitting, but that's what I actually wrote. That was a number of years ago, and just as a matter of historical record, beginning in the early 1970s, there was fierce
what's with all the bird
within
meat?
the Palestinian national movement about whether to accept or reject, and there were three schools of thought. There was one that would accept nothing less than the total liberation of Palestine. There was a second that accepted what was called the establishment of a fighting national authority on Palestinian soil, which they saw as a springboard for the total liberation of Palestine. And there was a third school that believed that under current dynamics and so on, that they should go for a two-state settlement. And our friend and correspondent, Kauter Loerse, has written a very perceptive article on when the PLO, already in 1976, came out in open support of a two-state resolution at the Security Council. PLO accepted it. Israel, of course, rejected it. But the resolution didn't pass because the U.S. and the UK vetoed it. It was both of them.
I think it was 9-5.
Ah, okay, yeah. But fact of the matter is that the PLO came to accept a two-state settlement. Why they did it, I think, is irrelevant. And subsequently, the PLO acted on the basis of seeking to achieve a two-state settlement. The reason, I think, and I think, Norm, you've written about this, the reason that Arafat was so insistent on getting minimally acceptable terms for a two-state settlement at Camp David and afterwards was precisely because he knew that once he signed, that was all the Palestinians were going to get.
It doesn't say missing
his
ingredients
intention
somewhere.
had been, I'm not accepting Israel, I simply want a springboard, he would have accepted a Palestinian state in Jericho. But he didn't. He
That's
insisted.
something I've never understood. He should have logically accepted the springboard and then from there launched his next stage.
He
should have done that.
International law would put a real constraint on him.
No, but also
once he accepted, it was over.
Constitutionally, he was incapable of signing.
Well,
I don't know that.
If that's,
you're right that he should have accepted it.
But if you're correct, okay, that he was really out to eliminate Israel, then he wouldn't have cared about the borders. He wouldn't have cared about what the thing said about refugees. He would have gotten a sovereign state and used that to achieve that purpose. But I think it was precisely because he recognized that he was not negotiating for a springboard. He was negotiating permanent status, that he was such a stickler about the details. The second,
just as a factual matter, he wasn't such a stickler. When they asked him how many refugees, the numbers.
It was a principle rather than the numbers.
Principle.
He said I would be pragmatic about it.
Yes, and the numbers that were used at Annapolis were between 100 and 250,000 refugees over 10 years. That was the number. Arafat, when he was asked at Camp David, he kept saying, I care about the Lebanese, the Palestinian refugees in Lebanon, which came to about 300,000, which was a large concession from whether you accept the number or not. That he wasn't talking about 6 million. He was talking about between 100 and 250,000 over 10 years. Now, the best offer that came from the Palestinians, the best offer that came from Israel was the Olmert offer.
Can we just pretend like we didn't all lay out the exceptionally pessimistic view of a two-state, hold on a second, two-state solution? Let's pretend that in 5 years, in 10 years, a two-state peace settlement is reached. And as historians, you'll still be here and writing about it 20 years from now. How would it have happened?
I think that historically, I think that the big issue is, I think that both sides have had their own internal motivations to fight because they feel like they have something to gain from it. But I think as time has gone on, unfortunately, the record proves that the Palestinian side is delusional. The longer that the conflict endures, the worse position they'll be in. But for some reason, they've never had a leader that convinced them of that as much. That Arafat thought that if he held on, there was always a better deal around the corner. Abbas is more concerned with trying to maintain any legitimacy amongst Palestinians than actually trying to negotiate anything realistic with Israel. That Palestinians are always incentivized to feel like as long as they keep fighting, either the international community is going to save them with the 5 millionth UN resolution condemning whatever, that another ICJ advisory opinion is finally going to lead to the expulsion of 500,000 Jews from the West Bank, or that some other international body, the ICJ and the genocide court, is going to come and save the Palestinians. As long as they, in their mind, feel like somebody is coming to save them, then they feel like they're going to have the ability to get something better in the future. But the reality is all of the good partners for peace that the Palestinians had have completely and utterly abandoned them. Egypt, Jordan, the Gulf states, whether you're talking bilateral peace or the Abraham Accords, most of the Arab leaders in negotiating peace with Israel have just not had as much of an interest in maintaining the rights and the representations of what the Palestinian people want. And the only people they have today to draw legitimacy from or have on their side to argue with them are people that I guess write books or tweet, or people in the international community that do resolutions or Amnesty International reports. And the reality is we can scream until we're blue in the face on these things. None of it has gotten any closer to helping the Palestinians in any sense of the word. The condition has only gotten worse. The settlements only continue to expand. The military operations are only to get more brutal. The blockade is going to continue to have worse effects. As long as we use international law as the basis, and there isn't a strong, a Sadat-like Palestinian leader that's willing to come up and confront Israel with the brave, peaceful negotiations to force them to acquiesce, nothing is going to happen. And I think that the issue you come up with is, whether it's people like Norm, that talk about how brave the October 7th attacks were, or how much respect they have for those fighters, the Israel, in a way, and I think people have said as much about Netanyahu, the right wants violence from the Palestinians because it always gives them a perpetual excuse to further the conflict. Well, we have to go in October 7th, and we've got to remove Hamas. Well, we can't trust these people in the West. We have to do the night raids because of, the second Intifada, it made us feel like the Palestinian people didn't want trust with us. I feel like the biggest thing that would force Israel to change its path would be a real, not for like 2 weeks, but an actual peaceful Palestinian leader, somebody committed to peace that is able to apply those standards and hold the entire region of Palestine to those standards. Because I think over time, the mounting pressure from without the international community and the mounting pressure from within, because Israel hosts a lot of its own criticism. If we talk about Bet Salem, we talk about Haaretz, like Israel will host a lot of its own criticism. I think that pressure would force Israel towards an actual peace agreement, but it's never going to come through violence. Historically, it hasn't.
Pretty sure I'm gonna have to wait another day.
In the modern day, violence has just hurt the Palestinians more and more.
If you paint a picture,
really love making
now's a good moment for both Palestine and Israel to get new leadership.
That's what it is.
Netanyahu's on the way out.
This dude named
Hamas
PJ
possibly
comes,
is on the way out.
make him wait a day.
Who should rise to the top such that a peaceful settlement can be reached?
They better be careful.
The problem is,
My
like
sword
Dennis
arm
said,
might
yeah, it's
accidentally
difficult
sleep when I'm
because
trying to liberate
Hamas
the town.
enjoys so much widespread support
Oops.
amongst the Palestinian people. I think that I don't know. There's opinions on whether democracy or pushing them towards elections was the right or wrong idea. But with like an Islamic fundamentalist government for Hamas, I don't know if a negotiation with Israel ever happens there. And then when the international pressure is always 67 borders, infinite right of return for refugees, and a total withdrawal of Israel from all these lands to even start negotiations, I just don't see realistically that on the Palestinian side, no negotiations are ever going to start in a place that Israel's willing to accept.
If you want to dismiss international law, that's fine, but then you have to do it consistently. You can't set standards for the Palestinians,
Do we
but
need
reject
any more
applying those standards to Israel.
Any more what?
If we're going to have the law of the jungle,
whatever that shit
then we
is
can all
called
be
straw?
beasts, and not only some of us.
Yeah,
and I think
a lot more.
So it's either that,
What is it,
or
the wheat farm?
you have
Yeah.
certain agreed standards that are intended to regulate our conduct, all of our conduct, not just
It's
some
growing.
of us.
Takes a
So
while.
that's a
Standards you think I'm
fundamental.
saying to abandon.
Well, you're
it's
saying,
probably already
international
grown
law and the millionth UN
No, no,
resolution.
it's-
You're being very dismissive about all
Oh,
this.
yeah, yeah,
And
if you
that's
can get there,
fine,
yeah.
But then you have
Be
to
careful for the bandits.
dismissive
Like for instance, like
across the
242,
board.
that was a Chapter 6
Do it at
resolution,
night
it's
when
not
it's dark.
binding. But 242
Of
is
course
the
it's
thing.
binding.
What
Of
is-
course it's
absolutely
binding.
not.
What is binding? Do you know anything about how the UN system
Binding,
works?
if you read the language of the resolution, binding is
Okay.
typically if it commits you to
Okay,
upholding a
okay.
particular international law or if it
What
establishes
is
a
Wow,
general
you don't
law.
like nobody
you
pokey
just
pokey
throw
bait.
out words. You hear binding,
Does
not
242
binding.
even does 242
Chapter-
mention a Palestinian state?
No.
Norm.
Of course
That's
not.
part of the
Okay,
problem.
then
That
yes,
was the
exactly.
reason why the
So-
Palestinians didn't want to recognize 242 because it only referred at the very end
Sure,
to
but
a
the PLO
refugee
recognized
problem.
181 and 242 when they
Yeah,
made
but
their
hold
original-
on,
so-
hold on. Every United Nations Security Council resolution, irrespective of under which chapter it was adopted, is by definition binding. Binding not only on the members of the Security Council, but on every member state of the UN.
What are these people got raided?
Read the UN chart.
They don't have any
It's
walls
black
around
and
their
white.
Sure,
police.
people
Okay,
can look that
now
up if they want,
regarding-
but
yes.
the language even of
As soon as
242
they
is
started
kept
putting walls
intentionally
around
vague, such that it
their
doesn't actually
fucking
provide again the
settlement.
It's
final
actually not
contours.
that vague
It's
because the
incredibly vague.
term "land for peace"
Raids went well.
originates in 242.
Sure,
the
but
idea
part about
is
territorial acquisition and Israel's need to give it up
Okay.
was kept vague.
Okay,
That's why in
But- but-
70,
but
that's why
I
in
just-
79
you
Israel
asked-
thought that
you
they
asked a
fulfilled their
separate question.
obligations under
Allow me
242 in
points
terms
of
of withdraw.
information. Allow me points of information. The first principle in UN Resolution 242 is that the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by force.
Which is
That
meaningless.
it may be meaningless to you, Mr.
It was
Bonnell.
meaningless to everyone in
Okay,
the region.
Mr. Bonnell.
Wait,
that
how did you get
principle
the?
was
How'd you get the first one?
adopted by the Friendly
First one what?
Nations Resolution,
The
the
first
UN
week.
General Assembly in 1970. That
'Cause you didn't come all the way
resolution was
down
then
here.
reiterated
I just built the travel
in
sign. What the
the
fuck? Yeah, I did come all the way down
International Court
there.
of Justice, this ruling advisory opinion.
There's like
in
literally a travel sign, bro.
2004. That was
Yeah,
the
no, I've
basis
seen it.
of the coalition against Iraq when it acquired Kuwait and then declared it a province
guess that's
of
Chris's
Kuwait.
Yep, which
That
Arafat
is-
supported.
That's what's called.
Yeah, it's
that's
me
what's called
fucking-
under.
Arafat did support it.
Arafat did support
why
it.
you
I'm
think
not.
it's a shitty
It's not,
deal with
it's
Gaza.
not accurate. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there.
It's not
Okay.
accurate that Arafat endorsed.
Right here.
Okay, I'm not going
Is
to
this
go
where we
there.
get it?
Yeah, the windmill
It's called
icon.
under international law, use
There's a
coding
settlement right here, though.
or peremptory norms of international
Where do
law.
you think I've been getting all the quests?
inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war. That is not controversial. It's not vague. You couldn't put it more succinctly. You cannot
And there's
acquire
people here.
territory by force under international law.
On the West
That
Bank
is-
before
that is-
67. Who
that
owned the Gaza
is-
Strip before 67?
Mr. Bonnell, don't change the subject. If you don't know what you're talking
It's not
about,
about
people.
at
Is that-
least
is
have
that
the,
two
at
people?
least
How
have the
close is
humility.
242?
You talk
How
about
close
chapter
has
6.
242
You
gotten?
don't know
Oh,
How
my
close
gosh.
has 242
You don't
gotten
know
to the
chapter
Palestinians for
6
peace?
from tweet 5. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility. Between us, we've read maybe 10,000 books on the topic, and you've read 2 Wikipedia entries, and you start talking about chapter 6.
Shit.
Do you know what chapter 7 is?
They're surrounding me,
Do you know
PJ.
what chapter
Norm,
7
answer me
is?
a question. How close has 242 gotten the Palestinians to a state?
You know,
How
let me
close has
answer
the
this.
2004 advisory opinion gotten
Huh?
the
They surrounded me.
Did you die?
Yeah.
I told you to watch out
With
for
a
the bandits.
shield.
Yeah, but there's like 5 of them, bro. There's one
No,
of you.
that was 2 of them. Only 2.
Well, what can I say? Don't get killed
if
by
I
2
had-
guys.
If I had your help, we could have liberated it. Wait, where is the marker? It's not giving me the marker. Rebel. Alright. Did I lose my bow to these motherfuckers? Yep, I did.
The West Bank settlement.
What's your alternative?
The alternative is not this, whatever this making money off the conflict is. The actual alternative, the actual
Destiny
alternative.
should
yes,
talk about
you're
making money
media,
off
you're a
of
media blitz where
idiocy.
you go and talk to 50 million different people
your
about your
earlier
awesome
point.
But he
solutions,
has a
right?
point there.
The issue is you have
All
to
these
negotiate.
resolutions have gotten the Palestinians no
Nothing.
closer
Yeah, but hold on
to
a
a
second.
state.
Because they haven't been enforced because of the U.S. veto.
They're not going to be enforced.
Well,
They've gotten
Okay.
nowhere.
If I may,
You know,
Not enforce the ICJ
you know
doesn't even
what?
enforce
You
the
know what,
mechanism.
Professor
We're
Morris?
talking about the case for genocide.
Professor Morris, because of your logic, and I'm not disputing it, that's why October 7th happened.
Oh my God.
Because there was
even
no
fucking see 'em.
options left for those people. Exactly what
And
Moeen
now what
said.
options are left? After
You know,
October
this has
7th,
been the Palestinian
what's
policy for 60
what's
years.
the
The
options
only
left?
option is
listen,
conflict.
listen to this.
The only option is
Mr.
combat.
Bonnell is now an expert on Palestinian
Hold on.
mentality.
You're
You know about-
contradicting
tell me
yourself.
about
I only
Palestinian
deal in
mentality
facts.
as
I
you
only
know
deal
about
in facts.
Chapter
But you're
5.
Egypt didn't find it
Tell me about
necessary
Chapter 5.
Egypt
Tell
didn't
me
find
about
it
Chapter
necessary to
5.
negotiate peace with the
Tell me about
Palestinians.
Chapter
Jordan
5.
didn't find it necessary to negotiate peace with the Palestinians.
if I
The
may,
Abraham Accords didn't
you're
include the Palestinians.
My fucking
All
sniper.
of the international law.
Everybody, move
Wait, you're contradicting yourself. On the one hand, you're saying all the Palestinians do was fight and violence and terrorism and all the rest of it. But on the other hand, you're saying they're expecting salvation from UN resolutions and international court. Those aren't violent.
No, but it's part of maintaining. It's the continual putting off of negotiating any solution.
They've
I think
negotiated.
when Arafat
I think he
takes
said
10 days to
19
respond,
I
when
think he
Arafat takes
said-
10 days to respond,
I
and
think
comes
Moeen-
all over
Tower.
the
I think
world to go
Moeen
visit
said-
his friends, yes.
I think
Let's
Moeen
putting the
said
conflict off
they
indefinitely.
accepted 2 states in 1975. Brace
They
yourself.
Why didn't they accept the Tower of
Brace
then?
yourself.
No, this
That's
is-
50
this is-
years ago.
this is a
That's
legend.
a half century
There's
ago.
a
No,
very-
no, they
there's
didn't
a ver-
accept the two-state
He
solution.
quoted
Just
a
a
very
moment,
good
please.
article.
There's-
He's
You
quite
can
right.
quote Arafat talking about how he's lying and he's just going to use in 94 and in 95 when he's making
but-
trips around the
but
world, how he
there's
just
a
wanted to
very
use this
rich-
as the
Faster,
starting
talk
ground.
faster,
I'm
talk
sorry, I can
There's-
talk slow. You can watch YouTube videos
there's
slow
a
down to
very-
0.5 speed if you don't understand what I'm saying.
Let me. There's a
we got
very
fucking
there's a very
sound.
lengthy history of Israeli-Palestinian negotiations. You want to deny that those negotiations took place?
Where it feels like there was a good faith effort, where there was a good faith effort, where it was a good
We
faith
have a
effort.
written record.
With all due respect,
We have a written
Mr.
record,
Pop
Mr.
Historian, you
Burrell.
can't even read the written records. I don't know why you're referring to
Excuse
it. Okay?
me? I
There's-
just said there
there's-
are 15,000 pages on Annapolis.
And I'm sure you cherry-picked your favorite quotes
I
from
don't
all of
cherry
them,
pick.
okay?
Hey,
That's
at
great.
least,
That's
Mr.
great.
Burrell, at
Yeah.
least I had a quote to cherry
That's
pick.
great.
All you
Twinkleteen.
have
And
is
I can,
Wikipedia.
Do you want me? I gave you quotes.
All you
I can
have
give
is
you Do you want
Wikipedia.
quotes? Find me the information
I
that shows
think-
the Palestinian cause has been furthered by any
I
international
think
law.
the prob-
You can't do it.
I think the problem is different. Okay, you want to say the Palestinians were only fighting, and then when I point out they've also gone to the court and the UN and say, well, all they do then is these things, and you say they should be negotiating, and I demonstrate that there was a lengthy record of negotiations. Said, yeah, but they didn't go in good faith. Again, you're placing the hamster in the wheel and telling him if he runs fast enough, maybe one day he'll get out of the cave.
Yeah, of
What was the
course.
best
Okay,
show
and
of
please,
negotiations on the side
if
of
I could
this
just finish.
motherfucker.
I think the fundamental problem here is not what the Palestinians have and haven't done. And it's perfectly legitimate to have a discussion about whether they could have been more effective.
But when
Of
I
course they could have
try
been
to
more effective.
fucking
Everyone
finish
could have
it,
always been
I
more
can't even
effective.
fucking finish it.
The fundamental issue here is that Israel has never been prepared to
Full
concede
required.
the legitimacy of Palestinian national rights in the land of the former British Mandate of Palestine.
Then how do you explain Taba Summit? How do
One
you
of the
explain
dudes was
the
snoring.
Camp
Barak
David?
and Olmert did
Loudly.
How do you
did
explain
accept
Olbert's
the
offer to
legitimacy
Abbas? Yeah.
of Palestinian demands. This is
well,
but they just didn't want to give the Palestinians all of Palestine. That's all.
No, all of Palestine.
All of Palestine.
You mean all of the occupied territories?
You're talking about all of Palestine.
Wait,
being
what is the occupied?
territory.
What is the occupied territories?
The occupied
Is that
territories.
all of Israel?
The occupied territories are those territories that Israel occupied
Now it's
in
fucking
June
working.
of
The
1967.
Palestinians often use that term to define the whole of Palestine,
Could you show me,
not just the West Bank.
Could you show me, Professor Morris, in all the negotiations, and all the accounts that have been written, can you show me one where the Palestinians in the negotiations, because that's what we were talking about, wanted all of Israel? The maximum.
They can't say that because the international community won't accept it.
So they didn't say it. They didn't ask for it.
No, the Hamas did. The Hamas always said all of it.
Hamas only negotiated with Israel about prisoner exchanges. And
Yeah, no, I know, but they represent a lot of the Palestinian people. You will agree.
The only place I saw pieces of Israel were the land swaps, and the land swaps accounted for about 2 to 5% of Israel. Nobody asked for all of Israel. Why
What do you
say
mean?
things
They
like
asked for
that?
all of Israel in 48. They asked for all of Israel in 67.
Okay,
What do you
Mr.
think those
Brunel,
wars were about?
you talk
You're not going to
so-
respond
you
to
talk
anything I'm
so-
saying because you have no
I'll
answer.
respond to you.
That's correct.
Would that be
Okay,
like
Mr.
that
Brunel.
would be sawing logs, bro?
We were talking about the diplomatic negotiations beginning with 2001.
You can't pretend that
He
the
went
first
back-
ask for
he
Israel
went
was in
to-
diplomacy.
Okay.
It was through war.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Is the international law argument ever going to get the Palestinians closer to state? Is the Israeli state ever going to be dismantled? Do you think that's like realistic coming up? Ever in the next 20 years?
Again, I'm posing a question, and the question is, regardless of what's feasible or realistic today, the question I'm posing is, can you have peace in the Middle East with this militant, irrational, genocidal, apartheid state in power?
Hamas? I don't think so, no.
Bring
Okay,
5
and
pieces
the
of
question I'm
smoked
asking is,
meat.
can you have peace with this regime, or does this regime and its institutions need to be dismantled, similar to what the examples I gave of Europe and Southern Africa?
How do you contend with the fact that most of the surrounding Arab states seem to agree that you can?
Yeah, you're correct. Several of them, most importantly Egypt,
Well, it should
Jordan,
Pacific.
have made their
Be
peace
Pacific.
with
It is,
Israel.
'cause otherwise it's a
I
piece of
should add
small
that
smoked meat.
Israel's conduct since then has placed these relations under strain. I had very little. I didn't take the reports of a Saudi-Israeli rapprochement particularly seriously before October 7th. The reason being that it was really a Saudi-Israeli-U.S. deal, which committed the U.S. To make certain commitments to Saudi Arabia that would probably never get through Congress.
Do you not consider the Egypt-Israeli peace deal legitimate then, since the United States made a great financial contribution to Egypt?
I don't think the question is whether that deal is legitimate or not. I think that deal exists, but the point is whether the core of this conflict is not between Israel and Egypt. The core of this conflict is between Israel and the Palestinian people, and the reason that Israel agreed to relinquish the occupied Egyptian Sinai, and the reason that Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty was signed in 1979 is because Israel in 1973 recognized that its military superiority was ultimately no match for Egypt's determination to recover its occupied territories, and that there would come a point.
You got a Sprite, right?
A what?
You got Sprite.
Yeah.
Well, don't go to the store and pick up the tropical mix because it tastes like shit.
That's not gonna be a problem. I don't think we even have that shit here.
When Egypt would find a way to extract an unbearable price.
Thinking it was gonna be good.
Well, the Israelis
Not
want
just
to-
because
Doesn't sound
they
good.
were afraid Egypt might do it
If
sometime.
you're talking about the average Israeli citizen, I think that's a fair characterization. If you're talking about the Israeli leadership, I think they looked at it in more strategic terms. Of how do you remove the most powerful Arab military
2 points,
state from
simple
the equation?
points. What was the terms of that Egypt-Israel peace treaty? International law. Egypt demanded every...
Nobody cared about international law.
Allow me to finish.
Let's skip the night.
Every
Working during the day.
inch.
Because the fucking wheat is not growing in the winter.
Begin and Carter and Saddam talked about the reality.
No,
We need a
Professor,
touch.
occupying territory and
Professor
wanted peace.
Professor Morris, I know the record. They demanded, as you know,
it
because
never
you've
grows
written
in the
about
winter.
it, they demanded every square inch. As you know, they demanded the oil fields be dismantled.
No, that's in
the airfields.
No, not
be
dismantled. They wanted the oil
and
fields.
they wanted the settlements dismantled.
They
that
wanted
was
the settlements dismantled.
the settlements, the oil fields, and the airfield. They demanded all three back. You can't have.
What do you mean back? The airfields weren't there when the Egyptians
okay,
were there.
that's incorrect.
What's
You're incorrect.
The
They
airfields
built
were
an
built after
airfield. The Israelis built an airfield in the occupied Sinai,
Yes.
and they wanted it back.
They didn't want it back. It wasn't theirs.
No, okay.
They wanted the territory in which the airfield
okay,
Israel had built back.
The oil fields, the airfields, the settlements had to be dismantled.
Yes.
Begin said, "I don't want to be the first prime minister to dismantle
did.
a settlement," but he did. Why? Because of the law.
No,
No,
Yes.
it was because of peace.
Okay.
It was
Nobody cared
normalization.
about the law. The law had nothing to do with anything. It was a negotiation
Mr.
between
Morris,
two
Mr.
states,
Mr.
each of
Morris,
which wanted certain
Palestinians
things. The
wanted,
law had nothing to do with
as
anything.
I said repeatedly in the
You're not listening.
negotiations.
You're not listening.
I know.
You're missing the whole
I've
point.
read the negotiations.
The law
There are
has
two-
nothing to do with
There are two
anything.
foreign relations of U.S. volumes on
Nobody
it.
cares about the law.
The Palestinians kept saying, "We want
Forget
exactly."
the Palestinians. They weren't there.
Allow me to finish. The Palestinians kept saying, "We want what Egypt got. We want what Egypt got."
Yeah.
Egypt got everything
But
back.
nothing to do
Maybe
with
it's
the law.
supposed
Okay.
to.
And
I'm
number
thinking
two,
the way they're thinking is.
I'm not saying it's
you
the
know,
whole
as-
picture.
as
But as
like
Foreign
more
Minister
days
Moshe
pile
Dayan
up,
said at the time,
the stronger
he
the
said, if a car
bigger
has
the-
four wheels,
winner.
Yeah, I have no idea how this shit works. I'm gonna be honest. I think winter's over. It's just gonna like stop the day.
and for them, removing
Like I
Egypt
think today it's gonna be
from
swapping
the
over.
Arab front would then remove any Arab military
okay,
threat to
yeah,
Israel.
it's got
So
nothing to do with international law.
Moeen was
Find out.
no. The first part did, and that's what the Palestinians kept saying.
what the
We
first
want
part is.
what
That-
Egypt got
Yeah,
from the
that's
settlement.
true. But forget international law.
And by the
had
way,
nothing to do
one
with
last
the
thing, one last on a personal note. The quote about Sharm el Sheikh without peace.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the only thing you ever cited from a book of mine.
I cited from your book.
Yes. I was absolutely shocked at your betrayal of your people. That was pure treason. It was.
I
one-
apologize for that.
Yes.
I apologize.
Okay,
I
I
apologize.
accept. I accept.
All right. Well, let me try once again. For the region and for just entirety of humanity, what gives you hope? We just heard a lot of pessimistic, cynical takes. What gives you
People
hope?
don't like war. That's a good reason. That's hope. In other words, the fear of war.
Do you make cloaks for everyone or just for us?
Should give
Just
people
for us.
Make some for the villagers
impetus
too.
to
Can't have
try
them
and seek
freezing to
peace.
death on us.
When you
that
look
would
at
suck.
people in Gaza, and people in the West Bank, people in
Do we
Israel,
have
They should
more
want-
stuff to
fundamentally,
make
no,
it?
but fundamentally they
Can't
hate
remember
war.
what I need.
Yes, I think so.
What gives
Oh,
you
you're right
hope?
there.
There's
No?
no hope.
There's
It's an extreme.
one that already has a cloak.
I'm not happy to say that.
Of course you
Yeah,
are.
It's
there.
a,
Yeah, that one has a
it's a
cloak.
very
That one has a
bleak
cloak.
moment right now, because
That I agree with.
Where's
I
the other
agree
two?
with.
Israel believes
The two girls
it has
has
to
cloaks.
restore what it calls
Everyone has cloaks.
its,
That's good.
deterrence capability.
What I've seen,
I think
yeah,
you've written
there's a
about it,
third girl.
actually. I
Third girl
just
has
realized.
the cloak.
Israel has to restore its deterrence capability.
I don't know about the
And
dude.
after the catastrophe of October 7th,
Let me go and see.
restoring its deterrence capacity means
He has.
This part you didn't write about.
Yeah,
The
he's got
annihilation
cloaks.
of Gaza
They got
and then
cloaks
moving on to
covering.
Hezbollah.
No, that's...
So the Israelis are dead set on
Yeah,
restoring
all
that
in
deterrence
the
capability.
village has cloaks.
On the Arab side, and I know Mouin and I have disagreed on it, and we're allowed to disagree.
I think it's just
I think
us
the
that didn't
Arab
have cloak.
side, the lesson they learned from October 7th is Israelis aren't as strong as we thought they were. And
that will be an unfortunate message if that's really what the Arabs come to believe.
And they think that there is a military option now. And I think that's it's
nasty.
a zero-sum game at this point, and it's very, very bleak. And I'm not going to lie about that. Now, I will admit my predictive capacities are not
limited.
perfect, are limited.
Yes.
But for the moment,
Seasons
it's
are
a
supposed to
very
be a
bleak
week long, so
situation.
That I agree with.
And I don't see right now
maybe
a
just
way out.
the first couple of days it'll
However,
cycle you through the
at the
season so
very
you know what's going on,
minimum,
and then 7 days per
Permanent
season.
ceasefire and the inhuman and illegal blockade of Gaza.
Basically, it
and
gets 10 days.
Why is it illegal? They were shooting rockets
Like
at
a
Israel
winter, spring,
for
and stuff
20
like that?
years. Why is that illegal to blockade Gaza?
He thinks they're bottle rockets.
Why,
That's what he calls them on Facebook
why
multiple
is it
times.
illegal? I'll tell you why.
You don't rocket your
Okay,
neighbor. You
I'll
rocket
tell-
your
I'll tell
neighbor.
you- I'll-
Expect
I'll
consequences.
tell you why.
Expect consequences.
But that works both ways.
Yes.
I know, I expect that.
Professor, Professor
works
Morris,
both ways.
I'll tell you why.
That does
Because
go further.
every human rights, humanitarian, and UN organization
They're
in the
all
world
irrelevant.
has said
You're
has
not-
said
you keep
that the
quoting them.
blockade
Nobody cares
is a
about
form of,
amnesty.
is a form of collective punishment,
Nobody cares
which is
about amnesty.
illegal under international
Forget
law.
illegal. The word
you
illegal
think you think a blockade?
You
which,
don't understand the way the world works.
Yeah, and
These
and
things
you
are
think,
irrelevant.
And you think confining, because that's the blockade.
Yes, you don't shoot
confining
rockets at your
confining
neighbor.
a million children, combining
That's the choice
combining
of Hamas.
combining
That's
a
Hamas's
million
choice.
children in what the Economist called a human rubbish sheep.
The Economist supported Israel in this war and continues to support Israel.
What International Committee of the Red Cross called a sinking ship, what the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights called a toxic slum. You think
it is a slum? Of course it's a slum.
You think,
but it's caused by
under
the Hamas.
international law, you think it's legitimate
Forget
to
the law.
Hey, I know you want to forget the law.
What
It's
about
the one
morality?
thing that
Forget
every
the law.
is.
What about
It's what
morality?
every Israeli fears the most.
What?
The law.
No,
as
no.
Sippy
I don't-
Livni said, I studied international.